Chapter 1. As the purple aura surged, the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The mountains and rivers shattered, the sea erupted in an instant, and the very crust of the earth fractured inch by inch across vast territories. The air, as fragile as glass, was suddenly riddled with countless fissures. A terrifying blade of light, stretching 3,000 meters, was astoundingly sharp, leaving those beneath it in utter dread. Many pirates could not even glimpse its edges. Run! A frantic scream echoed amidst the overwhelming panic. Countless pirates, in this moment, broke through their limits, fleeing in a frenetic and disheveled manner. Should they linger here a moment longer, even the infamous Barbie's locks would meet a fatal end. Even the Dark King, Rayleigh, found himself involuntarily narrowing his eyes and retreating rapidly as the blade's light flickered. Though this strike was not aimed at him, the mere touch of its residual force would plunge him into peril. Only Hawkeye, the very target of the blade's ferocity, stood his ground, trembling not from fear but from exhilaration. This solitary figure, having held the title of the world's greatest swordsman for years, was well acquainted with solitude. In the face of such a terrifying strike, all that remained in his heart was boundless excitement. Fear? It had long since dissipated. I want to witness it. What is the true extent of power that surpasses the world's greatest? He roared with fervor. Hawkeye infused every ounce of his strength into his palms, channeling it into his black blade. The ground beneath him fractured in layers, and tiny stones were lifted into the air by the shockwave. The black blade, dark as an abyss that could devour all, was firmly gripped at Hawkeye's side. He bent his knees to gather strength, his piercing gaze fixated on the terrifying blade of energy descending from above. In the fleeting moment before the blade struck, Hawkeye erupted in a surge of power, his haki swirling around him like a black dragon in flight. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, countless bolts of black lightning danced incessantly. The largest bolt, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, coalesced with the black blade in Hawkeye's hand, gathering an immeasurable force. The black blade, imbued with overwhelming power, now fully unleashed its might. One sword style, God's burial slash. The pitch-black blade, energy, surged upward, cleaving through the heavens. Countless bolts of black lightning entwined with the dark blade, energy, amplifying its immense might. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the distance of 1,000 meters was traversed. With one purple and one black strike, the two terrifying slashes collided ferociously. At the point of their collision, a tremendous wave of energy radiated outward, and the countless pirates still on Island 20 were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. The entire Sabaody archipelago trembled in response. High above, the clouds swirled around the point of collision, forming a colossal vortex. The sound of the shock wave reverberated like a tangible entity, spreading and resonating. On the neighboring islands, many powerful figures from the underworld and pirates were left dizzy, with some even suffering fatal injuries from the blast. Crack! Ultimately, after a few seconds of resistance, the dark blade energy displayed minute cracks. The sound reminiscent of shattering glass ringing clear a pitch-black object as swift as a meteor shot forth from the depths of the ocean, coming to rest atop a structure afloat on the surface. As the onlookers discerned the true nature of this meteor, all the pirates were rendered aghast and pale. It is utterly unbelievable, beyond imagination. The world's foremost swordsman finds himself in such a dire predicament. A swordsman hailing from a new world broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Like countless other swordsmen, he regarded the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, as the pinnacle to aspire to. Now, their target, the unattainable goal they could never hope to reach, had suffered such a devastating blow. The last time I witnessed Hawkeye, he effortlessly dispatched a pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries in a single stroke. How terrifying! Morgan's report is indisputable. Such strength could rival even an admiral of the Navy. Though Hawkeye had yet to fall, his current state allowed nearly everyone to deduce the outcome of the battle. Standing atop the structure, Hawkeye gripped his black blade, a long gash running along his arm, blood cascading from the blade into the sea. His winered shirt and black coat were in tatters, and his blacktop hat had vanished without a trace. His arms and abdomen bore numerous wounds, the once winered shirt now nearly drenched in crimson. His hand, clutching the hilt, trembled slightly, and Hawkeye's lips were pale. This was the first time in many years he found himself in such a state of disarray. Previously, he had always emerged victorious, effortlessly besting any challenger. Is this what it means to transcend the title of the world's greatest? Yet, even in such a predicament, Hawkeye's heart surged with exhilaration. He had glimpsed a higher realm. He had discovered a formidable swordsman capable of defeating him. From this moment forth, he would no longer tread the path of solitude. Shadow Assassin, Chi. Hawkeye's expression grew solemn, his inner excitement gradually contained as he meticulously adjusted his tattered winered shirt. He raised his gaze, fixated on the violet figure suspended in midair. From this moment on, you are the world's premier swordsman. I shall use you as my benchmark, resolutely pursuing the status of the world's greatest swordsman. He had been defeated. Though he still possessed the will to fight, Hawkeye understood he had been bested. That last strike had clarified the disparity in their strengths. He realized that he would once again seek that relentless pursuit. Do I truly care about the title of the world's greatest swordsman? What does it mean to me? Can it bestow upon me additional strength? Li Xian cast a dismissive glance at Hawkeye. He held no affection for this title thrust upon him. Lava eruption. A thunderous cry resonated, echoing through the heavens. A torrent of molten rock surged forth, piercing the sky. The sea surface evaporated instantaneously, the temperature skyrocketing. A colossal fist forged from searing magma descended rapidly upon Li Xian, who remained suspended in midair. Swish, swish, swish. The demonic energy surged violently, a purple aura swirling around him as the demon blade was drawn forth. A crescent-shaped slash cleaved through the air, slicing through layers of atmospheric pressure. Boom! The strike, forceful and unyielding, split the magma fist measuring dozens of meters in diameter in twain. It then ascended further, tearing through the clouds, until it vanished without a trace in some distant, unknown location. The scorching magma fist, once cleaved, erupted violently, transforming into countless fiery projectiles capable of annihilating large warships. Boom, boom, boom. The sky rained down fiery projectiles into the sea, generating a dense mist. The entire sea surface evaporated several meters deep as a result. Age of extreme cold. A towering figure stepped upon the ocean's surface, icy air radiating from beneath, rapidly expanding outward. The speed of this chilling aura's spread was astonishing. Any portion of the sea touched by the cold swiftly crystallized into a thick layer of ice. In merely 3 seconds, looking out from the spot where this figure landed, the entire sea had been enveloped in solid ice, the cold biting. Hoot, hoot, hoot. A tall man clad in a red suit, draped in a Navy Justice cloak, wearing a naval hat, and donning black gloves, stood firmly upon the sea, fiercely clashing with another imposing figure in a white vest paired with a deep blue shirt. The cold wind swept through the mist, gradually clearing the fog that enveloped the expanse above the sea. Navy Admiral Akainu Akiji. The multitude of pirates and denizens of the underworld gathered on Island 1921 found themselves struggling to swallow, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Faced with a Navy captain or commander, they might withstand a blow or two. Yet before an admiral of the Navy, merely witnessing their might was enough to extinguish any spirit of resistance. Oh dear, this situation is escalating beyond control. The Dark King rarely scratched his head even at his peak. Contending with 2 admirals would pose a formidable challenge. Even the current emperors of the New World could not hope to single-handedly confront 2 admirals united. The shadowy assassin, Chi, having just engaged in a fierce battle with the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye, now finds himself intercepted by 2 admirals of the Navy. Clearly, the situation has escalated to an exceedingly precarious level. At last, we have located you. The visage beneath the naval cap lifts slightly, revealing Akainu's sinister and ruthless gaze, filled with murderous intent as it fixates on the purple figure. "It took us considerable effort to track you down." Akiji steps forward, scrutinizing Li Xian closely. From attire to appearance, he mirrors the intelligence reports perfectly, wielding a battered magic blade, enveloped in an aura of purple demonic energy. A chilling aura emanates from him. Having confirmed the identity of his adversary, this time, even he must exert his utmost effort. The secrets concealed within the shadowy assassin, Qi, are far too numerous to be taken lightly. As they appraise Li Xian, in turn, meticulously observes the two of them. With his unique appearance and the distinctive characteristics of his fruit abilities, Li Xian instantly recognizes their identities. Judging by Akainu's volcanic eruption and Akiji's icy onslaught just moments ago, it is evident that the three admirals of the Navy truly live up to their formidable reputations, each possessing extraordinary power. Each individual showcases unique traits and advantages, all at the pinnacle of the great pirate era. Prior to acquiring the powers of 5 devil fruits, Li Xian had already engaged in a fierce confrontation with Hawkeye. Confronted by 2 formidable foes, this undoubtedly presents a severe challenge. However, at this moment, the shadowy assassin, Qi, scalding magma drips from Akainu's face, cascading down his body. Upon contact with the ice, it swiftly melts through, creating numerous holes. The flames of magma engulf Akainu's right arm. The terrifying heat radiates, causing the surrounding ice to melt rapidly. In an instant, Akainu dashes forth like a volcanic eruption. As he approaches Li Xian, his molten hand morphs into a ferocious canine head of flames. Feel the judgment of justice. Hellhound Inferno, transforming into magma. Akainu roars, his face obscured by the searing lava. That ferocious canine head tears through the air, causing the ice beneath Li Xian's feet to dissolve and collapse in an instant. Justice? Li Xian's heart scoffs derisively. Is this the so-called justice that protects the rights of those insignificant celestial dragons? Humph! The magic blade slashes upward, breaking through the constraints of air, accompanied by the blade's flow. Purple lightning flickers and dances. The crimson, fiery canine head is cleaved into fragments by a single stroke. With his observation haki, Akainu keenly senses the impending danger. He hastily withdraws his arm from its magma form, only to see lava erupting in all directions. Hellish dog flames strike, buzzing. The magic blade shatters. Thousands of shards coalesce, forming a barrier before Li Xian. Vast purple light envelopes, sealing off all potential attack vectors. Furthermore, some fragments transform into arrows, swiftly shooting toward Akainu. Under the swirling purple light, even without perceiving any haki fluctuations, Akainu does not dare to let his guard down. The shadowy assassin, Qi, even without the use of haki, he can inflict substantial damage upon a Logia user. Boom! Akainu swings his other arm, launching a continuous barrage of magma attacks. The searing magma collides violently with the shards of the magic blade in midair. Mist swirls, obscuring vision. In that fleeting moment, Akainu's pupils constrict. Dozens of shards of the magic blade tear through the magma, hurtling directly towards him. Akainu swiftly retreats, entirely transforming into his elemental form to evade, unleashing magma attacks as he withdraws. Icebound giant beak, a piercing chill sweeps in from behind Li Xian. In the extreme cold, even the air seems to thicken and slowed. A colossal iceberg descends rapidly, its immense size capable of overshadowing the sun. Humph! Li Xian snorts coldly. Beneath the magic blade, the patterns on the hilt suddenly radiate dazzling light. Clink, clink, clink. The shards of the magic blade surrounding him swiftly converge beneath the blade. Then, without looking back, he simply raises his hand and swings it backward. The slash cuts through the air, hurtling forward with incredible speed. It collides head-on with the colossal iceberg. The shockwave of the impact spreads outward. Invisible ripples of energy cascading forth. Thud! A large hand silently rests upon Li Xian's shoulder. Akiji, fully encased in ice, fervently channels the power of extreme cold through that hand into Li Xian. Absolute ice seal, boundless chill. The frigid air emanating from Akiji's arm rapidly assaults Li Xian. The bone-chilling cold causes the temperature around him to plummet dramatically, as if attempting to freeze him in an instant. Crack, crack. Ice gradually envelopes Li Xian's shoulder, and a glimmer of delight appears on Akiji's face. Buzzing. The purple light suddenly surges. The ice shatters. Li Xian's right hand tightly grips Akiji's arm. Akiji attempts to elementalize again to escape, only to find that even in his elemental state, he cannot break free from Li Xian's iron grip. Li Xian strides forward, seizing Akiji's arm and flinging him directly toward Aku. Simultaneously, he swiftly unleashes 3 crescent-shaped slashes. Boom, boom, boom. Ice and magma. The 2 extreme forces of cold and heat erupt and clash simultaneously. Clink, clink, clink. The shards of the magic blade abandon their pursuit of Akainu, returning to their place beneath Li Xian's magic blade. Slowly reassembling. Clang. The magic blade is sheathed, the purple light gradually fading. Li Xian's imposing presence dissipates, and he raises his gaze toward the explosion's center, shrouded in mist. Without hesitation, he turns and departs. Beyond the mission, I have no interest in engaging with you. Imagine this with a Cantonese accent. How infuriating. That accursed shadowy assassin, Chi, bowed down to justice. Amidst the thick fog, Akainu completes his elemental transformation. Charging forth with a magma fist, the fiery force burning through the air, crashing down upon Li Xian like hellfire. Icebound, giant beak. Almost simultaneously, Akiji also emerges from the smoke, conjuring a gigantic ice bird with his right hand, hurtling towards him. Yet, faced with the terrifying onslaught of the 2 admirals, Li Xian remains unfazed, as if entirely oblivious to the perilous changes unfolding behind him, nonchalantly continuing his journey into the distance. Hawkeye and Rayleigh's eyes widen in shock. This shadowy assassin, Chi, shows no reaction whatsoever to the terrifying attacks approaching from behind. Just as the 2 are about to intervene, a blood-red claw mark rends the sky, hurtling toward Li Xian with an overwhelming speed, carrying an aura of sheer terror. That streak of crimson claw marks, whether for Akainu, Akiji, or even Hawkeye and Rayleigh, none can respond in time. The piercing aura of blood surges forth like a tidal wave. Bang, bang, bang. The massive ice bird and the molten fist collide simultaneously with the blood-red claw mark. The explosive sound reverberates like a tangible force, sweeping outward, causing numerous onlookers to be momentarily deafened. The combined assault of the 2 admirals is shockingly halted by the sudden appearance of the blood-red claw mark. Only Li Xian remains unperturbed, maintaining his original pace, continuing forward, entirely indifferent to the upheaval transpiring behind him. It is as if he had foreseen that Akainu and Akiji's onslaught would not graze him in the slightest. The 4 formidable beings simultaneously cast their gazes toward the source of the blood-red claw mark. Under their watchful eyes, a figure gradually emerges from the distant horizon, with emerald hair, vivid red teeth. Ears and feet adorned with golden rings, complemented by a deep blue scarf and unique attire. A faint, sinister smile graces his lips, the sharp teeth resembling those stained in blood, sending shivers down one's spine. In the presence of this figure, the expressions of all 4 grow grave. With merely a single claw, he neutralizes the attacks of 2 admirals. Such power is truly astonishing. Even more unfathomable to them is that the one exhibiting such formidable prowess is not a known maritime powerhouse, but a completely unfamiliar visage. Who on earth could he be? In Rayleigh's mind, a flurry of names, abilities, and images raced by, yet none could be matched with the enigmatic figure before him at that moment. Judging by his demeanor, it was likely that the ones truly troubled were Sakazuki and Kazan. Why should an old man like him fret? With a serene smile, he removed his glasses and began to wipe them. After all, having retreated into the mountains, why should he strain himself over such trivial matters? Was it not more agreeable to observe the battle from a distance? It was a sight he had never encountered before. Within his heart, Mihawk made his assessment. Compared to the 2, Kazan, after a brief moment of surprise, swiftly turned to face the advancing figure, exchanging a glance with Aku. Despite their curiosity about this unexpected visitor, they could not allow Li Xian, the architect of their troubles, to escape right under their noses. That Li Xian's presence entailed far-reaching implications. Akainu grasped the intent, casting a penetrating gaze at the figure before him. and then transformed into a searing torrent of lava, launching himself forward with tremendous speed. Whoosh! In an instant, Red Tooth, who had been advancing leisurely, felt his crimson pupils constrict as he surged forward, stepping onto the golden ring adorning his feet. His speed was like lightning, each footfall on the icy surface leaving behind spiderweb-like cracks, a testament to the terrifying power contained in every step. Xuan, who had been fixated on Red Tooth, clenched his right hand in the air, causing a chill to permeate as a frost-laden spear coalesced. Icebound, dual-pronged spear. As the frigid air swirled, the shimmering ice spear shot forth towards Red Tooth with blinding speed, faced with the howling projectile. Red Tooth grinned, revealing his blood-red fangs. With a crunch, the ice spear, forged from extreme cold and possessing a hardness akin to fine steel, was shattered by a single bite from Red Tooth. The biting cold did not faze him in the slightest. Ice River Sword Array. Amidst the icy thrusts, the elemental Xuan materialized before Red Tooth, wielding a curved ice sword. Under the sunlight, the blade sparkled with a myriad of reflections and enhanced by his arm hockey. The ice sword's hardness rivaled that of sea prism stone. Yet, facing this razor-sharp ice blade, Red Tooth raised his claw, his blood-laden energy surging as his claw met the ice sword in a clash. His other claw swiftly followed, aiming directly at Xuan. Though he sensed no hockey emanating from his opponent, Xuan, with his observation hockey, perceived an intense sense of danger. His pupils suddenly constricted. Familiar energy fluctuations conjured ominous forebodings in Xuan's mind. For a brief moment of distraction, Xuan managed to evade Red Tooth's claw, but was still sent hurtling away by a powerful kick as Red Tooth's speed surged to its limits. A fleeting shadow raced past, enveloped in a blood-red aura, shattering the ice beneath him along the way. Akainu transformed into molten lava, exuding scorching heat, and soared through the air with incredible speed, just as he prepared to launch a surprise attack on Li Xian from behind. He was interrupted by a fierce gust of wind, and the awareness granted by his observation hockeyed up blood-red claw marks tore through the air, the overwhelming aura of bloodlust enough to make even seasoned warriors feel nauseous. Infernal Canine Devourer. As the crimson lotus bloomed, the molten canine head surged forth, its intense heat causing the surrounding air to distort and warp. Boom! The clash of the claw marks with the lava unleashed explosive shockwaves that rapidly radiated outward. After the explosion, Red Tooth emerged through the engulfing flames, his entire body cloaked in a blood-red aura, claws crackling with an energy akin to blood-colored lightning, aimed directly at Akainu. Akainu's pupils narrowed slightly. He did not utilize the advantage of his elemental form to evade the strike, but instead concentrated his energy into a fiery magma fist, ready to confront it head-on. Boom! 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 A claw met a fist in a fierce aerial confrontation. Magma splattering and the bloodlust swirling chaotically. Amidst this relentless clash, Akainu detected a slight discrepancy in their power dynamics, feeling as though he was at a disadvantage for the first time. It was dire. An unprecedented severity. Boom! An icy projectile swiftly traversed the battlefield, intent on bypassing all obstacles to reach Li Xian directly. In the blink of an eye, Red Tooth shot forth, a blood-red radiance erupting as he clawed through the air. Directly targeting Xuan. Forced to halt his offensive, Xuan swiftly conjured an ice sword shield to deflect Red Tooth's assault. Bang! The ice sword collided with the claw, Xuan's feet sinking slightly into the ice as cracks spread out like a spider's web beneath him. What a terrifying impact! Xuan marveled inwardly. Red Tooth's method of attack was devoid of any complex techniques, relying solely on sheer power and speed to overwhelm his adversaries. Hellfire Inferno! Behind him, the searing heat surged once more as Red Tooth abandoned his pressure on Xuan. Pivoting to rend the magma apart, Akainu's assault did not cease. The magma fist followed closely behind, still brimming with formidable power. The claws flailed wildly, blood-red radiance spilling forth, and magma flew in all directions as the two engaged in a relentless, despair-inducing exchange. Although Red Tooth's bloodlust allowed him to disregard Akainu's elemental form, Akainu, with his masterful armed hockey, posed numerous challenges for Red Tooth. Absolute Zero Freeze. The eyes silently materialized behind Red Tooth, transforming into Kazan's figure. The frigid air surging, attempting to completely encase Red Tooth in an extreme chill. The blood-red energy roiled violently, and before the eyes could fully take shape, Red Tooth forcibly shattered it, with a gaping maw of blood-red fangs. Red Tooth viciously lunged at Kazan, whose bite force could sever sea prism stone. Should he be caught, even with Kazan's remarkable armed hockey and physical prowess, he could not guarantee his safety. Crack, as the ice sword shield coalesced before his chest. Entwined with armed hockey, it was instantly obliterated by Red Tooth. With a single claw, the blood-red mark pushed back Akainu and simultaneously repelled Kazan, as Red Tooth landed firmly on the ice, 100 meters ahead of them. His green hair disheveled from battle, the aura of bloodlust erupted from within him, his crimson pupils fixated on the two before him. Behind him, Li Xian's figure gradually faded until it vanished completely. Damn it! On either side, Akainu and Kazan descended upon the ice, gazing at the now-vanished figure, with Akainu cursing angrily. The collaboration of two admirals had allowed their target to slip away right under their noses. A tremendous disgrace. Ice shards scattered as Kazan reverted from his elemental state, his eyes filled with gravity. Photon explosion. Iron fist. The blade's aura was sharp, and the fierce wind danced for the 7 formidable beings caught in the fray. That distance of several hundred meters could be traversed in the blink of an eye. With flaming tails soaring, Qi and Qing Feng charged forward with tremendous force. In Qingfeng's hands, the twin blades seemed to possess a life of their own. Swirling with phoenix-like shadows and an unending sound of cries, just as the 7 powerhouses were about to engage in a fierce clash, the twin blades sliced through the air point. 2 piercing azure slashes streaked through the void in an instant. The atmosphere warped and distorted, the air cleaved asunder. Yanbu Qi's eyes abruptly contracted as his cursed blade, Kitch, unleashed a thick wave of black flame demonic energy, swiftly cleaving through the air. The black strike, reminiscent of an abyss devouring all, seemed intent on consuming everything in its path. The soul screamed, the demonic blade's mesmerizing form vividly displayed. Boom! The strikes collided fiercely. Yanbu Qi once again experienced the might of Qingfeng. The 2 azure slashes met the abyssal strike. The azure energy surged, spiraling outwards, attempting to consume the black demonic energy. Yet, the 2 azure slashes not only resisted the demonic energy, but gradually suppressed the black strike. Though the advantage was not stark, it was undeniably effective. Qingfeng's power, while still inferior to Qi's, evidently surpassed that of Red Tooth. Thus, Red Tooth's ability to contend with 2 opponents, facing 2 admirals, demonstrated strength comparable to that of Yanbu Qi, a figure of the 4 emperors. Therefore, Qingfeng, slightly stronger than Red Tooth, was also more formidable than Yanbu Qi. 3 blade energies intertwined fiercely. Ultimately, the 2 azure energies trembled and shattered the black energy before them with a thunderous crash. The eyes of Karp and his companions widened in astonishment. This Qingfeng was clearly not merely on the same tier as Yanbu Qi. In their 2 exchanges, the initial strike of the opponent was evenly matched with Yanbu Qi, while the second strike had outright shattered Yanbu Qi's attack. Iron Fist, explosive, the 2 azure strikes, now considerably weakened, surged toward Karp, who enveloped his right hand in armed hockey and unleashed a rapid punch. The air before him shattered like glass. The white fissure of energy surged forth in a straight line, colliding ferociously with a slashing strike. The gradual fracturing had already torn apart 2 azure slashes unleashed by Yuan Buki. And now, having lost much of its potency, it faced Karp's terrifying blow, instantly disintegrating into nothingness. Amidst the shattered azure light, Qingfeng soared through the air, gripping dual blades tightly, and launched herself at Karp, enveloped in an endless azure glow. Iron Fist, meteoric rain. Locking her sights on Qingfeng, Karp did not dare to underestimate her. His fists clenched tightly as he unleashed a torrent of punch shadows akin to a violent downpour. Although he had just obliterated Qingfeng's strike with a single blow, it was only because her attack had first collided with Yuan Buki's, significantly diminishing its power. Regardless of perspective, the sudden appearance of the shadow assassin Qingfeng was undoubtedly a formidable force to be reckoned with. Dual blade style, twin phoenixes dance, approaching Carp, her dual blades slightly raised, the phoenix silhouette reemerged, emitting a haunting wail that in Qingfeng's hands. The dual blades seemed to possess a life of their own, moving with remarkable agility. The cold azure light flickered fleetingly, in an instant. Qingfeng unleashed over 100 strikes, each imbued with the power to collapse a small mountain. The clash of iron fists and dual blades ignited a fierce confrontation. Such a terrifying swordsmanship was only something a figure like Carp would dare to meet head-on with his fists. The white light of Carp's punches and the azure glow of Qingfeng's blades intertwined and flickered. With each collision, waves of energy erupted and spread outward. The aftermath of the battle continued to resonate, a golden brilliance shimmering as countless photons converged into a beam, striking before Qingfeng. Utilizing the beam, Kizaru moved at light speed, unleashing two colossal attack beams capable of obliterating islands. Condensed to their utmost extent, their velocity astonishingly swift and unexpected. His crimson eyes glanced at the golden light. Withdrawing his blade, he raised it above his head and suddenly brought it down toward the incoming beam. The piercing azure strike, capable of traversing kilometers, shattered in an instant. Upon colliding with the beams, two rays powerful enough to devastate islands erupted violently. In the midst of the explosive chaos, a colossal mushroom cloud silently ascended, the shockwaves wreaking havoc on the surrounding environment. Fortunately, within a 10,000-meter radius, the battleground had already been reduced to ruins due to the clash between Li Xian and Yuan Buqi. Otherwise, it would have been a scorched wasteland spanning 1,000 meters. Swish, swish, swish. Yuan Buqi and two members of CP0 swiftly advanced, intent on defeating Qingfeng in a short span of time. However, how could Li Xian allow them to besiege Qingfeng unchallenged? Even as Kizaru confronted Qingfeng, Li Xian had been prepared to intercept Yuan Buqi and the others at any moment. Buzz! The three dove downwards, a purple slash slicing through the air before them, forcing them to halt. Li Xian stood before the trio, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a hint of mockery reflected in his crimson pupils as he beckoned them with his hand. Infuriating, Yuan Buqi seethed with rage. A member of the Five Elders, he held a prestigious status and immense strength. Now, faced with such provocation, he unleashed several slashes. The wind howled as multiple black strikes sped forth. And following his attack, Yuan Buqi charged ahead. The two CP0 members, showing no hesitation, joined the assault. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The demonic blade extended to 120 meters, its malevolent energy surging forth. Li Xian swung his blade downwards. Several black strikes, each several hundred meters long, were instantly torn apart by the purple demonic energy, ruthlessly crushing the black malevolent aura in the duel between the demonic blade and the malevolent blade. The former ultimately triumphed. Even with the 3-foot malevolent blade's eruption of energy, it appeared insignificant compared to the 120 meters of demonic blade. Even where Yuan Buqi's malevolent blade reached, it was merely a fragment of the demonic blade and the energy it infused. Yet even so, he could not gain any advantage. Clang, clang, clang. Yuan Buqi rapidly wielded his blade, attempting to break through the 120-meter defense of the demonic blade. However, despite its massive size, the demonic blade moved fluidly and effortlessly, maintaining its speed without any decline. Moreover, the terrifying force caused Yuan Buqi to feel his blood surge with every collision. The two CP0 members entered the fray, but were still blocked by Li Xian wielding the 120-meter demonic blade. Unable to advance a single step, Li Xian and Qingfeng continued to fend off the frenzied onslaught of the five, gradually adjusting their positions to distance themselves from the Holy Land, Mariehua. The clash of malevolent and demonic energies, the intertwining of fists and golden light, and the explosive phoenix silhouettes painted a scene of the most terrifying battle encompassing the entire sea. As the 7 combatants shifted their positions, the devastation they wrought extended beyond 10,000 meters into scorched earth, with opulent streets and mansions reduced to dust and ashes by a mere aftershock. Faced with such power, even the celestial dragons felt a twinge of fear. Damn it! They wished to retreat, Confronted by two top-tier admirals and still harboring hidden strength, Rayleigh's gaze sharpened. What he had just witnessed, the shadow assassin Shi, had successfully thwarted the world's foremost swordmaster. At this moment, the shadow assassin Shi stood alone against both Akainu and Akiji, possibly still retaining unspent power. Such audacity was utterly astonishing. Even at his peak, facing two admiral-level foes required his utmost effort. With constant vigilance, whoosh, Chi sprang into action, transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his original spot in an instant. However, his objective was not a direct confrontation with Akainu and Akiji. Damn it, deceptive tactics. Akainu roared, transforming into lava as he pursued rapidly. He nearly believed it, thinking Chi still had hidden strength yet to be revealed. But little did he know, the other was merely diverting their attention to seize the opportunity to escape. Clearly unwilling to acknowledge defeat after being bested by Captain Chiya, among the pirates concealed within the crowd, one turned to look at his captain. I saw him. This was hardly surprising, considering he managed to escape after facing two Navy admirals. The pirate captain openly praised Chiya's performance. Although he was not familiar with Chiya, any character capable of contending with Navy admirals naturally garnered a sense of camaraderie. No. The pirate who spoke suddenly turned pale, his voice trembling with panic. How could I teach you to remain calm in such situations? Just for this minor issue, you're making such a fuss. How will you accompany me in the new world's journey in the future? The pirate captain cast a discontented glance at the man. Captain, the fear in the pirate's expression did not diminish. He's coming. What swoosh? A shadow dove swiftly down as Chi sank his teeth into the pirate who had spoken. The blood was devoured, and in an instant, that pirate became a withered corpse. The pirate captain turned to look, only to be confronted by a horrifying sight, his legs trembling uncontrollably with fear. He, having consumed the blood of that pirate. Chia grinned at the pirate captain. Swoosh, another lifeless body fell to the ground. Chia transformed into a fleeting shadow, weaving through the crowd of pirates like the wind. Dozens of pirates, each having traversed the first half of the Grand Line, harboring dreams of conquering the New World, became his prey in mere seconds. Boom! Following closely behind, the lava fist erupted. Chia wiped the blood from his lips, revealing a near-manic smile. His wounds healed instantaneously, and simultaneously, his form and aura underwent a significant transformation. The once sharp and menacing claws have transformed into even more fearsome and elongated appendages, while the talons have similarly elongated and sharpened. His skin has taken on a corrosive shade of green, his eyes have turned black, and his pupils have deepened to a sanguine red. A swirling aura of bloodlust radiates from him, spreading incessantly outward. His presence escalates dramatically, rapidly surpassing the state he was in before his injuries. I feel a surge of fervor coursing through me. Chia grins widely, his feet striking the ground with immense force, propelling him forward like a blazing, blood-red meteor. His claws glint with a chilling sheen, and the crimson energy seems to ripple outward. It feels as though the very air is being cleaved apart. What? The crimson dog, unleashing a molten fist, finds his pupils constricting sharply. The opponent not only retains his strength, but grows even more formidable. Boom! 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 The claws tear through the air, slicing through molten rock. Droplets of lava cascade down like rain, scorching vast areas into barren wasteland. Ice impacts. An ice bird soars through the air, freezing the surrounding atmosphere. Ha! Chia looks up with a cold smile, his claws roaring forth, the bloodlust surging and exploding with terrifying intensity. The massive ice bird is shredded into pieces by his blood-red claws. Whoosh! After shattering the attacks of both opponents, Chia smirks wickedly, transforming into a fleeting shadow, simultaneously launching a torrential onslaught upon the two. With his own strength, he dares to confront two Marine admirals and even counterattack. The surge of power from Chia is indeed chilling to the bone. Is his strength drawn from the blood of those pirates? Rayleigh's pupils slightly constrict. Those pirates are not renowned figures. Merely drawing some blood from such pirates has not only healed his wounds, but significantly enhanced his strength. Then, what terrifying effect would arise if he were to absorb the blood of Akainu or Akiji? Even the Dark King really cannot help but be astonished. Such abilities are truly frightful. Moreover, he realizes that the shadow assassin Chi has seemingly never employed haki throughout this encounter. And yet, he stands against two nature-type marine admirals. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield, ice and lava clash in a cacophony of thunderous roars, reverberating through the air as if it were a tangible force. Clang. Chi grins savagely, one claw wielding immense brute force, crashing down upon Akainu and Akiji. Magma and ice form a barrier in resistance, yet the overwhelming impact forces both back several meters. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Their feet sink deep into the ground as they are compelled to retreat consecutively. His power has grown stronger. Akainu is engulfed in flames, his expression dark and foreboding. Indeed, even his appearance has undergone some transformation. Akiji nods in agreement. As Chiya's adversaries, they acutely feel every change in him. If previously Chiya's strength merely surpassed theirs slightly, now he possesses the power to dominate either of them. Is it due to his absorption of the pirate's blood? Akainu's gaze narrows. The performance of his opponent is exceedingly abnormal. That bloodlust and the peculiar characteristics of his teeth and pupils emanate an intense aura of menace. If that is the case, Akiji inhales deeply, the cold energy rippling outward. The strength of the Assassin Alliance likely far exceeds our imagination. Initially, they believed Chi possessed an admiral-level combat capability. Yet now, even if Chi has not reached the level of the Four Emperors, he is not far from it. And all of this is merely from one member of the Shadow Assassins. Previously speculated, the Assassin Alliance possesses 7 individuals of admiral-level fighting strength, which was already hard for them to believe. Now, if there are 7 with the power of the Four Emperors, the entire ocean would be unable to withstand the threat of this terrifying organization. Meanwhile, a Marine Vice Admiral leading a contingent of soldiers arrives at Island 22, witnessing a series of fierce battles on Island 21 and the surrounding sea, causing a cold sweat to bead on his forehead. It is simply too terrifying. How could someone withstand 2 Marine Admirals simultaneously? What more is there to report? Sengoku's brow furrows deeply. This Carl is truly lacking in reason. Why could he not present the entire situation at once? Carl's gaze sweeps toward the distant battleground. Lava and ice collide violently. The overwhelming aura of bloodlust, nearly impossible to contain. 3 forces clash fiercely, spreading and exploding in waves of terrifying battle aftermath. Just then, he witnesses Chi tear through Akainu's massive wave of lava, subsequently shattering Akiji's icy barrier with his teeth. A bone-chilling cold envelopes him. He hastily calls into the transponder snail. Marshal Sengoku. Admirals Akainu and Akiji show no apparent advantage. Indeed, there is no advantage to speak of, particularly when Chia is in a bloodthirsty state, unleashing his full power without reservation. Akainu and Akiji appear somewhat passive. However, it is not that Chi can single-handedly defeat both admirals, but rather that he has fully unleashed his strength while the 2 admirals have not exerted even a fraction of their power to conserve their stamina. What did you say? In the office of the Marine headquarters, Sengoku's brow knots tightly, his voice filled with doubt. The 2 admirals joined forces and yet failed to gain the upper hand. Could this newly appeared shadow assassin Chi possess combat strength on par with the Four Emperors? Is that even possible? If so, Marshal, Admirals Akainu and Akiji did not exhibit any advantage when facing Chiya, Carl reiterates emphatically. Moreover, that shadow assassin named Chi, you mentioned that there are still 6 others in the Assassin Alliance, as formidable as he. The term shadow assassins refers to the top 7 assassins within the Assassin Alliance. Having relayed the entire situation, Carl feels his heart racing to its limit. A top vice admiral beneath the rank of admiral. He is well aware that if Chiya's claims are true, then the terrifying nature of this Assassin Alliance is truly bone-chilling. 7 shadow assassins. Individuals capable of challenging 2 admirals one-on-one, and there are still 6 more. Even Sengoku, upon hearing Carl's report, can no longer maintain his composure. Breathing heavily, his brow furrowed tight, Sengoku's mood is in complete disarray. Utterly chaotic, the ability to withstand 2 admirals without faltering is enough to rival the 4 emperors of the New World. In fact, even surpassing some of the four emperors. Enough. Evacuate the civilians immediately. I will send reinforcements at once. Sengoku's expression turns grave as he hangs up the phone, promptly issuing orders. Immediately notify Garp and Borsellino to come. On another battlefield, the fierce confrontation rages on. The aura of bloodlust surges like a flood, marking Chiya's path with a trail of crimson carnage. Lava splatters, ice shatters and freezes, creating a catastrophic battle that sends tremors through the very sky. Hellhound, eruption of magma, scorching magma bursts forth like a meteor from his molten fist. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The aura of bloodlust swirls as Chiya's elongated fingertips easily shatter the magma's onslaught. Akainu is increasingly alarmed. Despite the monstrous stamina of an admiral-level fighter, enduring the dual assault of two admirals, Chiya maintains his peak condition. Even more astonishing is that this Chiya, who was once merely of admiral-level strength, can unleash such formidable power and remarkable endurance simply by absorbing the blood of a few pirates. Those pirates are regarded as insignificant ants in Akainu's eyes. No longer can he conceal his strength. Akiji stands atop the ice, the power of ice surging forth as the shattered ice rapidly freezes and restores. The ice sheet, originally spanning several dozen meters, expands instantaneously to 100 meters, encasing the entire Island 21 in a frigid landscape. To the very depths of the ocean, it melds with the ice, a winter wonderland, biting cold wind. Simultaneously, Akiji's momentum surges dramatically. This fellow must be dealt with swiftly. In midair, the marine justice cloak billows in the wind. As infinite magma swells like a tide, the suspended Akainu, radiating like a blazing little sun, canine-tooth red lotus. Devouring flame, a massive and grotesque dog-head illusion appears, seemingly intent on devouring everything before it. Fiercely lunging towards Chiya, the intense heat distorts the very air itself. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Crimson pupils fixated upon the unfolding scene. As the menacing canine visage prepared to close its jaws, a faint smile curled at the corners of Chiya's mouth. The sanguine aura surged skyward, as if it sought to pierce the heavens. Under the protection of this bloodthirsty energy, Chiya audaciously chose to charge forth with his claws as the vanguard, directly assaulting the colossal magma, Hound's head. Foolishness, a low growl resonated within Akainu's heart. The magma's temperature was so intense that even Hailu stone would be vaporized, yet Chiya dared to confront it head-on. Not even the four emperors would commit such an act of hubris. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The crimson lightning danced wildly as the ferocious claws collided with the terrifying molten canine head. Despite the protective shroud of the bloodthirsty energy, the horrific heat still left Chiya with some burns. The illusion of the hound's head shattered, magma splattering in all directions. Thick smoke billowed, and just as Akainu reveled in his triumph, the warning voice of Kuzan reached his ears. Be cautious, Akainu. Utilizing his Kinbunshika haki, Akainu sensed a perilous threat approaching. The magma roiled, prompting him to prepare for a strategic retreat. Crack, with his garments tattered and marked by slight burn scars, Chiya suddenly appeared behind Akainu, gripping him tightly. With the ability to transform into magma, Akainu could have effortlessly escaped through elementalization when faced with a non-haki attack. However, upon being embraced by Chiya, he was astounded to discover that he could not utilize his elemental escape. Get off me! The magma surged, his right fist coalescing into pure magma, forcefully striking his own abdomen. Just as the magma was about to impact Akainu's belly, a gaping hole suddenly formed in his elemental body. Boom! The magma surged through the gaping void of Akainu's abdomen, crashing heavily onto Chiya. The force of the blow was tremendous, yet, to Akainu's horror, Chiya displayed no reaction, instead wearing a blissful smile. The blood of the strong is always so delectable. No sooner had the words left his lips than the fangs were bared, targeting Akainu's elemental neck, and biting down fiercely. Enveloped by the bloodthirsty energy, Akainu's elemental neck was forced into corporeality, caught in Chiya's grip. Blood was greedily siphoned away by Chiya, and Akainu felt in terror as his strength ebbed alongside the blood being drained, flowing into Chiya's being. Simultaneously, Chia's wounds healed at an astonishing pace, his power rapidly restored to its zenith. Astonishment. Akainu was utterly taken aback. This shadow assassin of the Assassin Alliance, though lacking the peculiar magic blade of Ki, possessed the terrifying ability to restore his injuries and stamina through blood consumption. Such a capability was indeed dreadfully fearsome. If the battle could not be resolved swiftly, once the opponent began to siphon blood, they would be akin to a resurrected being. Ice Age, Kazan arrived just in time, his astonishment mirroring Akainu's. With both palms pressed against Chia, an immense chill erupted forth. A swarm of icy coldness rapidly encased both Akainu and Chia, swiftly spreading outward. Boom! The magma erupted. Thick black lines spread across Sengoku's forehead. Only this old comrade could so effortlessly interrupt his discourse. Even Kizaru, after hearing Sengoku's account, became increasingly lethargic. Initially, he had thought it to be a matter of great urgency, a S1 who had battled alongside Li Xuan. He well understood that once Akainu and Kazan took action, the situation would likely be resolved with certainty. The Assassin Alliance does not only have the Shadow Assassin Ki, Sengoku stated in a low tone. The Assassin Alliance? This organization has surfaced? Beyond Ki, another figure from the Assassin Alliance has made an appearance. What actions are they undertaking in the Sabeti archipelago, or what treasures have they set their sights upon? No sooner had these words been uttered than the atmosphere in the office shifted dramatically. Kizaru's languor vanished without a trace, while Garp grew exceedingly grave, especially Tsuru, who eagerly bombarded with a flurry of questions. She was responsible for tracking the Assassin Alliance and had yet to achieve any substantial progress. Now, it seems Sengoku possessed the latest intelligence regarding the organization, according to reports from Vice Admiral Carl of the Sabeti branch. The Shadow Assassin Ki had been spotted on Island number 20 of Sabeti. Sengoku leaned forward, his hands propped on the table, his expression gravely serious. Moreover, prior to Akainu and Kazan's arrival, Ki had engaged in a confrontation with the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. The final outcome was Ki's victory, compelling Mihawk to voluntarily relinquish his title as the world's strongest to earn Mihawk's genuine respect. Sengoku cast a glance at Kizaru, the implication being that Ki's strength was evidently not merely a slight enhancement over Kizaru's prior descriptions. To elicit Mihawk's sincere submission, Ki's swordsmanship must have surpassed Mihawk's by a considerable margin, revealing to him his own inadequacies and a new realm of mastery. Under Sengoku's profound gaze, Kizaru's heart was a tumult of emotions. Could he truly exaggerate Ki's power out of pride? Certainly not. The Shadow Assassin Ki had indeed been only slightly stronger than him at the outset, but why could he now command Mihawk's genuine allegiance? Had Ki concealed his strength previously? Sengoku withdrew his gaze and surveyed the three individuals in the office, his demeanor increasingly solemn. The trio held their breath, poised for the forthcoming critical information. Subsequently, Sakazuki and Kuzan undertook action, attempting to apprehend the Shadow Assassin Ki. During the capture attempt, a man identifying himself as the Shadow Assassin Chia of the Assassin Alliance emerged, confronting the two admirals single-handedly and blocking their advance. Soon after, Ki vanished without a trace, leaving the two admirals locked in a stalemate with Chia, yet unable to subdue him. Sengoku inhaled deeply, striving to steady his tone. What troubled me most was a statement made by Chia. The title of Shadow Assassin does not solely refer to Ki. Rather, it is a term of endearment for the 7 most formidable assassins within the Assassin Alliance. Indeed, 7 Shadow Assassins, beings capable of contending with Marine Admirals. And like Ki, who can earn the respect of the world's greatest swordsman, the Assassin Alliance harbors at least 5 more. The office fell into a profound silence, the 3 high-ranking Marines rendered speechless by Sengoku's revelations. This information struck them like an underwater explosion, stirring tumultuous waves within their minds. Admiral Sengoku, this cannot possibly be true. Can it? Kizaru inquired, wide-eyed. Garp's expression darkened as he turned to Sengoku, earnestly questioning, Sengoku, how can this be possible? 7 such beings. If there truly are 7 assassins of such caliber, the Alliance's strength would far surpass the Marines. Even Garp, typically optimistic and seldom involved in affairs, now recognized the gravity of the situation. All this intelligence originated from the shadow assassin who called himself Chia, the veracity of which remained uncertain. However, we must prepare for the worst. The cloud of dread loomed over the highest meeting chamber of the Marines. Equally reflected on Sengoku's countenance, such a powerful organization has long lurked in the shadows, likely plotting not merely against the four emperors or the New World, but the very subversion of the entire world. They have been orchestrating their schemes in the dark, intending to overthrow the world government. What, then, is the purpose of dispatching two shadow assassins? What treasures in the Sabeti archipelago have captivated their interest? Tsuru inquired. The specific objective remains unclear, Sengoku replied with a sigh. The Assassin Alliance has always been shrouded in mystery, their true intentions known to none. Were it not for their voluntary exposure, the world might remain oblivious to the existence of such a terrifying organization lurking in the depths of the sea. Their previous silence and stealth, now replaced by a series of appearances, suggest they likely possess considerable confidence in realizing their machinations. Therefore, this time, we must dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly, Sengoku declared resolutely, pounding the table with conviction. Our understanding of them is far too limited. If we allow Chia to escape this time, the next time the Assassin Alliance resurfaces, they may directly execute their plot. Thus, by all means, we must capture Chia. Garp's eyes shimmered with determination as he rose to face Sengoku, stating emphatically, Sengoku, allow me to confront Chia. He possesses strength surpassing the three Marine admirals, qualifying him as a formidable force akin to the four emperors. With his involvement, Chia will undoubtedly find it impossible to flee. Indeed, Sengoku nodded in agreement. After a moment of thoughtful consideration, he articulated each word deliberately. This time, the stakes are high. Borsellino will accompany you. The Marine headquarters will be sufficiently secure with my presence, due to the proximity of the Sabeti archipelago to the Navy headquarters. Even if all the admirals and Carp were dispatched, Sengoku remained unconcerned about their inability to provide timely assistance in the event of an attack on the headquarters. Moreover, with the current stability of the four emperors' territories, no pirate, aside from the emperors themselves, would dare to intrude upon the Navy headquarters and cause trouble. That I assure you, I will bring back Akuto, Carp declared resolutely, patting Sengoku on the shoulder as he observed the silver strands of his old comrade's hair and the weariness etched upon his face. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction, regardless of Carp's usual unreliability. He always managed to instill a sense of reassurance during critical moments. Sabeti, Island number 2, above the mist-shrouded waters. Akuto returned, treading the waves as he once again stood upon the land of Island No. 21. Despite his tattered attire, not a single wound marred his body. Instead, his eyes brimmed with a wild madness that instilled fear, while the bloodthirst emanating from the corners of his gaze was utterly terrifying. The two admirals exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. Under no circumstances must we allow him the opportunity to feast upon blood. They took extra caution, especially as they approached, aware that he could lock onto their elemental forms. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the two admirals exhibited an unprecedented level of synergy, sweet, delectable blood. Akuto, enveloped in a thick miasma of sanguine energy, revealed his sharp, crimson fangs, speckled with fresh blood. He gazed at Akainu and Akiji as if admiring two prize trophies, causing them to furrow their brows in unease. That it has been far too long since I savored such exquisite blood. The blood of the strong is always intoxicating, especially during the hunt. He erupted into a mad cackle, his figure transforming into a flurry of crimson afterimages that darted rapidly, his arrogant laughter echoing through every corner. How dare he consider us as prey? Akainu spat in indignation, as an admiral of the Navy and the highest combat force of the headquarters. Pirates trembled at his name, yet now he found himself regarded as a mere target, relishing the thrill of the hunt. This man is insane, Akiji concluded. In an instant, the air trembled and blood-red light flared. His sharp claws, infused with a torrent of sanguine energy, lunged ferociously. Ice wall. A massive, thick ice barrier rose before them, solid as a shield. Through the translucent wall, Akiji observed Akuto's frenzied onslaught and took a deep breath. However, upon encountering the sudden ice barrier, Akuto showed no hesitation. The bloodlust emanating from his claws intensified. The thick, crimson energy was enough to make even Akainu and Akiji frown. Just how many had this madman slaughtered? What manner of beast was he? Boom! The sound waves reverberated as the ice wall shattered. Countless fragments of ice scattered like hail, accompanied by a resounding crash, as Akiji's figure vanished from sight. The biting cold wind pierced the skin, and a crystalline spear of ice gleamed brightly in Akiji's grasp. With a swift thrust, the icy spear aimed at Akuto, yet it was met with the overwhelming sanguine energy that dulled its edge. Clang! The ice spear struck Akuto's back, producing a crisp echo. The ice lance, imbued with haki, shattered upon impact, leaving only a pale mark. As the extreme cold receded, a torrent of molten lava surged forth. Akainu, wielding the tremendous power of magma, plummeted from above, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, his speed and force awe-inspiring and unstoppable. Simultaneously, as the ice spear shattered, a thick frost emanated from Akiji's palm, causing the air to thicken as it passed. Hee! With a bizarre laugh, Akuto revealed his sharp, blood-stained fangs that he raised his head, crossing his claws before him, the rich sanguine energy swirling around, converging upon his claws, which pulsated like a tide of thick blood. The stench overwhelming that, in an instant, he swung his crossed claws, and the blood-red lightning danced wildly, causing the air to crackle with electricity. At a claw mark spanning 100 meters surged forth, colliding fiercely with Akainu in the heavens above. Magma burst fist. A massive fist of molten rock coalesced, descending with devastating force as Akainu struck down. Boom! The magma exploded, the two attacks clashing violently, sending magma spewing forth, the bloodlust permeating the air. The explosive sound waves reverberated outward, shaking the ground beneath, as countless debris floated mid-air, causing the entire Sabeti archipelago to tremble gently. What? Amidst the explosion, Akainu's pupils constricted as the blood-red crossed claws shattered his magma fist, continuing their relentless assault. Hellhound Inferno! Akainu's right arm transformed into a fearsome canine head of magma, roaring as it lunged toward the blood-red claws. The razor-sharp teeth of the magma hound possessed a jaw strength capable of easily crushing sea stone. Boom! The magma erupted, a cloud of dust rising. Icebound maw. Akuto maintained his clawed stance as a massive, frigid mouth surged forth, seemingly capable of swallowing an entire warship, lunging fiercely at him. Magma meteor shower above the firmament. Akainu placed his fists at his waist, magma accumulating into countless magma fists, striking with lightning speed, creating a spectacle of a meteor shower. Akuto charged forward, his claws brimming with sanguine energy, as if drawing upon boundless blood-red lightning. With a leap, just before the icy maw could close, Akuto propelled himself upward, his right claw infused with endless blood-red might, crashing into the maw before it could shut. Boom! The endless blood-red lightning surged behind him, as Akuto forcefully penetrated the icy maw, causing it to collapse into ruins. His eyes sparkled with intensity as they fixated upon the ceaseless onslaught of magma meteors, each magma fist measuring several tens of meters. Densely packed and unavoidable, with a rush he shattered the icy debris, charging upward, his claws reminiscent of grasping lightning, easily tearing apart the magma fists, instead of evading the onslaught of the strongest magma meteor shower. Akuto barreled straight into it, evidently intent on enduring the deluge and confronting Akainu head-on. Just as you wish, Akainu roared, the previously simmering magma boiling anew. As torrents cascaded from the heavens, he hurled magma fists with relentless fervor. The meteor shower, which had already engulfed a radius of thousands of meters, surged in both quantity and power. Now that's more like it. Facing the nearly doubled onslaught of meteor fists, Akuto showed no sign of fear. Instead, he wore an exhilarating grin. His speed intensified as his claws, infused with blood-red lightning, obliterated one magma fist after another. The shattered magma fists rained down upon island number 21, demolishing structures and ravaging the land. leaving the island pockmarked with charred craters, streams of lava flowing, transforming the entire island into a scorching inferno, uninhabitable. Moreover, due to the relentless barrage, the very foundation of island number 21 quaked violently, trembling incessantly. Akuto raced through the air like lightning, his claws wielding blood-red lightning, each strike tearing the sky asunder, obliterating all in his path. He showed no concern for his stamina, unleashing every attack with abandon, each strike a thunderous blow, harboring unfathomable power. In the blink of an eye, Akuto had destroyed countless magma fists. He leaped higher than Akainu, his scarlet eyes locking onto him. As he licked his lips, Akuto grinned, crossing his claws, the blood-red claws infused with lightning, striking down upon Akainu. Infuriating, Akainu felt an unprecedented disdain, his hand engulfed in magma. With a furious roar, he braced himself for the clash. I am an admiral of the Navy. The armament haki entwines around him, transforming the magma into a fearsome behemoth, as if clad in a layer of metallic armor. The hue of the magma deepens, its power becoming truly terrifying. Boom! 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 An energy akin to a supernova explosion sweeps in all directions. The ultimate armament haki augmented canine hellfire, combined with an awe-inspiring temperature, ultimately forces Akainu into retreat. The magma erupts, a crimson malevolence sweeping across the vast wilderness. The wind howls ferociously. After a brief clash with Akainu, Akainu is unexpectedly sent flying, a mass of magma crashing down upon him, creating a massive crater. Sand and stones whirl in the air, the earth scorched almost beyond recognition, revealing Akainu's head amidst the magma. He gazes blankly at the blood-colored figure suspended in the air, realizing that as one of the most ferocious attackers among the admirals, he has been directly repelled in a one-on-one confrontation. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Momentarily dazed, Akainu is met with no hesitation from Akainu, who sweeps his claws forward, transforming into a blood-red meteor, enveloped in ominous energy, descending with ferocity. The violent jaws explode. An ice bird soars through the sky, piercing the air with a mournful cry as it ascends to the clouds. Hey, Akainu, this is hardly the time for distraction. Akiji approaches Akainu, curling his lip in disdain at Akainu's momentary lapse in focus in the face of such a terrifying presence. The magma flows tumultuously, the earth ablaze, as Akainu leaps from the deep pit to stand beside Akiji, tilting his head towards the misty sky. Tisit, we must hold them off. The commotion here is so immense that the Navy headquarters must surely be aware, and they may have already dispatched reinforcements. If we can just stall him a little longer until Kazuru arrives, he will have nowhere to escape. Though deeply reluctant, Akainu understands that solely relying on himself and Akiji will make it exceedingly difficult to detain Akainu. He cannot deny that Akainu's strength far surpasses his own. At this moment, the reinforcements they eagerly anticipated from the Navy headquarters arrive in full force, a fleet of 20 large warships riding the waves. With the dog-headed Carp and Kizuru standing at the bow, I hope Sakazuki can hold him off. Carp's face is etched with concern. Even if Kazan and Sakazuki cannot defeat him, they should be able to delay him sufficiently for us to arrive. Right? Kizuru shrugs in agreement. Despite Akainu's strength, few can escape unscathed under the pursuit of two admirals. But have you forgotten about one individual, or rather, the hidden assassin alliance? Carp's expression darkens. Despite the current battlefield featuring only Akainu and Akainu's confrontation with Akiji, the shadowy assassin Chichi has already made an appearance. Who knows if he might suddenly return, or if other powerful members of the Assassin Alliance might come to their aid? Furthermore, no one knows what Chi-Chi has gone off to do. Carp's report mentioned that the shadow assassin Chi-Chi had departed, leaving Akainu as the rear guard, but the records did not specify Chi-Chi's whereabouts, igniting an ominous premonition in Carp's heart. Meanwhile, Li Xian, whom Carp is worried about, is ascending the red Earth continent with formidable strength. Rather than climbing, it is more akin to a series of leaps. The power of the demon blade surges, propelling him upward until he finally reaches the edge of the red Earth continent. Has he arrived? Surveying his surroundings, he takes in everything before him, feeling no reverence for this so-called holy land, but rather perceiving it as a garbage dump, more befitting of the detestable celestial dragons. He retrieves a den mushi, a tool he prepared in advance for this operation, aimed at elevating the reputation of the Assassin Alliance. This is a type of live-streaming den mushi. Li Xian borrowed it from a powerful figure in the underground world. Once activated, it can connect to video streams from numerous islands. Li Xian plans to broadcast a live event from the Holy Land of Immeasurable. The core content of this live stream is to eliminate the celestial dragons. Will it be shocking enough? Will it draw enough attention? It is foreseeable that if this action comes to fruition, the Assassin Alliance will undoubtedly create a stir across the globe. This decision came after accepting the Empress's mission, devouring 5 devil fruits, and summoning Akainu and Qingfeng, since a storm must be stirred. Let it be a tempest of utmost ferocity. In the original world, the Assassin Alliance instilled fear in countless hearts. Now, with such powerful backing, how could Li Xian not aspire to mold the Assassin Alliance into a colossal force that commands the seas? However, he does not intend to commence the live stream until he locates St. Korra, to avoid unnecessary complications during the operation against him at the very least. He wishes to activate the live stream upon discovering Korra and witnessing the fear in the celestial dragon's eyes. Does that not sound intriguing? Just that singular scene would be enough to shake the entire ocean, broadcasting the elimination of the celestial dragons from the Holy Land of Immeasurable. Such an event is unimaginable even for pirates of the 4 Emperors caliber. Let alone executing in the next moment, a squad of patrolling soldiers approaches Li Xian's location, a holy ground for the celestial dragons. The security here is, of course, exceedingly strict. One soldier seems to catch a glimpse of a purple figure. Splat, splat, splat. Blood splatters as the necks of 10 patrolling soldiers are instantly pierced by shards of the purple-tinged demon blade, their speed so swift that they do not even have time to utter a cry of despair before permanently succumbing to eternal darkness. Clank, clank, clank. The shards of the demon blade return to their sheath as Li Xian strides over the littered corpses, heading straight towards the location indicated by Hancock. Although many years have passed, Hancock's memories of that nightmarish place remain vivid, rendering her directions remarkably accurate. The celestial dragons, who hold themselves in high regard, even consider sharing the same sky with other life forms a desecration of their noble bloodline, thus sealing their heads within transparent bubble helmets. In their eyes, aside from their kind, both humans and fishmen are deemed worthy only of servitude or as entertainment puppets. In the face of such a race, Li Xian can only scoff. The so-called royal descendants are utterly absurd. He reaches the address Hancock provided without obstruction. The imposing mansion before him houses either humans prostrate on the ground or fishmen. Li Xian feels no sympathy for this, as it is the norm in this world. He has no intention of changing anything, only desiring to grow stronger and become the true strongest in the world, free to act at will without any constraints. Inside the mansion, Lord Korra, the slaves have been selected for you. A sycophantic celestial dragon lackey in a black suit hastily approaches the comically bubble-helmeted Korra to report. Korra nods, filled with anticipation. Bring them forth. Yes, 2 burly men, collars of slavery around their necks, are led out from the dungeon by 2 men in black, crawling on their hands and knees. Indeed, they are crawling. The celestial dragons are accustomed to having their slaves move on the ground like dogs. Lord Korra, these 2 are notorious pirates from the Grand Line. One boasts a bounty of 50 million berries, known as Blood Axe, while the other has a bounty of 40 million berries, named Bull. The men in black introduce them respectfully. Why are you still standing there? Get them to perform. Korra appears quite displeased. Yes, yes. The men in black immediately kneel and lower their heads, then command their subordinates. Did you not hear Lord Korra's words? Yes. The men in black unlock the chains binding the 2, surrounding them with numerous celestial dragon bodyguards. Should they show any sign of defiance against the will of the celestial dragons or attempt to escape, the bodyguards will immediately unleash lethal force. Blood Axe and Bull exchange glances. Although they are seething with indignation, they choose to submit in the face of life and death. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 swiftly engage in combat, their attacks causing sparks to fly in all directions. Fully aware that only through fighting with all their might can they win Korra's favor and secure a sliver of hope for themselves. Outside the door, Chi-Chi retrieves the Den Den Mushi from his pocket, steps into the mansion, and activates the Den Den Mushi. In an instant, his figure appears on countless screens across various islands as he points the Den Den Mushi at his face, a cold smile gracing his icy expression. I am Chi-Chi, the shadow, assassin Chi-Chi. At this moment, I am in the garbage dump of Mariewa. In a new world of Dressrosa, Don Quixote, Doflamingo lounged in the royal palace, his legs crossed nonchalantly, when suddenly his gaze was captivated by a projection outside the palace. A crisp voice emanated from the projection. I am Chi, the shadow, assassin Chi. I am in the garbage dump of Mariewa. Though the tone was indifferent, it brimmed with contempt for Mariewa, awakening Doflamingo from his reverie so abruptly that he nearly toppled from his throne. With great effort, he rose and soared out of the palace window, landing steadily before the immense projection. The visage displayed on the screen revealed crimson eyes, disheveled hair, and an unmistakable aura of lethal intent that could be felt even through the screen. He knew without a doubt that this was the person. What had he just said? He claimed to be in the garbage dump of Mariewa. He audaciously declared that place to be a dump and broadcasted it live. A chill ran down Doflamingo's spine. Even the man who had once vanquished an admiral would not dare to openly challenge the holy land of Mariewa, the bastion of the celestial dragons, known for its impenetrable defenses. Moreover, he was provocatively live-streaming. Such audacity and resolve would leave even Doflamingo in awe. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could this merely be a jest? Suddenly, Doflamingo caught sight of a remarkably familiar architectural silhouette in the corner of the video, and his pupils constricted in an instant. He felt a tremor deep within his soul. Chi was indeed in Mariewa, and he was live-streaming. What was his intent? Who would dare to broadcast live from Mariewa, labeling it a garbage dump? This was an extreme provocation to the world government. Even Yonko would hesitate to breach such a boundary, yet this enigmatic figure from the Assassin Alliance dared to be so bold. Meanwhile, on the fringes of the East Blue, Zoro and Nami, who had agreed to join Luffy's crew, paused in their tracks upon encountering the familiar face on the large screen. Huh, what's wrong with you two? Luffy, shouldering a significant load of provisions, inquired curiously. Chi, you actually went to Mariewa? Nami's beautiful eyes shimmered with concern. Even in the remote East Blue, she understood the hellish terror that place harbored, where even a Yonko crew would struggle to escape unscathed. Though Chi's power was formidable, having defeated an admiral, the thought of him being in such peril made her heart race with anxiety. In contrast, Zoro, witnessing Chi's indifferent demeanor and hearing his chilling words, felt a surge of excitement. Oh ho! This is the very goal I pursue, to dare to declare Mariewa a garbage dump. I am even more eagerly anticipating the day we meet. With a thud, Nami delivered a swift punch to Luffy's head. Idiot! Don't speak recklessly. He is not just some guy. He is a man who brings endless hope to others. Nami's thoughts drifted to that seemingly indifferent man. Her cheeks faintly flushed. If it weren't for Chi, I might still be desperately scrambling among various pirates for a mere 100 million berry. Do you know him? Zoro asked, perplexed as he observed Nami chastising Luffy fiercely. Indeed, Nami replied, her eyes glinting with a unique brilliance as she placed her hands on her hips. If not for him, I might still be trapped in those incredibly dark days that, oh, Luffy, despite having received a harsh blow from Nami, suddenly had an epiphany. I get it. If we run into this guy in the future, I must invite him aboard for a feast. Thud. Another merciless strike landed. Fortunately, as a rubber man, Luffy felt no pain from Nami's strikes, which lacked the conqueror's haki. Zoro, it seems you know him too? Nami inquired after reprimanding Luffy. Me. Zoro tightened his grip on the swords at his waist, speaking with unwavering determination. He is the benchmark I strive for. I must rank within the top 10,000 of the Assassin Alliance to earn his respect and then challenge him as a swordsman. Nami slightly parted her lips, realizing that while her companion possessed considerable strength, recalling Chi's feat of defeating an admiral made her question whether Zoro was being overly reckless. Challenging someone of that caliber was an entirely different matter. Zoro, isn't your goal a bit low? At that moment, Luffy chimed in, unabashedly stating, my goal is to become the Pirate King. You're only aiming to enter the top 10,000 of the Assassin Alliance? Idiot! Zoro's forehead pulsed with veins, and he roared. Do you think the Assassin Alliance is just any place? Do you think you can casually enter the top 10,000? Let me tell you, being in the top 10,000 of the Assassin Alliance means possessing immense power that can traverse the seas. Really? Luffy's eyes sparkled with anticipation, of course. It's true. Zoro turned his head, his tone slightly hesitant, as he himself had yet to fully grasp the true nature of the Assassin Alliance. He had set this goal purely due to that man's calm and composed words. On Amazon Lily, Hancock strolled through the streets alongside Sonia and Gadru, assessing the living conditions of the island's inhabitants. The warriors of Amazon Lily they encountered along the way displayed profound respect toward Hancock. Suddenly, the three arrived at a plaza, and as Hancock was about to leave, her beautiful eyes caught sight of a face on the plaza screen, causing her steps to halt abruptly. Sister, Gadru and Sonia exchanged puzzled glances, inquiring about Hancock's sudden pause. However, Hancock did not respond. Her gaze remained fixed on the screen. The two followed her line of sight and beheld a cold and stern face displayed prominently. It's him. Truly, he has indeed gone there, and he is live streaming. Hancock's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, her body trembling uncontrollably, though she could only glimpse a portion of the surrounding environment through the screen. She could still discern that the shadow assassin Shi was situated in a place she regarded as the entrance to a terrifying abyss. In other words, this man had genuinely ventured to the holy land of Mariewa, intending to assassinate the celestial dragons, and audaciously, he was live streaming it. Astonishing. Did this man comprehend the gravity of his actions? Sonia was left agape, her expression one of disbelief. Will he succeed? Gadru's body quivered alongside hers. If this live stream begins, the Navy and world government will likely take swift action. Hancock endeavored to calm herself, analyzing the situation. Even if he managed to kill Karora, she would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Confronted with the relentless pursuit of the world government and Navy, even if he could defeat an admiral, escaping would be nearly impossible. But would this man truly be so foolish to live stream an assassination of the celestial dragons without comprehensive preparations? How could he act so recklessly? Hancock was convinced that once this live stream went public, the entire ocean would tremble, especially the Navy and world government, who would undoubtedly dispatch numerous powerful figures to hunt down the shadow assassin Shi at the quickest pace. And Shi himself must have foreseen all these repercussions. Yet, he resolutely chose this path. So, what was his basis? What was his purpose in acting thus? Did he wish for her to witness the demise of Karora? Preposterous. Hancock did not believe her allure could compel that man to take such actions. Setting aside all distractions, Hancock stood her ground, her beautiful eyes sharp and focused on the screen. She was determined to witness what this man intended to accomplish. By what means would he extricate himself from the encirclement of the world government and naval headquarters? Sengoku had just bid farewell to an old comrade, and before he could even settle into his chair, a call from another naval branch left him utterly astonished. Marshal Sengoku, the shadow assassin Shi. He is currently live streaming from the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Bang! Sengoku sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he urgently inquired. What did you say? The shadow assassin Shi is live streaming from the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Are you certain of what you're saying? On the other end of the call, a rear admiral from the branch managed a wry smile as he glanced at the video feed, which indeed showed the shadow assassin Shi, and the location he mentioned was indeed Mary Geos. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, I can confirm this. He is live streaming from the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Sengoku's mind raced in chaos. He had left the Kainu behind and rushed to Mary Geos to live stream. What could he possibly be planning? Suddenly, Sengoku's pupils constricted. No! The appearance of such a dangerous individual in Mary Geos would undoubtedly bring about immense destruction. Regardless of his intentions, we must stop him. World government. The Hall of the Five Elders. 5 elderly men, each clad in distinctive attire, representing the highest authority of the world government, sat solemnly. Someone is live streaming from the Holy Land, Mary Geos, openly defaming it as a garbage dump. The elder who spoke wore a black suit and a rolled hat, with a scar running across his left cheek, his expression ominously grim. This is an affront to our dignity, an affront to the world government. Another elder echoed his sentiments, equally displeased, condemning. The world government has been too peaceful for too long, allowing even the smallest characters to dare to provoke us. We have identified him. One elder interjected. The most formidable intelligence organization under the world government, with a wealth of experts, scrutinized the situation closely in order to swiftly suppress this madman. They had dispatched 2 admiral-level forces, with a gentle caress of the initial demon's sword hanging at his waist. The elder, clad in a white robe and sporting glasses, rose. This individual is known as the Shadow Assassin Chi, his strength rivaling that of an admiral, and must not be underestimated. Allow me to take matters into my own hands. Let me see this ignorant and arrogant junior. Near the Sabati archipelago, 20 large naval warships sliced through the waves. Should this operation be mishandled, the entire ocean would ridicule the Navy, and the world government would lose its aura of reverence. At this moment, they faced a battle that had garnered the attention of the entire ocean, and there could be no room for error. The Shadow Assassin Chi must be eliminated. The call ended. Yet the oppressive atmosphere lingered in the hearts of General Sengoku at Naval Headquarters, as well as Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kazuru aboard the ships, refusing to dissipate. This moment was, in fact, far more grave than the news of a naval admiral's defeat. That it pertained to the true dignity of the Navy and the reputation of the world government. What could the Shadow Assassin Chi possibly be scheming? Kazura leaned closely beside Garp, his brow furrowed as he had heard the entirety of their conversation. He felt deeply perplexed by Chi's actions. If there was a conspiracy afoot, why not act discreetly? Instead, he chose such an open and brazen approach, even initiating a live stream. Wouldn't this jeopardize their plans? No matter. Whatever his intentions, we must stop him. Garp set down the phone, gently stroking his dog mask. His tone resolute. Although he was extremely reluctant to venture to the Holy Land Mary Geos and confront those detestable celestial dragons, he had no choice but to go and mustered all his effort to reach the scene. After a brief deployment with his aide, Garp moved swiftly, as if walking on air, shooting forth like a bolt from the blue. Buzzing with a deafening golden flash, Kazuru transformed into a beam of light, closely trailing behind, his speed astonishing. The ocean was cleaved by their racing figures, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Akainu and Akiji, who were desperately trying to hold back Akainu, remained unaware that the reinforcements they had long awaited had veered off course, heading towards the red line. Within the Kalora estate in the Holy Land Mary Geos, Li Xian stealthily entered, firmly grasping the ever-active phone bug, broadcasting the images of the celestial dragon's abode in real time. The scenes of suffering slaves displayed on the screen ignited the fury of countless citizens across the ocean against the celestial dragons. These were clearly fellow humans, treated like mere livestock. Witnessing those trapped in cages, Hancock felt a pang of recognition from years past. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with indignation, her inner fury barely contained. "Sister," Sonia tightly grasped Hancock's hand, and Hancock gradually calmed, her focus fixed on the images on the screen. "Who are you?" The sudden appearance of Li Xian caught the attention of a man clad in black, standing beside Kalora, who questioned sharply, "Do you realize this is Lord Kalora's estate? And what are those guards doing? How could such a large individual sneak in here?" Bang! A flash of purple light darted past, and the black-clad man felt a sharp pain in his chest, his vision darkening as he collapsed to the ground. "You! How dare you kill my man? Someone, seize him! I want him to experience every torment the world has to offer." Long accustomed to arrogance, with no one daring to oppose him, Kalora felt no fear in the face of Li Xian's seemingly formidable strength. Only anger remained. This interloper had dared to invade his estate and slay his confidant, a blatant affront to Lord Kalora's dignity. He swore to capture this individual and subject him to endless suffering. Li Xian sneered inwardly, finding these so-called royal descendants, the celestial dragons, to be nothing but a band of ruffians. "What are you all standing around for? Do you wish to die? Attack!" Kalora barked, his gaze sweeping the hesitant guards surrounding him. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Dozens of black-clad guards exchanged glances, and after a brief moment of hesitation, they rushed to attack Li Xian. The leader they had just witnessed being slain was powerful. To kill him in an instant spoke volumes of Li Xian's unfathomable strength. Yet, driven by Callora's dissatisfaction, even though they were aware of their opponent's might, they had no choice but to fight to the death. Among them were two Zoan-type devil fruit users who transformed into animal forms. With danger lurking in every direction, Li Xian remained unfazed as dozens of celestial dragon guards surged toward him. Calmly raising his left hand, the cracked magic blade erupted with radiant light. The blade shattered, transforming into countless tiny fragments that, propelled by demonic energy, morphed into scythes of death, unleashing a shower of blood wherever they passed. These celestial dragon guards, each possessing considerable strength, if placed upon the ocean, would be valued at 2 to 3 million berries, as protecting the celestial dragons naturally required formidable capabilities. However, before Li Xian, they were as fragile as ants. Easily crushed in a mere 10 seconds, the dozens of celestial dragon guards, including the two who had transformed into animal forms, were all slain by the shards of the magic blade. Clink, clink, clink. The shards returned one by one, reassembling beneath Li Xian's grasp. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, yet in the face of Li Xian's overwhelming strength, Callora felt not fear, but rather a thrilling exhilaration. Your strength. It is simply astounding. I have made my decision. You shall become my chief slave, Lord Callora's prized possession. Ha! With you as my slave, I shall undoubtedly secure victory in future confrontations. The formidable presence before him indeed left Callora in awe. In such a brief span of time, he managed to eliminate dozens of his elite guards. Yet the more formidable he became, the more exhilarated Callora felt. After all, someone dared to lay hands on the celestial dragons. No matter how powerful they would ultimately submit beneath his feet. A flash of violet light darted past. Li Xian instantly traversed several dozen meters, appearing before the esteemed Callora with a single hand. He effortlessly shattered the ludicrous bubble shield and then seized Callora by the neck, lifting him up. Scoundrel! After a brief moment of astonishment, Callora was engulfed in uncontainable fury. Lowly peasant, do you comprehend what you are doing? Remove your filthy hands from my noble neck at once. The arrogance and irrationality of the celestial dragons had reached an irredeemable extent. Even with his subordinates slaughtered, and even while being hoisted up by another, Callora felt no fear, nor did he exhibit the slightest inclination to submit. However, regardless of how Callora cursed and struggled, the hand gripping his neck remained as unyielding as an iron clamp. His comical flailing limbs only served to amplify the absurdity of the scene, which was being broadcast live across the vast ocean to that a celestial dragon. On a small island in the East Sea, Nami widened her eyes, pointing at the image of Callora, suspended in midair like a mere chick in Li Xian's grasp. It must be, Zoro replied, his voice slightly hoarse. With that signature bubble shield and the backdrop of Mariejo mentioned by Key, the identity of this foolish man was laid bare. This man had consistently exceeded the limits of his imagination. Truly, he lived up to the ideals he pursued. He even dared to treat the celestial dragons in such a manner. What exactly are the celestial dragons? Luffy scratched his head, perplexed. Are they something delicious? Fool! Zoro glared at Luffy. The celestial dragons are not food. They are the descendants of the 24 kings of the world, untouchable. Oh, so they're not edible? Then I'm not interested, Luffy declared, instantly losing interest. As for the untouchability of the royal descendants, at this moment, the absurd spectacle of Callora's struggles was being transmitted through the transponder snail to every corner of the sea. Lowly wretch, do you understand what you are saying? Do you comprehend the gravity of your crimes? Release me at once. I could overlook this transgression and make you my slave. Faced with such an outrageous yet haughty celestial dragon, the onlookers did not find the scene amusing. Instead, they felt a profound sense of sorrow. These individuals, these ignorant beings, why did these imbecilic celestial dragons, from the moment of their birth, hold dominion over others? How had such irrational arrogance come to be? Silence! Key's gaze turned icy as he tightened his grip on Callora's right hand, twisting it gently until a clear cracking sound pierced through the transponder snail, striking at the very core of one's being. The light in Callora's eyes extinguished, his head drooping. unable to comprehend, even in death, why someone would dare to lay hands on a celestial dragon. Were they not to be regarded as untouchable? Supreme beings? With a resounding thud, Ki casually discarded Kurora's lifeless body aside, wiping his hands with an expression of disdain. His scarlet pupils locked onto the transponder snail, his cold voice echoed, "Do you harbor hatred within your hearts? Are there those you wish to kill, but lack the strength or courage to act? As long as you can provide us with a devil fruit, our assassin alliance will execute your vengeance." Regardless of the target, this declaration sent shockwaves throughout the entire sea. This member of the Assassin Alliance, who had defeated a Marine admiral, had openly broadcast the scene at Mariewa and brazenly killed a celestial dragon live. It is known that even failing to kneel before a celestial dragon is a capital offense, let alone injuring or killing one. Such an act would undoubtedly invoke the wrath of the Marine admirals. On Nine Snake Island in the Grand Line, is this true? Has Kurora really died? He was killed by that man right before the eyes of the world during a live broadcast. Hancock stood in the square, her beautiful eyes misting with tears. Crystalline droplets cascaded down her flawless, delicate cheeks. She covered her crimson lips with her dainty hands, nearly losing her balance from excitement. A formidable warlord of the sea. She was on the verge of collapsing. The celestial dragon had been a haunting nightmare for her for many years, and now it had finally shattered. Her emotions were beyond words. "Sonia, Godlu, did you see?" Her face radiated with indescribable joy as she turned to grasp the hands of her two younger sisters stood on the screen. Kurora's pallid face, blood trickling from his lips, his neck grotesquely twisted, presented a most tragic demise. How will he escape Mariewa? In her excitement, Hancock glanced at the screen once more, a wave of worry washing over her. This man not only killed a celestial dragon, but did so live. There was ample time for the world government and the Marines to react. When the forces clashed, even someone like Ki, who had defeated an admiral, would find it difficult to escape. The world government would show no mercy toward a rebel like Ki. How could a figure of admiral caliber possibly escape from the Red Line under such circumstances? Sonia and Godlu both believed that in such dire conditions, even a powerful individual like Ki would struggle to withdraw safely from the Red Line. After all, it was the headquarters of the world government. If an admiral could leave unscathed after killing a celestial dragon, what would that mean for the world government's reputation? Outside the palace of Dressrosa in the New World, Doflamingo, clad in a flamboyant pink feather coat and cropped pants, his golden hair flowing, trembled violently upon witnessing the lifeless form of Kurora on the screen. He covered his face with one hand and laughed maniacally toward the sky. Fufufu. The laughter grew increasingly deranged as Doflamingo gritted his teeth. Exactly. Kill those foolish celestial dragons. Annihilate these worthless beings. Come on, Ki. Let that foolish place be turned upside down. Doflamingo was not only a warlord of the sea and a pirate. He concealed an identity that could shock the world. He had once been a celestial dragon. Due to his father's choices, he lost his celestial dragon status, even committing patricide for it. Yet he still did not gain recognition from Mariewa. Thus, from that moment, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons and yearned to eradicate these foolish beings. Therefore, at this moment, witnessing the man on screen kill a celestial dragon, he could not contain his inner delight. Fufufu. His laughter became increasingly frenzied as Doflamingo anticipated the demise of more celestial dragons in the forthcoming turmoil in the territory of the four emperors in the New World. Even the emperors were taken aback upon viewing this footage. This assassin alliance is incredibly audacious, Whitebeard exclaimed, seated at the bow of the Moby Dick, unable to hide his astonishment. Indeed, they intend to climb to power atop the corpses of the celestial dragons. Marco conceded, having gone from disinterest upon first learning that the shadow assassin Ki had defeated Crocodile to being utterly shocked now. Are they truly willing to kill even celestial dragons for enough reward? In the waters of the red-haired pirates, red-haired Shanks, chewing on a piece of unidentified beast meat, was filled with reflection, recognizing Ki's terrifying audacity. Suddenly, red-haired touched his head. Did I remember correctly that Mihawk went to find him? Did they not cross paths? Based on the intelligence of the red-haired pirates, Mihawk should have intercepted Ki en route, yet now Ki appeared on the Red Line. Could it be that Mihawk had delayed? Red-haired never imagined that Mihawk had indeed encountered Ki on the way and had quickly been defeated. Ha! In Wano country, the massive Kaido, adorned with horns and sporting a beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers, laughed uproariously. Assassin Alliance. They fear no one in their quest to kill. If you have the guts, come and try to kill me. Even Kaido, who could not kill himself, had once arrogantly challenged all 4 emperors and the Marines. If someone paid the Assassin Alliance to kill him, perhaps his life would become more interesting than on Cake Island. If a man like this could father a child, he would undoubtedly be incredibly powerful. Charlotte Linlin gazed intently at the cold visage of Li Xian on the screen, pondering, if he survives this time, I will seriously consider it. Elsewhere on Sabeti Archipelago, magma spewed forth, ice spread, and a chilling aura of bloodlust permeated the air. The climate above Island Number 2 has undergone a dramatic transformation amidst the fierce battle among the 3 fighters, with one half blazing like molten lava and the other half frigid as ice and snow, presenting a truly terrifying spectacle. How infuriating! Where are the reinforcements from headquarters? Akainu muttered discontentedly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth after repelling Akainu. Given the proximity to the Navy headquarters, one would expect them to have arrived by now. Especially with Kizaru's speed, the enemy does not seem inclined to flee. Akiji, enveloped in a swirl of ice, fixed his gaze on the figure exuding a savage, killing intent akin to that of a beast, and spoke in a low voice. They are not far from the Navy headquarters. Akainu is already at a disadvantage, facing 2 opponents alone, and with the potential arrival of naval reinforcements, a rational person would typically choose to retreat at this juncture. Yet Akainu not only stands his ground but grows more emboldened, showing no signs of wanting to escape, which is exceedingly peculiar. Humph! Does he wish to repent in the undersea prison? Akainu scoffed disdainfully. In the face of 2 admirals and the imminent arrival of naval reinforcements, the enemy's utter disregard for fleeing is nothing short of contempt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! 5 figures traversed the air, stirring ripples as they raced forward. They have arrived! Akiji's expression relaxed slightly, but soon, as the 5 figures drew near, his brow furrowed, for among them were merely 5 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, and Kizaru was conspicuously absent. Sakazuki, Kazan, the 5 vice admirals, utilizing the moonwalk technique, swiftly approached the 2 men and saluted respectfully. A flicker of surprise crossed their eyes as they noted Akainu and Akiji in tattered clothing, their naval coats discarded, appearing in poor condition. Why are there only you 5? Where is Borsellino? Akainu inquired with a frown. Though the 5 vice admirals possess a certain level of combat prowess, their effectiveness in battles of this scale is limited. It would have been most prudent for Kizaru to accompany them. The most reliable course would be for all 3 admirals to join forces to subdue the opponent. Vice Admiral Borsellino has already gone to assist Vice Admiral Garp on the Red Line. The leading Vice Admiral, adorned with dual swords at his waist and wearing a naval cap, reported the situation to Akainu. Assisting on the Red Line, both Akainu and Akiji were taken aback. The Red Line, a bastion of the world government's authority, has never required external aid since the establishment of the world government. Akainu's expression grew grave as he questioned the 5 vice admirals that in this vast ocean, who would dare to directly challenge the Red Line? The power concealed within it rivals that of the Navy headquarters. Indeed, a terrifying force lurks deep within. Who would be foolish enough to provoke such a place? Even Fisher Tiger, the fishman, merely ascended briefly to liberate a group of slaves before hastily departing, too fearful to linger for attacking Mariewa. That is sheer folly. Not even the 4 emperors' pirate crews would dare to attempt such a thing. The 5 vice admirals exchanged glances, each perceiving the same helplessness in the other's eyes. Their initial reactions to this intelligence mirrored those of Akainu and Akiji, yet how could the message conveyed by Fleet Admiral Sengoku be anything but true? Sakazuki, the leading vice admiral, continued to report to Sakazuki. The shadow assassin Ki has appeared at the Holy Land Mariewa and is broadcasting live from there, with unclear motives. Though the live broadcast had progressed to the moment when Li Xian snapped the neck of Celestial Dragon Korora. At the time Sengoku received the news and transmitted it, the broadcast had only just begun. What? Both Akiji and Akainu exclaimed in unison. This fellow, His target is actually the Holy Land Mariehua. Akainu scolded sharply. His fists clenched as magma erupted violently. Sparks flying, he suddenly realized that Ki had chosen to withdraw not out of fear, but for a purpose. Perhaps this could be viewed as a fortuitous turn of events. Akiji, more composed than Akainu, analyzed. The Holy Land Mariehua is heavily fortified, and with the world government's presence, its combat capability is on par with that of the Navy headquarters. Even if some high-ranking official from the world government happened to be away, ample defensive forces would remain. For this shadow assassin Ki, to infiltrate Mariehua alone is tantamount to walking into a trap. Ki's strength is indeed formidable, although they have never clashed with him directly. The fact that he could compel the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, to concede speaks volumes about his prowess, which far surpasses that of a Navy admiral. However, so what? Even a fully assembled crew of the four emperors would not dare to tread lightly in Mariehua. Akainu's expression fluctuated, his gaze dark and foreboding as he focused on the frenzied figure before him, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty demon. If the Assassin Alliance has dispatched more than just Ki and Akainu. Indeed, if it were merely Ki alone, it would undoubtedly be a fool's errand. But who can guarantee that the Assassin Alliance has sent only these two shadow assassins? If Akainu's claims hold any truth, then it is highly possible that other members of the Assassin Alliance are lurking in the shadows. The crowd involuntarily gasped in disbelief. When did the Assassin Alliance become limited to just Ki and Akainu? The audacity to directly invade the Holy Land Mariehua for a live broadcast must surely be underpinned by some form of confidence. Though Ki is cold and calculating, he is far from reckless. How could he engage in such a self-destructive act? If all of this proves true, then the true objective of the Assassin Alliance this time may far exceed anyone's expectations. The Holy Land Mariehua. Home to the Celestial Dragons, the Celestial Dragons. The seven men gasped once more that I can only hope that this is merely my conjecture. Akainu murmured with a complex expression, yet the weight of unease in his heart grew increasingly burdensome. Akainu seemed to overhear the conversation among Akainu and the others, revealing a blood-red fong as he cast a wicked glance at the seven. Instantaneously, a blood-red radiance streaked across the sky like a meteor. Dazzling yet imbued with a sinister aura, the blood-red lightning flickered in the void, and Akainu's figure materialized above the seven, akin to an eagle spreading its wings, claws exuding a potent bloodlust, descending ferociously. Simultaneously, his voice reverberated, shocking the seven. Playing with magma, Red Dog, I never expected your mind to remain intact amidst the magma. Indeed, this time, the Assassin Alliance has not sent only myself and Lord Ki. The blood-red claw marks shattered the heavens, bearing down with terrifying might upon the seven, accompanied by flashes of blood-red arcs that assaulted the visual senses of the five vice-admirals. Utilizing their observation haki, they sensed an unprecedented crisis. Clang! The dual swords were drawn from their sheaths, the blade aura instantly spreading as the leading vice-admiral exerted force through his legs, leaping into the air, crossing his arms before his chest. The dual blades surging with energy. The dual sword style's secret technique, double rift. The blade aura seemed to possess life, its sharpness rapidly converging at the tips of the swords, accompanied by two crisp clangs. The blade aura surged forth. This vice-admiral exerted all his strength to hurl the dual swords, as two ferocious beasts roared forth to meet the blood-red claw marks. The skies darkened, and this vice-admiral's strength was quite remarkable. However, upon colliding with the blood-red claw marks, the two fierce beasts held out for merely 3 seconds. The color of the blood-red claw marks faded slightly before effortlessly tearing through the two beasts. The blade aura swept in all directions, ultimately dissipating into the void. With no reduction in speed, the onslaught continued its descent. How is this possible? The blood-red claw marks expanded rapidly in the leading vice-admiral's pupils. Disbelief flooding his eyes, his full-force strike had failed to hold back for even 3 seconds. Lava Hound's tooth! The magma surged forth, the hound's head rising skyward, and 2 blood-red claw marks vanished in an instant against the magma's resistance. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The blood-red radiance flashed past as Akainu pierced through Akainu's body, grinning at the four vice admirals, a claw aimed directly at them. Armed haki. Zoan type. Elephant fruit. Elephant form. Cannon. Overlord cannon. The four vice admirals, alerted by their observation haki, barely managed to react, unleashing their formidable powers to counter Akainu. Tisich. Akainu scoffed dismissively. Compared to the attacks from Akainu and Akiji, the combined efforts of these four appeared exceedingly feeble. He raised his right claw to his chest, and just as he was about to reach the four, he suddenly swung outwards, unleashing an unparalleled blood-red malevolence. The blood-red malevolence surged forth, instantly sending the four vice admirals flying dozens of meters away. Crack, crack! Ice suddenly appeared as Akiji made his move again, an endless chill rapidly enveloping the area, attempting to freeze and restrict Akainu's movements. Hiss, hiss, hiss! A claw shattered the surrounding ice, and Akainu lunged at Akiji. The two engaged in a fierce clash. Boom! In the sky, Akainu gathered his molten magma fists, infused with armed haki, bearing immense power as he launched a ferocious attack against Akainu. The three individuals once again found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, where the forces of cold, ice, molten magma, and bloodthirsty energy clashed violently. Each impact unleashed immeasurable power, sending shockwaves radiating outward. The five vice admirals from the Navy headquarters stood in awe, utterly flabbergasted. Is this truly the power of the shadow assassins from the Assassin Alliance? It is utterly terrifying. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, it would have been difficult to fathom that the shadow assassins could suppress two admirals working in concert. Their strength is beyond comprehension. The admirals have always been the pinnacle of their aspirations, and now witnessing two of them unable to overcome their adversary is simply unbelievable. After all, hearing about it cannot compare to witnessing it firsthand. Just now, my double dragon Skybreaker could only withstand the opponent for 3 seconds. The leading vice admiral gazed in disbelief at the twin blades in his hands, although he was not among the top echelon of vice admirals. He ranked within the second tier. That strike was his strongest attack outside of desperate skills, yet the outcome was so devastating that he found it hard to accept. As the battle raged on, Akiji, after having his ice sword shattered by Akainu, transformed into ice and appeared beside Akainu, reforming an ice sword. During the skirmish, he inquired, "Is it true that aside from you and Ki, others from the Assassin Alliance are also involved in this operation?" "Of course," Akainu grinned, using a claw to block the ice sword, the clash of blood-red malevolence and white coldness creating ripples. "Your objective has been locked onto Mariehua from the very beginning." Molten magma surged forth, temperatures soaring as Akainu delivered a punch aimed at Akainu's back, which was intercepted by Akainu, who pressed for answers. Akainu responded with an eerie smile, retreating swiftly. Though unspoken, his expression conveyed everything does so, from start to finish. "You never considered retreating, even when facing the two of us admirals and the potential reinforcements rushing from headquarters?" Akiji pursued, the chilling air continually eroding the surroundings, "because you are well aware that the reinforcements for Navy headquarters will undoubtedly be dispatched to Mariehua. From the very beginning, your sole task was to deal with us, to delay us, and prevent us from aiding Mariehua." Buzzing resonated as the bloodthirsty energy erupted. Akainu toyed with the golden ring by his ear, lightly stroking his chin with his sharp claws, taunting, "You, the ice wielder! It seems your frozen head is far more astute than that charred one from the magma. Once again, it is indeed Mariehua." Mihawk, Rayleigh, along with the 5 vice admirals from Navy headquarters, were left speechless upon hearing Akainu's nearly certain declaration. The ambition of the Assassin Alliance is truly unfathomable. After years of silence, they suddenly erupted, first with the shadow assassin Ki appearing and swiftly eliminating the warlord crocodile, overpowering Kizuru. Now, another shadow assassin has set sights on the red line, just as the warlord marshal predicted. This Assassin Alliance must have a subversive conspiracy. Their audacity and strength are indeed astonishing. To dare challenge Mariehua, such boldness and power cannot be questioned. This battle is beyond your interference. Akiji swiftly materialized before the 5 vice admirals, still in his elemental state, speaking rapidly. "Immediately report the situation here." including the Assassin Alliance's objectives, and that key is not the only one heading to the Red Line. To Marshal Sengoku, the 5 vice admirals understood that in a clash of such royal-level power, they could not exert a decisive influence. Moreover, they must be wary of Akainu potentially using his blood-sucking abilities to drain their lifeblood for recovery, a capability akin to cheating. With reluctance, the 5 raised their heads to gaze at Akainu, who suppressed Akainu in the sky, ultimately gritting their teeth and bowing. Understood. Above, Akainu's crimson gaze swept over the 5 retreating vice admirals, his heart unperturbed. Since Li Xian's live broadcast had commenced, it signified that he had completed the assassination of the celestial dragon. With the strengths of Qing Feng and Qi, escaping Mariawa would be no difficult task. He brandished his sharp claws, locking onto the 2 admiral-level adversaries before him. Akiji once again soared into the fray. In mere seconds, without Akiji, Akainu found himself at a disadvantage. However, with Akiji's return, the battle once again reached a stalemate. Oh dear, it seems I've heard something extraordinary. Not far off, the Dark King rarely adjusted his glasses, exaggeratedly displaying his astonishment. His shock was not entirely feigned. Even as the first mate of the Pirate King, he was startled by the audacity of the Assassin Alliance. Mariehua. Even the entire Roger Pirates would not dare to tread lightly. Indeed, this Assassin Alliance is not to be trifled with. Having lurked in the shadows for so long, they now reveal their sharp claws, and this operation will surely send shockwaves throughout the entire ocean world. Boom! Molten magma shot forth like cannonballs, violently shaking the air, with searing heat radiating in waves. The crimson glow flashed as Akainu's hellhound was again obliterated. Are you not afraid that revealing this information now will lead to your plans failing? Akiji silently appeared behind Akainu, cold energy rapidly gathering in his palms while he inquired. The ice gradually crystallized around him, yet Akainu remained undaunted, the bloodthirsty energy surging forth, shattering the freshly formed ice in an instant. If I dare to speak of all this, it is because our plans have already succeeded. Akainu smiled, striking back with a claw aimed at Akiji. The Navy headquarters must have received the intelligence because Li Xian had demonstrated the assassination of the Celestial Dragon through his broadcast. At this moment, the timing of the 5 vice admirals' arrival was perfect, allowing Li Xian to declare the Assassin Alliance's purpose to the entire world. Thus, they had achieved the main objective of this operation. Whether others were aware of Qing Feng's existence was no longer significant. With the 2 admirals' combat power restrained, Li Xian and Qing Feng could easily depart unscathed. Has the plan truly succeeded? Akainu and Akiji's pupils contracted in disbelief. Their scheme had actually succeeded? This is Mariehua. We must swiftly escape and head to Mariehua. The 2 exchanged glances, recognizing a shared determination in each other's eyes. Akainu watched them with keen interest, taunting just moments ago. You wish to keep me here, and now, look at you, thinking of fleeing first. Ice Age. Akiji ceased speaking, sweeping his hands downwards as endless cold energy surged forth, his expression grave. Crack, crack, the space seemed to freeze. The ice rapidly expanding until soon, Akainu's figure was encased in solid ice. Meteor volcano. Akainu roared, his fists erupting with blazing magma, like meteors plummeting from the sky, carrying unparalleled destructive force. Boom, boom, boom. The meteor volcano crashed down, unleashing terrifying energy as the magma melted the ice, rising in thick white mist. Let us go. Akainu approached Akiji, whispering, then transformed into a flow of magma. Hurtling through the air, he intended to bypass Akainu directly and head to Mariehua for reinforcements. However, whoosh, blood-red claw marks tore through the white mist as the enigmatic Akainu stepped forth, shrouded in bloodthirsty energy, his sharp claws gleaming ominously. You all should just stay here. As soon as he spoke, a fierce wind arose, and Akainu vanished, reappearing amidst a torrent of bloodthirsty energy. Launching a tempestuous assault on Akainu and Akiji, they found themselves unable to extricate themselves from the fray, let alone catch their breath. In a mansion of the Gorosei, within Mariehua, as the footage of Li Xian's assassination of the Celestial Dragon spread across the seas with breathtaking speed, 3 figures silently descended into the courtyard. Two of them donned impeccably tailored black suits, exuding an aura of cold indifference, clearly elite assassins meticulously trained by the world government. The third, the leading elder, wore a white robe, was bald, wore glasses, and had the original blade of the demon slayer hanging at his waist. As these three appeared before the camera, people around the world were left in shock. In the territory of the four emperors of the New World, old man, I can't be mistaken. Is that the Gorosei? Marco, the pineapple-headed, pointed at the elder with disbelief written all over his face. The Gorosei, wielders of the highest authority within the world government. Such prominent figures actually took to the field themselves. Indeed, it is the Gorosei. Even Whitebeard's expression grew serious. Such figures, even he would prefer to avoid provoking. And now, the Gorosei had personally intervened. This is unprecedented. Even the Gorosei Ba has joined the fray. The red-haired man gazed at the five elders in the video, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. How intriguing. He never anticipated that the elderly Yuenbu Kiichi would take matters into his own hands. It seems the likelihood of hiring the Assassin Alliance to eliminate me is rather slim. Kaido, fully submerged in a toxic hot spring, remained indifferent to him. No matter how tumultuous the world became, it was of no concern. The five elders, on Amazon Lily, Hancock clenched her delicate fists as a member of the Shichibukai. She had encountered the highest echelon of the world government, the five elders. Their presence undoubtedly signified overwhelming power, aimed at capturing the shadow assassin Chi in one fell swoop. She must ensure her safe departure. Meanwhile, at the Kurora estate, facing the lifeless body of Saint Kurora, Yuenbu Kiichi's countenance darkened with rage. Not only had the adversary openly declared the Holy Land to be garbage during a live broadcast, but they had also brazenly murdered a celestial dragon, thereby trampling the dignity of the world government underfoot. Such an audacious criminal could only meet a dead end. Severe punishment must be administered. Are you the shadow, assassin Chi? Yuenbu Kiichi's right hand rested lightly on the hilt of his first-generation gotch, his voice as frigid as the depths of hell, sending chills through all who heard it. Ignoring his inquiry only served to fan the flames of his fury. He was one of the five elders, a member of the supreme decision-making body of the world government. How dare anyone disregard his questioning? The youth of today act with reckless abandon, heedless of the consequences. Do you realize that you stand upon the red soil continent, while the elder before you is one of the five elders? Believing oneself to possess a modicum of strength, yet disregarding the world government and the existence of this elder, you shall pay dearly for your ignorance. Yuenbu Kiichi advanced step by step, infusing his right hand with malevolent energy. Drawing his sword with blinding speed, in an instant, a blade of light sliced through the air, aiming directly at Li Xian, its swiftness rendering it nearly suffocating. The ominous aura emanating from it sent shivers down the spines of many. Even through the screen, each spectator's heart raced as the strike cleaved through the air. What fate awaited the man who dared to challenge the celestial dragons and the authority of the world government? Self-styled as the shadow assassin Chi, the sharp, inky strike soared through the air, distorting it as though under immense pressure. The air was sliced apart, and the force contained within that inky strike was not to be underestimated. Whirling debris and tumbling stones accompanied the earth as it cracked under the force of the strike, all occurring in the blink of an eye. Its speed was so great that timely responses were virtually impossible. With deep crimson eyes, Li Xian remained unperturbed. Clutching the magic blade, Qianren in his left hand, he lifted it slightly as the inky strike approached. Instantly, a violet energy surged forth like boiling water, seemingly ignited by the provocation of the inky assault. As he raised his blade, the violet energy transformed into the head of a ferocious beast with glistening fangs, lunging straight towards the inky strike. The sharp sound of shattering echoed as the ferocious head, born of violet energy, crushed the once formidable inky assault. How could this be? Yuenbu Kiichi's pupils dilated in shock. That previous strike was not a casual display. It had been a concentrated effort, a technique known as the drawing slash, unleashed with explosive force. Such power was extraordinary. Even a top-tier admiral would find it difficult to dismiss such an attack with such ease. Could it be that this shadow assassin Chi possessed strength that far exceeded that of an admiral? Just one drawing slash had already revealed to Yuenbu Kiaichi that the opponent's strength was far deeper than the report for the Navy suggested. Yet he did not assume that Chi's capabilities had surged dramatically in such a short time. At the admiral level, every increment of power was notoriously difficult to achieve, often taking years, if not decades, to manifest. However, to surpass the original admiral level in such a brief period was simply unfathomable. Even the best of devil fruits could not facilitate such an extraordinary leap. In a flash, a violet figure darted away, leaving behind a series of indistinct afterimages, making it impossible to capture Chi's true form. That a cacophony of sounds jolted Yuenbu Kiaichi, a potent sense of danger engulfing him like dark clouds. With his Kinbunchaku haki fully activated, he meticulously sensed every inch of air around him. Found it. In an instant, he leapt upward, the first-generation gotch erupting with intense black demonic energy as he swung it forcefully behind him. The overwhelming black energy, as deep as an abyss, surged forth with reckless abandon. That moment, a white-bladed magic sword, riddled with cracks, appeared abruptly, staunchly blocking the deluge of black slashes. The terrifying black strike surged forth while the violet energy remained equally daunting, refusing to yield. Yet, the magic sword that intercepted the black strike was now reduced to half its original length. The sound of continuous, crisp collisions rang out as fragments of the white magic sword, entwined with violet energy, transformed into a torrent, hurtling toward Yuenbu Kiaichi's chest. "My lord, be careful," a middle-aged man near the door shouted, his figure vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, as he moved, his arm astonishingly morphed into a weapon glistening with a cold light. The sound of clashing echoed as his right arm, now a weapon, was enveloped in powerful armament haki. Despite his utmost effort to shield himself with the haki, he still felt a sharp pain in his arm from the onslaught of the magic sword fragments. The razor-sharp intent seemed poised to pierce through both his armament haki and the weapon barrier he had created. The awakened Zoan-type eagle fruit, another member of the group, activated his fruit ability, instantly transforming into a magnificent eagle with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. With keen eyesight, the eagle could perceive the minutest details. Its talons were like hooks, capable of easily tearing through steel. The eagle soared through the air, a tempest rising as it covered over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, its cold, armored claws lunging towards Li Xian. This team, merely loyal servants of the estate, cared little for notions of decency. To achieve victory and complete their mission, they would utilize any means necessary. The fragments of the magic sword rapidly reassembled, merging seamlessly back into a flawless sword, restoring its original form. The violet energy surged as Li Xian cleaved through Yuenbu Kiaichi's assault. The blade pointed skyward. A shadow silently descended, enveloping Li Xian as the sharp talons struck down with ferocity. Just as the claws were about to make contact with his body, his crimson pupils narrowed, and the magic sword danced with remarkable speed. In an instant, a strike spanning hundreds of meters took form, causing violent turbulence in the air, distorting space, and shaking the ground. The eagle let out a piercing cry. The talons converged, attempting to grasp the strike. However, before they could touch it, the blazing violet flames scorched the eagle's brow. The terrifying energy threatened to obliterate its talons entirely. In a life-or-death moment, the eagle hastily adjusted its direction, narrowly evading. The strike, spanning hundreds of meters, barely grazed the eagle's body, the overwhelming energy singeing its pristine feathers into charred remnants. As the strike swept upwards, the air became tumultuous, the sharp aura filling the sky and even tearing a massive gap in the clouds. What a fearsome strike! Witnessing the power and speed of this attack, the eagle's sharp gaze widened in shock and horror. Had it truly endured that blow, its claws would have surely been rendered useless. Yuenbu Kiaichi's gaze was firmly locked onto the magic sword in Li Xian's hand, his eyes filled with an unmistakable greed. That sword, truly, it lived up to its name as a magic sword. As a grand swordsman, Yuenbu Kiaichi held a profound appreciation for a fine blade. He had previously believed his first-generation gotch to be among the finest, yet upon seeing Li Xian's sword, capable of reconfiguring and possessing unparalleled hardness, his own blade suddenly felt inadequate. My lord, are you unharmed?" The member of Cipher Pole Zero, whose arms had transformed into formidable weapons, inquired anxiously, acutely aware that should the five elders suffer even the slightest injury, his own life would reach its end. Although they indeed possessed combat capabilities barely reaching the level of a vice admiral, in reality, whether in physical prowess or devil fruit abilities, they were significantly inferior to the three admirals of the Navy. "Subdue him together. Remember, do not damage his sword." Yanbu Kishi shot him a cold glance, issuing the command. "Understood." The member shivered at the words, realizing that Lord Yanbu Kishi had clearly taken an interest in that young man's blade. With a cacophony of clattering, countless weapons erupted from his body, transforming the Cipher Pole member into a veritable war machine, his form enveloped in the dark hues of haki as he charged forth with a thunderous roar. High above, a soaring eagle folded its wings, fiercely flapping, and in Li Xian's scarlet eyes, not a flicker of emotion could be seen. He gripped his enchanted blade tightly. Poised for action, a deafening surge of purple radiance erupted. As if seeking to pierce the heavens, racing towards the skies, an immense aura of dark magic emanated from his body, causing the surrounding earth to shatter instantly. Tiny fragments of stone hovered in the air amidst this magical energy, creating a surreal spectacle. Surrounding him were arcs of purple lightning, flashing incessantly, with the largest measuring an astonishing 3 meters in diameter. As the electric sparks danced, the debris swirled in the air, and Li Xian stood atop the ruins like a war god commanding arcane power. His scarlet gaze swept over the 3 formidable assaults converging upon him, his raven hair billowing in the magical currents. The enchanted blade trembled, infused with profound magic, its originally pristine blade seemingly stained by shades of purple. Fully armed, his opponent, a member of Cipher Pole, was the first to arrive, launching a clawed assault with several razor-sharp swords enveloped in haki, striking fiercely at Li Xian. Yet, the enchanted blade manifested, and even as his adversary unleashed a flurry of attacks, Li Xian successfully defended with a single blow, causing the weapons to shatter into fragments upon contact, swiftly traversing the onslaught of blades before regrouping into a singular form. The Cipher Pole member's eyes widened in horror, realizing the elusive nature of the sword's capabilities. Instantly, he activated haki to envelop himself and swiftly conjured an iron shield before him in an attempt to block the enchanted blade strike. As the blade collided with the shield, sparks erupted, and the shield trembled violently under the impact, ultimately shattering under the blade's might. The Cipher Pole member's face was a mask of shock as he immediately withdrew. Retreating hastily, he understood that if the sword could effortlessly obliterate his fortified shield, it could undoubtedly pierce through his bodily defenses. However, in that fleeting moment of realization, Li Xian's blade had already pierced the member's shoulder. Blood spraying forth, the haki dissipating instantly, forcing the Cipher Pole member to retreat, his vision overwhelmed by the vivid crimson, leaving his heart in turmoil. He was a powerhouse with Vice Admiral level strength. Yet here he was, injured amidst a 3-on-1 assault. Though the wound was minor, the display of power from his opponents was truly astonishing. Should anyone claim Li Xian was merely at the Vice Admiral level, the Cipher Pole member would vehemently refute it. Meanwhile, a kilometer-long blade of energy cleaved through the earth, devouring all in its path like the maw of an abyss. In the sky, 2 tornadoes laden with countless razor winds howled downwards, arriving almost simultaneously. Faced with such an expansive and boundless attack range, there was no means of evasion, no possibility of retreat. Li Xian stepped forward, his enchanted blade gleaming radiantly, purple magic swirling with unmatched ferocity. Clang, 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 facing the 2 simultaneous assaults. Li Xian resolutely turned, bracing himself to meet the onslaught of the abyssal blade energy with unwavering resolve. The magical energy surged, clashing violently with the demonic aura, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling outward, the surrounding earth appearing as if it had been plowed. Upturned and overturned, waves of impact spread forth relentlessly, ravaging the vicinity, and nearby structures were swept aside amidst the flying debris. Although the immediate attacks had been successfully thwarted, the 2 tornadoes descending from the sky were poised to strike simultaneously, causing numerous onlookers to involuntarily shut their eyes. unwilling to witness the tragic moment befalling the man who had once slain celestial dragons. Yet a torrent of purple energy suddenly surged behind Li Xian. A swirling mass composed of hundreds of fragments, entwined with purple magical energy, noisily withstanding the two tornadoes. Countless invisible wind blades frantically sliced through, attempting to tear apart the mass of fragments. Yet the energy contained within the two tornadoes, capable of devastating a 1,000-meter radius, failed to budge the purple torrent in the slightest. Not only that, but the purple torrent, against the might of the two tornadoes, defiantly began to ascend. How could this be possible? It was that blade. The capabilities of this sword were truly unfathomable, evoking envy in all who witnessed. On the surface of the sea, those with extensive knowledge quickly recognized the true nature of the purple torrent, marveling once more at the terror of the enchanted blade. While it may not be ranked among the supreme weapons, its power surpassed even that. Various swordsmen observed closely, and to their astonishment, they discovered that the blade in Li Xian's hand, which had withstood the abyssal strike, was in fact reduced to half, the shattered edge clearly visible, prompting a collective gasp from the crowd on Dressrosa Island. Don Quixote da Flamingo, clad in a pink feather coat, trembled with excitement. "Ha ha! Splendid! Shadow, assassin Chi, just keep it up. It would be best if you could drag those celestial dragon scum down to hell with you." Despite Li Xian showcasing extraordinary prowess in single-handedly facing 3 adversaries, grievously injuring a top-tier Cypher Pole member, and successfully fending off the attacks of Yambu Kishi and the Eagle, he was ultimately just one man. And enduring such an onslaught for an extended period was undeniably arduous. However, as long as he could hold on a little longer, inflicting further damage upon Mariehua, and eliminating more celestial dragons, it would suffice to bring immeasurable joy to Doflamingo that on the battlefield of Mariehua, the abyssal blade's dark demonic aura intertwined with Li Xian's radiant purple magic, forming a stark contrast. One side a deep purple, the other a profound black, reminiscent of a collision between two worlds. An energy storm swept across the area, obliterating all structures within a radius of hundreds of meters, the ground cracking with shocking fissures. Resembling a vast spider's web spread across the earth, the magnificent Kalora mansion had already suffered a third of its collapse. Yet behind Li Xian, the purple magical energy surged forth like a mighty river, pressing forward with unwavering determination, refusing to yield even in the face of the terrifying forces cascading from above. Fragments of the enchanted blade coalesced into a singular form, their might rivaling that of any supreme weapon in existence. The tornadoes raged down like a deluge. Countless invisible wind blades shattered in the clash, and the tornadoes themselves began to show signs of being torn apart. The purple torrent, resolute and unyielding, gradually broke through the wind blade blockade, shattering the tornadoes that spanned over 100 meters. Curse it! How can this be? The eagle stared in disbelief. If his opponent had fully committed to countering his assault, it would have been acceptable, for he was merely a combatant barely reaching the level of a vice admiral. Yet at this moment, the adversary, while fully defending against Yambu Kishi's strike, was also dismantling his tornado with just a fragment of his weapon, a reality that left the eagle utterly incredulous, fraying his composure. With power surging ever more fiercely, the eagle flapped his wings, generating a tempest that roiled the clouds high above. His wings became twin eyes of the storm, continuously unleashing winds capable of leveling the ground. With the wind's force augmenting his power, the two tornadoes, originally 30 meters in diameter, swelled to 50 meters, their might magnified, and the quantity and intensity of the invisible wind blades surged dramatically. Yet, what he found unfathomable was that before such terrifying power, his opponent, with merely a segment of his weapon, remained steadfast, even as he continued to shatter the tornadoes, pushing against the flow. After all, it was merely a portion of the weapon. The eagle's mind roared, disbelief filling his eyes. Meanwhile, Li Xian further urged the magical energy within the fragments of the enchanted blade, focusing intently on the abyssal strike before him. The 5 elders, challenge, challenge! It is utterly beyond belief. In the vast expanse of the heavens, one beholds the figure draped in purple robes, wielding a sinister blade and charging forth with valor. The hawk's penetrating gaze is filled with profound astonishment and bewilderment. Its fervent assault is effortlessly countered, and as the frequency of its wings flapping escalates, torrents of fierce winds converge into the ever-expanding tornado, its diameter surging from an already daunting 51 meters to an astounding 60 meters. This tempestuous whirlwind, akin to a colossal beast bent on annihilation, ultimately fails to impede the strides of Li Xian, who is enshrouded in an aura of purple energy and brandishing the wicked blade. The gale stirred by his swift movements tousle his hair and garments, while the crackling arcs of lightning that erupt from the tornado momentarily illuminate him, augmenting his formidable presence in mere seconds. Li Xian cleaves through hundreds of meters of the tornado, drawing nearer to the hawk. High above, the hawk's heart races with trepidation. Life rewind. 100. With a thunderous roar, the hawk instantaneously rejuvenates its spent energy, enhancing its prowess. Though the increase is modest, it undeniably bolsters its strength. Yet this comes at a cost, a secret technique that drains vitality, setting the power to 100, even for a being of the hawk's caliber. It can only be sustained for a day. Prolonged combat will further diminish this time frame. 1,000 blades piercing the clouds. Meet your demise. Driven by immense power, the hawk flaps its wings, summoning an unending gale that coalesces into a blade of wind. Materializing beside it, the torrential barrage of wind blades descends with great velocity, converging into a singular point, relentlessly targeting Li Xian with a series of fierce assaults. Li Xian remains unperturbed, his grip on the sinister blade unwavering, as he boldly confronts the storm, tearing through it with sheer force. Boom! 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 The relentless wind blades rain down, crashing against the wicked blade, layers of demonic energy surging forth, consuming every attack, despite the hawk activating its life rewind at full capacity. Its assault, reminiscent of the meteor shower unleashed by Akainu, fails to thwart Li Xian's advance that he stands as an invincible war god, pressing onward unimpeded. Clang! The clash of claws imbued with haki against the wicked blade resonates fiercely. The blade shatters upon impact, leaving only a fragmented remnant. Hundreds of shards of the wicked blade scatter, enveloped in demonic energy, unleashing a relentless storm of strikes upon the hawk, though the hawk is cloaked in haki and has activated full power life rewind. It still sustains numerous wounds from the dispersed demonic energy. Its wings become a disheveled mess, dozens of wounds marking its body, blood gushing forth and carried away by the wind, disappearing without a trace. Life rewind. 100. Another deafening roar echoes. A member of Organization Zero, transformed into a long sword, hurtles through the air, traversing hundreds of meters with astounding speed, accompanied by an array of weapons, as if bearing a moving armory. Each weapon is imbued with formidable power. Faced with Li Xian, this member of Organization Zero holds nothing back, resolutely activating full power life rewind. Spit! Li Xian casts a calm glance at the weaponized member, and the shards of the wicked blade swiftly alter their course, hurtling towards him. Clang, 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 hundreds of shards, bolstered by demonic energy, strike with terrifying force. The member of Organization Zero can hardly withstand a few impacts before feeling as though his insides are being crushed. Screech! The hawk soars, unleashing a tempest that sweeps across the surroundings, its razor-sharp claws glinting with lethal intent as they rush towards Li Xian. Whether facing the hawk or the member of Organization Zero, Li Xian exhibits no signs of pressure, appearing remarkably composed. The two members of Organization Zero, fully utilizing life rewind, possess combat prowess nearing that of a Marine Admiral, though their strength is not sustainable. They undeniably unleash terrifying power in the present moment, below the ground. Yuan Buki tightly grips the curse blade, Kitch, swinging it repeatedly as dark slashes dart through the air with formidable speed. Simultaneously, after the slashes erupt, he leaps into the air with great haste. This shadow assassin, Chi, is likely even more powerful. The mere presence of two Admiral-level members of Organization Zero is evidently insufficient to defeat him, and they may even find themselves dispatched with a single strike. After the hawk inflicts a wound upon Li Xian's leg, the wicked blade dances ceaselessly, unleashing torrents of purple blade energy, forming a tempest of thunder. The booming clashes of strikes resonate fiercely in midair. Despite both being mere casual slashes, their might is anything but negligible. Amidst the swirling dust, Xuanwu breaks through the haze, charging forth directly. Above, the hawk's wounds rapidly heal under the influence of full-power life rewind. Maintaining its peak strength, simultaneously, another vigilant member of Organization Zero intermittently strikes with their weapon. The member, transformed into a sword, lunges at Li Xian, who deftly sidesteps the blow, then seizes the sword's hilt, his gaze locking onto the ascending Xuanwu. Before hurling the cursed blade, enveloped in a burst of demonic energy, even the member of Organization Zero cannot regain control, helplessly hurtling towards Xuanwu. His heart races. My heavens! He has inadvertently aimed at the 5 elders. It must be noted that Organization Zero serves as the underlings of the 5 elders. Now, to have the sword's tip directed at them, even if unintentional, could lead to a dire fate as the member of Organization Zero approaches. Xuanwu furrows his brow, black demonic energy swirling around him as he parries the member's sword with his own. Sparks fly, the sound of clashing blades ringing out incessantly. Xuanwu's wrist twists, sending the member of Organization Zero hurtling backward, landing safely. The member, now in human form, displays a visage of terror as he repeatedly apologizes to Xuanwu. Lord Xuanwu, my subordinate has been remiss. I acknowledge my fault. There is no need for concern. Xuanwu gestures, indicating that now is not the time for reprimands. The most pressing matter lies in the individual before him, whose eyes gleam with dangerous intent. Xuanwu stands firm, gripping the hilt of the cursed blade, ch tightly, his aura steadily rising, invisible waves transforming into spirals that expand outward from his center. The air distorts under the impact of the whirlpools. An eerie and terrifying force stirring unease within all present. Xuanwu's pupils gradually shift to a bewitching shade of purple, reminiscent of a demon's descent. Endless black demonic energy converges towards Xuanwu. And behind him, a towering shadow of a demon opens its mesmerizing purple eyes, wielding a pitch-black longsword .1 sword style. Ultimate secret art, great black heaven demon slash. With Xuanwu's motion, the shadow behind him also swings the immense black sword. Its blade spanning hundreds of meters, the demonic energy surges forth, and the slash traverses thousands of meters in an instant. Meanwhile, the hawk has long since retreated at the moment Xuanwu began to gather power. Father, the individual named Xuanwu possesses combat prowess at the level of the 4 emperors, and the shadow assassin Chi's strength seems to surpass even his. Does this not imply that he stands above the 4 emperors? Ace and Marco stare in disbelief, their minds reeling that it is not due to their lack of insight, but rather the astonishing revelations imparted by Whitebeard. The 4 emperors symbolize the pinnacle of combat power on the seas, slightly surpassing marine admirals, capable of contending with 2 admirals simultaneously without faltering. Since the fall of Pirate King Roger, and with Whitebeard's decline due to injury and age, the status of the 4 emperors has seemingly become an insurmountable barrier. Yet now, they hear news of someone whose strength eclipses that of the 4 emperors. Is this even possible? Were it not for the esteemed words of their revered father, Whitebeard, they would find it utterly unbelievable. Indeed, Whitebeard nods affirmatively, his fierce gaze never straying from Li Xian's figure. Though the 2 members of Organization Zero lag slightly behind the 3 admirals of Marine headquarters in strength, they still wield admiral-level prowess. Indeed, Xuanwu is undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse on par with the 4 emperors. In the face of an onslaught from one of the 4 emperors and 2 admirals, Chi emerged unscathed throughout the encounter. Conversely, had those 2 admirals not activated their full life restoration capabilities, they would likely have sustained grievous injuries long ago, after enduring a series of intense battles against Xuanwu's terrifying strikes. He astonishingly managed to safeguard the Den Mushi perched upon his shoulder from harm. This clearly demonstrates that he has consistently retained a reserve of strength. It is precisely for this reason that Whitebeard is convinced that the shadow assassin Chi possesses power that surpasses Xuanwu. The rationale lies in the fact that when Chi faced Yuenbu-Kiichi's full-force blow, he was still able to protect the Den Mushi unharmed. Indeed, this is true. He truly transcends the four emperors. After recovering from their astonishment, Ace and Marco gazed at Li Xian with wide eyes filled with shock. Certainly, amid such a fierce clash of energies, the Den Mushi remained unaffected, indicating something extraordinary. It is undoubtedly a testament to Chi's protective strength. Upon concluding his statement, Whitebeard's expression grew incredibly complex. How long has it been since a being surpassing the four emperors emerged in this vast ocean? It is no wonder that the opposition dared to venture into the holy land of Mariehua, broadcasting the execution of the celestial dragons. Evidently, their power has reached such heights. In comparison, the achievement of defeating an admiral pales in significance. The expressions of the three darkened, as they came to realize that this matter might be closely related to their own existence. Should the Assassin Alliance act for monetary gain, it is entirely plausible that they would target admirals. Celestial dragons, or even the four emperors, faced with such a formidable entity. Even Whitebeard could no longer respond with the same composure as before. He is unafraid of death, but he worries for the safety of his children. The other three emperors within the realm of the four emperors were equally pensive. The entire pirate faction of the New World heightened their vigilance due to Li Xian's live broadcast. After all, the higher one has status. The more susceptible one becomes to the envy of others. Dressrosa. Doflamingo, clad in a feathered coat, laughed heartily, reveling in the sight of Mariehua, seemingly facing an apocalyptic calamity. An indescribable pleasure swelling within him. Let us destroy some more. While we're at it, let us eliminate some ignorant dragon trash. In the East Blue, Zoro witnessed the two strikes that seemed capable of cleaving heaven and earth. His blood boiling and heart surging. This is the true slash of a master swordsman. This is the power of the slash I aspire to achieve. Here, portions of the content are omitted. The violet and black slashes collided, igniting countless purple and black electric sparks that permeated a radius of several thousand meters. The chilling sound of sonic booms rapidly expanding like a physical entity, slicing through the air and revealing swirling black vortices. Above in the sky, the sun was obscured by dense clouds, leaving only the fierce clash of the two powerful slashes visible. How infuriating! How could he be so powerful? Wielding the first generation of the Demon Blade. The relentless black demonic energy surged and merged into the strike. Yuenbu-Kiichi's palm felt slightly numb, and even his mental realm was being eroded by this cursed sword, dragging him toward the depths of hell. At this moment, he had fully unleashed the power of the first generation of the Demon Blade. Yet even so, the shadow assassin Chi was still able to stand against him, showing no signs of faltering. How could this be? The rending atmosphere and shattering space suggested that the two were engaged in a battle that could determine the fate of the world, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the hearts of all within a 10,000-meter radius. Those once proud celestial dragons now appeared pale, filled with despair as they questioned the meaning of their own existence. Did they not claim to be descendants of the creators? Why had their territory been invaded, resulting in such a horrific battle? Furthermore, had it not been for the support of their attendants, many celestial dragons would have collapsed to the ground, unable to bear the weight of the situation. It was truly terrifying. The crisp sound of clinking pierced through the ceaseless explosions, capturing the attention of the eagle, and they then witnessed a scene that sent chills down their spines. The once 100-meter-long cursed blade suddenly extended. 120 meters, 130 meters, 150 meters. As the cursed blade lengthened, the violet demonic energy grew increasingly intense, eventually enveloping the entire sky, bringing forth an ominous aura that weighed heavily upon all present. Ultimately, the blade reached a length of 180 meters, the maximum length Li Xian could extend, a peak display of his current strength. The violet demonic energy surged and rolled, fully infusing into Li Xian, causing the blade's radiance to intensify. Amidst the deafening tremors, the blade seemed to jubilantly cheer, the power of the violet slash dramatically increasing, gradually overpowering the black strike. The wails of the damned and the screams of souls appeared utterly powerless in the face of the rapidly descending violet slash. The brilliance of the violet strike grew ever more dazzling, while the corresponding black strike's radiance began to fade and crumble. "This is impossible." Yuenbu Kichi's mind was shaken, letting out a roar that resonated from the depths of his soul. His fully unleashed, great dark sky demon slash was being suppressed by the opponent. The fact that the other party had not even exerted their full strength when facing the three of them was utterly terrifying. Everyone had underestimated the power of the man before them. The black slash began to fracture, the violet slash overpowering it, the outcome of their clash almost predetermined. Life restoration, 100%. Yuenbu Kiichi made a resolute decision, unwaveringly activating the full power mode of life restoration. Though this meant his vitality would be consumed at an accelerated rate and could not be sustained for long, he was certain that without activating life restoration, he would be unable to withstand this strike and would surely incur severe injuries. His power surged as his spirit gradually returned under the influence of the cursed blade, his feet sinking deeply into the earth, causing it to fracture, with cracks spreading ominously. Countless fragments floated around him as he poured all of his recently restored peak strength into the strike. The pure, black demonic energy continuously extracted and gathered within the slash, rendering it increasingly pure. However, the outcome was not as he had hoped. Within the brief 3 seconds he managed to sustain in life restoration, many portions of the black slash had already begun to disintegrate. Even as he infused demonic energy to remedy the situation, he could not prevent the black strike from descending into ruin. Like a relentless tide, once the tide of defeat was established, it became nearly impossible to reverse. Crack, crack, the sound of shattering glass echoed as countless fissures instantaneously spread across the black slash, ultimately leading to its complete collapse, with no obstruction remaining. The violet slash surged forth like a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage, ruthlessly charging downward and obliterating everything in its path. The violet slash magnified in Yuenbu Kiichi's eyes, his face contorted in abject terror. Boom! The ground trembled incessantly, as if even the red soil continent was quaking. Violet lightning ravaged the surrounding 10,000-meter radius, thick dust obscuring the sun, making it difficult to discern the situation within. Yet from Xian's perspective, they could vaguely see a vast, unfathomable chasm stretching for thousands of meters. Even with the dust obscuring the view, the scene resembled a gaping abyssal rift. Everything was utterly obliterated. The celestial dragons of the Holy Land Marioa, the slaves, the minions of the celestial dragons, and the guardians of the Holy Land. All beings residing in the vicinity of this rift were reduced to dust, leaving not even a trace of blood. Everyone witnessing this scene gasped in shock. Had the Holy Land Mariewa truly been cleaved asunder? A cloud of dust enveloped the area, casting the entire Mariewa into a dim realm. Numerous celestial dragons were utterly terrified, their urine soaking their pants, dripping down their legs. They were indeed deeply shaken, particularly for some of the celestial dragons, who had just witnessed that fierce slash, seeing their kin completely erased without a trace left behind to in the face of such power, their so-called identity as descendants of the creators. The world's nobility bore no significance whatsoever. The slash dissipated into nothingness, etching a terrifying fissure stretching for thousands of meters into the ground, everything turning to ash in an instant. Dust billowed, and the residual energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Not limited to the linear distance of the slash's trajectory, everything within this range, even those merely within 1,000 meters, was violently torn apart by the rampaging energy tide. I could see that moment. The eagle had forgotten to flap its wings. Its sharp gaze filled with astonishment. This was simply astonishing. Should he have been in that position, there would have been no possibility of survival. Even as a figure of admiral caliber, he deemed that strike to be utterly terrifying. Suddenly, extreme fear and unease surged within his gaze. If such a dreadful attack were to be confronted head-on, the probability of survival would be minuscule. What about Yuenbu Kiichi? Despite the opponent's strength surpassing his own, he would undoubtedly suffer heavy injuries, if not be utterly obliterated. Lord Yuenbu Kiichi. The falcon fervently flapped its wings, plunging downward at an astonishing speed, should the formidable Xuanwu chief fall into any mishap. Regardless of the strength of any general-grade warrior, he and the other member of the Zero faction would undoubtedly meet their demise. Suddenly, the other Zero member awakened to the gravity of the situation. Trembling and racing forth with all his might, in the swirling dust, their vision was severely obstructed. They unleashed their observation haki, straining to search every inch of space, yet found nothing, as they meticulously surveyed each area. The despair in their hearts deepened with each passing moment. They could only console themselves with the remnants of the purple aura, the energy interfering with their observation haki. People across the world held their breath in trepidation. After all, these were the highest decision-makers of the world government. The Five Elders. The horrifying attack that had just transpired sent shivers down spines, leading many to doubt the slim possibility of the Five Elders surviving. In other words, this man not only executed a dragon's assassination lie from the holy land of Merigios, brazenly challenging the world government, but he had also slain a member of the Five Elders. A chilling thought surged within countless minds, sending a shudder down their spines. What transpired today could only be described as the most explosive news since the death of the Pirate King. Gold. Roger, the assassination of the dragons was one thing, but now even the Five Elders have been slain. Consequently, the reputation of the world government would likely be utterly obliterated. Dressrosa. Had Xuanwu Chi truly been eliminated? Doflamingo fixated on the screen, his eyes a blend of astonishment and anticipation. If the other party had indeed killed the Five Elder, then the remaining two members of Zero would undoubtedly be powerless to stop the Shadow Assassin. Chi, from escaping to that point, executing a dragon in the holy land of Merigios, and then slaying a Five Elder before departing at leisure would be an act that would rid the world government of all dignity. Across the seas, countless hearts surged once more with this revelation, creating tidal waves of turmoil. Even those of the Yonko caliber questioned whether they could achieve such a feat. The magnitude of the outcome left all in a state of shock. Overcoming a general, even Akainu and Akiji could handle them. Morgan, the president of the World Economic News Agency, gazed at the colossal chasm seemingly piercing through the holy land of Merigios, pounding his chest in regret. I thought I could embellish his deeds in the future. Who would have guessed? I have merely diminished his achievements. With this, I even claimed he could take on the Yonko without issue. Initially, he believed that portraying the Shadow Assassin Chi as capable of defeating a general was somewhat exaggerated. But after witnessing the battlefield's reality, he realized he had reported a story that belittled another's strength for the first time. This is monumental news. It must be published again. What nonsense about general-level warriors. This time, I will boldly assert that he can eliminate a Yonko in an instant. As Morgan spoke, he seized a pen and paper from the table, writing furiously. The Five Elders at the Marine headquarters. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, his heart racing. It was terrifying. Truly terrifying. This Shadow Assassin Chi was likely more fearsome than any Yonko at sea. Perhaps only the peak versions of Whitebeard and Roger could be compared. Reflecting on the time when the Shadow Assassin Chi was first reported by Smoker, who sought to raise his bounty to 50 million, Sengoku had thought Smoker was making a mountain out of a molehill. Little did he know, the other party had repeatedly shattered his limits of understanding. When he believed the other was merely a mid-ranking officer due to his special abilities and magical blade. She had gone on to eliminate the Warlord Crocodile and defeat Marine Admiral Kazu. When he thought the other was only slightly stronger than the Marine Admirals, Chi had made the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk concede, and now, he had left the fate of the Yonko-level Xuanwu Chi uncertain. Since the emergence of the Shadow Assassin Chi, it seemed as though he had no limits. His displayed strength continually escalated based on his opponents. Those blood-red eyes remained unfazed, showing no sign of disturbance despite having just defeated one of the Five Elders. Xuanwu Chi, a terrifying thought quietly surfaced in Sengoku's mind. Could it be that he had yet to unleash his full power? That he was holding back? No. Absolutely impossible. Quickly shaking his head to dismiss the notion, Sengoku found it too horrifying, surpassing the peak strengths of Roger the Pirate King and the world's strongest man. Whitebeard? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet Sengoku was unaware that soon his understanding would be refreshed yet again. As the smoke gradually cleared, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing a scene that was becoming increasingly clear, a bottomless chasm. Stretching for miles, lay in ruins, with everything shattered around it. With their exceptional vision, the two Zero members despaired as they discovered no trace of Yuanbu Chi. Lord Yuanbu Chi. The falcon ceased flapping its wings. Collapsing helplessly to the ground, its gaze hollow and devoid of light, despair evident in every fiber of its being. It's over. Lord Yuanbu Chi is dead. We are finished, the other Zero member, hunched over. Wore a dejected expression. Suddenly, a rumbling shook the earth, and from an unknown depth below, a violent energy surged forth like a runaway stallion, shooting skyward. A massive rock, over 100 meters in diameter, erupted from the fissure like a cannonball. Crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, two figures then emerged. One instilled a sense of relief in the two Zero members, while the other was a towering figure with a muscular build. Clad in a dog-headed mask and the Marine's Justice cloak, upon his appearance, the two Zero members trembled violently. Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. After Yuanbu Chi landed, he exhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude to Garp, saying, "Vice Admiral Garp, had you not arrived in time, I fear I would have truly perished here." Yuanbu Chi was the only formidable force among the five elders, and thus, compared to the other four, he possessed a more approachable demeanor. He spoke to Garp, who had just saved his life, with a hint of respect. Garp nodded slightly, his blue eyes fixed intently on the purple figure hovering in the air. "At last we meet. This is truly terrifying." Yuanbu Chi wholeheartedly agreed, his hand gripping the hilt of his blade, still trembling slightly. "His strength is the second most terrifying I have encountered to date." The first and most fearsome presence he referred to was the true trump card concealed by the world government. A buzzing sound filled the air as golden light flickered, coalescing into a humanoid form that ultimately transformed into Kazu. He glanced at the abyss-like chasm, exclaiming in exaggerated awe, Hey. Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" Despite having witnessed the terrifying slash from a distance earlier, seeing the extent of destruction it caused left them speechless. He looked up at the purple figure in the sky, pondering whether the last encounter had seen the other hold back his full strength, or perhaps the news released by the World Economic News Agency was due to Morgan's knowing this individual concealed his power, or that he had insider information about the Assassin Alliance. Previously, Morgan's embellishments had made Kizaru feel belittled, but now the situation was entirely different. If Morgan's was aware of the true power of the Shadow Assassin Chi and had held back during their last battle, or if he indeed possessed deeper insights into the Shadow Assassin Chi and the Assassin Alliance, what else could it be? Morgan, who is fully committed to crafting sensational news, remains oblivious to the fact that the embellishments he added to capture attention have inadvertently led Kizaru to believe he possesses greater knowledge regarding the Shadow Assassin Chi and the Assassin's Alliance. As the winds of change howl, two members of the mysterious Organization Zero appear before the three protagonists, clad in tattered black suits, although their attire is somewhat disheveled, upon seeing that Yuanbu Kishi is unharmed. Both men cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief and inquire with genuine concern, "Lord Yuanbu Kishi, are you uninjured?" Fortunately, Vice Admiral Garp arrived just in time. Otherwise, I fear I would have sustained serious injuries. Yuanbu Kishi cast a glance at them, then directed a grateful look towards Garp. His full-powered Dahei slash had been thwarted, leaving him in a temporary state of physical rigidity, unable to exert his full strength, let alone resist or escape in that condition. That I am fortunate that the strength of the Shadow Assassin Chi far exceeded all our expectations, while others might be eager to ingratiate themselves with Yuanbu Kishi. A member of the five elders, Garp's gaze remained fixed solely on Li Xian, never wavering for a moment. Even when Yuanbu Kishi addressed him, he did not allow his focus to drift. That previous slash was truly astonishing. He must not be permitted to leave this place easily. His hands trembled slightly. Even though Li Xian's strike had been weakened upon colliding with the Dahei Teve slash, it still left Garp with a tingling sensation in his hands. Had that strike been at its peak power, Garp knew he would undoubtedly find it difficult to withstand such an attack. Indeed, Yuanbu Kishi's eyes also turned towards Li Xian, a glimmer of murderous intent evident within. If someone of such caliber were to depart unscathed, the world of the seas would surely descend into chaos. The authority of the world government would face severe challenges, inevitably drawing more individuals to the seas in pursuit of illusory dreams. What a terrifying man, Kizaru murmured, fixated on Li Xian high in the sky. His sentiment was not a jest, but a sincere acknowledgement, as he found it impossible to jest about such formidable power. The gathering of 5 top-tier powerhouses, 2 at the level of the 4 emperors and 3 at the level of admirals, constitutes a collective might capable of obliterating even a 4-emperor pirate crew. Yet, at this moment, they were solely focused on thwarting a single man. This man, unknown to the world merely 3 months prior, had, in that brief span, captivated the attention of the entire maritime realm. His unparalleled armament hockey rapidly enveloped his iron fist as Karp stood firm, ready to unleash his might. Boom! The ground beneath him cracked, and Karp shot upwards like a cannonball. "Kid, you've gone too far this time." Karp's speed tore through layers of air as he ascended, his iron fists gleaming with metallic luster. His expression grave as he aimed at the purple figure, delivering a powerful punch. Iron fist, meteor, though devoid of any devil fruit abilities, his strike caused the surrounding air to halt, and a terrifying wave of energy swiftly radiated outward, even igniting sparks through the friction of compressed air. Clang! The demon blade met the attack. However, to Li Xian's astonishment, his blade left merely a faint white mark upon striking Karp's iron fist, leaving him somewhat bewildered. It is well known that his demon blade had been unstoppable against any adversary thus far. Though he had merely waved it casually, he still felt taken aback. The title of hero of the Navy indeed bore weight. That man, who once pursued the pirate King Roger, despite the passage of time, retained formidable prowess. Iron fist. Meteor shower. Though only a white mark remained on his fist, the sharpness of his attack caused Karp's heart to clench. He dared not hold back. His hands moved in a blur, enveloped in the ultimate armament hockey, delivering punches like a meteor shower, each second capable of unleashing hundreds of strikes. The shadows of his fists blotted out the sky, the air crackling with the sound of rupturing as his punches tore through the atmosphere. An unstoppable force. Buzzing, the demon energy surged as Li Xian wielded his demon blade with swiftness. The impacts of punches against the blade produced resounding echoes, with each collision creating a crisp sound as Karp's iron fists occasionally clashed head-on with the blade. The shockwaves erupted, and the residual energy rampaged in all directions. In an instant, Li Xian was engulfed by the smoke generated from the explosion. Yet the next moment, a surge of purple demonic energy erupted, sweeping away all traces of the explosive smoke, even consuming the power of the energy beams before they could fully unleash their destruction. With a flash of purple light, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared before Kizaru. Oh my, this speed is simply astonishing. Kizaru's pupils constricted as golden light erupted. His form transformed into photons, rapidly soaring into the sky, trailing dazzling golden radiance, arriving at the battlefield's center in the blink of an eye. With a few taps of his fingers, several beams of golden energy shot forth, moving with a speed that defied capture. Boom! The energy beams struck precisely before Li Xian, exploding with tremendous force. Each seemingly small beam contained enough power to obliterate a large warship, and collectively, they created a massive crater over 100 meters wide. In an instant, Li Xian was surrounded by the smoke of the explosions. However, almost immediately, the purple demonic energy surged once more, engulfing all the remnants of the explosions, just as the lightspeed kick was about to land. Li Xian turned to Kizaru, revealing a peculiar smile, prompting Kizaru to kick at empty air. The demon blade glimmered with a cold light, swiftly cleaving towards him. Iron fist. Rift, Karp bellowed, his voice resolute as his iron fist gleamed with a metallic sheen, crashing forcefully against the demon blade. This punch was powerful enough to shatter mountains. With a resounding clash, the demon blade met the attack, shattering rapidly, fragments scattering in all directions. Boom! Karp's fist struck fiercely against the hilt of the blade, and the fragments of the blade fell as a visible whirlpool of shattered energy quickly spread outward, the immense force causing Li Xian's palm to tingle, yet a cold smile appeared on his face. Oh no! Witnessing the demon blade shatter under his fierce punch, Carp's heart sank with foreboding. The blade's fragments could be manipulated at will by the individual before him. Indeed, the shattered pieces of the demon blade radiated a chilling aura. Hurtling towards Carp, Carp attempted to retract his iron fist, yet Li Xian pressed the hilt firmly against it. If he insisted on pulling back, the shadow assassin Qi would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. One sword style, reverse slash. Dark energy surged as Yanbu Kishi, having ascended into the air unbeknownst to them, wielded the original Kitch, gathering countless invisible and razor-sharp blade energies into a singular, intangible force. Charging towards the center between the two. Meanwhile, Li Xian unleashed a burst of photons behind him. Yada no Kagami. Counterattack. A whirlwind roared, a tornado nearly 100 meters in diameter, concealing countless sharp wind blades. Crashing towards them at the same time, various weapons sped towards them that, if Li Xian continued to use the hilt to restrain Carp, he would soon face a fierce onslaught from 3 Admiral-level powerhouses. Yet if he chose to charge towards Carp, he would be vulnerable to an attack from Yanbu Kishi, a 4 Emperor-level powerhouse. TSK. A disdainful smile crept onto Li Xian's lips as the fragments of the demon blade swiftly returned to the hilt. A purple radiance flickering as he held the blade, surrounded by purple demonic energy, resembling a demon god descending upon the world. Faced with the dazzling and fierce triple attacks from behind, Li Xian exhibited no signs of excessive tension. Within the naval headquarters, Sengoku observed the unfolding battle, his heart fluctuating with tumultuous emotions. Since the battle began, the shadow assassin Qi had continuously overturned his predictions regarding his capabilities, particularly just moments ago when he believed that Yanbu Kishi, one of the 5 elders, might perish in this confrontation. Thankfully, at a critical moment, his old comrade Carp arrived just in time, saving Yanbu Kishi's life. Sigh. This Qi is truly terrifying. Had it not been for Carp and Kizaru's timely arrival, he might not only have killed a celestial dragon, but could have also easily escaped after slaying the 5 elders. Fortunately, everything is about to come to an end. Even with such an assembly, not even Whitebeard at his peak could have retreated without regret. This time, it should be foolproof. Sengoku felt profound relief for Carp and Kizaru's timely rescue. Had they arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable, potentially resulting in an incredibly costly tragedy. The transponder snail in the office began to ring, prompting Sengoku to gather his thoughts and calm his emotions. He gazed at the screen and picked up the transponder snail. No sooner had he connected the call than an anxious voice erupted from the other end, shattering the calm he had just regained. Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, we have grave news. The infiltrator into the Holy Land Mariawa is not only the shadow assassin Qi. Another enigmatic assassin alliance has emerged. Following the involvement of 5 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, they tragically fell victim to the blood-sucking Red Fawn. Rather than providing assistance, they became a source of sustenance for the enemy. One by one collapsing to the ground, their faces etched with despair, 20 imposing and magnificent warships formed a line, with over 10,000 naval soldiers standing in perfect formation, their expressions gravely solemn. The 5 vice admirals stood at the bow of the flagship, exuding an aura of authority. However, in this moment, this formidable fleet, comparable to a demon-slaying battalion, failed to exhibit its requisite vigor. All the soldiers were left speechless. Their gazes fixed upon the 3 combatants engaged in battle, rendered utterly voiceless. Such a level of combat was beyond the reach of these ordinary soldiers, who, even in double numbers, could not genuinely influence the broader conflict. The barrage of cannon fire at this moment resembled a mere farce, especially when juxtaposed with the meteor shower unleashed by Akainu, whose power far surpassed their combined firepower by several folds. Yet, even Akainu's meteor shower seemed insignificant in the presence of Red Fawn. Aboard the flagship where Carp resided, the leading vice admiral of the Navy headquarters held a transponder snail, conversing with the office of the fleet admiral. The urgency stemmed from a shocking revelation made by the man named Red Fawn, necessitating immediate communication of this intelligence to the Navy headquarters and demanding the utmost attention from both the Navy headquarters and the world government. Despite the incredibility of his claims, as anticipated, upon completing his report, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, after a brief moment of stunned silence, gravely questioned, Vice Admiral Moore, Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? It was not a matter of disbelief in Moore's integrity, but rather the overwhelming difficulty in accepting such news. After all, this battle had undergone multiple reversals, brutally trampling the dignity of the world government. Just as he believed the situation had stabilized, with audacious rebels who dared to challenge the authority of the world government inevitably facing their reckoning. A new twist had emerged. It turned out that the Assassin Alliance had dispatched more than just 2 individuals. Aside from the rearguard Red Fawn, there were others lurking in Holy Mary Joa. Sengoku, this was a confession directly from the shadow assassin Red Fawn. Vice Admiral Moore, the one among the 5 adept with a blade, hastily clarified the situation, stating that the news of QI's mission to Holy Mary Joa reaching the Navy headquarters implied that QI's task, as well as that of the Assassin Alliance, was already largely accomplished. Within the Navy Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his mind buzzing. The audacity of this Assassin Alliance was staggering, repeatedly exceeding his expectations that if Red Fawn's assertions were indeed true, and the Assassin Alliance had remaining operatives in Holy Mary Joa with considerable strength, then the current combat power station there could not hope to detain them. So, they dared to breach Holy Mary Joa. They boldly broadcasted the slaughter of the celestial dragons. It became evident that the Assassin Alliance had sent far more than just these 2, all mysteries unraveled. Sengoku's mind cleared. The Red Soil continent lay a mere stone's throw from the Navy headquarters, and reinforcement to Holy Mary Joa could be dispatched in an instant, even if Akainu and Akiji temporarily restrained Red Fawn. The Navy headquarters still possessed 2 other admirals and the combat strength of the 4 emperors, including himself as the fleet admiral, Admiral Kazuru, and a legendary hero of the Navy, Carp, who had repeatedly cornered the pirate King Roger. Even if a peak combatant were to remain at the Navy headquarters, they could at least dispatch one of the 4 emperors and 1 admiral-level powerhouse for support, as long as QI was held up by the forces of the world government. Once the reinforcement from the Navy headquarters arrived, he would find himself isolated and defenseless. However, the opposing side exhibited a brazen disregard, openly broadcasting the slaughter of the celestial dragons, seemingly unafraid the world government would remain oblivious to their actions. Immediate contact with the world government was imperative to deploy additional reinforcements. Sengoku's heart raced with urgency as he hastily hung up the transponder snail with more in the world government conference room. This time, let us see where this shadow assassin QI can escape. Humph. Even if his strength surpasses that of the 4 emperors slightly, what does such provocation against the world government amount to? However, he should consider himself fortunate. 2 formidable 4 emperors-level powers and 3 admirals-level powers. Such an opulent lineup is more than sufficient to deal with a single 4 emperors pirate crew. Now they have fully committed their forces to him alone. The 4 elders unanimously agreed that QI was akin to a fish in a barrel, and they were resolute in their determination to eradicate the Assassin Alliance entirely. An organization that disregards rules and lacks reverence for the world government must not be allowed to continue its existence. Just then, a transponder snail on the conference table suddenly rang, and Hirano Masato, dressed in a black suit with curly hair, casually picked up the device, calmly responding, "This is the world government," but on the other end. Sengoku, filled with anxiety, completely discarded the composed demeanor befitting a fleet admiral. Elders, this shadow assassin QI may not be venturing to Holy Mary Joa alone. There are likely other members of the Assassin Alliance lurking in the shadows. Without pausing for breath, Sengoku succinctly recounted the events to the elders, emphasizing at the end, "Elders, please ensure sufficient combat power is dispatched swiftly. We are still unaware of the trump cards left behind by the Assassin Alliance. How many members there are, and how powerful they may be. We know nothing." As soon as Sengoku's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the entire conference room, which was soon overshadowed by a cloud of foreboding on the faces of the 4 elders. Hirano Masato's expression turned grave as he laid the transponder snail down, surveying the other 3 elders, and solemnly inquired, "What are your thoughts on how to respond?" The possibility posed by Sengoku was significant. If true, even with 2 formidable 4 emperors-level powers and 3 admirals, they could not guarantee absolute certainty. Okada Kenichi was the first to speak, pointing out that the current available combat power at the headquarters was insufficient. Although the overall strength of the world government was greater than that of the Navy headquarters, the vast territory required strong individuals to maintain their defenses. Satani Aki pondered thoughtfully, proposing, "Isn't Steel Bone nearby?" With his strength, along with Karp and Yambu Kiaichi, even if the Assassin Alliance has other plans, that should be sufficient to contend. Steel Bone Hirano Masato displayed slight hesitation. Presently, under the world government, apart from admiral-level figures and the Supreme Commander Steelbone Kong, there were indeed not many top-tier combatants available for deployment. Very well, have Steelbone head to the battlefield immediately. Hirano Masato ultimately decided. This time, there could be no mistakes regarding the Assassin Alliance, if there were indeed other members present. It was imperative to capture them alive. The four elders concurred with this proposal, as the existence of the Assassin Alliance instilled in them an unprecedented sense of threat. They needed to gather information regarding the Assassin Alliance and could no longer allow the enemy to maintain the initiative, remaining perpetually in a passive state. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Holy Mary Joa, Li Xian no longer engaged Karp. With a single hand gripping his blade, he turned and swung, his movements fluid and seamless, executed in one breath. The purple demonic energy surged, the endless golden barrage instantly dissipating, and the tornado assault with a diameter exceeding 100 meters failed to take effect, as the several weapons that came slicing towards him crumbled under a single stroke. The magic blade shattered, and a new magic blade over 100 meters long rapidly coalesced. I Xian wielded the magic blade with one hand, the demonic energy swirling around it, exuding an overwhelming presence. In the face of Li Xian's onslaught, Kazu, the Ape King, and the others dared not let their guard down. Amidst the flashing golden light, the soaring eagle spread its wings, and sharp weapons hurtled forth as they dodged while continuously counterattacking Li Xian. Iron Fist Meteor Shower, behind Li Xian, Karp, having escaped Li Xian's control, narrowed his eyes slightly, his fists bursting forth with brilliant radiance, the pinnacle of his mastery of hockey enveloping his iron fists with incredible swiftness. He unleashed a barrage of fist shadows, concealing a lethal strike poised to descend upon Li Xian. Magic blade fragments scattered. In the face of the meteoric onslaught of fist shadows, hundreds of magic blade fragments dispersed to absorb the force. And under the layered, cumulative effects of resistance, even Karp would find it challenging to breach this defensive barrier in a short time. However, on another side, there was another lurking figure, Yambu Kiaichi, whose sharp gaze locked onto Li Xian as he unsheathed his blade. The black demonic energy surged violently, tearing through the atmosphere, collapsing the air with a speed that was utterly despairing. Though this strike was not as powerful as his ultimate technique, its might was not to be underestimated. Should it land, even an admiral would be wounded. Moreover, at this moment, Li Xian was entangled with Karp, Kizaru, and others, incapable of splitting his focus to counter this strike. Yet he had no choice but to brace himself. Otherwise, he would face 5 potentially fatal attacks. However, just as the strike from Yuanbu Kishi was unleashed, a wave of azure blade energy surged forth from the distance, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. So swift was its approach that even the 7 warlords would struggle to discern its precise trajectory, only faintly perceiving the swirling phantom of a phoenix entwined within. Witnessing this sudden assault, the 5 elders and Sengoku, who were wholly engrossed in the battle, felt an involuntary tightening in their chests, their minds simultaneously conjuring a singular thought. Are the other members of the Assassin Alliance, hidden in the shadows, finally making their move? The azure blade energy collided with the inky strike, producing a resonant clash. The Phoenix Phantom emitted a piercing cry as the blade energy and the strike tore at one another, ultimately resulting in both being shattered. Energy ripples radiated outward, disturbing the surrounding space that a figure materialized beside Li Xian, their gaze sharply fixated on Yuanbu Kishi. Clad in a flowing deep blue robe, with long silver hair partially obscuring one eye. The other eye, rimmed with a hint of crimson, was fully revealed. In their right hand, they gripped a katana, its blade adorned with a vividly lifelike phoenix motif. The sudden appearance of this figure left the onlookers, as well as those scattered across the vast sea, utterly astonished, save for Sengoku and the 5 elders. With a swift motion, 5 figures descended simultaneously to a point, their unwavering attention locked onto the 2 individuals before them. Particularly the newly emerged Azure figure, Xuanwu Kishi. Although the prior strike was not an ultimate technique, it was undeniably extraordinary. Yet the sudden newcomer had effortlessly neutralized it. Could this individual possibly be of the same caliber as him? Observing their appearance, they seemed to have some connection to that being known as Xuanwu Kishi had anticipated. Although the Azure Phoenix remained vigilant, it softly addressed Li Xian. Lord Q. L. I Xian nodded in acknowledgement. This exchange caused an unease to settle over the 5 individuals, as it became evident that this new character was indeed a member of the Assassin Alliance. Who are you? Xuanwu Kishi inquired gravely. For the Azure Phoenix exuded immense pressure. With a disdainful glance, the Azure Phoenix responded proudly, I am one of the 7 shadow assassins of the Assassin Alliance. Azure Phoenix. The mention of one of the 7 shadows caused Karp and Kizuru's pupils to constrict sharply. If memory served correctly, thus far, the Assassin Alliance had revealed 3 shadow assassins. Chia, Chi, and now the Azure Phoenix. The might of these shadow assassins was formidable. Chia had once held his own against 2 Marine admirals. While Chi could suppress a figure of the 4 emperors' caliber, such as Xuanwu Kishi, alongside 2 admirals. Now, the newly unveiled Azure Phoenix had already proven formidable with just a single strike. The existence of the 7 shadow assassins implied that the Assassin Alliance harbored at least 4 more individuals of admiral to 4 emperors level strength. The realization of this possibility sent tremors through even Karp and Kizuru. Initially, when Shia had mentioned that the Assassin Alliance possessed 7 individuals of admiral to 4 emperors level power, they had harbored doubts. However, the emergence of Azure Phoenix further validated this assertion. Yet for now, only 3 had been confirmed. They remained convinced that the Assassin Alliance must be exaggerating and that only these 3 shadow assassins existed. Nonetheless, the mere presence of this Assassin Alliance was undeniably chilling. Sengoku murmured, indeed, with just Chi, Chia, and Azure Phoenix united, their threat level surpasses that of any 4 Emperors' pirate crew, possessing the capability to utterly obliterate any faction of the 4 Emperors. Steelbone moved swiftly. The 5 elders were in a state of urgency, faced with the astonishing strength displayed by the Assassin Alliance. If they failed to inflict significant damage and gather intelligence this time, the pressure they would face in the future would be unimaginable. Across various factions, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo's smile faltered the moment Azure Phoenix made their appearance. The Assassin Alliance. The stronger, the better. It would be ideal if all 7 shadow assassins gathered to turn Mariewa upside down. Doflamingo secretly rejoiced. If the Assassin Alliance truly possessed 7 such terrifying fighters, even the world government would find itself powerless. Should Chi and Azure Phoenix manage to escape this time, he would dedicate all his efforts to locating them, sparing no expense to issue a mission to eradicate the celestial dragons. In the new world at the Whitebeard Pirates base, Ace's expression turned to one of horror as he questioned, Old man, another shadow assassin has emerged from the Assassin Alliance. Could it be that the 7 shadow assassins they speak of are real? The sheer magnitude of their power made it hard for him to believe that the Assassin Alliance could possess 7 such formidable beings, which would indeed be enough to upend the entire maritime landscape. With the arrival of Azure Phoenix, Ace's previously steadfast beliefs began to waver. In reality, Azure Phoenix was the 3rd shadow assassin to appear. The other, Chia, had long since engaged in a fierce battle with the Marine headquarters of Kinu and Akiji. There must be variations in strength among the 7 shadow assassins, right? Even Whitebeard's expression turned complex at this moment. The newly unveiled Azure Phoenix evidently possessed combat prowess on par with the 4 Emperors, and if the other shadow assassins were similarly formidable, then 6 4 Emperors level fighters, along with one who surpassed them, would render the Assassin Alliance capable of overpowering all maritime forces, save for the world government. Even in the face of the world government, without hidden trump cards, they would be unable to contend. Such a force could not remain concealed for long, indicating that there must be some discrepancies among the 7 shadow assassins in Kaido's territory. Upon witnessing yet another shadow assassin's emergence, Kaido no longer dared to boast about hiring the Assassin Alliance for his own demise. Such terrifying power could very well spell his end. His penchant for seeking death stemmed from a history of survival. Yet in the face of the Assassin Alliance, he found himself hesitant to act recklessly. Why has your Assassin Alliance attacked the Holy Land of Mariewa without provocation? Xuanwu Kishi advanced step by step, coldly questioning. Had they not initiated the assault on the Holy Land and broadcast it live, they might have taken action upon discovering Qi's existence. Had it not stirred such a tremendous uproar, the world government might have reached a cooperative agreement with the Assassin Alliance, as they were clearly an organization driven by self-interest, capable of becoming a weapon for the world government if sufficiently incentivized. But now, all was beyond redemption. We have nothing to disclose, Li Xian replied indifferently. Though the reasons were evident, he would not easily divulge them. With a frigid gaze, dark purple demonic energy swirled, and the chilling demonic blade in his grasp signaled that their objectives had been achieved. Now was the time to withdraw. The strength the Assassin Alliance had displayed thus far was sufficient. To linger here would serve no purpose. Even if Xuanwu Kishi were to be slain, it held no real value for him, as there was no bounty on his head. The life of Xuanwu Kishi was of little consequence. Sensing Li Xian's resolve, Azure Phoenix swiftly discarded their deep blue cloak, revealing a form-fitting black combat outfit. With a resounding draw, a long blade was unsheathed from their left hand. Having chosen to break through with haste, they would hold nothing back and fight with all their might to carve a path through. Armed with dual blades, Azure Phoenix was enveloped in swirling azure blade energy, as if the Phoenix Phantom danced around them. The two figures, one purple and one black, ascended in tandem, showing no sign of weakness before the 2 Four Emperors and 3 Admiral-level warriors. Damn it! Xuanwu Kishi bellowed, furious at the affront to the world government. How could they simply let this pass? All of you, attack. At any cost, we must capture them. As his words fell, Xuanwu Kishi ignited his life force, activating 100% of his life return ability, rapidly restoring his stamina and even slightly enhancing his power. The 2 members of the O0 organization also maintained their full power life return state. With a swish, the azure and purple figures streaked through the air like meteors, trailing brilliant tails of light, akin to 2 celestial bodies plummeting from the heavens, a stunning display imbued with irresistible murderous intent and power. The war's fuse had been ignited, and photons erupted instantaneously. Kizaru's fingers danced, unleashing hundreds of laser beams that illuminated the night sky like a multitude of stars. The concentrated photons detonated before the 2 figures, erupting into a cacophony of explosions akin to a dazzling fireworks display. Signaling the commencement of battle, as the detonations echoed, all present unleashed their full strength without reservation, vowing to capture Qi and Azure Phoenix. In the Holy Land of Mariewa, a figure raced forth like lightning, charging with such speed that, despite efforts to suppress it, a whirlwind of dust and sand swept through the surroundings. Buildings toppled on either side, and the scene revealed a distinctive figure with a mohawk hairstyle, a thick beard, and a robust physique. What a terrifying battle! Such a formidable force. The repercussions of this conflict were astonishingly immense. Steel Bone Kong, former Marine Fleet Admiral and current Commander-in-Chief of the world government, possessed unfathomable strength. However, even he at this very moment could not help but feel a profound shock within as he sensed the overwhelming energy surging from afar, expanding relentlessly. His strength was comparable to that of the 4 Emperors, possessing the capability to face 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters in combat, thus making him one of the pinnacle existences upon the vast ocean today. Yet, through the tumultuous waves of energy, he detected at least 4 adversaries of equal caliber. Among them, one emanated an unprecedented pressure, likely surpassing even the levels of the 4 Emperors. Steel Bones felt a weight in his heart, for this formidable aura did not belong to anyone he recognized. This signified that the extraordinary being surpassing the 4 Emperors hailed from the organization known as the Assassin Alliance. Hold firm. Carp, Admiral Kuro. With gritted teeth, Steel Bones swiftly arrived at the desolate land. Scarred for miles, where merely the lingering essence of this place was enough to evoke a sense of oppression within him. The assault that transpired here was something even he would struggle to withstand. Raising his gaze, he beheld the distant epicenter of the explosions, where waves of energy were encroaching upon him from above. The collision of forces sent tremors through his being, causing even the admiral to feel a shiver of fear. Without hesitation, Steel Bones planted his feet firmly, creating a massive pit several dozen meters deep, transforming into a projectile that shot forth, surrounded by swirling white energy. Boom! The intertwining energies of blue and purple clashed violently against the terrifying onslaught of Carp and the other four. With no intention of retreat, the fierce confrontation involved 4 individuals of the 4 Emperors level and 3 admirals. A collision of such magnitude is exceedingly rare in these modern seas. Such a duel could likely only be witnessed on the Red Line. Were it to occur at Sabiti Archipelago, this energy shock could flatten a chain of 10 islands. Yet, even so, the chilling rifts in space and the rampant energy ripples rendered the entire Holy Land in a state of violent turmoil. At the heart of the explosions, the heavens fractured, clouds erupted, and the ground split open into unfathomable chasms, instilling an overwhelming sense of despair. Ultimately, a vast storm of energy surged forth, a terror-inducing force that obliterated everything in its path. In the sky, visible torrents of energy surged outward, compressing the air and distorting space itself. Before this cataclysmic energy, all things appeared fragile and vulnerable. Even a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters would find themselves ruthlessly annihilated should they stand against this residual wave. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, a breathtaking sight visible from every corner of the Holy Land, even extending to half the Red Line. Iron Fist, meteor shower. Amidst the endless clouds of dust, Carp bellowed, breaking through layers of fog, his fists roaring like thunder as he unleashed a torrent of purple energy. The shards of the cursed blade, enveloped in violet energy, danced through the air with lethal precision. When these shards collided with Carp's iron fists, their formidable cutting power could not even budge his fists an inch, resulting in a momentary stalemate. This scene left Li Xian in awe. Indeed, Carp was undeniably one of the most unique existences in the world of One Piece. Able to withstand the attacks of cursed blade shards with nothing but his iron fist, it could be said that Carp was unequivocally the strongest in the pirate world, relying solely on his own strength. The mastery of haki and martial arts he possessed had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. His ultimate physical prowess, combined with the absence of adverse effects from any devil fruit, rendered Carp the only man whose combat power remained virtually undiminished in his advanced age. After all, in these seas, many powerful beings relied on the strength of devil fruits to enhance their abilities, often facing dire consequences. Despite the wondrous and formidable powers of devil fruits, their side effects had led to the decline of many top-tier beings like Whitebeard in their twilight years. Amaterasu, photons detonated instantaneously, transforming into a sword of light, as the elemental Kizaru grasped the light blade, launching a rapid assault. The trajectory of the photons was as swift as lightning. Even Carp's speed could scarcely match it. In a flash, the Azure Phoenix's silhouette intercepted the light sword, a chilling glint flashing in its eyes as it locked onto Kizaru. Hey, why does anyone who casually shows up have a speed that can match mine? After easily parrying another strike, Kizaru found himself questioning his own life choices. His speed was renowned among the admirals, and even many of the 4 emperors could only barely keep pace with his attacks, unable to prevent him from striking others. However, the Azure Phoenix before him was undoubtedly a monster. Though slightly slower than Kizaru, the Phoenix seemed to possess the most elite observation haki, able to anticipate his next move through the sensing of muscular energy, allowing it to respond preemptively. Under such circumstances, even if Kizaru was marginally faster, he would struggle to breach the Phoenix's defenses. Laser, his hands became a blur as Kizaru unleashed a barrage of brilliant golden light. The air crackling with energy, hundreds of golden energy beams encircled the Azure Phoenix, leaving no escape, all detonating simultaneously. The extreme temperature of the photons could melt steel. The Azure Phoenix grasped 2 long knives tightly, crossing them before its chest to form a formidable barrier. The azure light flickered incessantly as the Phoenix spread its wings and cried out, forming a sturdy protective shield that enveloped it completely. Beneath the azure shield, the Phoenix bravely charged forward, enduring the explosive onslaught of hundreds of golden energy beams, effortlessly shredding them apart. As the shockwaves and residual energy struck the azure shield, the phoenix let out a cry. Yet the protective barrier remained unyielding. Point one sword style. Ultimate slash. Dark energy surged as a blade of energy, spanning 3,000 meters, swept through the air. The azure phoenix momentarily halted, for against the attack of Admiral Kuro. Its shield could not provide effective resistance. Crossing its twin blades, it struck down with all its might. Twin blade style. Cross. Impact. The two azure slashes intersected across the heavens, merging their powers into a singular force, exponentially amplifying their might. Boom! The slashes collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Amidst the aftermath, the azure phoenix surged forth, not pausing for an instant. Meanwhile, two members engaged in a desperate struggle against Carp and the others, attempting to impede Li Xian's advance. Yet regardless of their efforts, the initiative of the battlefield remained firmly in Li Xian's grasp, as radiant attacks erupted in all directions, leaving countless areas of the Holy Land, Mariehua, in ruins. Let us assess the current combat prowess deployed by the world government and the Navy. Admiral Kazuru of the Navy headquarters, the heroic Carp, one of the Gorosei, Admiral Kuro, and two members possessing admiral-level capabilities. Additionally, there was the retired Fleet Admiral, now the Supreme Commander of the world government, Steelbones. Countless individuals gasped in astonishment. This formidable array seemed even more astounding than the combined might of the entire Navy headquarters. And such overwhelming power was directed solely at two individuals, the shadow assassins Qi and Qing Feng from the Assassin Alliance. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the names of this organization and these two individuals would resonate throughout the ocean for ages to come. Such treatment was something even the former Roger pirates or the peak of the Whitebeard pirates could not have enjoyed. Steelbones, at the base of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. Whitebeard gazed at the familiar figure on the screen, feeling a twinge of sentimentality. He recalled the time Steelbones served as Fleet Admiral, when they had clashed on numerous occasions. Now, as time had passed, they had both entered their twilight years. The Supreme Commander of the world government, the former Fleet Admiral, was indeed an extraordinary figure. In dress rosa, Doflamingo was no stranger to the name Steelbones. Even someone of his stature could not help but marvel at the sheer strength of the Assassin Alliance. It was truly frustrating. Just a moment longer. Just a little bit more. On the Isle of Nine Serpents, Hancock witnessed the path of retreat for Li Xian and Qing Feng obstructed by colossal skeletal barriers spanning 2 kilometers and towering 100 meters high, igniting a fire of indignation within him. Had it not been for this skeletal fortification, with Qi's formidable strength coupled with the assistance of that shadowy assassin, they might have successfully fled the holy ground of Mariehua unscathed. Meanwhile, atop the skeletal barrier stood Steelbone, arms crossed over his chest, his frigid gaze sweeping over Li Xian and Qing Feng as he coldly declared, "Shadow Assassin Qi, Shadow Assassin Qing Feng. You reckless fools shall not escape the red soil continent today." As soon as his words fell, an invisible aura of terror erupted from within him. "Steelbone, you have arrived," remarked Yuan Lin Chi, his voice betraying a hint of reassurance. A high-ranking official of the world government. He had interacted with Steelbone numerous times and held a profound trust in his capabilities. "Rest assured, Lord Yuan Lin Chi, with my presence here, they shall not evade capture." Steelbone nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that at their level, there was no need for excessive deference, even towards the 5 elders. After confirming their shared resolve, his gaze locked on Qing Feng and Qi, his entire being poised to unleash its power. Should they make a move, he would fully exert himself to obstruct them, leveraging their numerical superiority to secure their capture. Li Xian's crimson eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't anticipated the continuous waves of reinforcements from the world government. However, he remained unfazed. Dark energy enveloped him as the demonic blade extended to an immense length of 150 meters. Crashing down like a cataclysm, utterly unassailable. The target of this strike was none other than the skeletal barrier standing before him, and Qing Feng. "You shall not breach my defenses," Steelbone roared. Brandishing a battle blade forged from bones, this skeletal weapon, refined countless times, possessed a hardness comparable to that of an ordinary cutting blade. Yet before the imposing demonic blade of 150 meters, both the skeletal sword and steel bone himself appeared minuscule. Nevertheless, bolstered by unwavering conviction, he managed to withstand a slash that was not even Li Xian's full strength. The purple-black demonic energy surged and eroded around him. Unleashing a powerful, invisible force, steel bone, Carp called out loudly. Racing in with moonwalk, his figure streaking through the air like a meteor, his massive iron fist enveloped in a fierce gale, crashing down towards his target. "Stop!" Qing Feng's icy voice rang out as he swung his long blade, creating a green slash that intercepted Carp's advance. "Get out of my way!" Carp retracted his fist momentarily, then unleashed a ferocious strike. His steel-like fist hurtling forward like a cannonball, shattering the air as it collided with Qing Feng's slash. A fleeting white mark appeared on Carp's fist, only to vanish instantaneously. Following this, he struck again with his left hand, his dual fists crashing down like thunder, the sharp brilliance of his attack gradually dissipating, as Qing Feng's slash ultimately shattered under the relentless assault. However, Qing Feng's intention was not merely to block Carp with a single blade. He aimed to buy time. As the slash disintegrated, Qing Feng charged towards Carp with dual blades in hand, the azure phantoms of his blades trailing behind him, their dazzling light radiant. Suddenly, a golden light flared as the yellow ape broke through Qing Feng's defenses, darting towards Li Xian like an arrow released from a bow. With a mere flick of his finger, hundreds of laser beams surged forth, targeting Li Xian directly. Qi's demeanor remained indifferent, surrounded by the swirling purple-black demonic energy, paying no heed to the hundreds of laser beams approaching from behind. Boom! 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 The beams struck Li Xian's back, but were successfully thwarted by the purple demonic energy, unable to penetrate further. However, despite Li Xian's ability to easily repel the laser beams, he could not afford to underestimate the attack launched by the yellow ape himself. In the blink of an eye, the yellow ape traversed hundreds of meters, wielding a sword of light, and descended fiercely upon Li Xian's back. Clang, clang, clang. The demonic blade clashed against steel bone, shattering into countless fragments that coalesced behind Li Xian, forming a torrent of purple energy surging towards the yellow ape. Facing a naval admiral and a foe of the Four Emperors' caliber, Li Xian managed to gain the upper hand. Given sufficient time, he could even defeat a combined force of a Four Emperor and a naval admiral. However, the plight of Qing Feng was starkly different. Steel Bone and the yellow ape worked in tandem to restrain Li Xian, while Carp, Yuan Lin Qi, and two other members of the Zero Division, a total of 2 Four Emperor-level powers and 2 Admiral-level powers, focused their assault on Qing Feng. They discerned that this shadow assassin, Qing Feng, was slightly weaker than Qi, thus deciding to have Steel Bone and the yellow ape contain Qi while they concentrated the majority of their strength to subdue Qing Feng first. Once Qing Feng was subdued, they could then direct their full efforts against Qi, who would find it impossible to escape their grasp, as anticipated. Against a foe of the Four Emperors' caliber, Qing Feng managed to cope with ease. Even when besieged by 2 admirals and a Four Emperor, he held his ground for a time without revealing signs of defeat. Yet, when confronted with 2 Four Emperors and 2 admirals in concert, the specter of defeat loomed large. Demonic blades danced, malevolent energy surged, iron fists flew, and the relentless onslaught of the 2 Zero Division admirals compounded the pressure. Despite Qing Feng commencing with all his might, he gradually found himself overwhelmed. The 4 of them attacked in succession, leaving Qing Feng struggling to keep up, with scarcely a moment to catch his breath. Within a mere minute, he felt the weight of pressure amplifying, narrowly avoiding injury time and again. Thanks to his quick reflexes in contrast, the 4 adversaries having the upper hand could alternate their attacks, resting momentarily or conserving energy for their ultimate moves, while Qing Feng was compelled to maintain peak condition at all times, ever ready to face unforeseen assaults on the other side. Although Li Xian had gained the upper hand against the yellow ape and steel bone, their combined efforts restrained him from providing support to Qing Feng. Defeating them was not an endeavor that could be accomplished in a short span of time, that if the situation continued to unfold as it was, both Qing Feng and Qi were likely to be drained of their stamina and ultimately fall prey to their tactics. Witnessing all of this, the highest council of the world government and figures like Sengoku from the naval headquarters collectively sighed in relief. Fortunately, the intelligence had arrived in time. Otherwise, these two might have truly escaped from Mariehua unscathed. Vanishing without a trace, Sengoku felt profoundly grateful, resolving to commend Major General Moore for providing the information. Upon the vast ocean, numerous pirates drawn to the spectacle, along with Nami, Zoro, Hancock, and others who knew Chi and even held gratitude towards him, could not help but feel a sense of regret. How long had it been since anyone dared to confront the world government head-on? Yet, the ultimate outcome left much to be desired. He underestimated them too greatly. Doflamingo imagined himself in their shoes. Had they successfully slain a celestial dragon and immediately retreated, perhaps commencing a live broadcast on the outskirts of Mariehua, they might not have been intercepted by the world government. Though such an approach might not yield the anticipated results, their strength would inevitably create ripples across the ocean. It was only a matter of time. Amidst the regret, Doflamingo felt a surge of admiration for Li Xian, the audacious figure who dared to broadcast the assassination of the celestial dragons. After all, he did not harbor disdain for those who held animosity towards the celestial dragons, especially for bold and decisive challengers like Li Xian. In this new era, as the battle's outcome grew increasingly evident, a chorus of lamentations arose from the onlookers. Those two had ultimately been too complacent. Whitebeard gazed at the screen, where Ching Feng was visibly fatigued and had narrowly escaped harm multiple times, and let out a deep sigh. Indeed, this is the heart of the world government. Adjacent to the naval headquarters, should any situation arise, reinforcement from the Navy and government can swiftly arrive. Ace nodded in agreement. This lineup was solely intended to target a single organization or individual across the vast ocean. It was unprecedented to assemble such a formidable array of 4 emperors and admirals against one person. Marco, filled with emotion, remarked, "Even if Ching Feng and Chi were tragically fall this time, the reputation of the Assassin Alliance and the Shadow Assassins will echo across the seas for years to come. For their deeds are unparalleled, and their power is indeed formidable. Especially their audacious challenge against the coalition of the world government and the naval headquarters. This organization has remained remarkably elusive." Whitebeard's gaze sharpened. Glimmering with insight, possessing such strength yet able to lurk beneath the noses of the major powers, perhaps this organization has long been hidden from the world. Such an organization, when it chooses to act, can shake the very foundations of the world. As they live-streamed the assassination of the celestial dragons. Did they foresee such a backlash? Is incorrect. They have evidently reserved a backup plan, as the shadow assassin Ching Feng only made an appearance later. This suggests that the Assassin Alliance likely anticipated the reinforcements from the Navy headquarters, and thus arranged for Ching Feng to secretly monitor the situation. However, they did not foresee the resoluteness of the world government and the Navy in dispatching such an extravagant force. Had it not been for the earlier intervention of Steelbone Kong, the two would probably have already retreated from the holy land of Mariehua. Regrettably, the emergence of Steelbone Kong has entirely sealed off their escape route. As the massive magic blade, extending 150 meters, slashed down with ferocity, the magical energy surged, exuding an overwhelming aura. Steelbone, wielding a bone-white battle knife, enveloped in a domineering armament color, unleashed a series of sonic booms as he met the descending magic blade head-on. The air trembled and roared. Although he was forced back a few steps by the magic blade, Steelbone remained uninjured, merely feeling a slight ache in his arm. Yet for him, such discomfort was hardly worth mentioning. The 8-span jewel of the Phoenix. A burst of radiance erupted, endless brilliance coalescing into dense energy projectiles that shot towards Li Xian at an astonishing pace. The golden barrage nearly obscured the entire sky, its density making evasion nearly impossible. The power exceeded that of Kizaru's laser attacks by several folds. After repelling Steelbone with a single strike, Li Xian suddenly halted, his massive blade sweeping down. Slicing through the air on both sides, enveloped in violet magical energy, countless photon energies exploded instantaneously, raising clouds of dust. Yet the momentum of the magic blade showed no signs of abating. It continued to advance resolutely towards Kizu. Alas, seeing his eight-span jewel of the phoenix being cleaved in two by Li Xian, Kizaru felt a twinge of embarrassment. After this battle concludes, should Sengoku fail to significantly increase his salary, he would not easily participate in such high-stakes confrontations again, perhaps even demanding overtime pay. Buzzing, the light rapidly faded. The 150-meter magic blade fell heavily, the purple magical energy extending and instantaneously carving out a 1,000-meter chasm. Photons on the other side morphed into the image of Kizu. As a practitioner of speed, he would never choose to endure such a slash from the shadow assassin Chi, who existed almost like a monster, with seemingly boundless stamina, from the onset of the battle until now. The opponent's combat prowess remained at its peak, showing no signs of decline. Each encounter with this adversary filled Kizaru with a profound sense of crisis. It is worth noting that prior to this, the opponent had engaged in fierce combat with two high-ranking admirals, Carp and Fujitora. Despite the continuous skirmishes, their stamina showed no signs of depletion, truly an existence akin to a monster. In fact, every individual who ascends to the level of admiral can be deemed a monster. If Qi enjoyed several advantages in this battle, then Xingfeng's situation was comparatively arduous. Enduring the relentless assaults of Admirals Carp and Fujitora, Xingfeng was compelled to maintain his muscular strength at its peak at all times. Fearing even the slightest relaxation, the four adversaries launched a continuous barrage, with a singular aim, to prevent Xingfeng from catching even a moment's respite. Dual blade style, twin phoenix dance, Xingfeng shouted. His dual blades resembling a pair of soaring phoenixes as they struck with ferocity. Swift beyond measure and sharp beyond compare, he unleashed a tempestuous assault against Fujitora. The azure light trailed behind him, each slash creating ripples in the air. Clang, 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 two beams of azure light struck with electrifying speed, akin to phantoms, raining down incessantly. Fujitora, wielding the cursed blade Shodai Kitetsu, was shrouded in dark energy, struggling to fend off Xingfeng's onslaught. However, this struggle lasted barely a second, for at this moment, behind Xingfeng, Carp leaped into the air, delivering a punch that shattered the sound barrier. The invisible force erupted, creating waves of air that violently descended. Thunderous and irresistible, Xingfeng was forced to abandon his suppression of Fujitora, crossing his blades defensively across his chest. Under the immense pressure, his dual blades struck Fujitora, knocking him down from mid-air, in the brief instant of turning. The shattered air rushed towards him from behind. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Xingfeng's eyes. He swung one blade, the cold light flickering, cleaving through the distorted air. The other blade rose high, shining with azure brilliance. Boom! Carp's fist, enveloped in a domineering armament color, struck down upon Xingfeng's long blade. A visible white shockwave rapidly expanded, reverberating incessantly. Xingfeng was sent crashing down, his arm numb, only to be met with Carp's subsequent barrage of punches. The torrential onslaught compelled Xingfeng to hastily defend, while also remaining vigilant against the other three, who could strike at any moment. A whirlwind surged horizontally, its invisible blades slicing through everything, with a swift motion of his left hand. Xingfeng raised his long blade, sharply countering the tornado and dispersing it. Yet at this moment, Carp had amassed a terrifyingly powerful punch in midair, ready to descend with crushing force. Clang! The long blade met the oncoming strike. The tremendous impact propelling Xingfeng into the ground like a cannonball, his legs sinking deep into the earth, and the ground around him splitting into numerous fissures, all caused by the shockwave from Carp's punch. Just as Xingfeng crashed to the ground, a black slash tore through the earth, accompanied by a torrent of sand and stones rushing towards him. Simultaneously, from a distance, a massive iron sword over 100 meters long hurtled through the air. Trailing sparks, crashing down with a thunderous roar, Xingfeng's expression darkened to the utmost. In such intense combat, he could not withstand the relentless attacks from all directions for long. Yet he remained composed, for, as a shadow assassin, one must always respond calmly to the current environment, regardless of time or place. Closing his eyes and concentrating, a long azure phoenix silhouette, stretching 100 zhang, unfurled its wings behind him, soaring amidst the swirling sands. As the earth cracked, stones suspended in midair, the phoenix silhouette spread its wings, and Qingfeng's dual blades surged forth. Two piercing azure blade energies met the incoming attacks on either side. However, the whirlwind returned, and the iron fists came crashing down, not granting Qingfeng even a moment's respite. Buzzing, the magic blade hummed. The purple magical energy surged. As one strike repelled Steelbone, Xian caught a glimpse of Qingfeng's dire predicament and instantly discerned that Qingfeng might not last half an hour. Within that half hour, besieged by 4 opponents, Qingfeng would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Inside the system space, 12 uniquely shaped devil fruits floated quietly. As Li Xian's words fell, a vortex formed among them. In an instant, 10 of the devil fruits were drawn into it. Ding! Special energy absorption in progress. Special energy absorption complete. Initiating advancement of Shadow Assassin Chi's role-playing progress mode. The sheer quantity represented by these 10 devil fruits was undoubtedly substantial. However, even so, they could only cause a gradual increase in role-playing progress. The reason lay in Li Xian's current power being overwhelmingly strong, combined with the varying quality of these devil fruits. Although typically, natural, mythical Zoan and ancient Zoan fruits possess greater potential compared to paramecia and animal fruits. And there exist grade disparities among the fruits, resulting in differing quantities that contain special energies. Ding! Role-playing progress enhancement complete. Ultimately, these 10 unidentified attribute devil fruits forcibly elevated the original 75 role-playing progress to 81. The panel in Li Xian's mind updated in real time. Strongest role-playing system host. Li Xian current role. Shadow Assassin Qi current role-playing progress. 81 characters owned. Shadow Assassin Qi affiliates owned. Chia. Qingfeng remaining affiliate summon opportunities. 1 remaining character draw opportunities. 1 with the role-playing progress surpassing 80. Li Xian naturally obtained another opportunity for affiliate summoning. Simultaneously, changes occurred in the external world. As the system panel refreshed, Li Xian's crimson pupils suddenly constricted, and an overwhelming purple radiance blazed brilliantly. Dense magical energy surged forth from Li Xian's body like a tide, darkening the sky above, while the surrounding area within 10,000 meters filled with countless purple lightning bolts, the thickest of which measured a staggering 20 meters in diameter, resembling a roaring thunder dragon tumbling through the air. Li Xian's aura soared, ripples of purple energy radiating outward as he stood at the center of the storm, akin to a demon king ruling over all. In an instant, a golden silhouette emerged, Kizaru, transformed into photons, hurtling towards Li Xian. Yet he was repelled by the rampant magical energy, forced back several hundred meters. Kizaru, now visible, stared in astonishment. What manner of monster is this Shadow Assassin Qi? Merely the surrounding aura is enough to impede his advance. What kind of combat power is this? Could it be that this individual has never diminished in strength throughout the course of this battle? Were it not for this, could it be that he has, unbeknownst to us, significantly augmented his combat prowess during the battle? This notion is even more incredulous. Huang Yuan, witnessing this spectacle, is engulfed in shock. Despite his earnest attempts to refute this reality, he can only concede to the possibility that this Shadow Assassin Qi has perhaps yet to unleash his full strength. As lightning crackles and thunder roars, ominous clouds loom over the city, plunging the entirety of Mariehua into an abyss reminiscent of the end of days. A suffocating pressure enveloping the hearts of all present. The 4 assailants targeting Qingfeng find their movements momentarily stifled by this terrifying aura. Steelbone Kong, standing beside Huang Yuan, wears a grim expression, his gaze fixated upon the purple figure. Has he truly not exerted his full power from the beginning? Even as a former admiral of the Navy headquarters, and now the supreme commander of the world government. Having weathered the tumultuous era of great pirates and clashed with the Pirate King, Roger, multiple times, Steelbone Kong is momentarily shaken by the sight of the purple figure, a flicker of fear stirring within him. However, he quickly regains his composure. Regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, this is their moment of encirclement, and they must seize the opportunity to subdue him, lest this formidable force roam the seas unchecked. Becoming an even greater threat, bone armor, suppressing the shock within, Steel Bone barks with unwavering authority, and a chilling visage of stark white bones materializes behind him, transforming into a colossal bone giant towering at a height of 100 meters, revealing only half of its form. Within the hollow eye sockets of the bone giant flicker two clusters of ghostly blue flames, and one massive fist is tightly clenched, crashing down toward the surging Li Xian. Boom! The bone giant's skeletal fist descends with the force of a natural disaster, rushing toward Li Xian, the shockwave roaring forth, the fist diameter nearing several meters, enveloped in spiraling white gales, an unstoppable force. In the face of this astonishing blow, Li Xian abruptly looks up, his crimson pupils glinting with a cold light. His right arm lifts slightly, dense purple energy swirling tumultuously, coalescing into a formidable barrier of demonic energy before him. The shock wave is deafening. The skeletal fist tears through layers of magical energy, causing the purple barrier to tremble violently, yet remains unbroken. Following this, Li Xian raises his left arm, and a blade of light cleaves through the air, a streak of purple brilliance slicing through. With a resounding crash from the skeletal fist's point of origin, the entire bone giant is cleaved in two. Under the corrosion of demonic energy, the giant swiftly disintegrates into dust, vanishing from the realm. Meanwhile, Xuanwu Qi gathers a terrifying force, transforming into an afterimage that hurtles toward Qingfeng. Although Qingfeng has just withstood a combined assault from Carp and a member of the Zero Squad, resulting in considerable energy depletion, his icy gaze remains composed, exuding the unique pride of a shadow assassin. He slightly raises his hand, gathering azure light into a beam, which intertwines with Li Xian's purple light. Boom! Xuanwu Qi is sent flying at an even greater speed, surrounded by chaotic black energy. The immense force nearly causes the demon blade in his hand to slip away. Ultimately, he lands several hundred meters away, where two members of the Zero Squad promptly catch him, inquiring with concern. Lord Xuanwu Qi. Simultaneously, Carp clenches his fists, his entire being radiating armed haki, poised to deliver a fatal strike to Qingfeng, only to be abruptly intercepted by Li Xian's blade. The demonic blade gleams, radiating an aura of malevolence. The sharpness of the strike even causes Carp's iron-hard fist to feel a sharp pain, a minute crack appearing on the surface of his knuckles. Carp is sent sprawling by Li Xian's blow, crashing heavily into the ground several hundred meters away, creating a deep pit. Carp, are you all right? Steel Bone approaches the pit, helping Carp up as he inquires. Steel Bone Admiral. I'm fine, Carp replies, maintaining profound respect for his old superior. The two then fix their gazes upon the figure emanating overwhelming purple energy. Admiral Steelbone, have you noticed? The shadow assassin Shi appears to have grown even stronger. Huang Yuan interjects, and until now, we cannot be certain if he continues to conceal his true power. Steelbone and Carp fixate intently on the purple figure, disregarding Huang Yuan's subsequent comments, for their focus lies solely on the terrifying power exhibited by Qi, a force that has evidently surpassed that of the Pirate King. Roger. Carp, are you all right? After ensuring Xuanwu Qi is firmly caught by two members of the Zero Squad, they land and express concern. Indeed, Qi's power has significantly increased. During the previous skirmish, he was evidently concealing his true strength. Xuanwu Qi concludes based on his brief clash with Li Xian, noting that Li Xian's power has seen remarkable enhancements since their initial confrontation, surpassing mere incremental growth. To unveil his strength only now reveals him to be a remarkably patient and formidable individual. Carp exclaims. The pressure mounts within the crowd, with some beginning to doubt whether they can successfully subdue the two. Li Xian stands steadfastly before Qingfeng. The two share a tacit glance before shifting their focus to the 6 adversaries before them. Indeed, given the current circumstances, even with their alliance, it is unlikely that Li Xian and Qingfeng can easily defeat the 6 opponents before them. However, they can at least ensure a safe retreat, albeit with potential complications. Nevertheless, to retreat in such a disheveled manner would contradict the Assassin Alliance's established reputation. Even if they could escape unscathed, it would incite fear and respect among countless factions across the seas. Yet, given the situation's progression, Li Xian is dissatisfied with merely departing in a state of disappointment that moment. Li Xian remains poised, biding his time. After a brief interval, the six adversaries strike with the ferocity of ravenous wolves. Fist shadows intertwine, the air trembles, the glint of blades reflects the powers of devil fruits, and the terrifying slashes of demonic blades clash with ultimate fighting techniques. Six distinct yet equally fearsome assaults converge upon the two like a tempest. The six adversaries encircle them from all directions, sealing off every possible avenue for retreat. Undoubtedly, even with Li Xian's recent enhancements, they are resolute in preventing an easy escape for the duo, as there remains no room for negotiation at this juncture. Confronted with the six-pronged assault, Li Xian's expression hardens, purple demonic energy surging skyward, as if a shadowy demon king looms above him. Qing Feng, too, spares no effort, unleashing his full potential. Bang, bang, a thread of purple energy, two beams of azure light. Three blades of lethal force. They stand against a terrifying onslaught from six opponents, each possessing the combat prowess of a general. Explosions resonate as wave after wave of fearsome attacks collide and erupt, saturating the battlefield with dense purple demonic energy, forming a tempest that instantaneously rends a blade of razor-sharp energy stretching 100 meters in length. Ultimately, this force is halted by a pair of iron fists and a solitary skeletal punch. As the demonic energy rages, the very earth quakes, fissures erupting across the ground. Mountains and structures crumble, the cracks rapidly extending within a radius of 10,000 meters, laying waste to the surroundings. Ha! Carp and Steelbone each deliver a powerful punch, firmly resisting the terrifying demonic blade. The purple energy incessantly encroaches upon them. Yet through their ironclad wills, they exert force simultaneously, unleashing a surge of power from their arms and fists, striking the demonic blade. The blade veers off course, crashing down onto the nearby ground. The 150-meter-long demonic blade, upon impact, rends the earth asunder. Carp and Steelbone, catching their breath, firmly plant their feet, creating a deep pit. And then, like two shooting stars, they descend with a wave of energy. The demonic blade is ensnared in the ground. I can see this moment. The shadow assassin Qi is evidently unable to wield that peculiar demonic blade any longer. Seizing the moment, they pursue with vigor. The two leap into the air, their fists coalescing behind their heads, then unleash their full might, though they possess no devil fruit abilities, as Carp delivers his iron fist. The very space along his path of impact warps and fractures, resembling a mirror riddled with cracks. Boom! The demonic blade swiftly returns to its original state. Li Xian, wielding the lethal edge, propels himself forward with a swift push from his toes. The intertwining glimmers of blade and sword merge as the three combatants synchronize in their assault. The cold, merciless purple energy, coupled with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, astonishes even Carp and Steelbone. Why does Qi, before them, not only display a remarkable surge in power, but also exude an even more potent aura of malice? Has he truly been concealing such formidable strength all along? The two members of the Zero Squad are gripped by trepidation, acutely aware that had it not been for their life restoration abilities operating at full capacity, enabling them to recover swiftly from injuries, they would have suffered grave wounds long ago. Even now, with their restoration abilities at peak efficiency, they find the speed of their healing nearly unable to keep pace with the injuries they sustain. Moreover, as the battle intensifies, they can distinctly feel their vitality waning. One of the members of the Zero, his hair tips had already begun to show streaks of pale white. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield had shifted. In a one-on-one duel, the Yellow Ape was finding it relatively easy against the Blue Phoenix, Yuanbu Qi. Though they still could not defeat this duo, neither could they pose any substantial threat to the Blue Phoenix in the short term. The azure shadows flickered unpredictably as the Blue Phoenix gradually regained its sense of combat, no longer feeling cornered by the collective assault of the others. How infuriating! In the conference room of the Five Elders, Hirano Masato slammed his fist onto the desk in anger. How did this shadow assassin, Qi, suddenly elevate his power so drastically? After continuous battles with Yuanbu Qi and several top commanders of Zero, now with the addition of Carp and Steelbone, How could he still have the strength to spare amidst such relentless high-intensity combat? Ogawa Kenichi wore a grave expression. It was not just them. The other two members of the Five Elders, though silent, also bore troubled looks. They had once ruled the seas, and their greatest dread was the emergence of such uncontrollable entities. Once it was Roger, and now Chi has arisen, and judging by the performance of the Assassin Alliance, the potential threat they posed might far surpass that of Roger's pirate crew. Merely the combined strength of three had already wreaked such havoc. If they do not perish or face justice, the Five Elders would find it hard to sleep at night. Moreover, who could ascertain whether the 7 shadow assassins they spoke of truly existed or were merely a fa ade on Nine Snake Island? Witnessing Li Xian's formidable figure, akin to a demigod, single-handedly confronting 4 adversaries, Hancock gradually relaxed her tightly clenched pink fist. He is truly powerful. I hope he can leave the Holy Land, Mariehua unscathed. Somewhere in a new world, Kaido, immersed in a pool of poison, hesitated momentarily before murmuring, "Could such power truly bring about my demise?" Kaido's regenerative abilities were nothing short of terrifying. Even the Navy headquarters found themselves at a loss. Yet this was merely because they had yet to touch upon his limits of endurance. That cursed blade, if wielded with full force, Kaido sensed the ominous premonition of death, an authentic aura of mortality. On the fringes of the Holy Land, Mariehua, a violet radiance shot skyward, tearing through the clouds along its path, causing the earth to fracture and the air to shatter. This terrifying strike, even Carp and Steelbone, 2 members of Zero, dared not confront head-on. How infuriating! Does this fellow possess no limits to his stamina? After evading this astonishing blow, Steelbone gazed at the seemingly torn sky, muttering curses under his breath. Such a dreadful assault followed in quick succession, clearly designed to accelerate the depletion of stamina, awaiting the inevitable conclusion of exhaustion and death. Yet Steelbone could not believe that this shadow assassin Chi would be so foolish. Could it be that he still had hidden cards, or perhaps had yet to unleash his full power? This terrifying thought flickered through Steelbone's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Impossible. Having come this far, the strength displayed by the opponent was already chilling. How could there possibly be more strength concealed? It must be that he wishes to use his overwhelming power to momentarily intimidate his adversary, creating an opportunity for escape. Soon, Steelbone believed he had discerned the opponent's intentions. With a heavy heart, his assault intensified. He would not allow his opponent to leverage such formidable power to intimidate and plot an escape. Bone hollow fist. He unleashed a punch with great force, and boundless energy surged forth like a tidal wave, his momentum radiating outward that moment. What enveloped his fists and arms was no longer mere bone, but an armored layer adorned with dark, swirling patterns, exuding an overwhelming presence. The pitch-black patterns radiated a palpable sense of dread, as if this punch could shatter even the heavens themselves. What a nuisance! Li Xian's brow furrowed. Despite Steelbone's attack failing to inflict any substantial damage, it was undeniably bothersome. He gripped his cursed blade tightly, and just as the earth-shattering punch was about to descend upon him, the shadow of his demonic form behind him seemed to awaken. His movements wielding the cursed blade resembled a deity brandishing a weapon, powerful and awe-inspiring. Boom! 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 The punch that threatened to shatter the skies faltered before this blade, only managing to hold its ground for a few fleeting seconds before being propelled backward at an even greater velocity, directly piercing through a multitude of structures spanning thousands of meters. After forcing Steelbone back with a strike, Li Xian did not pursue, but instead divided his focus to remain vigilant against Carp and the 2 other members of Zero, while sending a fragment of his consciousness into his mind, commanding the system. System, extract a subordinate. Ding! Consuming one extraction opportunity, subordinate extraction begins. In his mind, silhouettes of individuals with mysterious outlines began to materialize. Even with Li Xian's current strength, he could not discern the specific appearances of these figures. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn one of the 7 shadow assassins of the Assassin Alliance. Gilgamesh, tenfold enhancement, with golden hair and crimson eyes, tall and slender, clad in resplendent golden armor, he emanated an incomparable regal aura that made one hesitant to gaze directly upon him. As Li Xian beheld the shadow assassin he had summoned in his mind, a sense of curiosity welled within him that, in the original narrative of his past life, only Qi, the Blue Phoenix, and Qi were mentioned among the three shadow assassins. While the identities of the remaining four had always remained a mystery, the shadow assassin now before him was undoubtedly one of those who had yet to make an appearance, judging solely by the aura he exuded. His strength was likely formidable as well, for in the original narrative, the disparity in strength among the shadow assassins was not significant. Currently, both the Blue Phoenix and Qi exhibited impressive prowess, each possessing the combat capability of a Yonka-level fighter in one-on-two scenarios, commanding the subordinate to descend, selecting the battlefield position to be 10,000 meters away. Li Xian chose not to summon Gilgamesh into the fray immediately, but instead opted for him to appear from a distance of 10,000 meters. After all, he was currently broadcasting live worldwide. With the attention of nearly all major powers focused upon this scene, he did not wish to reveal his trump card at this moment. Once Gilgamesh joined the battle, he would surely astonish all present. In the distant ruins, a figure materialized quietly and silently. His emergence went unnoticed by anyone, for amidst the fierce clashes between Li Xian and others, everyone was on edge, desperately yearning to escape unscathed. Who would dare linger nearby? Clad in dark golden armor, he was enveloped in a terrifying aura, with flickering azure soul flames erupting from his body, swirling in all directions. The air around him began to twist and warp with his presence. The atmosphere he radiated was not the sharp, killing intent of the Blue Phoenix or the imposing aura of a strongman. Rather, it was a terrifying presence akin to that of a wild beast. He was the most unique among the seven shadow assassins, for he was perhaps the one closest to the true definition of an assassin. The other shadow assassins predominantly relied on their overwhelming strength to crush their foes. Simultaneously, after completing the summoning ritual, a tornado descended from the heavens, charging straight toward Li Xian. Li Xian's expression turned grim. Demonic energy surged forth, and the formless demonic essence transformed into a violet whirlwind, soaring skyward, countering the incoming tempest. The intertwining tornado of purple demonic energy clashed with the violent wind, spiraling in a deadly embrace. As the tempest howled, the violet demonic energy swelled dramatically, engulfing the whirlwind and then, with unstoppable momentum, pulverizing it to smithereens. The eagle emitted a mournful cry, its wings flapping with increasing frequency as boundless gusts of wind converged and intensified beneath its feathers. Within the eye of the storm, the winds became as sharp as blades, ripping apart all that lay in their path. The tempest grew ever more ferocious, the diameter of the tornado expanding by several dozen meters. Resembling the onset of an apocalypse, plummeting vertically from the heavens above, an unceasing torrent of power surging within. The previously racing purple vortex of demonic energy showed signs of momentary deceleration as the tornado suddenly swelled. Yet, this was but a fleeting pause. Despite a slight reduction in velocity, it resolutely pressed forward, engulfing and tearing apart the raging tornado, even as the eagle beat its wings to the brink of exhaustion. The tide of battle could not be turned. The purple vortex, composed of demonic energy, loomed ever larger in the eagle's gaze, the overwhelming pressure nearly suffocating even this formidable general. Iron fist, explosion, a figure leaped across hundreds of meters. Its iron fist raised high before crashing down with ferocity, shattering the space as if it were glass, shockwaves erupting violently into the air, colliding with the purple vortex. The demonic energy within the vortex churned relentlessly. Karp gritted his teeth, his figure once more surging forward, his fists striking in rapid succession like a tempest, countless fist shadows bombarding the purple vortex. After several seconds of relentless assault, the purple vortex could no longer withstand Karp's continuous strikes. Collapsing entirely, spanning from the earth to the sky, the purple vortex disintegrated inch by inch. Steelbone leapt from the depths of a profound pit, his black and white armor marred by numerous cracks. His eyes fixed intently on Li Xian. That last blow had indeed been terrifying. Had he not perfected his armed color hockey and fruit abilities, that strike would have surely inflicted significant harm. Even so, he did not feel well at present, his vital energy surging within, his stamina greatly depleted. But what of it? Even if he were to exhaust the last ounce of his strength, he could not afford to stand idly by. He soared into the air, his skeletal frame ominous, the black patterns entwining his white bones rising to a height of 200 meters, a colossal figure whose joints interlocked, exuding an overwhelming presence. Casting a great shadow, Steelbone's expression was grave, his fists clenched tightly. Then he erupted with power. White bone, meteor shower. With that declaration, the giant of bones swung its fist, which in midair splintered into countless massive white fists, accompanied by a series of sonic booms as they tore through the air, crashing down with fearsome force, gathering terrifying power together. Steelbone even resorted to using this devastating move that could obliterate the Holy Land. Perhaps because the battlefield had already been reduced to scorched earth for miles around. The white bone fists shimmered with glimmers of light, akin to meteors cascading from the firmament, densely clustered, truly deserving of the name meteor shower. In the face of this assault, Li Xian exhibited no fear. He rapidly retreated 1,000 meters, his left hand gripping the demon blade, its tip pointed skyward, terrifying demonic energy surging violently, distorting the air around him due to the overwhelming energy fluctuations. His crimson pupils reflected the rapidly descending torrent of white bone meteors. Yet Li Xian remained steadfast, continuing to gather the horrific demonic energy. The white bone meteor shower drew ever closer, now merely 100 meters away from Li Xian. Yet he maintained his single-handed sword grip, consolidating his demonic energy, unwavering. The figures of Steelbone and Carp exchanged bewildered glances. What was the other party intending? To submit? To await their demise? They shook their heads. This shadow assassin Chi's strength consistently exceeded their expectations. How could he possibly resign himself to death? As the white bone meteor shower approached step by step, all present were jolted from the shock of Li Xian's astounding power. Countless individuals sweating in anxiety for him. Such a terrifying attack could not possibly be withstood even by Chi. What was his purpose in this? Was he truly waiting for death to descend? Did he realize that escaping from the holy land of Mariewa was impossible, thus opting for a dignified demise? Countless spectators were profoundly perplexed by Li Xian's actions. Yet at that moment, a chilling voice echoed in everyone's ears, imbued with an icy malice that enveloped the entire sky, making all comprehend why the shadow assassin Chi chose to disregard such a terrifying assault. This place, akin to a garbage dump. Truly inescapable, a figure clad in dark golden armor, even its face concealed by a dark golden metal mask, stood silently in the distant sky. It remained there, resembling a machine of slaughter, an endless chill of murderous intent causing shivers among those present. Merely witnessing this figure made many hearts tremble involuntarily. Under the gaze of countless eyes, this figure, clad in dark golden armor and exuding a frigid aura, slowly raised its hand. Are you jesting? Immediately, ripples appeared in the void behind it, and a shadowy silhouette began to take form, revealing an ancient and ominous hall. What is that? A hall. It is indeed a hall. Through the communication of various viewers connected via the transponder snail. Witnessing the ancient city's shadow materializing in the void, shock and disbelief were evident on their faces. This was an actual relocation of a hall. Carp and Steelbone's expressions darkened. They sensed pressure from the illusory hall, which likely held more than mere phantom qualities. Jia calmly observed the white bone fist descending upon Li Xian like meteors, his tone devoid of emotion, exuding murderous intent. Shadow roar. In the next instant, endless gray shadow energy surged forth from the illusory city walls, blanketing the sky with shadows. At the moment of the shadow roar's release, countless faces shifted drastically, the dim light obscuring the world, plunging it into darkness. Boom, boom, boom. The sound resonated like the collective roar of myriad beings hidden within the shadows. An overwhelming wave of shadow energy surged towards the white bone meteor shower. Even Huang Yuan's 8-foot Qiongouyu appeared diminished in the face of this shadow roar. In the next moment, the shadow roar cascaded down like a tidal wave, colliding fiercely with the white bone meteor shower. Both the visual spectacle and actual might revealed a terrifying side. and the relentless clashes. The infinite shadow energy valiantly resisted the unending white bone meteor shower. I could see this moment. All present grasped why the shadow assassin Chi remained motionless in the face of the terrifying white bone meteor shower. He had anticipated the emergence of a presence to assist him in countering this onslaught. The cacophony of explosions gradually subsided, and the illusory city walls faded away, Jia slowly hovering before Li Xian. The icy blue pupils beneath the dark golden mask gazing down upon Carp and the others, exuding an extreme coldness of murderous intent and an endless air of pride from his very essence. He resembled a solitary existence dwelling in the deepest shadows, and even through the screen, many felt a chill run through their limbs when they beheld that gaze. The presence of this figure cast a shadow of gloom over countless hearts. The frigid malice permeated the entirety of heaven and earth. Even the air seemed to stall momentarily under such harrowing intent. Indeed, the power of the shadow assassins was not vastly disparate. Li Xian wielded a blade with one hand. As dark energy continued to coalesce within him, his lowered gaze bore witness to the shadow roar unleashed by J.I.A.S. he had surmised. This shadow assassin, who had not appeared in the original text, possessed formidable strength, perhaps even slightly surpassing that of Qi and Qing Feng, albeit with a marginal advantage. He was comparable to a somewhat superior member of the Four Emperors. If he were to engage in battle with Qing Feng or Qi, it might resemble the fierce struggle between Akiji and Akainu in the original story, lasting 10 days before a victor emerged by the slimmest of margins. Steel Bone Carp, along with the two members of Zero, fixed their gaze upon the dark sovereign who seemed to have emerged from the abyss of darkness. The opponent's prowess was undeniably formidable. Their actions instilled a sense of unease within them, as he had intercepted Steel Bone's bone meteor shower on behalf of shadow assassin Qi. His identity was now glaringly evident, and the four were filled with dread, yet they had no choice but to confront this reality. They turned their eyes toward Li Xian, whose cold demeanor was slightly relaxed behind the mask, and the rigid voice emanated. Lord Qi. Li Xian nodded in response. The tacit understanding between them shattered any lingering hope in Carp and Steelbone's hearts. Meanwhile, on the vast ocean, a tempestuous upheaval arose. Sengoku slammed his fist onto the desk with great force, astonished that this seemingly terrifying figure was, in fact, a member of the Assassin Alliance. This was inconceivable. It was widely known that among the powers of the sea, only Qing Feng and Qi Yi were shadow assassins of the Alliance. Yet Sengoku and the five elders were acutely aware that on Zou, another shadow assassin, Qi Yi, was currently obstructing two marine admirals. This was truly beyond imagination. At this moment, Steelbone's countenance was so grim it could almost wring water. His face a deep shade of iron as he uttered a nearly certain inquiry. "Are you also a member of the Assassin Alliance?" The actions of the opponent and his interaction with Qi plainly indicated his affiliation with the Alliance, for Qing Feng's address of Qi mirrored the current situation. Yet he could not accept this fact. Jia, one of the 7 shadows of the Assassin Alliance, the pupils glowing with an eerie blue light beneath the mask, gradually focused on Steelbone. Jia's cold voice pierced through the mask, resonating in the ears of the four, reverberating across countless corners of the ocean. Shadow Assassin Jia. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixated on the image of that proud existence. Another shadow assassin, another powerhouse of the Four Emperors? How could this be possible? This was already the 3rd shadow assassin. Even through the screen, Doflamingo could sense the terrifying might of the bone meteor shower unleashed by Steelbone. Such power was effortlessly neutralized by the entity known as J.I.T. Was evident that Jia's strength undoubtedly reached the level of the Four Emperors. Following Qing Feng and Qi, yet another shadow assassin emerged. Still at the Four Emperors level. Could it be that the Assassin Alliance's claim of having 7 shadow assassins was, in fact, all true? Doflamingo felt as though the world was spiraling into madness. Could an organization composed of at least 7 Four Emperors-level powerhouses truly exist? He found it hard to believe, even more so to imagine, for such a force could sweep away any power on the seas. Barring the world government, Yet, the continuous emergence of 4 Emperor's-level shadow assassins left one to ponder whether there were others lurking nearby. After all, since the battle began, only Shadow Assassin Qi had initially appeared, followed by Qing Feng, with Qi revealing hidden strength, and now a new Shadow Assassin, Jia, had made an appearance. The Assassin Alliance's ability to conceal its strength was simply chilling, had it not been for the relentless pressure from the world government. If only Shadow Assassin Qi had been present all along, leaving after vanquishing the celestial dragons, then the impression of the Assassin Alliance among the various powers of the sea might have been limited to merely one 4 Emperors-level Qi. With no knowledge of other Shadow Assassins like Jia, the hidden strength of Qi would remain unknown. And then, when many powers believed they understood the Assassin Alliance, suddenly, the two 4 Emperors-level Shadow Assassins launched a forceful assault. With Qi demonstrating combat prowess surpassing that of the 4 Emperors, such a method of concealment was extraordinarily difficult to detect. Within the Whitebeard pirates in the New World, Old Daddy, yet another Shadow Assassin. At the 4 Emperors level, Ace stammered, not due to a lack of experience, but because the performance of the Assassin Alliance was simply astonishing. The emergence of 4 Emperors-level combatants in rapid succession, and each time not all at once, but rather in a gradual unveiling. Each appearance took everyone by surprise. Whitebeard's eyes reflected shock. Even the strongest man in the world was awed by the terrifying might of the Assassin Alliance, which continually reshaped the perception of all in the seas. Could it be that all 7 Shadow Assassins of this Assassin Alliance were at the 4 Emperors level? Marco gazed at the distinct Jia on the screen and struggled to speak. Previously, when Qing Feng appeared, they had been skeptical about the existence of 7 Shadow Assassins of such formidable strength in the Assassin Alliance. But now with the emergence of another Jia of 4 Emperors-level prowess, who could ascertain whether the Assassin Alliance truly possessed 7 Shadow Assassins at the 4 Emperors level? If this were true, it would be utterly terrifying. Even the strongest man in the world could not help but overturn his previous judgments, conceding that this terrifying reputation was well-deserved. Indeed, if the various powers of the seas were merely beginning to believe in the existence of 7 4 Emperors-level Shadow Assassins within the Assassin Alliance, then Sengoku and the 5 Elders had nearly confirmed this fact, for they knew well that, to date, the number of Shadow Assassins was not 3, but 4. 4 Shadow Assassins at the 4 Emperors level, one of whom even surpassed that strength. Since Qi re-emerged and took action for the first time, the Assassin Alliance had exhibited such terrifying power that even Sengoku and the 5 Elders felt a bone-chilling fear. How frightening! Who could know if there were more Shadow Assassins lurking in the shadows? After all, both Qing Feng and Jia had appeared so suddenly. They could not be certain if there truly were Shadow Assassins hidden in the dark. Then all of this was simply unimaginable. The 7 Shadow Assassins. They truly existed. The Assassin Alliance possessed at least 6 4 Emperors-level powerhouses, along with one who exceeded that level, for based on the strength the Assassin Alliance had displayed so far, there was no need to exaggerate. The power they exhibited was sufficient to instill terror in all. This was an organization capable of overturning the structure of the seas, once all 7 Shadow Assassins were mobilized. The Marine headquarters would likely struggle to withstand for long. Indeed, Shadow Assassin Jia, Carp, and Steelbone's gazes were fixed on the figure clad in golden armor, their burden of pressure intensifying, and deep within, they had already lost confidence in their ability to hold back the 3 members of the Assassin Alliance. Indeed, a chilling voice echoed from behind the 4, causing their pupils to contract instantaneously. When had this occurred? Moreover, the Shadow Assassin Jia was clearly still standing in place. They whipped around. Not far behind, another Shadow Assassin Jia stood with arms crossed, a mocking expression on his face, his gaze flitting between the 2 Jias. This was an afterimage. Life and death had been determined. 3 streams of incredibly terrifying dark energy surged forth, and in the final explosion of shadow energy, even with a full-force life reversion, they could not salvage the situation. A crimson mist enveloped the area as the fall of a powerhouse equivalent to an admiral gradually revealed the true visage of the world previously ravaged by shadow energy than a massive pit. 1,000 meters in diameter and several dozen meters deep, had suddenly appeared, exuding an ominous aura that captured everyone's attention. The member of Zero left only a few drops of crimson blood, drifting away with the wind. That shadow energy. It could explode at his command. Steelbone, who was positioned hundreds of meters away and had successfully withstood the energy explosion, felt a glimmer of understanding flash in his eyes. He finally grasped why Jie's earlier assault appeared so terrifying, yet had caused no actual harm. It turned out that the opponent's ultimate skill allowed him to decide when to unleash its power. Such a horrifying ability even sent a chill through Steelbone's heart. Unleash a secret move, and then control its explosion was tantamount to wielding the power over life and death. Moreover, there were no obvious signs after the move struck its target, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Coupled with the opponent's indistinguishable yet attack-capable illusion, this Jie was indeed extraordinarily troublesome. Could such abilities truly exist? Above the ocean, numerous pirates were rendered speechless, having never witnessed a technique that could be controlled while regarding its explosion timing, even after years of sailing the seas. The unsettling reality of the opponent's both tangible and ethereal phantom form, capable of launching attacks, heightened everyone's vigilance to an extraordinary degree. Another member, the Zero Teach, who had transformed into a falcon, felt an icy chill envelop his limbs, that he was of equal strength to the recently slain Zero Teach member. If that momentarily shifting shadow assassination formation had been utilized against him, did it not imply that he would meet a similarly gruesome fate? The figure of Jie, clad in dark golden armor flecked with an eerie blue sheen, shifted his gaze restlessly between the three. Despite facing two of the four emperors and a formidable general, he exhibited no trace of fear, although he might not be their equal in direct confrontation. His peculiar abilities were now unveiled upon this vast ocean. Harnessing his enigmatic powers to eliminate one foe and restrain several others within a brief span was hardly a daunting task for him. As Jie made his move, Carp and the others immediately narrowed their eyes, fixating intently upon him. The Zero Teach member, in particular, was apprehensive that Jie might charge directly at him. However, it was evident that Jie had no intention of initiating an attack. Although he had just playfully taunted Carp and Steelbone, even slaying a general-level Zero Th member, the apparent ease masked the significant toll on his stamina. The frequent use of shadow clones and the direct invocation of the shadow assassination formation had drained much of his energy. Should he directly confront the trio now, it would not be long before his shadow energy was largely depleted, leaving him vulnerable to their onslaught. Observing the dark golden figure standing still and refraining from attack, Carp and Steelbone exchanged glances, slightly adjusting their stances before simultaneously launching forward. Although uncertain of why their opponent had yet to strike, they wasted no time in unleashing their assault, regardless of the phantom's bizarre strength. It must possess limitations. Iron Fist, Meteoric Rain, White Bones, Falling Starbreak. As they sprinted, the ground trembled beneath their feet. Their tightly clenched fists swung down with ferocity, unleashing two waves of destructive force in an instant. The dark golden figure split into two, shadow energy coalescing into Form.2 claws, forged from shadow energy, manifested with ominous intent. Shadow Mastery, Phantom Slash, a chilling sound accompanied by despairing shadow energy and bone-chilling murderous intent sliced through the air. The sky was marred by streaks of crimson, dark scars etched across it. The dark shadow claws collided fiercely with Steelbone's and Carp's iron fists, shockwaves ripping through the surrounding atmosphere. The ground beneath them cracked open, terrifying pressure radiating outwards, causing chunks of rock to float in midair. This moment, the shadow claws did not dissipate upon contact as before. Instead, they continued to emanate a cold, dark force, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the two's iron fists. Is this kid no longer evading? Both furrowed their brows, recalling previous battles where Jie would always counter their attacks with one of his own before swiftly retreating, rather than continuously unleashing terrifying shadow energy in a head-on clash, as he was now. After all, both were formidable for emperors, and even with the aid of his phantom form, Jie would find it exceedingly taxing to face them both alone. However, the dark golden figure beneath the armor soon let out a cold chuckle. revealing a mocking smirk towards the two opponents, before severing the continuous supply of shadow energy. Bang, bang, bang. The massive shadow claws, deprived of their energy source, were instantly obliterated by the two. Following this, the two dark golden figures shattered under the onslaught of their iron fists. The shockwave tearing through the earth, leaving behind two gaping chasms, the chasm's end, an endless tide of purple malevolence surged forth, reaching skyward. What? Carp, Steelbone, and the Zeroich member stood agape, staring at the world seemingly enveloped in purple. Disbelief etched on their faces. The winds shifted, thunder rumbled, and purple lightning dragons roared. The horrifying purple malevolence was visible even from the distant red soil continent. This was a true obscuration of the sun. Jie and Qingfeng landed beside Li Xian, their lips curling into a smirk of mockery. Jie's earlier maneuver to hold off the four had been to buy time for Li Xian. Likewise, Qingfeng had acted to divert Carp and the others' attention, preventing them from interfering with Li Xian. Li Xian leisurely opened his eyes, a hint of a smile gracing his crimson pupils. This moment, with Jie, Qingfeng, and himself together, escape would be effortless. Yet he chose not to flee immediately. He intended to demonstrate formidable strength once more to this ocean, to the entire world, to the world government, and to the Navy. Damn it! Yuan Buchi and Kizu arrived alongside Carp and Steelbone. Yuan Buchi cursing loudly. They're deliberately stalling us to give Chi time. Only now, as they grasped the true intent of their adversaries, did they realize that their earlier self-congratulation over successfully intercepting the three was merely part of the opponent's scheme. This is utterly absurd. Kizaru swallowed hard, facing the overwhelming tide of purple malevolence that reached the heavens, pointing a broken magic sword skyward, though the sword appeared exceptionally slender at its current length. The boundless sharpness and immense power bestowed upon it commanded respect. None dared underestimate the shattered magic sword that spanned 200 meters. Dazzling purple malevolence swirled around the shards of the sword, a terrifying aura emanating from Li Xian, expanding in all directions. Li Xian's expression remained calm as he regarded the others, speaking softly. Those who stand before the shadow assassin shall pay a heavy price. The chilling words sent shivers down their spines, an omnipresent killing intent resonating with Li Xian's voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xian's expression hardened, his left hand gathering energy, muscles bulging as endless demonic energy coiled around the magic sword. A surge of 10,000 meters of sword energy descending with ferocity, spanning heaven and earth. This strike seemed poised to rend the very firmament. This blow was sufficient to obliterate all creation. The sword energy tore through the air on either side, continuously fracturing the surrounding space. Before the sword energy even landed, the Holy Land Mariawa was already stirred by waves, its structures trembling, as if the earth were experiencing a terrifying impact. Crumbling and shattering in the face of this sword energy, all things appeared insignificantly small. Countless bones instantaneously transformed into a towering 500-meter skeletal giant, adorned with black patterns. Steelbone confronted the descending sword energy, eyes bloodshot, roaring with all his might. Kid, this is the Holy Land Mariawa. You are facing the Supreme Commander of the world government, a pair of fists imbued with armed color hockey, crossed in a fierce attack. Boom! As the sword energy descended, boundless sharpness tore through the earth, the skeletal giant's arms disintegrating into powder, scattered by the wind. Yet, Steelbone remained undeterred, his expression resolute and ferocious, pouring all his strength into a singular point, sparing no effort. However, all of this was ultimately in vain. The sweeping sword energy was simply unstoppable. The skeletal giant's body sank deeper. Steelbone, Carp, and Yuan Buchi cried out urgently, the dazzling purple light erupting in an instant. Akin to a cosmic explosion, all entities at the epicenter of the explosion, including the very fabric of space, were torn asunder at that moment. A shockwave, tangible as a physical force, swept across the entire red soil continent. Echoing in every ear, the blinding purple light obscured everyone's vision. Even the five elders in the highest chamber of the world government could glimpse that enchanting purple hue, beautiful yet representing an extreme and terrifying force of destruction. The entire red soil continent seemed to tremble at the moment Li Xian swung his sword. The astonishing energy aftermath lingered, refusing to subside, but Li Xian, Qing Feng, and Jie hovered in midair, observing from a height of 100 meters, revealing a gaping chasm that stretched like a deep abyss, extending into the unfathomable distance. This was a true abyssal rift. Within the pitch-black fissure, though shrouded in endless dust, it remained eerily visible. Many powerful beings upon the ocean, even with their remarkable vision, could not discern its end. This rift pierced directly through the very core of the Holy Land Mariela. Li Xian cast a satisfied glance at the shocking effect of his strike, then turned to lead Qing Feng and Jie as they sped away, vanishing in an instant from the sight of Mariela. The three moved with incredible swiftness, disappearing from view within mere seconds, leaving behind three brilliant trails of light that lingered momentarily. Amidst the dense dust, a figure lay within the massive pit formed by the rift. This moment, due to excessive exhaustion, he had reverted from his animal form, his eyes appearing somewhat dazed. That blow, potent enough to shatter one's spirit, had even fractured his resolve. Blood seeped from numerous wounds on his body, and the full power state of life restoration was forcibly undone. Even so, the tips of his hair were still tainted with a hint of pallor. This battle had exacted a toll of at least a decade of vitality from him, resulting in a grievous loss. Yet compared to another companion, his condition was considerably improved. Marshal Steelbone. Through the haze, Carp's anxious call resonated. As his former superior, Carp held profound respect for him. Having just witnessed Steelbone exerting all his strength to resist that terrifying assault, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. That slash was so formidable that even Carp, whose mastery of Busashoka Haki and martial arts had reached their zenith, felt his heart race with trepidation. His Kinbunchika Haki indicated that if he were to bear that strike alone, his chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. Although Steelbone was his old superior, it was possible that his strength did not surpass Carp's. This was due to the fact that Carp's abilities had shown no signs of decline, while Steelbone's had slightly waned. Though the decline was not significant, Steelbone indeed could not match Carp any longer. Even if Carp faced that blow, his odds of survival would be rather bleak, let alone the relatively weaker Steelbone. Steelbone, on the other side, having successfully withstood the aftermath yet appearing somewhat disheveled, Kbu Kiaichi, upon hearing Carp's urgent call, immediately focused his mind, utilizing his Kinbunchika Haki to scour every inch of terrain in search of Steelbone's figure. Steelbone not only possessed strength on par with the four emperors, but his status was also exceedingly unique. Should he perish here, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. Both Kbu Kiaichi and Carp, though not gravely injured, bore numerous minor wounds. The power of that slash exceeded even that of the four emperors, yet due to Steelbone's defense, its force had diminished considerably. Furthermore, as they themselves were also of the four emperors' caliber and were not at the epicenter of the explosion, they had merely endured the violent shockwave. The most composed among them was Kizu. Thanks to his devil fruit abilities, his speed in fleeing was unparalleled. It was no mere coincidence that Morgans had dubbed him the fastest escape artist. Following the end of the explosion, he reacted instantly, rushing towards the epicenter, activating his Kinbunchika Haki to locate Steelbone's whereabouts. After all, Steelbone had once been his superior, when Kizaru was still a vice admiral. Steelbone had already risen to the rank of fleet admiral, but a flash of golden light pierced through the void, soaring from the abyss and landing before Carp, transforming into Kizaru's form. Steelbone, Carp exclaimed in astonishment. Kizaru cradled the battered Steelbone, whose clothing was tattered beyond recognition, with not a single part of him unscathed. Blood flowed incessantly from his body, his breath feeble as gossamer, and a dim sheen flickered behind his drooping eyelids. Even his signature mohawk was left in disarray. Were it not for the occasional flutter of his eyes, Carp would have nearly assumed that Steelbone had succumbed to death. Steelbone. Kbu Kiaichi arrived beside the two and gasped at the sight of Steelbone's woeful state. This figure, the commander-in-chief of the world government, a paragon of power and strength, had now been reduced to such a pitiful condition. The force of that strike was indeed horrifying. KBU Kiaichi commanded Kazura loudly. Hurry. Borsellino, immediately transport Steelbone to the world government's medical department. Kazura nodded in response, transforming into a burst of photons and vanishing at high speed, racing towards the destination. After Kazura's departure, Carp and KBU Kiaichi wore solemn expressions. Shrouded in worry, they had not anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. Their adversaries had brazenly live-streamed the murder of the celestial dragons, openly challenging the world government, which had responded with formidable forces. Yet their opponents still managed to evade capture, leaving a gaping fissure that nearly cleaved the Holy Land before slaying a CP0 member of admiral caliber. Steelbone's fate hung in the balance, and all of this played out before the eyes of the world. It was foreseeable that after this battle, the world government would plunge into a nadir, and countless pirates and restless forces would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to stir chaos. This time, the world government had lost. Utterly lost. Throughout this series of confrontations, the Assassin Alliance had continuously reshaped public perception, with one after another of their 4 Emperor's-level shadow assassins emerging, catching the world government off guard. At Sabiti Archipelago, Akainu and Akiji unleashed their full might, ice and magma intertwining. One side radiated cold, while the other burned like fire. The full exertion of these 2 Logia users altered the climate of this region for years to come, ensuring that the weather would be affected for decades. Despite facing their relentless onslaught, Akainu did not exhibit an ounce of fatigue, pouring his all into each strike. Crimson claw marks tore through the air, their ghastly scarlet glow fearsome to behold. Even Akainu and Akiji could not be easily struck, though the blows might not be fatal, they could certainly inflict harm. Meteor shower. Akainu morphed into a magma giant, his head transforming into molten lava, and with a fierce roar, his fists erupted with countless magma punches, crashing down from the skies. Waves of heat surged, energy roiling, as everything was incinerated by the lava. The impact and high temperatures capable of leveling a small mountain. The air was thick with endless white mist, the chill and heat intermingling, heralding an ice age. A figure resembling a sculpture of ice bellowed. White mist swirling around, converging upon Akainu. The temperature plummeted, everything froze. On one side, extreme cold, and on the other, searing heat. 2 opposing attacks converged on Akainu to the eye of the storm. Akainu wore a smirk of disdain. Having engaged in battle with the 2 thus far, he had unraveled many similar techniques. Though they appeared menacing, their destructive force was not nearly as potent as Carp's iron fists. After all, after continuous combat, Akainu and Akiji could not maintain their most formidable offensive, and often their techniques were similar, yet their power varied. Akainu crossed his claws protectively over his chest, bloodthirsty energy swirling around him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Just as he was about to unleash his lethal talons, he suddenly halted, a cold smile gracing his lips. Immediately thereafter, a shadowy figure of dark gold zipped past, and 2 identical dark gold shadows materialized on either side. Shadow energy coalesced, and 2 chilling voices echoed in unison. Shadow essence. All blades, countless shurikens imbued with dark shadow energy erupted forth, dense shadows engulfing everything in their wake. Boom, boom, boom. The shurikens, intertwined with shadow energy, collided with the magma fists and the endless ice, leading to a cacophony of explosions, ripples of energy spreading outward. Akainu, Akiji, and the surrounding figures, including Rayleigh and 5 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, were all caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. The 2 energies of shadow, ice, and magma collided, ultimately dissipating in the maelstrom of energy as the dust began to settle. Li Xian, Qing Feng, and Jia emerged before all. Simultaneously, the 2 dark gold shadows that had blocked the meteor shower and ice age dissipated into black smoke. Lord Qi. Akainu grinned, revealing his sharp red fangs. Indeed, Akainu, you performed admirably. Li Xian offered a casual commendation, his words sweeping across the seas like a tempest. That man. He is known as the Shadow Assassin Qi. Lord Qi. Such a familiar title. Could he also be a member of the Assassin Alliance? The name Akainu seemed to resonate with him, and was he currently clashing with two of the Navy headquarters' top-tier powers? Akainu and Akiji. Boom, boom, boom. This series of revelations detonated within the minds of everyone present like a depth charge of tremendous magnitude. A lone warrior standing against two Navy admirals. Could this man, named Akainu, truly be a shadow assassin? The thought was unfathomable, almost too incredible to believe. As people began to entertain this possibility, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. The truth was glaringly evident. No one could turn a blind eye to it. After all, how could anyone capable of contending against two admirals of the Navy be considered weak? The sentiments of the crowd were akin to having weathered a tempest, remaining unsettled for a prolonged period. Many were still reeling from the sight of Li Xian nearly obliterating the Holy Land with a single, thunderous strike, only to depart unscathed. Now, another newly emerged shadow assassin for Dressrosa had risen to prominence. So that was it. Don Quixote Doflamingo came to a sudden realization, understanding why the Navy headquarters had yet to dispatch the remaining two admirals for reinforcements. It turned out that Akainu and Akiji had already gone to provide support, only to be intercepted by this shadow assassin named Akainu. That it became clear now that beyond their sight, another shadow assassin existed. Previously puzzled by the whereabouts of the other two admirals, he now comprehended the truth. The shadow assassins were not only present before them, but another had blocked the path of reinforcements for the two Navy admirals. This assassin alliance was indeed formidable. That Whitebeard's expression grew solemn, filled with deep emotion. Time and again, they successfully breached their psychological defenses, delivering one shock after another. Even Whitebeard found himself plagued by doubts regarding the hidden capabilities of the assassin alliance, following the series of assaults on the Holy Land, Mariewa. Even from a distance, they were still subjected to the final shock. Who could have predicted that aside from the known shadow assassins, there might be even more formidable individuals lurking in the shadows? Although such a scenario may seem implausible, after witnessing a series of astonishing feats by the Assassin Alliance, even Whitebeard could not help but speculate to the utmost about the terrifying nature of this organization. Particularly concerning that individual known as Chi, whose final strike Whitebeard believed he could not withstand even at the height of his power. What manner of monstrosity is this? How can such a formidable assassin alliance remain so hidden and elusive? It is exceedingly dangerous and should not be trifled with. On the Sabidi archipelago, as the dust settled, when she reappeared, accompanied by the shadowy figure clad in dark gold, who effortlessly deflected the onslaught of meteor-like fire and ice age attacks. Akainu and Akiji's expressions turned ashen, while Mihawk and Rayleigh were left in sheer astonishment. Who could they be witnessing? The dark gold figure alone was able to withstand the assaults of two Marine admirals. To what level of strength does this being ascend? The shadow assassin, Chi, Akainu, with magma surging around him, glared menacingly at the purplish figure. Had this individual completed his mission, only to return, how audacious, to depart and reappear so brazenly before an admiral of the Navy? Wait, wasn't Fleet Admiral Sengoku saying that she had gone to the Holy Land, Mary Geos, and had initiated a live broadcast? Hadn't Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kazuru already gone to provide support? Under such a formidable array, how could she possibly escape from the Holy Land? Moreover, who is this dark gold figure? Just moments ago, his meteor-like fire and Akiji's ice age were effortlessly neutralized by this individual. With the shadow assassin Chi, Akainu, and that dark gold figure, the pressure in Akainu's heart escalated. Even if Akainu and Chi were to join forces, he and Akiji would still find it difficult to contend. Yet his sense of justice forbade him from retreating. Vice Admiral Garp and the forces of the world government would surely be hot on their heels, as long as he could delay them for a moment. Once Garp arrived, it would spell the end for this group of Assassin Alliance miscreants. In an instant of thought, Akainu erupted forth, magma bursting forth like a fountain, transforming into countless molten fists that blanketed the sky, illuminating the entire firmament. Cease this at once. You sinners of the Assassin Alliance. He bellowed, his fists crashing down with ferocity, sending down a rain of meteoric magma fists, their scorching heat capable of melting steel. In the face of this onslaught resembling a meteor shower, Li Xian did not even bat an eyelid. let alone take action. Qing Feng stepped forward, drawing a long sword with his right hand. Though this meteor-like fire was grand in scale and powerful in attack, it ultimately amounted to merely an admiral-level offense. Qing Feng had previously held his own against the combined might of Yang Kizaru and the other, so dealing with such an attack was hardly a challenge for him. A flicker of azure sword light illuminated the scene as a phoenix-like shadow took wing from his long blade. Did he intend to stand against Akainu's strike? Could he be yet another powerhouse of admiral caliber? As this thought crossed the minds of Mihawk, Rayleigh, Aokiji, and Akainu, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Qing Feng swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of blade energy that tore through the void, the azure slash descending like a realm of death. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between blade energy and molten fists erupted in a series of explosions, sending forth white mist that rapidly expanded, creating waves of chaotic blasts. I could see this moment. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku had just regained his composure upon receiving the news of Steelbone's severe injuries and uncertain fate. His gaze fixed upon the screen, and he was immediately seized by dread. He had forgotten to order Akainu and Aokiji to retreat. Chi, along with Jia and Qing Feng, would undoubtedly seek to join forces with Akainu for an escape. Facing 4 shadow assassins, Akainu and Aokiji would surely be overwhelmed. Indeed, they were destined for an easily crushable fate, 3 figures equivalent to the Yonk in power, alongside one who far surpassed even them. While the 2 Marine admirals were undeniably formidable, against the 4 shadow assassins, even fleeing would become exceedingly difficult. What terrified him further was that Akainu had taken the initiative to attack them. This was tantamount to courting death. He immediately seized the Den Mushi on his desk. Frantically contacting Vice Admiral Moore on the Sabeti archipelago, Vice Admiral Moore was witnessing the mysterious figure wielding the azure longsword, who had just sliced through Akainu's meteor-like fire, leaving him in a WT that moment. The Den Mushi rang urgently, startling Moore, who quickly answered. Before he could speak, Sengoku's anxious voice resounded from the device. Quick! Immediately order Sakazuki and Kazan to retreat. Everyone must withdraw at once. Retreat with utmost speed. At this moment, Sengoku could no longer concern himself with the Navy's dignity. The disparity in strength was far too great. If they pressed on, they would have no chance of victory. Should the Navy lose 10 large warships and 5 vice admirals, it would be a minor issue. However, if Akainu and Aokiji were to fall to the Assassin Alliance, the Navy could plunge into an unprecedented low period. Don't we need to hold them off until Vice Admiral Garp and the others arrive? Vice Admiral Moore cautiously inquired. He sensed something was amiss. Logically, Garp and the others should have been pursuing these individuals. Why had the Fleet Admiral ordered a direct retreat? Now, immediately, execute my orders. Tell Sakazuki, Kazan, and all of you to retreat at once. Sengoku's face darkened as he sternly reprimanded. Every second was critical. He simply had no time to explain extensively to Vice Admiral Moore. Understood. Vice Admiral Moore hastily nodded in response, realizing that the situation was far graver than he had anticipated. If it had caused Fleet Admiral Sengoku to be so flustered, then something truly serious must have occurred. In midair, Akainu and Aokiji cast grim looks at the figure who had severed the meteor-like fire. Were the one clad in dark gold battle armor and this person both part of the Assassin Alliance? If so, they were likely one of the 7 shadow assassins mentioned by Akainu. A tremendous pressure enveloped both men. If this were indeed the case, they would be facing foes whose strength was at least double their own, if not more. Sinners of the Assassin Alliance, Akainu declared sternly. You may possess extraordinary power, but the justice of the Navy does not permit us to retreat. Even at the cost of our lives, I will stand against you here until Vice Admiral Garp arrives. Li Xian understood, and so did the multitude at SEA. It turned out that Akainu and Aokiji were still unaware that Garp and the others had been defeated, mistakenly believing that Li Xian and his companions were retreating while Garp and the others were in hot pursuit. Red-haired Shanks drank merrily, enjoying the spectacle of the tension between Aokiji and Akainu, his laughter booming. Beckman, I wonder what expressions they would wear if Akainu and Aokiji were to learn the full extent of this situation. Akainu's earlier behavior was undoubtedly the result of his own delusions, which led him to so resolutely stand against Li Xian and his group. Had he known the coalition of the world government and marine headquarters had been defeated, he would undoubtedly not have made such a futile stand. This did not indicate that Akainu and Akiji feared death. Rather, in that situation, they had no need to obstruct, as it would be entirely meaningless. Moreover, should they insist on confronting the four formidable figures of the Assassin Alliance, no one would believe they could emerge unscathed. At that point, not only would the world government and the Navy's reputation be tarnished, but they would also lose two admiral-level combatants. Alas, this would further complicate the situation on the seas. It seemed they would likely have no opportunity to uncover the truth of the matter. Beckman smiled faintly, shaking his head. The key to the strength of these two admirals lay in the identity of their opponents. Standing against the four monstrous experts of the Assassin Alliance, Beckman believed it would be exceedingly difficult for them to exit the fray unscathed. Akainu and Akiji, those fools, Kaido of the Beast mocked mercilessly. Did they truly comprehend the terror they faced, still lost in the delusion that Garp and his comrades might be pursuing them? How utterly pathetic. Countless pirates reveled in their misfortune, particularly those who had been ruthlessly beaten by Akainu and Akiji, who were now filled with excitement. Indeed, Akainu, you could be even more foolish. Go provoke them. Continue to provoke them. Then let the shadow assassin Chi strike you down. As the top-tier combatants of Marine headquarters, Akainu and Akiji had destroyed countless pirate crews over the years. Across these seas, many notorious pirates harbored deep-seated hatred towards them. At this moment, they eagerly rubbed their hands together, anticipating that Akainu and Akiji would act rashly and charge forward into battle. On the Sabeti archipelago, Li Xian regarded the resolute Akainu with a hint of mockery in his gaze. From where did he derive such confidence that Garp and the others would pursue relentlessly? It was evident that the Assassin Alliance had brazenly broadcast their execution of the Celestial Dragons, and in their departure had dealt a fatal blow to the Holy Land. Although the Shadow Assassins typically did not engage in excessive entanglements with non-targets, to dare obstruct the path of the Assassin Alliance was undeniably a mark of hubris. Shadows swirled. Jia, clad in dark gold armor, had already stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qing Feng. In this present age, faced with the formidable powers of Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji, it is no longer necessary for Li Xian to take action personally. How infuriating! Observing that the enemy has sent only two individuals, Akainu gritted his teeth in anger. Would they truly regard the two highest powers of the Navy headquarters with such disdain, to send merely two fighters into battle? They shall undoubtedly pay dearly for their arrogance. With a roar, Akainu transformed into magma and surged forward violently. The torrential magma cascaded like a waterfall, taking the form of a colossal magma hound head. Reaching heights of 100 meters, its searing heat scorching the surrounding air, its fierce jaws seemingly poised to devour Li Xian and his companions whole. Shadow technique. Thousand Blades, the dark golden figure. With a single hand movement, unleashed a barrage of shurikens imbued with terrifying shadow energy. In an instant, the magma hound head crumbled, the shadow shurikens piercing through with blinding speed, utterly tearing it apart. Shadow technique. Phantom Slash. Following this, the dark golden figure silently appeared behind Akainu, extending a pair of claws that gathered boundless shadow energy, with flickering crimson sparks amidst the darkness, a massive shadow claw descending fiercely upon Akainu. Lava Hound Assault. With a mere gesture, Akainu unleashed a torrent of magma, an unstoppable force. However, the shadow claw was not something an ordinary admiral could withstand. Even Akainu's full-force strike shattered under the boiling shadow energy. The magma fracturing as the power of darkness eroded all. Akainu's pupils constricted, fists clenched tightly, as the surging magma erupted skyward in an explosion. Meanwhile, Akiji transformed into ice, attempting to assist Akainu, but a blue figure stood directly in his path. Slashing with a blade, the azure blade energy slicing through the air like an arrow, instantly severing space in front of Akiji. Qing Feng, wielding a long sword, coldly regarded Akiji, forbidding him from advancing even a step. Akiji's expression darkened, palms outstretched, a chilling aura enveloping the vicinity, gradually freezing the void around him. Just as he prepared to unleash this ultimate coldness, the voice of Major General Moore, straining with effort, rang out. Admiral Akiji. Admiral Akainu, the Marshal commands your retreat. Immediate withdrawal. Akiji was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Was it not their duty to halt the enemy at all costs? Why the sudden order to retreat, if they were to withdraw and allow these foes to depart unscathed? Would that not render the efforts of Vice Admiral Karp and their previous endeavors futile? At the same time, Sengoku's anxious voice transmitted through the Denden Mushi, revealing his urgent state of mind. Sakazuki! Kazan! Retreat at once! Akiji was filled with confusion. He had not expected such a command from Marshal Sengoku. Though bewildered, having heard Sengoku's order with his own ears, Akiji could not defy it. Moreover, he was inherently a laid-back admiral. So Sengoku's command to retreat was in line with his temperament. However, upon catching sight of Akainu still engaged in battle, Akiji could not help but furrow his brow at that moment. Akainu unleashed his full power, continuously assaulting the Shadow Claw with magma, seemingly oblivious to Sengoku's command. How could justice retreat? If justice were to waver, who then would safeguard the Navy? Major General Moore had now approached the edge of the battlefield, and upon hearing Akainu's words, Sengoku rubbed his forehead in frustration. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he sternly declared, Sakazuki, this is an order. You must retreat. Failure to comply is insubordination. Reluctantly, Sengoku understood that if he did not intervene, given Sakazuki's nature, he would likely not withdraw to that point. He could truly find himself in peril due to his stubbornness. Akainu's teeth ground together, his face a mask of unwillingness. But Sengoku's words had grown too stern for him to continue resisting. Thus, despite his internal turmoil, he cautiously turned to retreat into the distance. Akiji, too, enveloped in cold air, swiftly withdrew. Xian observed this all with a detached gaze, remarking, let them receive a profound lesson. The path of the Assassin Alliance is not one easily obstructed. Jie and Qingfeng nodded in agreement, their figures appearing instantaneously before Akiji and Akainu, with blades drawn. The phoenix's cry echoed, the azure light surged, causing the sea to tremble. Dual blade style. Dance of chaos. With that, the dual blades slashed in rapid succession, over 100 strikes, unleashing more than 200 azure blade energies that tore through the air, their force shaking the heavens and splitting the skies. The convergence of over 200 blade energies left Akiji with no avenue of escape, the overwhelming sharpness sending chills down his spine. Ice barrier. Akiji extended his hands, terrifying cold rapidly coalescing as a barrier of solid ice emerged before him. In the next moment, more than 200 horrific blade energies sliced through the sky, bearing down with suffocating power. The ice barrier trembled violently, the dreadful energy rippling in all directions that a thick mist enveloped the area, accompanied by the crisp sounds of shattering. The ice barrier shattered, and the raging blade energies surged towards Akiji. His pupils dilated in shock. Ice Age. On the other side, Jie appeared before Akainu, instantly splitting into 3 figures. Shadow technique. Instant prison shadow, killing array. As the words fell, all 3 figures unleashed a terrifying onslaught upon Akainu. Shadow technique. 1,000 blades. Shadow technique. Phantom slash. Shadow technique. Soul annihilation. Akainu's complexion darkened. Confronted with such an unprecedented method of attack, he found himself at a loss. Meteoric fire rain. Clenching his fists tightly, gun magma erupted from him like a jet fighter, continuously spraying forth. His feet moved swiftly, aiming at the 3 approaching figures, launching a magma meteor shower of attacks. Yet, all was in vain. After unleashing 3 attacks, the 3 figures vanished under the impact of the magma fists. The endless magma fists pierced through the 3 dark golden figures, plummeting straight into the ocean below. The terrifyingly high-temperature fist descended, instantly sending up towering waves. The sea rapidly evaporated, forming thick clouds of white steam. The ocean roared violently, the vapor rising, waves of water being overturned. The colossal waves spread outward relentlessly. 3 jets of pitch-black energy surged directly into Akainu's body, branding him with a vivid crimson mark. As Akainu witnessed the three dissipating phantoms, his brow furrowed slightly. Not only had the opponent's attack failed to inflict any harm, but what astonished him further was that the opponent had vanished without defense in the face of his ferocious assault. What was the purpose of this tracking behavior? Was it meant to intimidate him? Akainu was left perplexed, unaware of the true significance of the three shadow energies. Conversely, Sengoku and many powerful beings across the seas understood all too well the potency of that attack, which had recently claimed the life of an admiral-level powerhouse. Sakazuki, Sengoku clenched his fists, heavy-hearted. Did the bizarre attack on Akainu signify that this top-tier force of the Navy headquarters would dissolve into a mist of blood before the eyes of all? Should Akainu perish, how would the other admiral, Akiji, respond? Would the Navy headquarters once again lose two admiral-level figures? Sengoku felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the pain almost unbearable, with a loud crash. Amidst the fog, Akiji was torn apart by the fierce slashes, crashing heavily into the sea, stirring up waves hundreds of meters high, washing everything around him away. Akainu's pupils constricted in disbelief as he watched Akiji fall so easily. Before he could contemplate further, an overwhelming tremor surged from deep within him. He caught a glimpse of a dark golden figure emerging behind Jia, a mocking smile curling at the corners of their mouth. Then, that figure raised their claw-like hand, gripping fiercely. Instant prison shadow, killing array. A thunderous voice echoed in Akainu's mind, followed by an overwhelming surge of shadow energy that bound all his movements in an instant. The power of shadows transformed into various attacks, ruthlessly striking Akainu's body. Akainu's pupils widened in horror. He desperately sought to escape and counter, only to find that the shadow assassin had completely sealed off his every action. His fruit abilities could not be utilized, leaving him with no choice but to cover himself in armed haki. Boom! Akainu could only watch helplessly as the shadow energy closed in, the horrifying attacks crashing down upon him. The armed haki defense, which could only be maintained for a second, crumbled instantly, the intense pain nearly causing his eyes to burst. After the three shadow energies, a blazing core of red energy erupted. The explosion sound overwhelming, rapidly spreading outward, shocking everyone's eardrums. The terrifying shockwave rampaged in all directions, the air vibrating violently, a magma-like figure plummeting like a meteor into the sea, the searing heat instantly evaporating vast amounts of seawater, resulting in towering waves. Sakazuki, within the office of the Marshal at Navy headquarters, Sengoku gasped in shock. Indeed, this terrifying and enigmatic strike was one that even Akainu could not withstand, coupled with the recent defeat of Akiji, who had been struck down by Qin Feng and plunged into the sea. Had the Navy truly lost two of its admiral-level combatants in an instant? Sengoku felt darkness encroach upon him, nearly fainting in his office. The blow was simply too heavy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, numerous factions witnessed the two figures plummeting into the sea, and many felt a sense of schadenfreude. Two admirals of the Navy had fallen in the blink of an eye. And that sensation was indeed delightful, particularly for those who had once clashed with Akainu and Akiji. Each one was filled with nostalgia. In the past, they had been relentlessly pursued by these two, never daring to dream of overcoming them. Yet now, in mere seconds, these two once unattainable figures had fallen before their eyes, beyond the exhilaration in their hearts. Many felt a profound reverence and dread towards the Assassin Alliance. If given a choice, it seemed most would prefer to face the entire Navy headquarters rather than become adversaries of the Assassin Alliance. This time, the Navy was bound to have a headache. Haha! Losing two admirals at once. How could they possibly venture into the New World now? The world government of the Navy, I dare say, has become a joke from this day forth. Numerous pirates in the New World expressed their glee, with some pirate crews even throwing feasts to celebrate this unbelievable day. Swish! Qin Feng silently landed behind Li Xian, his dual blade sheath, his aura entirely diminished. Had one not witnessed the recent attack with their own eyes, none would imagine he was a terrifying presence capable of defeating a Navy admiral in a single blow. On Island 21 of the Sabati archipelago, Mihawk gripped his black sword tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Qingfeng. The speed of that man's strike had been so swift that even he had struggled to keep pace. Had they all surpassed the admiral level? Rayleigh, observing the four standing side by side in midair, felt a surge of emotion wash over him. Even a flicker of fear. It turned out he had underestimated the strength of the Assassin Alliance from the very beginning, originally thinking it was only Akainu and Qi. He had not anticipated the emergence of two new faces of terrifying power after a period of absence. With these four, it seemed they had already surpassed the Roger Pirates at their peak. Indeed, the Assassin Alliance was not a force to be trifled with. After a considerable time, the first mate of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh, sighed sincerely. Such an organization, any wise person would refrain from provoking. Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Kazan, Vice Admiral Moore remained somewhat dazed, unable to comprehend how, in just a brief moment, two admirals had been effortlessly defeated before his eyes. Not just him, but all the Navy personnel aboard the 10 high-ranking battleships in the distance were equally astonished. Soon overtaken by an overwhelming sense of fear, if two admirals could be so easily swept away, how long could they, the elite of the Navy headquarters, hold out? A second, perhaps two? Qi's cold gaze swept toward the distant battleships. Even without exerting any pressure or killing intent, merely his stare was enough to make thousands of Navy soldiers aboard the ships tremble in fear. Would he strike at them? Yet reality proved their worries unfounded. Li Xian merely cast them a glance before projecting his visage into the video screen of the Den Den Mushi, his chilling voice resonating across the sea, drawing countless listeners to hold their breath. The Assassin Alliance prioritizes missions. As long as there is sufficient remuneration, anyone can become a target. Li Xian reiterated the principles of the Assassin Alliance, and before the people could fully digest this revelation, he shut off the Den Den Mushi, bringing this sweeping broadcast to a close. During this time, it had instilled endless shock among countless individuals at sea, etching into their memories the 7 shadow assassins of the Assassin Alliance. The Assassin Alliance, indeed, was a presence not to be trifled with. Li Xian did not linger, swiftly departing with Qingfeng and the others, their figures darting through the air, leaving behind a brilliant tail of flames. Moving with the speed of lightning until they vanished from sight, was that last Den Den Mushi a live broadcast. Rayleigh, with his keen eyesight, vaguely sensed that the Den Den Mushi in Li Xian's hand appeared somewhat different. Coupled with Li Xian's final words, he speculated that Li Xian might indeed be conducting a live stream, that, if that were the case, the Navy would be in trouble. Rayleigh chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. Though the Assassin Alliance was indeed fearsome, for a retired old man like him, their terror bore no relevance. The real headache would be for the Navy. Mihawk stared intently in the direction the four had vanished, then slowly turned to leave. Not only Qi, but also that man wielding dual blades was among his current targets. Huff! Have they departed? So terrifying! Admiral Sakazuki and Kuzan had shown no resistance whatsoever as the four departed. The soldiers aboard the 10 Navy battleships were left petrified, collapsing onto the ground in fear. The 4 Navy vice admirals at the bow, though equally shaken, possessed a stronger resolve. After a brief moment of daze, they swiftly regained their composure. 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters had fallen before them, plunging into the depths of the sea, their fates uncertain. Hurry! Quickly! Moore and the other 4 vice admirals urged their fellow Navy personnel to take action. All Navy personnel, follow me in that direction. Admiral Sakazuki and Kuzan are the pillars of our Navy headquarters. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. They're devil fruit users, if we delay too long. Even if the Assassin Alliance does not kill them, they may lose their powers upon contact with seawater. The words of the 5 vice admirals awakened the Navy personnel, still immersed in the relief of survival. Indeed, Akainu and Akiji were the top combatants of the Navy headquarters. It was unlikely they could be so easily killed in a single strike. They must have been merely injured and defeated. Devil fruit users grow weak and helpless upon contact with seawater, if their rescue efforts are not swift enough. Even if the Assassin Alliance has not retreated far, the 2 admirals may lose their lives due to the encroaching seawater. Thus, the 10 large battleships of the Navy headquarters sped towards the waters where Akainu and Akiji had fallen, dispatching numerous small boats upon arrival, with many Navy personnel scattering throughout the area to conduct a thorough search. Although they were deeply concerned that the Assassin Alliance had not strayed far, This worry paled in comparison to the safety of the two admirals. The 5 Navy vice admirals crossed from boat to boat, continually employing their observation hockey to survey the surrounding waters. As vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, their range of observation hockey could encompass hundreds of meters. Simultaneously, some Navy soldiers unhesitatingly leapt into the sea. Admiral Sakazuki. Admiral Kazan. Vice Admiral Moore leaped from the flagship onto a small boat, his observation hockey surging towards the sea. Seeking any possible clues, he muttered under his breath, "You must return safely." At this moment, the anxiety within Vice Admiral Moore was beyond words. After all, these two were the two great pillars of the Navy headquarters. Creak, creak. Just as Vice Admiral Moore anxiously searched, a chill began to spread to the edge of the small boat. He immediately shouted, "Admiral Kazan." Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, the icy aura and the feedback from his observation hockey allowed Vice Admiral Moore to ascertain the situation. Sure enough, soon after, the ice gradually expanded, and a head emerged from the water. Though the head was covered in thin ice, the Navy personnel present instantly recognized it as Admiral Kazan. One could not help but admire the power of the ice fruit. Even after falling into the sea, it could form a layer of ice around itself, preventing seawater contact and thereby maintaining its strength. Akiji slowly withdrew his body from the water, and amidst the astonished and fearful gazes of the Navy, he gradually climbed aboard the small boat. Once he fully boarded, everyone could see his disheveled state, his body nearly covered in wounds. Though the bleeding had stopped, the darkened bloodstains still shocked everyone present. Admiral Kazan remained alive, but his injuries were truly horrifying. Vice Admiral Moore gazed worriedly at the wounds on Akiji's body, unable to suppress his admiration. Even in such a grave condition, Admiral Kazan could still crawl out of the sea, which was truly commendable. Akiji glanced at Moore and the agitated Navy personnel, then pointed towards the nearby sea. "You all hurry and check on Sakazuki. I have encased him in ice. Bring him ashore." Unlike Akiji, Akanu's magma fruit possessed immense power, capable of evaporating seawater, but if he were truly gravely injured and sank into the sea, he would be at a loss. The magma could not isolate seawater, and once his true form made contact with it, the consequences were often fatal. Therefore, after Akainu plunged into the ocean, Akiji quickly used his cold powers to encase him in ice. "Yes, Admiral Kazan," Moore responded immediately, instructing the entire Navy to spring into action. "Quickly, everyone! Admiral Sakazuki is over there. Those who can swim, dive into the sea to rescue Admiral Sakazuki." Soon, a multitude of Navy personnel gathered under Akiji's guidance, leaping into the water and locating the ice-encased Akainu as directed. Together, they exerted their efforts to successfully hoist Akainu onto a small boat. "Admiral Sakazuki, how are you? It is unfathomable that you remain unscathed with such injuries. Even for an admiral, it is terrifying. That individual only struck once." On the boat, the frostbitten Akainu, enveloped in translucent ice, revealed a body seemingly ravaged by a violent explosion, charred and battered, resembling a tattered puppet. Were it not for the faint glimmer in his lowered eyes, one might almost believe him to be deceased. Yet, even in this moment, despite his continued existence, he hovered precariously close to death, having endured 3 shadow energy assaults and the final explosive impact of the momentary prison shadow kill array. Akainu was unable to thaw the ice encasing him, which explained why he remained trapped in it even after being brought aboard. Understanding Akainu's plight, Akiji stepped forward, releasing a chill from his palm that swiftly melted the ice binding Akainu. Once freed from the ice, Akainu stood unsteadily. But fortunately, 2 Navy brigadier generals were there to support him, preventing an embarrassing fall before thousands of onlookers. Gasping for breath, Akainu's eyes were hazy when suddenly the voice of Sengoku emanated from the transponder snail in Moore's arms. "Hello, Moore. How are Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Kazan faring?" It turned out that Sengoku had been anxiously observing the live broadcast when he witnessed both Akainu and Akiji plunge into the sea. However, Li Xian had immediately shut down the live stream, leaving Sengoku unaware of subsequent developments. While ordering Moore and others to search for Akainu and Akiji, he had been anxiously awaiting news. At this moment, hearing the Navy's exclamations, his heart raced. What was the fate of the Navy's two formidable admirals, Akainu and Akiji? Before Moore could respond, Akiji spoke first. Marshal, we are indeed still alive. At least I, Akiji, am not in danger of dying from my injuries. But I am uncertain about Akainu's condition. With a hoarse voice, Akainu questioned, why were we ordered to retreat? As a Navy admiral who relentlessly pursued justice, Akainu could not comprehend why they had received a retreat command. They were admirals embodying the beliefs of countless Navy personnel. If they retreated now, what detrimental impact would it have on the Navy's image? Once the news leaked, how would others on the sea perceive the two admirals from the Navy opting to flee in the face of the enemy? All that matters is that you are alive. Sengoku sighed with relief upon hearing Akiji and Akainu's voices. The strength and determination of the admirals indeed surpassed that of the world government's members, who lacked the heart of true warriors. The disparity in combat prowess between the two admiral ranks was evident. Yet he also felt a deep sense of gratitude that both had survived. Otherwise, he would mourn the Navy's future. Not only would they suffer a loss of face, but they had also broadcast a defeat. However, after Akainu raised his question, Sengoku hesitated briefly before responding gravely. Do you believe that the Shadow Assassin Chi has been repelled from the Holy Land, Mariewa? That Vice Admiral Garp and the world government's pursuers are chasing them. Beside the transponder snail, not only Akainu and Akiji, but all Navy personnel listened intently, eager to comprehend what had prompted Sengoku to order the two admirals to retreat without engaging in battle. This is absurd. The Shadow Assassin Chi directly assaulted the Holy Land Mariewa, and the entire event was live-streamed as he killed the Celestial Dragons. To eliminate such a maniac, the world government and Navy dispatched Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Borsellino, Marshal Steelbone, and two members of the CP-0 at the admiral level to participate in the encirclement. Yet, the expertise of the Assassin Alliance proved to be formidable. First, there was the Blue Phoenix, followed by the Robber. Each possessed terrifying strength capable of rivaling two admirals. Furthermore, that Shadow Assassin Chi concealed his true prowess. The battle raged from one end of the Holy Land Mariewa to the other, with a CP-0 member falling victim to the momentary prison shadow kill array. The very technique just used against Akainu, perplexing and powerful, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Before their withdrawal, the Shadow Assassin Chi even unleashed a strike that brought Marshal Steelbone to the brink of death, cleaving the entire Holy Land Mariewa in half. As Sengoku recounted this, his words were laced with bitterness and helplessness. This time, the Assassin Alliance publicly live-streamed their challenge to kill the Celestial Dragons, openly humiliating the world government and the Navy in our confrontation with them. They emerged unscathed. No one was killed or severely injured on their side, while we suffered the death of a CP-0 member at the admiral level. And Marshal Steelbone lay near death, with both of you gravely wounded. This time, it was a crushing defeat, a dismal failure for the world government and the Navy. Sengoku's words fell like a heavy stone, rendering everyone dizzy, even Akainu and Akiji, who were engulfed in profound shock. They had never anticipated that this assassin alliance could accomplish so many astonishing feats in such a short time, live-streaming the murder of celestial dragons, openly challenging the world government, and slaying a CP-0 member at the admiral level. Each of these actions, taken individually, could send shockwaves across the globe. Yet, the Assassin Alliance had not only achieved all of this, but had also escaped unscathed, leaving Akainu and Akiji struggling to accept the reality. They had initially believed the pursuers had been defeated by the Assassin Alliance. Although Li Xian had closed the live stream, the ripples caused by the Assassin Alliance remained unquenched. With the entire ocean still immersed in the atmosphere of intimidation they had created, I never imagined that this Assassin Alliance would dare to continuously challenge the world government's authoritative boundaries and manage to withdraw unscathed. Not merely unscathed, but the Assassin Alliance brazenly departed after openly executing the Celestial Dragons. Indeed, the power of Chi's final strike is terrifying enough to send shivers down one's spine. And as for Akainu and Akiji, their situations are likely dire. All were astounded by the terrifying might displayed by the Assassin Alliance, but on a small island at the edge of the East Sea, although the screen had dimmed to darkness. Zoro and Luffy's eyes burned with fierce determination. Wow, Is this the pinnacle of combat power on the ocean? Even Luffy, whose mind was usually consumed by thoughts of food, couldn't help but exclaim in awe after witnessing the series of fierce battles. However, there was no trace of fear in his gaze. Despite the intensity of the battles, he firmly believed he would become the Pirate King, defeating anyone who stood in his way. In contrast, Zoro was deeply shaken. Chi/. Truly astonishing, and that old man from the world government, the Assassin Alliance's Blue Phoenix. Zoro's eyes brimmed with astonishment, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. Each of their slashes was extraordinarily powerful. Was the attack of the so-called world's greatest swordsman truly more terrifying than Chi's final blow? Reflecting on the past, during his time at the Ghost Pirate crew, had he been holding back against me? Zoro's lifelong aspiration was to become the world's greatest swordsman. Once, he had considered himself a formidable force in the East Sea and believed he was not far from that goal. However, at this moment, he truly realized that in the boundless sea, he was but a mere speck, let alone becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Even the figures displayed on the screen filled him with despair. Little did he know that the position of the world's greatest swordsman he revered had already been claimed by Chi before the live broadcast began. Zoro had thought that the slash of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, was more terrifying than Chi's. The immense crack that nearly split the Holy Land in two seemed to stretch into infinity. Deep within Zoro's heart, he began to doubt whether he could ever reach such a realm. At this moment, it seemed that he was far too distant from that level. His mindset wavered. His gaze caught the sword hanging at his waist, the Wad Ikamanji, reminding him of Ka. Zoro's pupils constricted suddenly, and his conviction solidified once more that he was no longer alone. He carried with him the will of Ka as he advanced. Even if he was still far from the realm of the world's greatest swordsman, what did it matter? He, Zoro, would undoubtedly achieve the title of the world's greatest swordsman. On another side, Nami, amidst her shock, felt a sense of relief. He succeeded, he accomplished all of this, and withdrew safely amidst the pursuit and encirclement of the world government and the Navy. In a similar state of mind stands Hancock on Nine Snake Island. The elite dispatched by the world government and the Navy loom like dark clouds, leaving her in a state of trepidation. After all, the adversaries not only murdered a celestial dragon, but did so in a live broadcast for the entire world to witness. Such audacity surpasses anything Hancock could have imagined in her long-held dreams. Every time she sees the likes of Chi facing difficulties, an involuntary worry grips her heart. It is only at this moment. Witnessing them conclude the live stream with heads held high and depart from the holy land of Mariawa, that her anxious heart finally finds solace. Godrew! Sonia! She turns her head, her tear-streaked eyes glistening as they gaze upon her two younger sisters. Sister, both Godrew and Sonia lift their heads, their own faces marred by tears and their eyes reddened. This is not merely Hancock's nightmare. It has long been a torment shared among the three sisters. A collective nightmare haunting all their hearts. From now on, the shadow assassin Chi shall be a revered guest of Nine Snake Island. Hancock proclaims solemnly, the Assassin Alliance will also become our allies within the Nine Snake Pirates. Yes, sister, the two nod vigorously. Despite the Assassin Alliance and Shadow Assassin Chi being wanted by the world government, they, the Nine Snake Island, choose to forge a connection with the Assassin Alliance, exemplifying the Empress's charisma. In the New World, Don Quixote Doflamingo remains unable to recover from the shock, witnessing the world government subjected to unprecedented humiliation by this Assassin Alliance. He marvels at how effortlessly they manage to extricate themselves. This Assassin Alliance is indeed terrifyingly formidable. He trembles not from fear, but from exhilaration. Diamante! He calls out excitedly, and as his voice echoes, a man clad in red, adorned with a sunflower-shaped headpiece, descends gracefully from the distant sky. What troubles you, Doflamingo? Diamante inquires with concern upon landing as a senior officer of the Don Quixote family. He shares a bond of familiarity with Doflamingo. Gradually calming, Doflamingo meets Diamante's gaze, a fierce killing intent flickering in his eyes as an extraordinary plan begins to take shape within him. Diamante, from this moment forth, I want you to scour the market for every devil fruit. Spare no effort to acquire any intelligence regarding them. Doflamingo commands. Diamante hesitates, while their family wields considerable power in the dark world. Raiding the market for all devil fruits would undoubtedly deplete their resources, for each fruit is a rare gem of the sea, often fetching no less than 100 million berries. Unaware of Doflamingo's true intentions due to not having witnessed Chi's live broadcast, he finds himself perplexed by Doflamingo's willingness to squander the family's wealth in pursuit of the devil fruits. You needn't question this matter further. Simply carry out my orders, Doflamingo retorts coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Diamante. This time, he resolves to orchestrate an operation of truly earth-shattering proportions. He intends to make the ignorant celestial dragons pay dearly. He firmly believes that the Assassin Alliance possesses the strength to assist him in this endeavor, provided he can afford to pay them in devil fruits. Indeed, the mad scheme brewing in Doflamingo's mind is to employ the Assassin Alliance to eliminate the celestial dragons, offering devil fruits as remuneration. Those shameless scum deserve eradication. His visage contorts, enveloped in an aura of conqueror's haki, emanating an intense oppressive force. He can no longer bear to wait. Meanwhile, even after Li Xian's live broadcast has concluded, the Whitebeard pirates remain immersed in thought regarding the recent events. Old man, what do you believe the emergence of this Assassin Alliance will mean for the seas? Marco inquires seriously, for theoretically, the world government and the Navy are their sworn enemies. They should rejoice in their humiliation. Yet, the principles of the Assassin Alliance fill them with apprehension that IT holds no fixed allegiance. As long as sufficient remuneration is offered, it could just as easily become a sharp weapon against them. This time, they acted on someone else's commission to slay the celestial dragons and strike the world government and navy. Next time, they might do so against prominent pirates, or even launch direct assaults on the Yonko crews. Such a blatant presence is exceedingly perilous, rendering their next moves utterly unpredictable. From the moment they commenced their live stream, the seas began to shift. Whitebeard gazes out over the vast expanse of the Azure Ocean, a torrent of thoughts surging within him. None among us can foresee the ocean's future trajectory, nor can we discern the transformations this Assassin Alliance will bring forth. They are shrouded in mystery. Prior to Chi's rise, no one was aware of their existence. But old man, must we merely stand by and watch? Ace interjects, unable to contain himself. They are a Yonko crew, the top power upon the seas. How can we afford to remain passive? For now, our only recourse is to closely monitor the flow of devil fruits while actively seeking to acquire them. Whitebeard shakes his head, feeling a tinge of helplessness. For the enemy's strength is daunting. Closely monitor the flow of devil fruits and actively acquire them. Ace and Marco exchange glances. Indeed, Whitebeard affirms, the Assassin Alliance possesses the power to obliterate any maritime force aside from the world government. And to enlist such an organization, the price will be devil fruits. In the near future, we can expect many maritime powers to begin hoarding devil fruits, partly to hire the Assassin Alliance to eliminate their foes, and partly for self-preservation. After all, the quantity of devil fruits in the sea is limited. If they stockpile them, others will struggle to offer enough to entice the Assassin Alliance, thus rendering this destructive blade difficult to unsheath. While this may not entirely thwart certain conspiracies, it should at least reduce the frequency of the Assassin Alliance's interventions. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Ace murmurs. The notion of various maritime factions scrambling to gather devil fruits, merely to diminish the likelihood of the Assassin Alliance's interference, seems excessive. Absolutely warranted. Whitebeard's gaze grows profound, his heart brimming with vigilance. This Assassin Alliance has likely become the most terrifying organization upon the seas. No matter how cautiously one approaches it, it can never be deemed excessive. This Assassin Alliance now stands as the most threatening entity across the vast ocean. In the boundless sea, the infamous Assassin Alliance has made its name known far and wide, striking fear into the hearts of many. Even disregarding any hidden strengths they may possess, the power they have already displayed is sufficient to instill awe in numerous formidable figures, reaching a state where they provoke trepidation akin to the sight of a tiger. To bestow upon them the title of the most terrifying organization upon the seas is hardly an exaggeration, leaving Ace and Marco with complex emotions, such a force surpassing even the Yonko crews. has suddenly emerged, compelling all factions, including the Whitebeard pirates, to heighten their vigilance and prepare for the storm that looms. What an extraordinary turn of events! Red-haired exclaims dramatically. This ocean has only just managed to regain a semblance of calm. And now this incident threatens to stir up waves more tumultuous than ever before. However, he quickly suppresses his extravagant expression, pondering thoughtfully. But wait, should it not be the world government and navy who ought to be concerned? After suffering such a severe blow, when will they regain their strength? Alas, Captain Beckman interrupted red-haired Shank's reverie, expressing his exasperation as he inquired, "Have you ever contemplated what we might do if someone were to fund the Assassin Alliance to target us?" Although this incident had indeed caused considerable distress for the Navy and the world government, the potential threat they posed should not be underestimated. After all, no one could guarantee that there were no individuals harboring animosity or hostility towards them in these vast seas. Oh, indeed. Red-haired Shanks leaned back thoughtfully, seemingly pondering deeply. Suddenly, he lifted his cup to take a hearty drink of fine wine and burst into laughter. "Ha! Why should we worry about troubles that have yet to materialize? Come, let us hold a banquet to celebrate the tremendous impact the Assassin Alliance has brought to the world government and the Navy. Across the boundless ocean, various powerful organizations were quietly mobilizing, gathering devil fruits and doing everything in their power to track the movements of the Assassin Alliance. Everyone was on high alert, pooling all resources in a desperate attempt to uncover even the slightest clue about the Alliance. For compared to the visible enemies, the hidden Assassin Alliance was far more terrifying, especially after witnessing their formidable strength, leaving them feeling the pressure of their unknown depths simultaneously in the highest conference room of the Navy headquarters. Sengoku, Garp, Fu, and Kizuru sat together, the atmosphere within the room oppressively tense. Even the usually carefree Kizuru and Garp wore solemn expressions, while Akainu and Akiji were receiving urgent medical attention at the headquarters. Although Akiji's injuries were severe, he could still move independently. However, Akainu's condition was far worse, nearly paralyzed and having fallen into a coma for a time. Not long ago, Sengoku received the latest news. Akainu had finally regained consciousness. But his mental state was far from ideal. After such a crushing defeat, his pride was nearly shattered, especially upon learning that he had been bested by Chi and broadcast live, leaving him utterly humiliated. An embarrassment felt across the entire ocean. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku brought forth a relatively positive piece of news. Information from the world government indicated that Admiral Steelbone was no longer in critical condition. As Sengoku's words hung in the air, Garp, Kizuru, and Tsuru collectively exhaled in relief. Steelbone, as their former superior, shared a deep bond with them. When Garp and Kizuru had witnessed Steelbone's dire state, they had doubted whether he would pull through. Now, knowing he had temporarily evaded disaster allowed them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, it remained uncertain what kind of aftereffects he might endure, and Sengoku's tone shifted to one of concern. The three exchanged glances, their heavy hearts unspoken. Such severe injuries, even if life was spared, would likely leave permanent scars. After a brief period of silence, Sengoku composed himself and spoke earnestly. "Gentlemen, the losses suffered by the world government and the Navy in this incident are indeed grievous, not merely a matter of reputation. Sakazuki and Kazan will require at least 3 months of recuperation, rendering them unable to engage in combat. The situation for the world government is even more dire. Furthermore, following this incident, the pirates at sea will undoubtedly grow more audacious. This implies that from today onward, the entire ocean will once again be set ablaze. And with our Navy headquarters and the world government significantly weakened, we shall face an unprecedented predicament," as Sengoku's words echoed. The office fell into silence once more, every face reflecting grave concern, the stifling atmosphere making it hard to breathe. The loss of 2 of their highest combatants equated to the Navy losing a wing. And coupled with the live broadcast effect of Chi, future provocations from pirates would only escalate. Should 2 or more Yonko crews simultaneously strike during this period, the Navy would struggle to respond effectively, potentially spiraling into complete chaos. Sengoku's greatest worry remained the Assassin Alliance. They had emphasized in the broadcast that anyone could become their target for the right price. If someone were to offer a substantial bounty to have an admiral of the Navy or a member of the world government's five elders, or even a celestial dragon assassinated, they would be unable to withstand such a calamity. At this critical juncture, should anyone dare to take advantage of our misfortune, I shall not show mercy, Garp declared fiercely, his gaze intense and fists clenched. Pledging resolutely that I feel the same, Kizar nodded in agreement, fully aware that during this grave moment, the Navy could only rely on himself and Garp to uphold the situation. Sengoku glanced at Garp and Kizu, feeling a sense of gratitude. Although these two often appeared unreliable, they proved dependable in critical moments. Ahem, Garp, let's not digress. Regarding the handling of the Assassin Alliance, the world government has already reached a decision. The three paid little heed to this, for after successfully attacking Mary Geos and retreating unscathed, what substantial measures could they possibly take now? Most likely just issuing bounties. Indeed, Sengoku produced several bounty notices, shaking his head in mild frustration. In light of the formidable strength of the Assassin Alliance, the world government has ultimately decided to issue 5 bounty notices. The group received the bounty notices. Astonished. Point 1 notice regarding the Assassin Alliance bore a starting price of a staggering 100 million berries. The Assassin Alliance, a notoriously ruthless and deranged organization, offered a reward of 100 million berries for any credible information provided. Sengoku spoke with unwavering conviction, and they understood that this was a desperate measure by the world government to thoroughly pursue the Assassin Alliance. They must first ascertain its true nature, confirm the authenticity of the so-called 7 Shadow Assassins, and uncover what further power the Alliance might be concealing. Otherwise, should they rashly initiate a large-scale operation against the Assassin Alliance, and if the latter were to deploy their so-called Shadow Assassins or other assassins in retaliation, the consequences could be catastrophic, leading to a devastating blow against the world government. The leader of the Assassin Alliance, Chi, also the foremost of the 7 Shadow Assassins, had thus far been the highest-ranking leader to appear. The Shadow Assassins, including Chia, all referred to him as Master Chi, and his prowess was fearsome, adept at wielding a magical blade that could disperse and reconstitute. His bounty was set at 60 billion berries, with a relentless pursuit for his capture, regardless of life or death. The enormous bounty of 60 billion berries left Garp and the others dumbfounded. This amount even surpassed the former bounty of 55 billion berries placed on Pirate King Roger. Observing their astonishment, Sengoku explained, compared to Pirate King Roger, Chi and the Assassin Alliance behind him are far more enigmatic. We know nearly everything about Roger's exploits, yet we know very little about Chi and the Assassin Alliance. We only grasp the fragments they present to the world and the myriad secrets and threats concealed behind them. Particularly, Chi possesses a unique ability that allows him to reach natural-type users without relying on Haki, posing a threat that surpasses Roger, harboring secrets capable of overturning the entire ocean. The Shadow Assassin Chia could single-handedly contend with Admiral Sakazuki and Kazan, wielding the bloodthirsty Fong, which was razor-sharp and capable of obliterating anything. Moreover, his claws, sharp enough to rend all matter, could restore his strength and injuries by absorbing blood, rendering him an extremely dangerous entity. His bounty stood at 100 million berries. The Shadow Assassin Qing Feng excelled in dual wielding, boasting astonishing combat prowess, his strength unfathomable. His bounty was set at 100 million berries. The Shadow Assassin Jia could create skill illusions and unleash shadow powers. Moreover, the shadow energy within his instant prison shadow killing formation could conceal itself, suddenly erupting under Jia's mental command, making it impossible to defend against. Its power was terrifying. His bounty reached 39 million berries. In total, 5 bounty notices, including Chi and the members of the Assassin Alliance, surged through the ocean like a tidal wave. Yet this time, faced with such colossal bounties, most individuals remained surprisingly composed, with some even expressing doubts. What on earth? If Chia is so formidable, why is his bounty only 35 million berries? Isn't the government's offering a bit low? Indeed, Qingfeng's swordsmanship is so fearsome and sharp, and yet he is only valued at 37 million berries. The Navy is truly shameless. They didn't even mention Jie's feat of defeating a Kainu on the bounty notice. Haha, even if they don't write it down, we are well aware. Not only can Jie accomplish this, but Qingfeng has also severely injured Akiji, although the bounty notices recorded the impressive achievements of Qi and his companions. Many undisclosed facts lingered, such as the near-fatal encounter that Steelbone had faced at the hands of Qi, several admirals of the world government sustaining injuries, and the severely wounded state of admirals Akainu and Akiji. These truths had long been unraveled by those who had witnessed the live broadcast. Despite the world government and the Navy losing face in this incident, they still attempted to preserve some semblance of dignity. With only a few who had not watched the broadcast expressing disbelief at the astonishing bounty, even the bounties of the Yonko might not surpass this amount, right? Especially that shadow, Assassin Qi, whose bounty exceeds that of Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world, by a whole billion. However, as the live broadcast spread, people were left in astonishment, realizing that the exorbitant bounty was far from sufficient to reflect their true prowess. Within the highest conference room of the world government headquarters, the 5 elders had gathered, each face shrouded in a cloud of gloom. Despite the issuance of the bounty notice, it wielded little actual influence, merely representing the stance of the world government. Whether it be Roger, Whitebeard, or Shanks, or even those pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions of berries, their bounties were largely symbolic. Such top-tier pirates rarely face challenges from bounty hunters. Yuanbu, you have previously engaged with the Assassin Alliance. Do you possess any insights into their methods? Hirano Masato inquired of Yuanbu Katsuchi. Yuanbu Katsuchi maintained a calm demeanor, yet a flicker of trepidation swept through him as memories of Chi's final strike resurfaced. However, when he recalled his battles with Qingfeng and Jie, he recognized that each of them wielded powers previously unseen. Their abilities were unparalleled, but he hoped they did not stem from some unknown devil fruit abilities. Yuanbu Katsuchi shook his head helplessly. Compared to powers attained through training, he preferred to believe their strength derived from unique devil fruits. But why can they engage Logia users without employing Haki? If they are indeed devil fruit users, would that not present a contradiction? Hirano Masato asked, perplexed. Yet if they were not devil fruit users, then the peculiar nature of their powers made Yuanbu Katsuchi's expression grow grave. Hirano Masato's words made him realize that if such abilities were not from a devil fruit, it implied they might be teachable to others. The thought of the Assassin Alliance being filled with numerous assassins possessing extraordinary abilities filled Yuanbu Katsuchi with a wave of despair. Should we awaken Lord Im? Fong Xini interjected. No. The 4 elders voiced their unanimous opposition. Despite the formidable display of strength by the Assassin Alliance, it was still insufficient to warrant awakening Lord Im. Is Lord Im someone to be easily awakened? Yuanbu Katsuchi responded coldly. What then shall we do? Ogata Shini expressed dissatisfaction. Shall we merely stand by and watch as the Assassin Alliance continues to defy the world government? The humiliation suffered by the world government was immense, yet the adversary was equally formidable. Ogata Shini momentarily struggled to devise a means for the Assassin Alliance to pay the price. After a brief silence, Hirano Masato spoke resolutely. We cannot deny that the Assassin Alliance is indeed powerful. However, the majesty of our world government must not be desecrated. This grudge will be avenged, but not now, at present. Our understanding of the Assassin Alliance is exceedingly limited. Aside from the 7 Shadow Assassins, we know little of the other members, and even the existence of the 7 Shadow Assassins and their true strength remains a mystery to us. Under such conditions of extreme information disparity, attempting to confront them is undoubtedly impractical. I believe the recent events at Mariewa, where the Assassin Alliance repeatedly tested our limits, have made it clear that no one desires a recurrence of such incidents. Correct? Hirano Masato's voice resonated in the silent conference room. Striking a chord, he was right. Under these circumstances, even in anger, patience must prevail. I propose that we mobilize all intelligence organizations to thoroughly investigate the Assassin Alliance. Yuanbu Katsuchi suggested, emphasizing the need to ascertain their stronghold locations and personnel strength. Once we have comprehensive intelligence on the opponent, we can then proceed with a final encirclement operation. Let the world witness that the dignity of the world government shall not be provoked by anyone. Agreed. Absolutely. Since the incident at Mariawa 5 days prior, storms had brewed across the seas. Countless individuals were fixated on the Assassin Alliance, while many others harbored fear towards them, including some celestial dragons, for they had witnessed the live broadcast of the Assassin Alliance slaying Kerala. With the aftermath of the battle affecting numerous individuals, should someone offer a devil fruit as a reward to hire the Assassin Alliance for the assassination of a celestial dragon, it is likely that the Assassin Alliance would not hesitate. For in their eyes, celestial dragons were no different from ordinary individuals. They dared to strike at Mariewa without fear of the world government's retribution. The enemies of the celestial dragons were scattered across the seas, making such scenarios highly probable. Thus, due to Li Xian and the Assassin Alliance, the once arrogant celestial dragons began to feel fear and even retreated back to Mariewa. Meanwhile, numerous intelligence departments within the world government were mobilized, united by a singular objective: to gather information regarding the Assassin Alliance or any related to the Shadow Assassins. At this moment, Li Xian, the focus of the entire sea and alone on an island in the Grand Line, had instructed his 3 companions, Chia, Qingfeng, and Jia, to each venture forth across the seas to execute tasks and collect devil fruits. Although the 3 were temporarily separated, they each carried a den mushi, allowing Li Xian to summon them at any time should he need. Additionally, Li Xian required them to return to the island periodically to report on the devil fruits they had collected. With their strengths, most tasks could be accomplished independently. It was foreseeable that the trio, acting in 3 directions, would swiftly gather a substantial amount of devil fruits for Li Xian. After the 3 departed, Li Xian remained on the island, yet his mind was entirely immersed in the system space. Host of the ultimate role-playing system, Li Xian. Current role, Shadow Assassin Qi. Role progress, 81. Owned role, Shadow Assassin Qi. Owned subordinates, Chia, Qingfeng, Jia. Available subordinate draw chances, 0. Available role draw chances, 1. Since reaching a role progress of 70, Li Xian had earned a chance to draw a new role. However, from absorbing Hancock's devil fruit to the battle at Mariewa, his role progress had climbed to 81, yet he had not unlocked a second role. Now, having arranged for Chia and the others to collect devil fruits and relying on them to uphold the Assassin Alliance's reputation, Li Xian finally had ample time to embark on the journey of unlocking a second role. Suppressing his inner excitement, Li Xian commanded the system in his heart. System, draw for a new role. Ding, roll draw in progress. As the system's prompt echoed, a series of figures flashed rapidly through Li Xian's mind. Due to the speed, he could not clearly discern which roles were being drawn. A sense of trepidation surged within him regarding the upcoming draw of a second role. After all, the first role, Shadow Assassin Qi, was dazzlingly formidable, benefiting from an initial tenfold enhancement, akin to starting with a supreme gift pack. The second role, however, lacked such a tenfold enhancement, should the drawn character prove weaker than Qi. This second role might very well become superfluous, likely not even deserving a glance, prompting Li Xian to instead focus on utilizing the gathered devil fruits to elevate his role progress to 70 and unlock the next character. The scenes in his mind began to slow down. Finally, at a certain moment, the image froze on a particular scene. Behind him stretched an endless expanse, symbolizing the supreme and ethereal realm that a gentleman came into Li Xian's view. His short silver hair glistening brilliantly, his face stern as iron, his upper body bare adorned with a sun emblem, while his lower half sported crisp, white formal trousers. Upon seeing this final figure, a smile of delight crossed Li Xian's face. If this individual were to be the one, even without any enhancements, his innate strength would undoubtedly instill fear across the pirate world. Immediately after, the system's prompt chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn the second role. Orochi. Leader of the Orochi clan, as anticipated, Orochi from the King of Fighters universe is regarded as the embodiment of Earth's will, nearly akin to a deity, his power undoubtedly formidable to a terrifying degree. Even without a tenfold enhancement, as the role progression advances, he would be more than capable of dominating in the pirate world. Fortunately, this second role has not disappointed me, Li Xian remarked with a smirk. His body enveloped in a halo of light. In an instant, the light faded, and the image of the Shadow Assassin Qi vanished, replaced by a man with cascading silver hair and radiant golden eyes. Resembling a gigantic serpent, he stood there, his upper body exposed, adorned with a black sun insignia etched across his shoulders and back, while his lower half remained clad in crisp white trousers. He exuded an indescribable aura that surged forth like a tidal wave in all directions. A presence that transcended the overwhelming might of the conqueror's haki, radiating the solemnity of a divine being. Truly, he embodied an existence akin to a deity. In this moment, the power of the shadow assassin Chi receded into the background, replaced by the overwhelming force unique to the Great Serpent, the power of Orochi. Host, Li Xian. Current role, leader of the Orochi clan. Orochi. Current role progress, 32 characters owned. Shadow, assassin Chi. Leader of the Orochi clan. Orochi subordinates owned. Chia, Qing Feng. Jia. Remaining opportunities for subordinate extraction. 0 remaining opportunities for role extraction. 0 with a single hand. Li Xian gestured towards the void ahead. And in an instant, dark particles surged forth like primordial beasts, voraciously devouring everything in their path and persistently expanding outward, unimpeded even by air or space. Boom! A distant hill collapsed in an instant. Although the encroaching darkness did not encompass the entire hill, it triggered a seismic spectacle. It is noteworthy that at this moment, Orochi's role progress stood at a mere 32, yet it already demonstrated such formidable power, a testament to the might of this divine entity. In the original narrative, Orochi, as the will of the earth, cherished the planet and harbored a deep disdain for humanity, who ravaged the natural environment. Even contemplating their annihilation, Li Xian pondered, how should one portray such a character? Should he mimic his destruction of humanity? Amidst his joy, confusion filled his heart. Indeed, Orochi's strength was astonishing, yet embodying such a divine role was undeniably arduous. Especially given that in the King of Fighters series, Orochi's appearances were few and far between, often relegated to the realm of myth and legend, that if it were to truly emulate Orochi's desire to eradicate humanity, it would be wildly impractical. Even if he possessed such power, he would be reluctant to act upon it. After all, he was a member of humanity himself. If humanity were to perish, what meaning would remain in a world inhabited solely by him? Regardless of how potent his abilities might be, the absence of his kind would render everything meaningless. Thus, what he could do now was to enact retribution upon those who destroyed the ecology of this planet. Li Xian tapped his chin, deep in thought, when suddenly a spark of inspiration struck him. Wait, I can enhance my role progress by collecting devil fruits, as long as I acquire enough devil fruits. Surpassing the 70 mark would be no issue. In this manner, while punishing those wrongdoers, he could also, under the noble pretense of safeguarding natural treasures, seek out devil fruits, truly a twofold benefit. Although embodying Orochi was fraught with challenges, acquiring devil fruits across this vast ocean was not an impossible feat, especially in the New World, where the abilities of devil fruit users proliferated. However, considering that his current power as Orochi was still insufficient to maintain an invincible image, the New World may not serve as an ideal starting point. The decision was made. Li Xian would embark on his journey as Orochi from the first half of the Grand Line. Yet, before taking action, he devised a new plan. System, absorb the devil fruits. Indeed, Li Xian had originally intended to reserve 12 devil fruits for his second character, but due to the world government and navy continuously augmenting their forces, he was compelled to consume 10 of them. Now, only 2 devil fruits remained, which offered minimal growth to Chi's role progress, as it had already reached 65 with the possession of devil fruits. Now, facing Orochi with a role progress of 9, these 2 devil fruits might yield a significant enhancement. Special energy detected, absorption in progress. Please select which character's role progress to increase, given that previously there was only Chi. The goal for increasing role progress through the absorption of devil fruits was clear. Now, with Orochi added, a choice must be made. Increase Orochi's role progress. Li Xian commanded decisively. Role progress increasing. Ultimately, with the aid of the 2 devil fruits, Orochi's role progress surged to 49, an impressive increase of 8 as expected. The later stages of role progress growth became increasingly arduous. Li Xian realized this as, during the latter stages of Shadow Assassin Chi's progress. A single devil fruit could only yield a slight enhancement, requiring more for any substantial effect. Very well, sinners of the ocean, are you prepared? Li Xian gazed upon the boundless azure sea, a glimmer flashing within the golden serpentine pupils of Orochi. Just as he prepared to step forth, he suddenly noticed a change at the bottom of his mind's attribute panel. Wait, system, what is that assassin's mask? Li Xian mused, noticing an unfamiliar section labeled items owned on the streamlined system panel. Prominently featuring the assassin's mask, if memory served, this section had not appeared during his previous inspections of the panel, let alone this enigmatic assassin's mask. The assassin's mask is a gift from the system upon the host's initiation of the second role, materialized based on the mask of the leader of the Assassin's Guild from the original narrative. Its function resembles that of the Shadow Legion's mask, capable of summoning assassins. However, the assassins summoned by the Assassin's Guild are living beings, and their power is amplified tenfold. What? System, this mask can truly summon assassins from the Assassin's Guild and enhance their strength tenfold. Li Xian was first astonished, then profoundly shocked. The Assassin's Guild in the original narrative wielded immense power, instilling fear in all, not only due to its 7 shadow assassins, but also because of the over 10,000 well-trained elite assassins. If these assassins could all be amplified tenfold in strength and summoned en masse, the power of this mask would be terrifyingly formidable, potentially overturning the entire marine world. That's correct, the system responded, adding that the number of assassins the mask could summon was closely tied to the host Chi's roll progress. The higher the roll progress, the greater the number of assassins that could be summoned. Currently, the host could summon up to half of the Assassin's Guild assassins. Li Xian was astounded. The system had bestowed upon him not merely the ability to summon subservient shadow assassins, but now also the capability to summon ordinary assassins from a guild. Should this power be fully unleashed, even the elusive would likely be unable to withstand it. Buzzing with a thought, an obsidian golden mask materialized in his hand. Crafted from an unknown material, the mask radiated a mysterious energy that shielded it from all prying eyes. A white light enveloped Li Xian, and the figure of Orochi vanished, replaced by the familiar, profound silhouette of black and purple. Li Xian donned the assassin's mask, enveloped in a veil of mist that obscured him from the scrutiny of the outside world. Was this meant to reveal all the leaders of the Assassin's Guild? Sensing the changes around him, Li Xian was deeply moved. Initially, he had merely planned to activate his second role, allowing Chiya and the others to bear the banner of the Assassin's Guild, executing missions across the ocean to gather devil fruits while keeping a low profile. However, it now seemed that with the power of this mask, the entire Assassin's Guild could rise to power ahead of schedule, forming a force capable of rewriting the balance of the marine world. The strength of over 5,000 assassins, in his initial conception, was merely for role-playing purposes. He never imagined that such a vast assembly could actually be gathered, including the 3 shadow assassins and himself. Donning the mask would even allow him to temporarily assume the role of the leader of the Assassin's Guild. To the very least, more than 5,000 assassins would necessitate the establishment of a headquarters. The headquarters of the Assassin's Guild, naturally, must remain concealed. However, simply choosing any island as a headquarters would seem rather shabby. Li Xian weighed his options repeatedly. If it were merely Jia and the others, contacting them via a din mushi for a temporary gathering would suffice, and there would be no need to establish a formal headquarters for the guild. Yet now, facing an army of over 5,000 assassins with tenfold enhanced strength, it would be a waste to leave their resources dormant within the mask. These reinforced assassins possessed formidable power. Dispatching them on missions to procure devil fruits would undoubtedly expedite the process. Moreover, in the eyes of the outside world, the previous Assassin's Guild had been akin to a castle in the air. Apart from what was known to them, it had no tangible existence. Thus, even if the world scoured every corner, they could find no concrete information regarding the Assassin's Guild that, in the short term, they might still mask their past, being perceived as a deeply hidden alliance. But if time passed and no trace was found, the world government would likely begin to question the guild's veracity. After all, it had once been an organization that dominated the world for many years. How could it leave no trace at all? Now, with the emergence of over 5,000 assassins, establishing a new headquarters or branch for the Assassins' Guild had become an inevitable course of action. At that point, they could proclaim it as a newly unveiled branch of the Assassins' Guild. However, where this so-called branch should be situated left him momentarily adrift in thought. However, before making a decision, he resolved to first recall Chia and the others, for the collective wisdom of many is far more efficient than the solitary musings of one. Thus, Li Xian swiftly retrieved the telephone bug and dialed the number. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, Chia, who had parted ways with Li Xian less than a day ago, was taking the telephone bug from his pocket to answer the call. Master Qi, return to the original island immediately. Plans have changed. Upon finishing his words, Li Xian promptly hung up and dialed the next number. Though puzzled, Chia, as a character summoned and enhanced by the system, maintained unwavering loyalty to Li Xian. Despite his myriad questions, he unhesitatingly altered his course towards the island where Li Xian was located. Concurrently, Qing Feng and Jia also turned back from other directions, resolutely heading towards the same destination. A day later, on that nameless small island, the sounds of thuds echoed as Qing Feng, Jia, and Chia appeared before Li Xian in succession. They slightly bowed and inquired, somewhat perplexed. Master Qi? Qi nodded, his gaze directed towards the boundless azure ocean beyond the island. His eyes shimmering with brilliance. The Assassin Alliance should not be limited to just me. It must not lack a true headquarters. Upon hearing this, Chia and the others raised their heads to gaze at Li Xian. Despite being characters summoned by the system and utterly obedient to Li Xian, fragments of their original memories lingered, fostering a sense of belonging to the Assassin Alliance as shadow assassins that at this moment. The mention of establishing a headquarters stirred excitement within them. Master Qi, do you intend to accept these locals into the Assassin Alliance? Chia speculated, considering that since there were only the three of them at present, and Li Xian had mentioned there should not be just them, it could only mean recruiting newcomers in this world. No, Li Xian shook his head and could see the side of the trio's bewildered expressions. He slowly donned the assassin mask. Instantly, a mysterious mist enveloped Li Xian, obscuring his figure, leaving only the visage concealed by the dark golden mask visible, even transforming his once crimson pupils into a deep blue. Resembling Jie's eyes, the trio of Chia widened their eyes. Even they felt a sense of unfamiliarity after Li Xian donned the mask. Yet, even more astonishing events were unfolding. With a soft thud, 5 masked figures clad in black bodysuits adorned with purple and red-trimmed hoodies appeared silently before them. Kneeling on one knee before Li Xian and clasping their hands in salute, we greet the leader. The trio of Chia was taken aback to discover that the attire of these 5 belonged unmistakably to the Assassin Alliance. The purpose of summoning you back is to consolidate the existing strength of the Assassin Alliance, to collectively plan the establishment of a headquarters. Li Xian posed the question. Do you have any suggestions regarding the location of the Assassin Alliance's headquarters? Li Xian did not elaborate in detail. The presence of these 5 Assassin Alliance members sufficed. He merely wished for the trio to understand the matter, deeming further explanation unnecessary. Master Qi, perhaps the headquarters could be established in the East Sea. Qi stepped forward to propose. The East Sea is the weakest maritime region, with the least oversight from the Navy. However, before he could finish, Li Xian interrupted. Chia, how could the Assassin Alliance demonstrate its strength in such a feeble place? Indeed, situating the headquarters in the East Sea would be the safest choice. Yet considering the disparity in strength, even a single shadow assassin could easily overpower all local forces. Furthermore, placing the headquarters in the East Sea would not only fail to achieve concealment, but, due to Li Xian's own origins from that region, would render the existence of the Assassin Alliance's headquarters exposed. Li Xian's intention was to fabricate a headquarters and to present this newly established headquarters as a publicly acknowledged secondary base. Master Qi, have you considered establishing the headquarters at the entrance to the New World? Qing Feng presented a new suggestion. The New World, indeed, is where I had envisioned the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance. However, I still need to deliberate on the specific location. Li Xian responded thoughtfully. The New World was undoubtedly the intended site for the headquarters, yet its vast expanse left Li Xian uncertain regarding the precise location. Master Qi, Why not establish the Assassin Alliance's headquarters at the entrance of the New World? Jie suggested. Are you referring to Fishman Island? Li Xian's expression shifted slightly as he fell into contemplation. It need not necessarily be that entrance, Master Qi. It could also be a passageway within the New World. Jie continued to analyze. Regardless of how concealed the headquarters may be, there will inevitably be some branches or outposts established nearby for task acquisition and resource replenishment. Moreover, Dressrosa holds significant strategic importance. Looking ahead is the gateway to the Four Emperors' territory. Looking back, it marks the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line. Establishing the headquarters here would allow branches and outposts to cover tasks in the New World while also reaching the task scope of the first half of the Grand Line. Simultaneously, personnel mobilization would be exceedingly convenient. Listening to this, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in Li Xian's eyes, and he did not respond immediately. Once the Assassin Alliance was established, ordinary assassins would inevitably venture out to execute tasks. With those of lesser strength unable to challenge high-end missions being arranged in the first half of the Grand Line, while the stronger ones could concentrate in the New World. Dressrosa, I recall that seems to be Doflamingo's territory, and he appears to be a former celestial dragon in the royal palace of Dressrosa. Doflamingo sat firmly upon his throne, with two of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, Pica and Treble. Standing below, S for Diamante, he was busy scouring various locations for devil fruits on Doflamingo's behalf. I presume you are all aware of the recent turmoil at sea. Doflamingo candidly addressed his loyal subordinates. I have ordered Diamante to spare no effort in collecting devil fruits. Fufufu. Even now, recalling the dire state of the world government and the panicked, foolish celestial dragons feels as if I am witnessing it firsthand. The last operation was insufficient. I must utterly annihilate this foolish race. The two officials voiced no dissent. They were well aware of Doflamingo's ambitions. Does that Assassin Alliance truly possess the capability to eliminate the celestial dragons? Treble voiced his doubts as he had not witnessed the live broadcast of that day's events and remained skeptical about the Assassin Alliance's ability to eradicate the celestial dragons. Doflamingo shot him a sidelong glance, his tone rising. Even if they cannot completely annihilate them, they can certainly deliver a crushing blow to this foolish race. More importantly, the expressions of those foolish celestial dragons filled with fear are simply delightful. Fufufu, this Assassin Alliance may not only accept our task to deal with the celestial dragons, but may even target the eradication of the celestial dragons themselves. Treble furrowed his brow, speaking with concern. But they may also accept tasks from other forces, becoming adversaries to our Don Quixote family. The thunderous assault of Zeus encounters the resistance of Charmy. Charlotte Linlin expressed surprise. Could it be the user of the Rumble fruit? Sharing the same origin of thunderous power, the opponent was indeed renowned as one of the most formidable users of the Rumble fruit within the Logia category. Thus, it was reasonable that they could withstand Zeus's attack with near-admiral strength. In light of this, with a sudden change in expression, Charlotte Linlin poured her soul power to the fullest. Prometheus, Napoleon, a yellow and a black figure emerged before Charlotte Linlin, coupled with a dazzling Zeus. These three homies were indeed the most powerful trio within the Big Mom Pirates. Rage surged uncontrollably. Charlotte Linlin displayed a ferocious smile, and the three top-tier homies mirrored the same grim expression. Flames, thunder, and dark power surged forth like a tidal wave. Amidst the tumultuous winds and flying debris, Charmy's expression tightened, her gaze fixed firmly on the three oncoming attacks, dark red thunder swirling around her. Even when feeling the terrifying power, she resolutely refused to take a step back. Stand down, Li Xian spoke calmly, simultaneously shifting his thoughts. With a series of resounding thuds, blue energy columns erupted from the ground. Each energy column harbored boundless power, tearing through everything in its path. Three torrents of fierce attacks cascaded down, violently colliding with the spiraling pillar of spiritual energy that surged from the ground. The violent shock waves from the explosion rapidly disseminated throughout the venue, causing the pillar of spiritual energy to be brutally torn apart, its power unabated as it barreled towards Charlotte Linlin. Mama, the shattering pillar of spiritual energy. Having obliterated the three streams of energy, elicited startled cries from the members of the Big Mom Pirates. Is this the support you rely on for your challenge? A cold smirk crept across Charlotte Lean's grotesque visage, as her right hand clenched into a fist, terrifying thunder and flames intertwining within. Flame burst fist. The force of her punch surged forth, unyielding in the face of the rapidly approaching pillar of spiritual energy. Boom! The fist, intertwined with thunder and flames, met the pillar head-on. The ground beneath Charlotte Lin cracked, fragments of stone being lifted and suspended in the air by the fearsome shockwaves. The debris tumbled down, the air quivering incessantly. The pillar of spiritual energy and the combined might of thunder and flames continued to spread outward. The terrifying shockwaves were such that even a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters would find them difficult to withstand. The clash between the fist and the pillar of spiritual energy was undeniably occurring. Charlotte Lean's astonishment deepened. The punch she had personally unleashed had failed to easily dismantle her opponent's attack. How could this be? Was her adversary not merely an admiral-level powerhouse, but rather a formidable emperor-level figure? Among the emperor-level existences in these waters, they were few and far between. Each one was renowned, their names known by all. Each one was etched in her memory. However, among the roster of emperor-level powers in these seas, there was no trace of the silver-haired man before her. The thunder and flames intensified, and the pillar of spiritual energy that had already destroyed the three streams of energy ultimately shattered with a crack, disintegrating like broken shards of glass. Blue energy fragments soared through the air, reminiscent of ephemeral dreams. Perhaps it still lacks something. The flames and thunder swirling around her arms. Charlotte Lin raised her gaze towards Li Xian, her voice cold as she uttered this remark. Despite her inner astonishment at Li Xian's terrifying prowess, she would not lose her composure at this moment. Li Xian's golden eyes swept indifferently over Charlotte Lin, his voice cool and noble. Ganai's Charmy, focus on completing your tasks that I will personally deal with her. As you command, my lord. Ganai's and Charmy turned to face Li Xian, placing a hand over their hearts in a respectful gesture. They then turned back to resume their actions. The howling winds and the dark red thunder intertwined. Storm vortex, whirling tornadoes spiraled around Ganai's, the hurricane wreaking havoc on everything in its vicinity. The shattered venue was swept up in the chaos. Even the weaker ministers of the Big Mom Pirates found themselves ensnared by the tornadoes. Dark Thunder Fist. A punch was thrust forth, and a dark red thunder sphere plummeted into the center of the venue. The terrifying force erupted, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Numerous leaders of the dark forces were left gravely injured by this overwhelming power. Damn it! Charlotte Lin seethed with rage. She had long lost count of how long it had been since she had felt such fury. Ever since her ascension to emperor, no one had dared to be so brazen. To disrupt her tea party and indulge in slaughter at her banquet was nothing short of trampling her dignity. Leaving her utterly humiliated, heavenly blaze, she infused her flames with her very soul, summoning them from the firmament above. The sky seemed to burn crimson with the searing flames, countless tongues of fire cascading down. The dense flames radiated a terrifying heat. Even from 1,000 meters away, one could distinctly feel their intensity. Should such an attack descend, the entire venue would likely be reduced to ashes. Li Xian's golden pupils narrowed slightly. His palms crossed over his chest as blue thunder flickered and danced between his hands. In an instant, the blue thunder surged forth like a torrential sea, shooting towards the sky from a distance. It resembled an ocean of azure lightning, evoking despair. Simultaneously, its speed was unparalleled. The flames pouring down from the sky met the surging azure thunder in a violent collision hundreds of meters above, illuminating the entire island with their explosion. Above the firmament, the spectacle resembled the collision of stars. The tremendous sound reverberated outward as the thunderous sea and the fiery sea clashed, causing the very space to tremble. The aftermath erupted, energy fragments raining down from the sky, creating deep craters in the ground. Yet again, the thunder roared. Charlotte Lin gazed at the azure thunder clashing fiercely with her fiery ocean in the sky. Unable to contain her astonishment, if her memory served her correctly, there seemed to be someone on the opposing side who also wielded the power of thunder. Her gaze shifted instinctively towards Charmy, who was engaged in combat with the members of the Big Mom Pirates, controlling the dark red thunder. The thunder cracked, and the combat shockwaves splattered everywhere. They can both manipulate thunder. Charlotte Linlin trembled all over. Although she was capable of wielding both flames and thunder through homies, her adversaries were directly controlling the thunder. Could it be that the Thunder Fruit possessed some lower-tier abilities? Despite considering herself well-informed, Charlotte Linlin felt utterly perplexed at this moment. Such a scenario should not exist. Meanwhile, on the other side, after exchanging a tacit glance with Charmy, Ganai's charged directly toward him as the second-in-command of the Big Mom Pirates. Katakuri's strength was nothing short of terrifying. Though he had not reached admiral level, he stood at the pinnacle of quasi-admiral strength. Thus, assigning Charmy to confront Katakuri alone would make victory in the short term exceedingly difficult. Consequently, the task of capturing Katakuri fell to Ganai's. Although Ganai's strength had yet to fully recover, he possessed combat power on par with an admiral, which was more than sufficient to contend with a quasi-admiral. Meanwhile, Charmy was tasked with restraining the numerous ministers of the Big Mom Pirates and the remaining generals in this battle. The advantage of Li Xian and his companions was not particularly apparent. Therefore, when facing Katakuri, Ganai's held nothing back as the winds howled, the hurricanes sweeping forth in relentless tornadoes towards Katakuri. Even Katakuri, the second strongest of the Big Mom Pirates, found himself struggling to cope with Ganai's unyielding assault. "I've got you!" Katakuri suddenly narrowed his eyes, using his unparalleled observation haki to pinpoint his opponent's location. Cut. Machi slice. On a hidden island near Dressrosa, over 6,000 assassins gathered, quietly arriving under Li Xian's guidance. Accompanying him were not only Doflamingo, but also two top executives of the Don Quixote family. Given the current situation, he had not brought his army, for in the face of the immense power of the Assassin Alliance, those troops seemed of little use. Better to present a candid front. "Yes, you have indeed gone to great lengths." Li Xian surveyed the island, nodding in satisfaction. Though concealed, this island was not remote. It was adjacent to Dressrosa and expansive enough to accommodate various combat training facilities. "To serve your esteemed self is my greatest honor." Doflamingo bowed slightly, a calm smile gracing his lips, yet the shock within him remained undiminished. The Assassin Alliance was indeed a formidable power, hidden in plain sight. The strength displayed during the Holy Land battle had left many at sea in awe. Now, over 6,000 assassins, none of whom were weak, were present, each worthy of a bounty. Moreover, many among them were continuously enhancing their abilities, with the most powerful assassins nearing the combat power of billion-level pirates, and this was likely not the full extent of the Assassin Alliance's strength. "Next, I will need you to send people to construct this island." Li Xian instructed coolly, "If your esteemed self has such requirements, I shall naturally comply without hesitation." Doflamingo increasingly recognized the terrifying nature of the Assassin Alliance. This opportunity to establish a friendly relationship with them was not one he would easily let slip. Constructing an island capable of accommodating 6,000 to even 12,000 trainees would undoubtedly require vast resources. Refusing Doflamingo would expose the Assassin Alliance to unnecessary risks. After a cursory inspection of the island, Li Xian prepared to depart. With the Assassin Alliance's base properly arranged, the subsequent matters would be left to Chia and the others to handle. Over 6,000 assassins, complemented by the 3 formidable shadow assassins, should be more than adequate to address any challenges that may arise. Meanwhile, he must endeavor to restore the divine race of the heavenly kingdom upon the ocean's surface. Just before departing, Li Xian allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, his serene words laced with a note of warning. This matter must be conducted with utmost discretion. I trust one need not elaborate on the consequences should word of this reach the Assassin Alliance's headquarters." His calm tone sent a shiver down Doflamingo's spine, prompting him to solemnly assure Li Xian's retreating figure, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall personally oversee the entire operation to ensure that no information is leaked." Li Xian nodded gently and stepped onto the water, standing steadfast upon the ocean's surface. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire as to your title?" Doflamingo hesitated, ultimately voicing his question, from the demeanor of Chia and the others. Doflamingo deduced that this enigmatic figure was not merely a shadow assassin, but possessed a rank above them within the Assassin Alliance. Gaining knowledge of his identity, perhaps akin to the 4 Emperors or the 2 Guardians, would greatly aid him in comprehending the inner workings of the Assassin Alliance. "I am the leader of the Assassin Alliance," he declared, and before the words had fully settled, his figure vanished from sight, leaving only the chilling echo of his voice lingering in the ears of Doflamingo and his companions. The leader of the Assassin Alliance, even though they had mentally prepared for such a revelation. Upon discovering the true identity of the individual before them, Doflamingo, Toripol, and Pika could not suppress their inner turmoil. They had just engaged in conversation with the highest authority of the Assassin Alliance. This organization, shrouded in speculation across the seas, now had its leader standing before them. Even Doflamingo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, grateful that he had maintained a respectful demeanor at this moment. He completely abandoned any thoughts of leveraging the Assassin Alliance's information for personal gain, fully aware that such actions would invite catastrophic consequences. He resolved to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to transforming this small island into the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance in a new world, seeking to forge a robust connection with the Alliance through this endeavor. Simultaneously, Li Xian transformed into a colossal serpent, traversing the first segment of the Grand Line, ultimately reverting to his original form on a deserted island. Removing his assassin's mask, he understood that the mask merely served as a conduit for storing the information of the assassins, and that its removal would not erase those who had already emerged. Surrounded by a halo of white light, Li Xian had indeed become the Great Serpent. Though the power of the serpent within him had yet to reach its full potential, its destructive capacity was nonetheless formidable. Should he attain a certain level of proficiency in his role, unleashing an ability akin to sunshine would yield unfathomable might. It seemed that embodying the serpent would lead him to encounter some intriguing characters. With determined strides, Li Xian advanced toward the ocean, locking onto his target. The thunderous roar of cannon fire reverberated across the vast expanse of the sea, sending ripples cascading through the waters. A man with silver hair and golden serpent-like eyes, clad in white trousers and bare-chested, darted like a specter across the water surface, his speed so great that only a series of flickering afterimages could be discerned by ordinary observers. The distant artillery fire captured Li Xian's attention. Anyone who recklessly fired upon the ocean, causing harm to it, must face retribution. With a surge of determination, Li Xian's speed multiplied exponentially. Not far off, 2 medium-sized naval warships unleashed a barrage upon a pirate vessel. On the leftmost ship, a rear admiral closely monitored the flag flying from the pirate ship. Lone Wolf pirate crew. Captain Lone Wolf, bounty of 40 million. The rear admiral's expression was resolute, feeling quite satisfied at the prospect of capturing a pirate with such a substantial bounty during this patrol. On the pirate ship, Captain Lone Wolf transformed into a werewolf, defiantly facing the relentless barrage of cannon fire. He brandished his claws while urging his subordinates to retaliate. Fight back. Show them the might of the Lone Wolf pirate crew. Fight to the last breath and sink them. However, just as he finished speaking, a cannonball struck directly at the gunner, claiming the lives of several pirates on the spot. The relentless cannonade left the pirate ship on the brink of destruction. "Captain, we can't hold on much longer. Their firepower is too overwhelming. Captain, if this continues, we will be annihilated. Captain, what should we do now?" Faced with this crisis, the pirates were in a state of panic, most of them mere mortals with little chance of survival under such artillery fire. Damn it! Captain Lone Wolf's eyes blazed with fury as he exerted every ounce of strength to organize a counterattack. He knew that escape was nearly impossible at this distance. Their only option was to fight back desperately. Grasping for a sliver of hope. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannonballs hurtled through the air like black meteors, hurtling toward the pirate ship. Should these projectiles find their mark, the ship would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic damage. Cursed be this fate. Captain Lone Wolf's eyes brimmed with despair as he gritted his teeth, bracing himself to withstand the impending bombardment, not only to protect his crew, but also to safeguard his own survival as a devil fruit user. Suddenly, the air seemed to tear apart. A vortex of dark particles surged forth from the distance, swiftly traversing hundreds of meters to engulf the incoming cannonballs. In mere seconds, The dark particles devoured and shattered the projectiles as if they were nothing more than fragile glass, only to vanish abruptly several meters away, as though they had never existed at all. This rapid sequence of events left everyone dumbfounded, and the cannonballs that had been aimed at the pirate ship disappeared in an instant. A peculiar energy permeated the surroundings, rendering all objects soft and pliable under its influence. Even the ground beneath their feet, once solid, now felt as mushy as mochi. Katakuri stood upon this cake-like terrain. His face twisted in fury as he glared up at the haughty Goni. His cold voice echoed with the chilling resonance of the underworld, save that again that a tempest of rage churned within Katakuri's chest. For years, he had taken pride in being the foremost figure within the Big Mom pirate crew. Yet now, that very crew he cherished was being so brazenly disdained and trampled upon, subjected to mockery. The unprecedented anger coursing through him was unbearable. This insult stung even more than a personal affront. Oh, at this moment, a whirlwind gathered around Goni, who remained unfazed, his expression devoid of concern. Instead, a broader smirk spread across his face, hinting at a subtle mockery that sent Katakuri into a frenzy. You dare label my crew as a bunch of worthless pirates? I think it would be fitting to rename your crew the Worthless Pirates instead. Unable to contain his inner fury, Katakuri bellowed, "Nine-headed Machi!" Before him appeared 9 donuts. And immediately, 9 strengthened, Machi-like arms launched a deadly assault from various directions toward Goni. Goni's speed was astonishing. Even Katakuri's future sight observation haki could not track his movements. Thus, Katakuri resolved to disperse his attacks into 9 separate strikes, sealing off the surrounding space to force Goni into a corner. However, it was evident that while this broad approach made evasion difficult for Goni, it significantly diminished the power of his attacks. Goni calmly called out, "Hurricane," and with a flick of his sleeve, 2 tornadoes of fierce wind erupted, sweeping away the debris around them. The twin whirlwinds spun rapidly, effortlessly tearing apart the oncoming arms. Damn it! Katakuri gritted his teeth and summoned his full strength to unleash his devil fruit abilities one by one. The donuts encircled Goni, ensnaring him tightly. Machi Sing, countless floating donuts around Goni, suddenly erupted into a legion of Machi arms. If the previous 2 attacks had been futile, then this ultimate technique, aimed at sealing the area, would surely inflict significant damage upon Goni. Yet, facing the terrifying onslaught from all directions, Goni exhibited no sign of fear. Instead, a strange smile crept across his face, as if relishing the impending triumph. True eightfold. For the first time, his typically calm and proud demeanor shifted, his voice filled with an unexpected intensity that a new wave of wind surged forth. With the Machi arms cascading down like a torrential storm, relentless and seemingly unending. The massive explosion sent clouds of dust billowing across a radius of several hundred meters. In an instant, the wind dispersed the smoke, revealing Goni's figure as he rapidly closed the distance to Katakuri with each leap. The boundless wind swirled around him, transforming Goni into a tempest as he extended his clawed hands, imbued with the power of the wind, slicing through the air with unimaginable speed. How is this possible? Katakuri gasped, his pupils dilating as he beheld the wind-slashed claws drawing nearer. The arm strike he unleashed moments ago was formidable, its reach astonishingly vast. Yet, to everyone's bewilderment, Goni Z managed to traverse such a distance in an instant. A resonant hum filled the air as the aura of armament haki enveloped Katakuri's figure. However, faced with this sudden onslaught, he had no time to evade, desperately raising his hands in a futile attempt to block the terrifying impact. The howling winds lashed at him, the claws of the wind striking mercilessly against his arm, the excruciating pain causing Katakuri to furrow his brow in distress. But this was merely the beginning. The ensuing moments transformed into a stage for Goni Z to unleash his relentless assault. The claws of the wind incessantly clawed at Katakuri, his form melding seamlessly with the tempest, launching a series of horrifying attacks from every conceivable angle. Mere seconds later, the wind claws, stained with droplets of crimson, clutched Katakuri's body with an iron grip in the next heartbeat. As Goni Z's arms surged with power, a tempestuous gale capable of effortlessly rending steel, erupted forth, blood splattering as Katakuri was propelled far away, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Damn it! In mid-air, Katakuri struggled to stabilize himself, his visage marred with blood and bruises. The blood gushed forth, and even with his formidable physique, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Yet, he persevered, extending his right hand. Monster strength machi. A donut materialized before his arm, and with its aid, Katakuri's arm swelled exponentially, his colossal fist cloaked in armament haki, crashing down ferociously to the ground. Goni-Z remained rooted in place, nonchalantly observing the massive fist descending upon him. One hand resting on his hip, his expression devoid of emotion. Behind him, wisps of wind power coalesced, quickly forming a tornado with a diameter of 100 meters, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Before the colossal tornado, countless members of pirate crews and Dark World Titans were swept away, subsequently torn to shreds by the terrifying force of the winds. Wind God. Ibuki. Goni-Z slowly uttered the name of this dreadful attack. Although he was not at his peak, he could still wield this ultimate technique. Despite a reduction in potency, its terror remained unparalleled. The tornado, swirling with ferocity, surged toward Katakuri, rendering his gigantic, armament haki-clad fist insignificant in comparison, as it was effortlessly shredded by the tornado's razor-sharp breath. Machi fragments scattered, and even Katakuri's arm bore numerous lacerations, revealing glimpses of stark white bone beneath. The 100-meter diameter of purple sword energy erupted violently, unleashing a formidable force that caused the air to quiver with a faint tremor. The purple soul energy radiated brilliantly, casting a hue of violet across the realm. In midair, as Li Xian's words hung in the air, he slowly raised his arms crossed before his chest. At that moment, an astonishing surge of energy poured forth, as intense as a blazing sun. This heat surpassed even Akanu's magma. All eyes turned skyward, as an overwhelming pressure bore down upon their hearts, and those attuned to observation haki sensed an unprecedented grave danger. It was a heart-stopping new threat. Charlotte Linlin sheathed her great sword, feeling the terrifying oppressive force infused with divine might, her heart awash with shock. The observation haki she wielded returned to her with immense pressure. What was that man intending to do? Did the majesty of the gods truly exist? In the next instant, from the heavens above, it seemed as though something dreadful was cascading down, the sense of impending doom growing ever stronger. Deep within, the people cried out, "We will die. We will truly die." Then, a blinding light descended from sky, so intense one could not gaze upon it directly. Following that, a torrential wave of searing energy poured down, the terrifying heat warping the very air around them. In midair, the once 1,000-meter stretch of purple sword energy began to disintegrate inch by inch before the overwhelming heat, countless souls howling in the searing tempest, evaporating into nothingness. Charlotte Linlin gazed at the intangible yet horrifyingly intense heat energy, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her Elbaf kingdom had been so easily obliterated. What astonished her further was the nature of this dreadful heat. It was formless yet terrifying, causing even her hairs to stand on end. The menacing heat dissipated the 1,000-meter stretch of purple sword energy in an instant, as if the distance had been crossed in the blink of an eye. Bloodshot veins filled Charlotte Linlin's eyes, rendering her visage particularly terrifying. She let out a scream, which spread like a tangible wave, producing a destructive effect. The ground around her cracked in layers, and shards of stone rose into the air. Charlotte Linlin roared, throwing her arms wide, discarding her great sword, as flames and thunder intertwined and surged around her. Amidst the turbulent energy, her form even swelled slightly. "I do not believe in gods." The fury surged forth as Charlotte Linlin crushed the earth beneath her feet, propelling herself like a cannonball. What gods? What divine might? She was one of the 4 emperors. Then, an extreme light erupted, and the terrifying heat enveloped Charlotte Linlin, making her feel as if she were being scorched by the sun's flames. Even her armament haki proved inadequate against such overwhelming heat. The power of flame and thunder surged once more. After all, as one of the four emperors, despite the astonishing might of Li Xian's sunlight attack. It was ultimately an area of effect skill. With the force dispersed, Charlotte Linlin, though facing considerable challenges, had not been defeated. However, her survival did not guarantee the same for other titans of the Dark World and members of the pirate crews. As the heat descended, there were many stellar-class strongmen among the crowd, like Kureha, but most were merely mid-level or lower-level officers of the Marine headquarters. Under the oppressive heat, their resistance appeared weak and futile, akin to withered vegetation turning to ash in a raging inferno. Even stellar-class warriors like Kureha found themselves in a dire predicament. Had they been directly beneath Charlotte Linlin, even these stellar-class warriors would have been effortlessly evaporated into vapor. In mid-air, the terrifying heat continued its relentless descent. Li Xian lowered his arms, his golden pupils scanning the chaotic scene below with indifference. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts to a beam of light, piercing the heavens. Descended and enveloped Li Xian. Subsequently, amidst the flickering radiance, his figure vanished from sight. The land within a 1,000-meter radius turned charred black, the air warped and distorted by the oppressive heat, even vision hindered by its effects. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin stood amidst the flames and thunder, her body adorned with the marks of armament hockey, stained with patches of charred remnants. Her garments lay in tatters, although this strike did not inflict fatal injuries upon her. The impact was undoubtedly monumental. The entire Tea Party venue and its surrounding areas had been reduced to ruins. Countless members of the pirate crew became victims. Looking around, within a 100-meter radius, only Charlotte Linlin remained standing. Aside from her, every building and human had been reduced to ash by the searing heat, leaving no trace behind. Within a 1,000-meter range, only 2 stellar-class figures and a handful of powerful pirate crew members survived. Yet even these remaining life forms were not out of danger. Even Kureha, Smuggy, and Snag, the 3 stellar-class strongmen, appeared charred and radiated intense heat, their proximity reeking of burnt flesh. The other combatants and titans of the Dark World fared even worse. This tea party was of utmost importance to Charlotte Linlin. She had summoned nearly all the high-ranking members of her pirate crew and widely invited numerous titans of the Dark World to attend. However, she had not anticipated that Li Xian would disrupt the gathering. The preceding battle had been tolerable, perhaps merely damaging some structures and ruining her meticulously prepared desserts. Yet, this final blow of sunlight was utterly devastating to Charlotte Linlin. This area of effect skill claimed the lives of half the pirate crew's high-end combatants, leaving many incapacitated for the foreseeable future. In truth, prior to this incident, Orochi had already forcibly invaded the Marines' 57th branch, successfully repelling the Marine headquarters Admiral Akiji. Furthermore, he had captured a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries, a descendant of Goni Z. However, the naval forces, due to internal decisions, have opted not to take action against the Serpent for the time being, instead continuing to gather intelligence on him. Consequently, the previous 2 incidents were suppressed within the Navy. Despite the damage inflicted on the naval branch, news of the defeat of the Admiral at naval headquarters did not leak. For to the Navy, a branch in the vast ocean is not of paramount importance, as it is not the sole location of the naval headquarters. Naval branches are scattered throughout the ocean, particularly in the first half of the Grand Line, where they are numerous. The pirate captured by the Serpent has seen all members of his crew annihilated, and the captain, as the bloodline heir, has also been taken away by the Serpent. Under such circumstances, no one could disseminate the news unless they were a specter. Thus, although the previous 2 operations caused some disturbance, they had not been publicly exposed. However, this situation is entirely different. Who is Charlotte Linlin? What a terrifying presence her pirate crew embodies. Reputed as one of the 4 emperors, her pirate crew is a focal point across the seas. Particularly at the time of the incident, Charlotte Linlin was hosting a tea party with numerous titans of the Dark World in attendance. Despite many of these titans being reduced to ashes in the aftermath of the battle and the subsequent sunlight of Li Xian, a few powerful or cunning titans managed to survive and escape. Coupled with the enormous commotion of the incident, some Navy personnel and the other 3 emperors on the surrounding islands also took notice. Therefore, this time, the matter can no longer be concealed. It truly cannot be hidden any longer. The revelation that three mysterious figures defeated one of the four Emperor's pirate crews will undoubtedly provoke an explosive uproar across the oceans. Just as the fervor surrounding the Assassin Alliance began to wane after 7 or 8 months, the name of the Serpent and the moniker of the Celestial God clan swept in like a hurricane. Of course, Li Xian harbors no intention of concealing the true identity of the Serpent. After all, as a deity, he need not concern himself with the opinions of the world, but he has never deliberately obscured the previous 2 incidents either. With the augmentation of his power, more and more of his elite subordinates are awakening, inevitably positioning him in opposition to the entire world, becoming a being above mortals, a race that stands against humanity, the Celestial God clan. They cherish the planet yet harbor disdain for humanity, a trait that seals their fate as adversaries of mankind. Whether it be the world government, the navy, or other pirates, they cannot find an ally. For they were born as deities, needing no allies, destined to rise above all beings. At this moment, within the domain of the 4 emperors in the New World, Whitebeard of the Whitebeard Pirates sits comfortably at the bow of the Moby Dick, basking in the warm sunlight while gently watching a group of children. However, his pupils suddenly constrict. These children are exceptional, each one precious to him. Except for Teach. He actually killed the captain of the 3rd Division to seize a devil fruit. An act that is utterly intolerable. The Whitebeard pirates can endure many things, but betrayal from a comrade is not one of them. He wonders how Ace is faring now. His tiger-like eyes gaze into the distant sea. Lost in deep contemplation, a member of his crew, Teach's act of killing the captain of the 3rd Division forced Ace, despite everyone's objections, to leave the Whitebeard pirates in fury, pursuing Teach alone. Teach had long been biding his time. Who would have imagined he possessed such strength and would betray the Whitebeard pirates? As for Ace, whether he can capture Teach back, although everyone knows Ace is Whitebeard's son. Whitebeard harbors no prejudice towards Ace, treating him with the same affection as his biological son. Old man. At this moment, a blue phoenix engulfed in immortal flames swoops down from the sky, and Marco rushes to Whitebeard. His tone urgent. Old man, our pirate crew has been utterly destroyed. At the tea party hosted by Charlotte Linlin on Cake Island, 3 individuals claiming to be from the Celestial God clan launched a fierce assault, with one severely injuring the foremost of the 3 admirals, Katakuri, and taking him away. The self-proclaimed leader of the Celestial God clan, the Serpent, single-handedly held off Charlotte Linlin and ultimately unleashed a terrifying blow, resulting in over half our crew being lost. Even Charlotte Linlin could not harm them, but she herself sustained significant injuries. Upon hearing that Charlotte Linlin was injured, Whitebeard's gaze returned to Marco, rippling with concern. Their pirate crew was entirely obliterated by 3 individuals. The Celestial God clan, the leader of the Celestial God clan, the Serpent. 3 people could penetrate our pirate crew. Marco, where did you hear this news? Whitebeard's skepticism was not directed at Marco, but rather at the sheer absurdity of the situation. After all, he had never heard of this so-called Serpent and the Celestial God clan, and if such power existed. How could they have remained unnoticed for so many years? They should have long since stirred up a tempest across the seas. Truly powerful individuals cannot endure obscurity. Furthermore, the crew attacked was one personally overseen by Charlotte Linlin. Only an entity like the Assassin Alliance could accomplish such a feat, yet the Assassin Alliance always makes their identity clear in every action, even broadcasting their intentions during the Holy Land battle. Those who operate in such a manner would not simply change their name. This news comes from those on Cake Island. Moreover, the matter has already spread like wildfire in the underground world as time slowly passes. The legendary leader of the Celestial God clan, accompanied by his 2 capable aides, descended upon Cake Island. They obliterated and swept through half of the pirate crew's upper management with a terrifying might, leaving the once beautiful Cake Island unrecognizable. This news struck the previously tranquil ocean like a 1-ton bomb, causing tremendous repercussions throughout the New World, and even reverberating across the distant seas. Among the 4 emperors in the New World, aside from Whitebeard, both Kaido and Shanks were equally taken aback by the sudden emergence of the Celestial God clan. It was truly terrifying. The 4 emperors have been in opposition for many years. They are undoubtedly the most aware of each other's strengths. While each possesses unique advantages and may exhibit slight disparities, Overall, their strengths are not significantly different, since this leader of the Celestial God clan could, in the presence of Charlotte Lin, decimate half of her pirate crew's upper echelon and injure her. It implies he could pose a similar threat to the other emperors. After all, that eerie and terrifying high-temperature attack seems omnipresent. Even if they can protect themselves, ensuring the safety of all their subordinates would be challenging. Upon receiving this information, Shanks unhesitatingly concluded, the Celestial God clan must not be provoked. He is someone who values his comrades dearly. And the opponent's strength is unpredictable. He is unwilling to gamble with the lives of his companions. As for Kaido, he laughed heartily, his formidable physique towering, with shoulder-length black hair and a pair of horns atop his head. A long beard resembling dragon whiskers adorning his chin. His left arm is covered in dragon scale tattoos, and his upper body is bare, with a cross-shaped scar on his right abdomen, a purple cloak draped around his waist, the ends hanging with two golden chains. His lower half is clad in a crimson battle skirt and loose dark green trousers, secure at the waist with a shimenawa, exuding an aura akin to an ancient demonic god. He is filled with confidence, believing that the eerie high temperature could never harm him in the slightest. Moreover, his subordinates are all ancient Zoan-type devil fruit users, possessing astonishing vitality. How could they be easily burned to death by that so-called eerie sunlight? Thus, facing this sudden emergence of the Celestial God clan, only the flames of battle ignited within Kaido. He perceives this as potentially a worthy opponent. On Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh holds a newspaper, furrowing his brows in contemplation. The Celestial God clan's serpent? He is perplexed. Why, after sailing the seas with the captain, have I not heard any information related to these two names? He followed Roger, traversing every corner of the ocean, encountering the most elite figures and powers. Yet, even so, he had never heard of this name. Could they be a terrifying organization akin to the Assassin Alliance? He had followed Roger, undoubtedly stepping into many obscure places across the seas. But he had never encountered such an organization unless their hierarchy has surpassed his comprehension, like that of the Assassin Alliance. No, that is impossible. Rayleigh swiftly dismissed the possibility that he believed that an organization akin to the Assassin's Alliance, if it were to exist in duplicates, could hardly be imagined even if it possessed the power to topple the entire world government. The mere existence of such a terrifying Assassin's Alliance lurking within these vast seas was already beyond belief. How could there possibly be a second? The current display of strength by the Assassin's Alliance was nothing short of astonishing, boasting 4 formidable shadow assassins, a being that transcended the Yonko, and 3 members of Yonko caliber. Additionally, there was an innumerable throng of assassins, ever active in the farthest reaches of the ocean. Among these assassins, some were powerful while others were relatively weaker, yet even the weakest among them were elite warriors. If such a force were to array itself for battle, even the current Yonko of the New World, united, would likely be forced to bow in submission. The existence of such a fearsome organization was already alarming. How could there possibly be another? Although he entertained such thoughts, they took root in Rayleigh's mind like saplings, making him unable to shake the suspicion that perhaps there truly was another organization akin to the Assassin's Alliance. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Dressrosa in the New World, Doflamingo, clad in a pink feathered coat, lounged on the throne of the palace, leisurely crossing his legs, although he had not established a deeper relationship with the Assassin's Alliance. They had practically become neighbors, frequently visiting one another in an attempt to strengthen their ties. Such an advantage was unparalleled by other forces across the seas, while others were still struggling to conjecture the whereabouts of the Assassin's Alliance headquarters. They had already discovered that it was situated right in Dressrosa, beneath Doflamingo's very nose. Not only that, but the structures of the Assassin's Alliance had also been constructed by his subordinates. To date, his understanding of the Assassin's Alliance and his efforts to woo them had placed him ahead of the curve. At that moment, Diamante, dressed in a crimson coat, entered with a swagger, inquiring of Doflamingo, who sat upon the throne. "Doflamingo, have you seen the latest news from the seas?" Doflamingo raised his gaze and retorted, "Are you referring to the force known as the Divine Clan of Heaven, specifically the one named Orochi?" Diamante nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is that trio who managed to vanquish the upper echelons of pirate crew." He continued, Their power is utterly terrifying, especially that final strike delivered by the one called Orochi, which nearly obliterated half of the pirate crew's senior officers. Diamante wished to elaborate further, but was interrupted by Doflamingo's dismissive wave. The seated Doflamingo remarked coolly, "Indeed, formidable and shrouded in mystery. However, at present, their influence upon us is negligible. In the past, Doflamingo would have shared the shock felt by other maritime factions regarding such an emergent force. Fearing they might seek to encroach upon his territory, at this moment, he held no doubts about Sengoku's decision from years past. Were it not for Sengoku's strength, accompanied perhaps by Kizaru or Akiji, Akainu would have to concede that he would have suffered a crushing defeat." After a prolonged silence, Sengoku eventually broke it, his words laced with concern. "Can you ascertain the motives behind the actions of that man, named Orochi, and his two subordinates?" These individuals were both enigmatic and powerful, their methods inscrutable, leaving no concrete information to grasp. Such adversaries were typically the most fearsome. Having already encountered such a situation with the Assassin's Alliance, the current emergence of the Divine Clan of Heaven, which could topple a Yonko pirate crew with just 3 individuals, was nothing short of terrifying. Who could say that these 3 were merely the tip of the iceberg, much like the initial days of the Assassin's Alliance? When it began with Orochi alone, followed by Charlemagne, and then the mysterious man who controlled the winds, each step mirrored the early rise of the Assassin's Alliance. They had, from the outset, only taken Karakuri. The prominent figures of the dark underworld and numerous pirate crew leaders who perished were merely collateral damage. Caught in the crossfire rather than targeted attacks, the left of Sengoku, Admiral Tsu slowly analyzed. In the wake of this battle, the only benefit they might gain is prestige. Merely defeating a Yonko pirate crew could propel their notoriety to great heights. With both strength and renown, should they rally their forces, they could effortlessly establish a new Yonko pirate crew, potentially surpassing any that currently exists. Orochi and his cohorts aimed to capture and awaken Karakuri, who bore the bloodline of the ancient Wano clan, thereby resurrecting the clan and augmenting their ranks with a formidable ally of Yonko stature. Yet such intentions sounded rather far-fetched, and it was likely that few would believe them. In these vast seas, there had never been word of a power that could alter a person's abilities, strength, or even thoughts. Thus, under such understanding, even if they succeeded in seizing Karakuri, it seemed of little practical use, let alone a genuine threat. Even Orochi, his strongest offspring, would not imbue this endeavor with significance. The only potential for tangible benefit lay in the acquisition of fame and fortune. Their ambitions likely extended far beyond merely becoming another Yonko. Sengoku shook his head, murmuring, "A force with such might yet remaining hidden cannot possibly be content with regional dominance. They aspire to surpass the Yonko." Akainu's expression darkened, and the heat emanating from him intensified, causing the temperature in the office to rise sharply. What mere mortals they are! That self-proclaimed lord of the divine clan of heaven, Orochi, is nothing but an insufferable buffoon, though he was profoundly impressed by Orochi and his trio's strength. Akainu's fury remained unabated. How dare they claim to be above all others, utterly disregarding everyone and trampling upon them? Such arrogance would even put Roger to shame. Kizaru shrugged, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Before stating, to claim superiority over mere mortals implies he places himself at the pinnacle of all, looking down haughtily upon the world. Such words are not directed at any individual, but rather encompass every human in these seas. Who among them possesses the audacity and spirit to claim such a stance? From his demeanor and recent actions, it was evident that Orochi was indeed a person of grand ambition. Sengoku cast his gaze over the assembly in the conference room, his tone grave as he articulated his views on a force of great strength, yet cloaked in secrecy, biding their time to strike down one of the Yonko and thereby garner fame, subsequently attracting talented individuals to fortify their ranks. Coupled with the arrogance of declaring himself a deity, proclaiming his superiority over all living beings, it was highly likely that his ultimate goal was to establish a power named the Divine Clan of Heaven, thereby rising above mere mortals. Everyone present comprehended Sengoku's implications and nodded in unison. The time had come to eliminate such a brazen individual as this Orochi. Akainu, his face a mask of gloom, rose with a cold voice. If left unchecked, once he amasses a force even more terrifying than the Yonko, it will be too late for regrets. Currently, Orochi and his divine clan of heaven appeared formidable. Yet they were merely 3 individuals. However, if granted the opportunity to grow in strength, surpassing the Yonko, they would indeed become a dire threat. Thus, even aware of the numerous secrets and power lurking behind Orochi, Akainu still advocated for immediate action, aiming to eradicate them in one fell swoop. Even if it required deploying greater military force. Sengoku clenched his fists, his heart in turmoil, but he had contemplated directly dispatching troops to eliminate this nefarious and highly potent threat posed by Orochi and his divine clan of heaven. However, the mystery surrounding them was profound. For months, the Navy's countless informants had scoured the seas, yet failed to unearth any trace of the divine clan of heaven or Orochi. Enough, Sengoku exhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his impulses, sighing. Those lurking in the shadows remain elusive, which means we are utterly unaware of their true strength. It is difficult to fathom. If that Orochi, akin to the shadow assassin Chi, were to conceal his power during our confrontation and still manage to defeat that pirate crew while withholding his true strength, then Orochi and his divine clan of heaven would be utterly horrifying. Should the Navy suffer another defeat before them, the notion of the Assassin Alliance intervening to obstruct the advanced city, as suggested by the Shadow Assassin, is utterly implausible. After all, there exists a subtle connection between the Assassin Alliance and Orochi that must remain undetected, at least for the time being, until his numerous personas have established dominance over the seas, earning formidable renown. Imagine the shock when several titanic powers, nearly ruling the oceans, simultaneously declare that their leader is but one individual. Just envision the tumult that would ensue. Until that moment arrives, Li Xian shall not disclose the intricate relationships among the roles he embodies, nor the affiliations of their respective factions, to any maritime power. He intends to cultivate each of these personas into unmatched titans of the sea, forging their influence into a force that instills fear and respect across the globe. Merely contemplating the future of those towering figures at the pinnacle, whose every action could sway the entire ocean, every one a manifestation of his crafted roles, sends a thrill through Li Xian. However, prior to that, his gaze turned impassively to the ground, resting on the feeble form of Katakuri. The foremost priority remains to restore the 7 chains of the arid land. In doing so, not only would Orochi's progress as an actor be enhanced, but the strengths of Ganas and Charmy would also see improvement, and a formidable ally would be added to his ranks. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to manifest as the Shadow Assassin Chi, donning the assassin's mask, enveloped by chaotic energies, revealing only his deep, captivating blue eyes. He instructed Ganas and Charmy to remain behind, safeguarding Katakuri and awaiting his return. Thus, Li Xian, in the guise of Chi, transformed into a streak of golden light, racing forth like a meteor. The surrounding space was torn asunder, the very atmosphere shattered by his terrifying speed, one that even the most agile of nature-type fruit users could not rival. All creatures that felt this overwhelming pressure fell to their knees in fervent supplication for safety. In the New World, several notorious pirates with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions trembled and dared not lift their heads. Though they did not confront this force directly, they sensed the intangible pressure that rendered them unable to face it. Many speculated that if this pressure was intentionally directed, even the mightiest of the 4 emperors would find it insurmountable. This moment, aside from the rampaging Chi, had yet another terrifying power, surpassing even the 4 emperors. Emerged in the sea, such thoughts sent waves of shock through their minds. Who could this individual be? What audacity compelled him to single-handedly challenge the branches of the Assassin Alliance? Of course, some posited that this golden streak was not Chi himself. For Chi's battle skills are characterized by a surrounding aura of purple flames, yet this light bore no trace of such hues. Countless hearts raced with speculation about this potentially superior entity over the 4 emperors. Who among the ocean could possess such qualifications and potential? Was it red-haired Shanks, Kaido, or perhaps someone who had successfully transcended their limits in a fit of rage. Most inclined to believe this mysterious figure was likely another of the four emperors. After all, the number of four emperors capable of standing atop the ocean is limited, and if there were an opportunity to ascend to such heights, these three would undoubtedly be the prime candidates. With the fleeting golden light, the consensus solidified around its target. The Assassin Alliance. Someone exclaimed, "Assassin Alliance! Who dares to storm their division alone? Do they harbor a grudge against them? Who could they possibly be?" This individual is a powerhouse surpassing the four emperors. It seems the Assassin Alliance may be in for trouble. Others remarked trouble. I believe it is the one seeking trouble who will find themselves in a predicament. The Assassin Alliance already boasts 3 4-emperor-level warriors, and the Shadow Assassin Shi stands even above them. Amidst a cacophony of debates, many remained oblivious to the identity of this enigmatic powerhouse. Yet they collectively questioned the wisdom of his actions. Indeed, while a being surpassing the four emperors is formidable, can one truly wreak havoc against the Assassin Alliance relying solely on their own strength? The Assassin Alliance is anything but ordinary. Even if the opponent has attained power beyond the four emperors, what difference would it make? The Assassin Alliance, to date, possesses 4 emperor-level warriors, with the Shadow Assassin Shi far surpassing the four emperors. How could such an organization be easily shaken by the presence of one who exceeds even 4 emperor-level strength? At this moment, Li Xian ceased to conceal his intentions, making his way directly to a small island near Dressrosa, the very location of the Assassin Alliance's global headquarters. Witnessing this, numerous intelligence operatives from various factions lurking nearby were left agape. It turned out that the secret headquarters of the Assassin Alliance was concealed on this unassuming isle beside the gateway to the New World. Had it not been for the commotion stirred by this mysterious powerhouse, no one would have suspected that the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance lay hidden here. In that instant, all present marveled. Who is this audacious individual daring to intrude upon the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance? What grievances do they have with the Alliance? What is their true identity? Yet the subsequent scene left everyone utterly astounded. The golden light descended gently upon the isle, invisible waves of energy radiating outward, creating ripples in the in the sky. The very clouds seemed to quiver beneath this energy's influence. Almost immediately, thousands of assassins clad in the Assassin Alliance's uniforms surged forth from all directions like phantoms. Their gazes icy, their curved blades glinting menacingly, as if perpetually poised for battle, ready to spill blood. Following closely were the 3 major shadow assassins, Chia, Jia, and Qingfeng. The trio stood shoulder to shoulder before Li Xian, their positions cloaked in energy, their features obscured, revealing only the aura each emanated that moment. The surrounding intelligence operatives widened their eyes in astonishment. In this moment, they realized Li Xian surveyed his team with satisfaction. Nodding slightly before speaking, his voice distorted by the assassin's mask, sounding both ethereal and mysterious. Having bided your time for so long, it is now your turn to take action. Follow me. Understood. Leader, Chia, and the other members of the Assassin Alliance responded in unison, including over 1,000 assassins who nodded resolutely. With a resounding bang, an invisible wave of energy surged forth as Li Xian leapt onto the colossal flagship docked at the Assassin Alliance's headquarters. This sortie was not merely accompanied by Chia and the others. It included a full 1,000 assassins from the Alliance. Thus, Li Xian could not simply fly over, for while these individuals possessed some strength, they lacked the capability for prolonged aerial travel. Subsequently, Chia and his comrades followed closely behind, landing in formation behind Li Xian. The elite assassins swiftly boarded the flagship and the 2 surrounding combat vessels. Through the lenses of his mask, Li Xian cast a calm gaze toward a specific direction of the sea. The target, the Whitebeard pirates, set sail. With the command issued, the 3 warships advanced in formation, heading toward the waters occupied by the Whitebeard pirates. As the elite assassins exerted themselves to the fullest, the warships rapidly vanished from sight. This moment, outside the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance, the intelligence agents dispatched by various factions exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. Why had they not been attacked? Could it be that their presence had gone unnoticed? How could that be possible? They were utterly incapable of concealing themselves before a being surpassing the four emperors. Initially, they had been unaware of the leader's identity. Otherwise, they would not have trailed him to the Assassin Alliance's headquarters. Yet now, it seemed the leader had no intention of acknowledging their presence, that a collective sigh of relief washed over them, as if they had survived a calamity, replaced by a surge of joy. Suddenly, they recognized that all the top assassins of the Assassin Alliance, along with over 1,000 elite assassins, appeared to be fully prepared. And from the leader's instructions earlier, they were set on a direct course for the White-Beard Pirates. This was the crew of the man deemed the strongest in the world. Yet, gazing at the formidable array of the Assassin Alliance, they could not help but gasp in astonishment that it seemed that this time, the White-Beard Pirates were truly in for a reckoning. The intelligence agents hastily retrieved their communication devices to relay this shocking news to their superiors. Within the Marine headquarters, Sengoku, engrossed in paperwork, was interrupted by the ringing of a communication device on his desk. Setting down his pen, he picked up the receiver. This is the Marine headquarters. On the other end, voices relaying information echoed, originating from the highest intelligence agency of the Marines. He could no longer maintain his composure and excitedly reported to Sengoku, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Our agents have located the Assassin Alliance's headquarters in the New World. It is situated at the entrance of the New World, in Dressrosa. Upon hearing the news, Sengoku could not help but exhibit a look of astonishment, swiftly inquiring, "Where is the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance in the New World?" "It is located in Dressrosa, Marshal, at the very gateway of the New World." The naval intelligence officer on the phone continued to report. Just moments ago, the leader of the Assassin Alliance personally appeared at the headquarters, accompanied by 3 elite assassins and over 1,000 others. Their destination is none other than the White-Beard Pirates. The leader has explicitly ordered an operation against the White-Beard Pirates. "Marshal, the White-Beard Pirates are about to be eliminated by the Assassin Alliance." As the intelligence officer concluded his statement, he found himself almost at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the shocking revelation. This was undoubtedly a significant boon for the Navy. The White-Beard Pirates had long been a thorn in the Navy's side, and if they could be eradicated by the Assassin Alliance, it would be monumental news for the Navy. The Assassin Alliance had been conspicuously silent since the Battle of Merigios, and their sudden reemergence with such a monumental action was nothing short of staggering. However, unlike their previous endeavors that had inflicted harm upon the Navy and the world government, this latest maneuver by the Assassin Alliance not only failed to undermine their interests but inadvertently provided assistance. It became evident that the Assassin Alliance was an organization devoid of allegiance, solely driven by profit. As long as the price was right, anyone could enlist their services, just as they would accept contracts to assassinate celestial dragons. They would also agree to eliminate the Yonko at the behest of the world government. That a ripple of anticipation coursed through Sengoku's mind. Could it be that this so-called era of great pirates might be brought to an end by the Assassin Alliance? In the conference room of the Gorosei, a momentary silence enveloped the room as the latest intelligence was received. After a brief pause, Hirono Masato spoke. "The Assassin Alliance may not necessarily be our adversary." His perspective aligned closely with Sengoku's. The Assassin Alliance functioned like a weapon available for rent. As long as one could afford the price, anyone could harness its power. There's no need for us to target the Assassin Alliance at this juncture. We could utilize the devil fruits to subtly steer them toward the Yonko pirates. Naturally, this must all occur in secrecy. Once the Yonko are systematically eliminated by the Assassin Alliance, the world government and the Navy will be able to concentrate all their efforts on confronting the Assassin Alliance. Hirono Masato did not wish to reach a hasty reconciliation with the Assassin Alliance. His intention was to temporarily divert excessive energy away from opposing them, instead using the devil fruits to control certain pirates who dared to overstep boundaries, thereby employing the Assassin Alliance as a formidable tool for purging piracy. That's so. Upon hearing this, Yambushi Kinzuya's eyes flickered with intrigue. If this course of action were indeed taken, by the time the world government and the Navy amassed their full strength to confront the Assassin Alliance, it would likely find itself ensnared in a perilous situation. In that case, I concur with this decision. Yambushi Kinzuya raised his hand in approval. The other 3 Gorosei members likewise raised their hands in support of this resolution. In Dressrosa, although Don Quixote Doflamingo refrained from deploying spies near the Assassin Alliance, he still managed to glean the latest news through those operatives stationed at a distance. The leader of the Assassin Alliance had made an appearance. A fleeting look of regret crossed Doflamingo's face as he sat upon his throne. Had I known this would transpire, I should have acted sooner. At least I could have garnered some favor before that esteemed individual. Doflamingo was acutely aware of the authoritative status the leader held within the Assassin Alliance. With the leader's backing, he would be able to navigate the seas with ease, regretful as he was. He quickly regained his composure, resting his chin on his hands, his gaze drifting into the distance, deep in thought. The Whitebeard pirates, if the Assassin Alliance truly viewed them as a target, even the man dubbed the strongest in the world might find it difficult to survive. He could not help but sigh. The once mighty force that was the Whitebeard pirates might very well face demise due to mere devil fruits. Doflamingo was increasingly convinced of the necessity to tightly grasp the leg of the Assassin Alliance. As long as he clung to this powerful ally, he could ensure his own safety, even if he could not act freely upon the seas. Meanwhile, the news of Li Xian's arrival at the Assassin Alliance headquarters and subsequent departure with his crew had not leaked beyond the nearby, lurking intelligence agents. Thus, only a few major factions were privy to this information initially. However, as the three warships emblazoned with the Assassin Alliance's insignia barreled through the seas, an ever-growing throng of onlookers began to take notice, accompanied by an escalating atmosphere of shock and tension. Although the Assassin Alliance had seemingly adopted a more low-profile approach since the Battle of Mary Geos, refraining from any large-scale actions, that battle had left an indelible mark upon everyone's consciousness, ensuring that the existence of this organization remained ever present in their minds. In the days that followed, the assassins of the Assassin Alliance scattered across the oceans, accepting and executing assassination missions, leaving behind their distinct mark with each successful operation. This mark had now become the most fearsome symbol in the seas. Previously, wherever an assassin from the Assassin Alliance appeared, people would flee in terror. Now, when the three warships of the Assassin Alliance emerged upon the waters, onlookers sought to distance themselves as much as possible. Questions arose. What mission could warrant such a formidable display from the Assassin Alliance? What terrifying presence lay hidden within? Since the earth-shattering battle at Mary Geos, it seemed the Assassin Alliance was poised to unleash an even greater storm. Although the three warships were not particularly large by New World standards, their passage caused every naval force, pirate crew, merchant, and member of the underworld to hastily retreat as though faced with disaster, let alone any attempts to intercept them. Even pirates boasting bounties in the hundreds of millions would eagerly wish for additional sails to hasten their escape. After all, these agents of the Assassin Alliance had publicly assassinated celestial dragons. Even if they continued their killing spree, it was unlikely the world government would pursue them. That a pirate ship that had just brushed past the three warships of the Assassin Alliance was captained by the notorious pirate One-Eyed Cassis, whose bounty had reached 300 million berries. That he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his body bristling with fear. He was grateful he had not crossed paths with the fleet of the Assassin Alliance. Had he provoked them, he likely would not have had a chance to plead his case. The first mate, trembling, inquired, "Captain, those three figures at the prow, were they the three shadow assassins, Red Tooth, Green Phoenix, and Robbery?" As he spoke, his legs trembled uncontrollably. He had just seen the three figures of the ship's bow, convinced that they were indeed the legendary shadow assassins. Yet he found it hard to believe that these three formidable figures were following another individual, and not the shadow assassin Shi. How could this be possible? That person was renowned alongside the four emperors. How could anyone stand before them? Upon hearing the first mate's question, One-Eyed Cassis was left dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. Red Tooth, Green Phoenix, and Robbery. How could that be? His mind raced with shock. After all, these were the three shadow assassins of the Assassin Alliance, and they were following someone else. With three shadow assassins aboard a single warship, what kind of commotion was the Assassin Alliance planning to stir up? The last battle of Mary Geos had seen the deployment of four shadow assassins. What would this time entail? Would they incite another upheaval on the scale of the last battle? Every crew member aboard the pirate ship shuddered at this revelation. Are you certain it was them? One-Eyed Cassis pressed on. genuinely unable to fathom the consequences such an assembly would bring, or which faction could attract the Assassin Alliance's attention to this extent. The first mate replied resolutely, "I can never forget their appearances. Although Red Tooth and Green Phoenix have only publicly shown themselves once, that was enough to leave an indelible impression on countless individuals. They were simply too formidable, their aura forbidding any casual confrontation. I'm one of those who can attest to this, that it seemed the seas were about to become lively once more." One-eyed Cassius gazed at the distant fleet of warships gradually disappearing from sight, his heart racing with excitement. The other pirates aboard felt a chill sweep over them, contemplating how the recently hard-won peace of the past few months was about to be shattered. Who could it be that had angered such a powerful presence? With such a formidable assembly, it was likely that no faction would be spared, save for the world government and the Navy. As time progressed, and the three warships continued on their course, more and more individuals began to take notice of this phenomenon, speculating about their destination. Ultimately, someone realized they were heading toward the Whitebeard Sea. The Whitebeard Sea. They are coming for the Whitebeard pirates. This is bad. It's the Whitebeard pirates, who have stood as one of the four emperors for many years on the brink of demise. Even the man hailed as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, may find it impossible to withstand such a formidable lineup. Across the vast ocean, countless pirates, upon hearing this news, are struck with fear and lament the fate of the Whitebeard pirates. With the addition of 3 notorious shadow assassins and another presence standing before them, it appears that the Whitebeard pirates have little chance of victory. Even the so-called strongest man in the world may struggle against such an overwhelming force. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick in the waters of Whitebeard, he leisurely basks in the sun. Suddenly, a winged pirate descends from the heavens, rushing before Whitebeard, panting with urgency. "Dad! Dad! Something terrible has happened." Whitebeard casts a glance at him and inquires him, "What is the matter?" Marco and the other captains emerge from the pirate ship, gathering on the deck to focus on the reporting pirate. The pirate hastily declares, "The Assassin Alliance. Members of the Assassin Alliance have arrived." What? As soon as the words leave his lips, a cacophony of gasps erupts across the ship. How could the Assassin Alliance come here? Whitebeard's eyes narrow in concern. How many are there? If their numbers are limited, they may simply be aiming to assassinate certain pirates or inhabitants of the islands within Whitebeard's territory. However, if their ranks are substantial, especially with shadow assassins present, their target can only be the Whitebeard pirates themselves. The pirate, his face pale with panic, replies, "3 warships. There are 3 warships of assassins. Moreover, on one of the ships, there stand a figure before the 3 shadow assassins." This revelation detonates like a bomb, instantly igniting the nerves of the captains within the Whitebeard pirates. 3 shadow assassins. 3 warships of assassins. Diamond Josu's eyes widen in disbelief. What could they possibly want from us? Whitebeard's expression grows increasingly grave. It seems the visitors mean business. Marco decisively assesses the situation, his countenance heavy with dread. A great battle is surely imminent. Swordmaster Bista strokes the long blade in his hand, his tone somber, although they possess unwavering confidence in the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Especially in Whitebeard himself, they must acknowledge the formidable power of the Assassin Alliance, which clearly surpasses their own. Particularly concerning are the shadow assassins. The arrival of all 3 together instills a sense of uncertainty within them. The terror exuded by those 3 is palpable, many having witnessed their prowess through live broadcasts, feeling the immense pressure even from behind a screen that if they were to stand face to face with the 3 shadow assassins, the weight of that pressure would be unimaginable. Even Whitebeard, renowned as the strongest man in the world, would likely find it difficult to endure this moment. All the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are enveloped in a state of extreme panic, and even a flicker of concern crosses Whitebeard's eyes. While he does not fear death, he is unwilling to witness harm come to his sons. However, he lacks sufficient confidence to thwart the 3 shadow assassins of the Assassin Alliance. They are formidable foes with the strength of the 4 emperors. Even at his peak, it would have been a challenge to resist them, let alone now in his old age when his powers have waned considerably. It is likely that even against just 2 shadow assassins, he could not hold out for long. As for the remaining shadow assassin, they would be more than capable of unleashing a brutal massacre upon the entire Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly, one of the pirates appears to grasp something even more terrifying, his body trembling in fear as he exclaims, "It seems there is someone standing before the three shadow assassins." The demeanor of the three shadow assassins indicates that this figure holds a position of superiority over them. A voice filled with dread yet resolute. Indeed, those three shadow assassins, equivalent to the four emperors, exhibit extreme humility in the presence of this mysterious entity, standing quietly behind him, awaiting commands, just as they do before the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and Whitebeard himself. "What did you say?" Jozu exclaims in astonishment. The three shadow assassins are actually following someone and treating him with such reverence. Marco, equally incredulous, questions, "This is simply too shocking. After all, these are three figures boasting the strength of the four emperors. Who could stand before them and command such respect? It is almost unfathomable." Thus, even Marco harbors doubts about the pirate's words. However, the pirate hastily clarifies, "I assure you, it is true. That person is shrouded in a mysterious aura, rendering his appearance and even stature indecipherable." Upon hearing his emphatic assertion, the expressions of all the captains darken, their spirits plummeting. They are well aware of the capabilities of the natural-type seagull fruit user. The reconnaissance captain aboard the Moby Dick. Though his rank is slightly lower than theirs, his importance to the crew is undeniable. Information equates to vision, and even a mere reconnaissance officer holds significant status. Since he has stated this, it is evident that there can be no deception. This indicates that the situation is far more dire than they had imagined. Not only are there three shadow assassins, but also a presence towering above them. It seems that the Whitebeard pirates are truly in grave peril. No one dares to harbor hopes for the Whitebeard pirates. Their captains are devoid of optimism, and even Whitebeard himself has lost his previous buoyancy. Yet even so, they cannot simply flee. The Whitebeard pirates, even when faced with annihilation, must tear a piece of flesh from their enemies, in the distance where the sea meets the sky. Three colossal warships surge through the waves, the insignia of the Assassin Alliance starkly visible upon their sails. At the prow stands a figure enveloped in a distorted space, obscuring their form and visage. Following closely are the three shadow assassins, Red Tooth, Robbery, and Blue Phoenix, alongside a regiment of 1,000 elite assassins from the Alliance. Each of them possesses a minimum bounty of 3 million berries, and the mightiest among them has even bested a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. This is a chilling assembly, one that incites fear merely by being witnessed. They now comprehend why the reconnaissance captain, endowed with the seagull fruit's powers, fled in terror upon seeing their silhouettes. Such power is utterly despairing. As the three warships draw nearer, an immense oppressive aura begins to ripple outward, creating waves of air that undulate ceaselessly. The terrifying pressure slowly approaches all aboard the Moby Dick. One by one, ordinary members of the Whitebeard pirates collapse in sheer fright before the overwhelming presence of the four formidable figures. Although these four do not wield Conqueror's Haki, the combined force of their strength manifests power surpassing any Conqueror's Haki, even more intense than that of some individuals, like a harvest of wheat. They fall in droves as the warships of the Assassin Alliance near. The already daunting aura escalates further. Those pirates already on the brink of collapse are rendered unconscious by this fearsome force. Under the influence of these four terrifying pressures, even the officers of the Whitebeard pirates feel an unprecedented weight upon them. Whitebeard rises from his seat, an aura of royalty emanating from his battered form, a manifestation of Conqueror's Haki, a symbol of kingly potential, a rarity found among 1 in a million. Once a dominant figure of the old era, he could stand toe-to-toe with the pirate king, Roger, his depth of power still profound. Even as he requires intravenous sustenance to sustain his life, his regal essence remains undiminished. The Conqueror's Haki gradually spreads, yet it cannot breach the formidable aura established by the four. This moment, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates truly grasp the terror of the Assassin Alliance. Can they merely sit and await their fate, powerless against such overwhelming might? Their hearts, filled with unwillingness, compel them to clench their fists and silently gather strength. Finally, the three warships of the Assassin Alliance halt before the Moby Dick. their crews standing off against each other at the respective prows, in stark contrast, while the over 1,000 elite assassins of the Assassin Alliance are eager and restless. Less than half of the ordinary members of the Whitebeard Pirates can remain standing under the four terrifying pressures, even with Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki alleviating some of the strain, and at the helm. As anticipated, the one cloaked in a terrifying and enigmatic energy stands prominently, their form shrouded, their strength unfathomable. Countless individuals formed judgments within their hearts, many of whom were consumed by an insatiable curiosity regarding the origins of that enigmatic figure. Their eyes frequently exchanged glances, pondering the nature of a being capable of commanding the allegiance of the three foremost shadow assassins. Truly, the Assassin's Guild harbored a presence even more fearsome than the 7 shadow assassins. Who is this individual, positioned above the 3 great shadow assassins, shielded by a mysterious energy? Is he more formidable than the shadow assassins themselves? How many such beings of this caliber exist within the Assassin's Guild? A collective gasp of disbelief reverberated as their speculations left them astounded. The shadow assassins were already a force of imperial caliber, and to surpass them necessitated strength exceeding that of the 4 emperors. Does this individual truly possess such power? None dared to contemplate further. The presence of 3-4 emperor-level shadow assassins was already a source of great concern, and now, the emergence of an unprecedented high-ranking member, wielding even greater strength, plunged their spirits into despair. Drink! Whitebeard stepped forward, arms outstretched, unleashing a torrent of Conqueror's Haki in an attempt to shatter the oppressive aura. After all, under such pressure, even his subordinate captains would be affected. Should combat erupt in this state, their chances of victory would dwindle to almost nothing. With a rustling sound, Li Xian and his companions offered little resistance, allowing Whitebeard to break through their pressure. The terrifying aura gradually receded, only to be replaced by an even more intense atmosphere of tension and silence. Marco wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Merely the force of their opponent's presence posed a significant threat, evoking a palpable sense of impending doom. Was this the weight of the 3 great shadow assassins of the Assassin's Guild, along with the terrifying presence that transcended them? The might of the Assassin's Guild had once again redefined Marco's understanding. Even Marco, the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, felt this way. It was needless to say how the other captains and crew members fared. Yet, the pirates who stood firm against such overwhelming pressure were indeed remarkable. Some among them even had bounties exceeding hundreds of millions and tens of millions of berries. After a moment to catch their breath, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates vigilantly surveyed the 3 warships of the Assassin's Guild. Their eyes darted over the 3 great shadow assassins and the guild leader, portrayed by Li Xian. Chia, Qing Feng, and Jia, the 3 great shadow assassins. Whitebeard fixed his gaze intently on Li Xian, who donned an assassin's mask, positioned before the 3 shadow assassins. Although the strength of these 3 was formidable, it was clear that they paled in comparison to the distorted figure. Often, one's positioning reveals much information. Coupled with their respectful demeanor, Whitebeard was certain of his superiority over them. Meanwhile, an increasing number of intelligence operatives were stirred into action, hastening to the scene. Chapter 128. The Tumultuous Sea. Precisely what the Assassin's Guild pursues. On the high seas, the 3 warships of the Assassin's Guild stood in stark opposition to the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard took the lead, accompanied by over 10 captains. Braving immense pressure to confront the 3 great shadow assassins led by Li Xian, various factions concealed themselves upon the nearby waters, eager to witness the potential demise of the 4 Emperor's Whitebeard Pirates or this harrowing clash. Despite Whitebeard exerting his utmost to activate his observation Haki, he found himself unable to penetrate the warped space housing that figure. He gravely inquired, "Surely, there should be no enmity between the Assassin's Guild and myself?" "No," Li Xian replied with an indifferent tone. "Then what purpose does the Assassin's Guild serve in assembling such a formidable force?" Whitebeard queried, his eyes glinting with suspicion. All members of the Whitebeard Pirates heightened their vigilance, fully aware that the impending confrontation could erupt at any moment, one that would determine their very existence. Li Xian spoke with an even tone. In the next moment, the entirety of the Whitebeard Pirates felt a surge of tension. The air thickened with murderous intent, blades were drawn, abilities surged forth, and hockey began to manifest. It seemed as though a battle for survival was on the verge of commencing. Whitebeard raised a hand to halt his eager subordinates. From Li Xian's words, he sensed no hint of malice, and these shadow assassins and ordinary assassins had yet to release any killing intent, merely exerting pressure. Is there in order to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard tentatively inquired. No. Li Xian shook his head, continuing, "It is the Navy that intends to act against you." "The Navy?" Whitebeard echoed, his voice barely a whisper. The captains and pirates behind him were momentarily stunned. Their previously formidable aura now stifled. The Assassin's Guild had not come seeking trouble, but rather to issue a warning. They had evaded the attacks of the Shadow Assassins, only to face this unforeseen outcome. Indeed, your 2nd Division captain, Ace, ventured to capture Teach, but was defeated and captured by him. Furthermore, Crocodile was killed by Chi, creating a vacancy within the warlords of the sea. Teach is an ambitious man. Perhaps he will exploit Ace's capture to elevate his own status and gather followers. In the original narrative, Blackbeard Teach captured Ace and handed him over to the Navy, luring the Whitebeard pirates into action, ultimately leading to the downfall of the legendary Whitebeard. With Whitebeard's demise, Teach flourished. Utilizing the powers of the dark fruit to his advantage, it can be said that in the original storyline of the Marineford War, both sides emerged as losers. The Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses. Their captain Whitebeard perished, and Ace, whom they sought to rescue, was slain by Akainu. While the Navy faced devastation, their headquarters destroyed, elite forces decimated, and several officers lost their lives. Only Blackbeard Teach emerged as the sole victor. Reaping the benefits of the chaos, amassing powerful subordinates from Impel Down, and seizing Whitebeard's Tremor fruit powers, the Marineford War, Blackbeard Teach became the sole winner, and all of the Navy's schemes inadvertently benefited him. However, all of this was confined to the original plot. Now, with Li Xian's involvement, Teach's attempt to profit from the chaos would be thwarted, especially upon learning that the location of the awakening of the Droughtland. 7 warlords of the sea lay within Impel Down. Seeking assistance in Impel Down? Not a chance. The sunlight would cause him to evaporate instantly. Teach, this scoundrel. He must not be forgiven. How dare he? This fool dares to think he can defeat Ace. As soon as Li Xian's words fell, Marco and the others erupted in furious rebuke. They too found it hard to believe that Teach could defeat Ace. After all, Ace was the captain of the 2nd Division, only second to Marco and Whitebeard in strength. Teach was hardly even a captain, at best a capable soldier. How could he possibly triumph over Ace? A trace of disdain flickered in Li Xian's eyes. Disinterested in explaining to Marco and the others, had the awakening location of the Droughtland not been in Impel Down, he would have had no interest in intervening in the Marineford War. Is what you say true? Whitebeard pondered for a long moment before asking. I have no reason to deceive you, Li Xian replied dismissively. Whitebeard fell silent, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Although he harbored doubts about Teach's strength, it was evident that an organization as terrifying as the Assassin's Guild had no need to lie to him. The objective of this organization was well understood by him and others upon the seas, a formidable organization driven solely by profit. Should they truly intend to target the Whitebeard pirates, there would be no escape for them. Isn't the Assassin's Guild supposed to be profit-driven? Whitebeard coldly questioned. Li Xian nodded, not denying Whitebeard's assessment of the Assassin's Guild. Indeed, that was the label the guild had bestowed upon itself. What do you stand to gain from revealing this to us? Whitebeard pressed further. If chaos does not reign upon the seas, from where would the Assassin's Guild derive its missions? Li Xian, hands clasped behind his back, peered into the boundless ocean, his voice deep and chilling, eye in his eyes. There was no tranquility upon the seas, only more tasks awaiting fulfillment. Acquire missions and profit. He was willing to stir the waters of the ocean. Furthermore, your Whitebeard pirates are not the type to stand idly by in the face of calamity. If Ace is in peril, you will undoubtedly come to his rescue. As the people continued to be struck by the terror emanating from Li Xian, he spoke again. But when faced with the meticulously laid traps of the Navy, what are your chances of success? Since they dared to entice you in the past, they must have laid traps capable of annihilating you. In such circumstances, is there still a need for the Assassin Alliance to intervene? A faint smile curled at the corners of Li Xian's lips. Indeed, this time, the Assassin Alliance would take action, assisting the Great Serpent in diverting the Navy's attention. However, they would not be foolish enough to directly blockade, impel down, or confront the Navy headquarters head-on. Such actions would be too conspicuous. If the connection between the two were to be discovered, the consequences would be dire that Ace's capture has, in fact, provided an excellent opportunity that BY leveraging the power of the Whitebeard pirates to exert pressure on the Navy and the world government. It is likely that the Great Serpent and the Navy, along with the world government, would find themselves too preoccupied to attend to matters here. Simultaneously, the Assassin Alliance could acquire devil fruits through the Whitebeard pirates, while the Great Serpent could smoothly awaken the 7 chains of the dried earth. A perfectly seamless outcome. A collective sigh of relief swept over everyone aboard the Moby Dick. It turned out they were not here to cause trouble, but rather to negotiate a deal. "How can I trust you?" Whitebeard inquired. "Trust or distrust is your choice." After delivering this statement with a nonchalant tone, Li Xian shifted his approach with a hint of mockery. "If you refuse the good intentions of the Assassin Alliance, then the Navy surely will not." Indeed, Li Xian was employing a threatening method to compel the Whitebeard pirates. Even if they declined, he would not immediately ally with the Navy, at least not during this operation. Otherwise, if they obstructed the Whitebeard pirates or even slaughtered them, what would become of the Great Serpent's plans? The mission was secondary. The truly significant objective was the awakening of the 7 chains of the dried earth. However, none of this was known to Whitebeard and his crew. Thus, it appeared they had only one path to choose: trust Li Xian and assign a task to the Assassin Alliance. Otherwise, they would face a dual onslaught from both the Assassin Alliance and the Navy, a force they could never hope to withstand. How many devil fruits would be needed for the Assassin Alliance to assist in rescuing Ace? After a moment of deep contemplation, Whitebeard asked seriously. 5, Li Xian replied, extending his finger with an indifferent demeanor. As one of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates had indeed consumed a considerable number of devil fruits, but after years of accumulation, they should still have 5 in stock. Is that not too much? Whitebeard's expression grew somewhat awkward. Who, having obtained this item, would think to hold on to it and used? The Whitebeard pirates were no exception. The few devil fruits currently in their possession had been painstakingly collected since the Assassin Alliance's previous appearance. The Assassin Alliance does not entertain bargaining. Li Xian flatly refused. You need only tell me. Will you agree or not? The atmosphere had grown exceedingly oppressive, and the pirates felt an immense sense of frustration. After much deliberation, Whitebeard ultimately nodded 0.5 devil fruits in exchange for the Assassin Alliance's assistance in rescuing Ace. The tasks undertaken by the Assassin Alliance have never failed. Li Xian's tone was calm, yet exuded formidable authority. Very well. Whitebeard nodded. Then a glimmer of curiosity appeared in his fierce eyes as he inquired of Li Xian. Sir, what position do you hold within the Assassin Alliance? Li Xian cast a glance at Whitebeard, revealing no concealment regarding his identity within the Assassin Alliance, that I am the leader of the Assassin Alliance. With that, Li Xian departed, his intent solely to establish a cooperative relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. What remained were the 2 shadow assassins, Chia and Qing Feng, along with over 1,000 elite members of the Assassin Alliance, who would join the Whitebeard pirates in their assault on the Navy headquarters. Beside the Whitebeard pirates' camp, the pirates and infiltrating Navy spies exchanged bewildered glances at the sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, rumors had circulated that the Assassin Alliance was here to confront the Whitebeard pirates, proclaiming that the era of Whitebeard was coming to an end. But now it seemed the members of the Assassin Alliance had departed, while the 3 eminent shadow assassins and a multitude of individuals from the Assassin Alliance lingered quietly next to the Moby Dick. As if the script had entirely changed, this left everyone astounded. It turned out the Assassin Alliance was not here to provoke conflict, but rather sought to ally with the Whitebeard pirates. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard fixed his gaze on the now vanished Li Xian, his expression grave. The title of leader of the Assassin Alliance echoed in everyone's ears like an incantation, resonating profoundly of being more powerful than she, commanding the 7 great shadow assassins. The leader of the Assassin Alliance had just stood before them. This sent chills down their spines. prompting thoughts of what might have transpired had they previously rejected the Assassin Alliance. They would likely now face a ferocious onslaught, and under the joint attack from the Navy and the Assassin Alliance, the demise of the Whitebeard pirates would be inevitable. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ocean, the underwater prison known as Impel Down lay within the Gates of Justice, adjacent to the Navy headquarters. Surrounded by numerous warships, countless elite Navy personnel were stationed there, a place that imprisoned many villains, including several notorious pirates. Since its inception, only one pirate, the Golden Lion, had successfully escaped by severing limbs. The Warden of Impel Down, Magellan, had seen his poison fruit abilities defeat countless nefarious pirates. That moment, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, the decree of the gods resounding incessantly as dark clouds rolled, thunder roared, and an aura of divine majesty permeated the air. Outside Impel Down, soldiers aboard more than a dozen large Navy warships felt a pressure rising from deep within their souls. Shortly thereafter, two figures descended from above, one surrounded by a tempest, the other cloaked in violet lightning. The one enveloped by the raging winds was none other than the figure emerging from the beam of light. Rear Admiral Calmanda's piercing gaze fixated on the colossal column of light, the divine might contained within, causing him to feel an unsettling anxiety. Despite the stringent defenses in place near the Navy headquarters and Judiciary Island, in the event of an emergency, reinforcements would arrive quickly. Yet he still sensed that the newcomers were no ordinary individuals. However, when the two figures began to speak, Calmanda's hair stood on end, cold sweat coursing down his back. Mortals, prepare to welcome the divine. The mention of the term divine immediately conjured in Calmanda's mind the recent figure of the formidable Great Serpent, the leader of the Celestial God clan, who had recently gained notoriety across the seas. That being who had defeated a 4-Emperor pirate crew with merely 3 individuals. Immediately after, an overwhelming divine presence surged forth as a silver-haired man materialized within the beam of light, his upper body adorned with sun-patterned tattoos. Clad in white trousers, enveloped in endless radiance, resembling a celestial deity descended to the mortal realm, too dazzling to behold. Under the immense pressure of this divine might, the surrounding Navy personnel found their knees weakening. What is this aura? Such a terrifying pressure. Could this be the Conqueror's Haki? 10 large warships, and this individual's Conqueror's Haki is utterly terrifying. To wield Conqueror's Haki to such an extent, who on earth is this individual? Although the Navy could be considered elite and had some understanding of Conqueror's Haki, the pressure they now felt naturally led them to associate it with this formidable power in this sea area. It seemed there were no other forces capable of exerting such a profound sense of oppression on so many Navy personnel, even when compared to the Conqueror's Haki of one of the 4 emperors. Shanks, this individual's displayed aura was likely not far behind. Calmanda raised his head to gaze at the figure within the radiance, struggling to speak. Is it truly the leader of the Celestial God clan, the Great Serpent? As he noticed the man and woman entwined in wind and thunder beside him, along with the figure accompanying the endless beam of light, his suspicions grew more resolute. The 3 individuals before him were undoubtedly the Great Serpent. Convinced of their identities, Calmanda felt his soul leave his body. It was known that the strength of these 3 was sufficient to obliterate an entire 4-Emperor pirate crew. And now, they had come to Impel Down. Were they planning to take action against it? Should the reinforcement from the Navy headquarters fail to arrive in time, Impel Down would likely be plunged into peril. Even though the Warden, Magellan, possessed the strength of an admiral, how long could he withstand the Great Serpent, who had previously defeated a 4-Emperor in direct combat? Without hesitation, Calmanda reached into his pocket for the Den Mushi, intending to contact the Navy headquarters for reinforcements. However, before he could dial the number, a powerful tempest swept in like a raging storm. The formidable Kinman, embracing Katakuri, swept his arm, unleashing a tornado that hurled countless blades of wind towards Calmanda. Sensing the imminent danger surrounding him, Calmanda perceived an overwhelming terror through his observation Haki. Swiftly extending his hand into his pocket, enveloping himself in armament Haki, and activating the iron body technique to bolster his defense, as the hurricane swept in, it carried with it invisible blades of wind that mercilessly tore through everything in its vicinity. In an instant, the Tempest violently collided with Calmanda, and without delay, the relentless wind blades pierced through his iron defense. Even the dual protection of his armed color and iron blocks could not shield him from an unprecedented agony. Within a mere 3 seconds, his body was marked with numerous scars from the slicing wind, while the hurricane continued its savage rampage. Shave! Calmanda widened his eyes and swiftly retreated, his figure transforming into an afterimage. Narrowly evading the lethal strike of the wind blades, the ground where he once stood had been reduced to rubble by the hurricane, and dozens of Navy soldiers surrounding him perished beneath the brutal onslaught of the wind. Ganais and Charmy, amidst the storm of hurricane and lightning, exhibited their formidable might without reservation. The thunderous roars resonated like the wild dance of a colossal serpent, instilling fear even in the hearts of the vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, who dared not confront it head-on. The hurricane howled, and the sea surged violently, with towering waves rolling like furious tides, reaching heights of several meters on the deck of a large Navy warship. The commanders screamed in hysteria. Fire! Fire! They were paralyzed with terror at the sight before them. A monstrous wave fueled by the hurricane, capable of capsizing their warships. The identities and strengths of these two individuals left many bewildered. At that moment, a commander, already aware of the identities of Li Xian and his companions, marveled inwardly at their powers, which surpassed even the legendary tales. Target! Fire! As the vice admiral in charge of the fleet. He leaped through the air, leaving ripples in his wake. With a flourish of his hands, he unleashed radiant energy blasts toward the trio. Ganais snorted disdainfully, declaring, "Ignorant mortals!" He waved his cloak, instantly summoning a colossal tornado with a diameter of 30 meters. The ferocity of the winds was terrifying enough to effortlessly tear through steel. The vice admiral, witnessing the approaching tornado, gritted his teeth, his eyes fixated as he enveloped himself with armed color hockey, bracing for the oncoming tempest. Yet, the force of the gale shattered his defenses in an instant, engulfing him in a dazzling shockwave. The tornado surged forth with breathtaking speed as the vice admiral attempted to retreat. He found himself ensnared by the tremendous suction within the vortex. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could not escape even a fraction. The howling winds, laced with sharp blades, sliced through his flesh, rendering his armed color hockey ineffective against the boundless force. Accompanied by screams of agony, the vice admiral was torn apart in the tempest, his blood and flesh scattering, and the acrid scent of blood pervaded the air. The witnessing Navy soldiers stood in stunned silence. This was their fleet's commander, a formidable presence capable of annihilating large sea beasts with a single strike, yet he was effortlessly defeated by the adversary. Calmanda, witnessing this horror, was filled with dread. The celestial beings were indeed terrifying beyond measure. He glanced at the silver-haired, golden-eyed figure, as if gazing upon a deity surveying the world. This was the leader of the celestial beings known as the Great Serpent, whose subordinates possessed such formidable power. How much more fearsome must the Great Serpent himself be? Realizing this, he immediately resolved to report to the Navy headquarters, requesting urgent reinforcements, lest the so-called impregnable impel down be breached. Just as Calmanda was about to retrieve his transponder snail, the contact headquarters, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Dark clouds churned ominously, and blue light burst forth. The immense sound waves spread like a tangible force, intensifying the already turbulent sea. Suddenly, an ethereal blue light enveloped the entire sky, blinding in its brilliance. Lightning spiraled, thunderbolts danced wildly, and countless bolts of lightning struck simultaneously. At that moment, from the heavens above, torrents of lightning cascaded down like waterfalls, imposing in their might. Even the admirals of the Navy headquarters might struggle to keep pace. The speed of the lightning was despairingly swift, descending from the firmament in the blink of an eye. With the thunder's eruption, the explosive sound was deafening. The sea surged violently, waves churning to heights of 100 meters, wreaking havoc in all directions. The Navy's large warships succumbed to the dual assault of thunder and water, as Navy soldiers were ruthlessly annihilated in the throes of terror. The brilliance of the lightning persisted for a full minute, never relenting, as terrifying power continuously unleashed itself, From a distance, the sea had transformed into a realm of thunder, with serpents of lightning weaving through the air, and the cries of thunder dragons echoed. Life gradually fading from the scene. In that moment, people truly realized that in this ocean, only the true strong could command everything. Even an admiral like a Kainu could devastate a small island. As for Li Xian, possessing strength surpassing that of an admiral, facing thousands or even tens of thousands of Navy soldiers was akin to crushing ants. In this ocean, where strength reigned supreme, without a true powerhouse to hold dominion. Even 1,000,000 soldiers would only serve to become a laughingstock. Even those admirals who could not annihilate 1,000,000 troops in one fell swoop could easily depart. Ordinary forces were powerless to impede them. Moreover, those with elemental powers could freely breathe on the battlefield without interference. At this moment, under the might of Li Xian's thunderous strike, dozens of large Navy warships capsized, countless Navy soldiers were obliterated by the lightning. And those who managed to escape into the sea were not spared, falling beneath the flickering blue arcs of electricity. This battle once again underscored the cruel law of this ocean. Only the true strong could stand resolutely within it. Of the thousands of Navy soldiers, only a handful of exceptionally fortunate vice admirals and rear admirals survived this onslaught. Inside, impelled down, through the surveillance of the transponder snails, everyone witnessed the harrowing scene outside. In the monitoring room, each person's eyes widened, their expressions reaching a peak of shock. Over a dozen heavy warships had just vanished. 3 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, 10 rear admirals, and thousands of elite Navy soldiers were reduced to just a few fortunate survivors. It was utterly terrifying, simply appalling. Where did this monstrous being emerge from? The guards in the monitoring room exchanged incredulous glances, all marveling at the overwhelming power of Li Xian's attack. They were all immersed in the profound impact of this stunning blow. As even Magellan, the highest authority in Impel Down, could not achieve such terrifying might. It far exceeded their imaginations. In mid-air, Li Xian's hands, which had been clasped together, slowly parted. His golden eyes cast a glance at the monitoring transponder snail outside Impel Down. In the monitoring room, everyone who beheld those golden eyes felt a chill run down their spines. With a thunderous boom, the monitoring device exploded instantaneously. Soon after, Li Xian's gaze swept across, and the transponder snails outside Impel Down were obliterated by his mere glance. Having completed this, Li Xian lightly tapped the air with his toes, advancing towards Charmy and Ganai's, leading them slowly toward the so-called impregnable underwater prison, Impel Down. Meanwhile, inside the monitoring room, the guards stared at the now-defunct surveillance footage, exchanging bewildered looks at a loss for words. Quick! Contact the Navy headquarters immediately. Report to Director Magellan at once. After a brief silence, the monitoring room erupted into a cacophony of shouts. Concurrently, in the highest conference room of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku succinctly outlined his plan to those on either side. This is a prime opportunity to eradicate the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. As long as Whitebeard dares to come, the Navy headquarters possesses sufficient combat strength to annihilate the entire Whitebeard pirates. Not long ago, Teach had exchanged Ace for the position of Warlord of the Sea. Upon learning Ace's true identity, Sengoku immediately recognized it as an exceptional chance to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, he secretly convened this meeting. How terrifying, Kizaru said, leaning back in a chair with his hands clasped behind his head, lazily commenting, the evil bloodline of Pirate King Roger still persists in this world. Who would have thought? Akiji interjected, clicking his tongue. We were so cautious back then, yet the bloodline of the Pirate King survived. The wicked bloodline must face the righteous judgment. Akainu's expression turned icy as he clenched his fists firmly. Within the office, the crowd was somewhat astonished by this news and the plan. Only Garp appeared despondent, his mood notably low. Sengoku observed his old comrade's demeanor and shook his head helplessly. Ace was Garp's grandson, and Sengoku was aware of this. However, there was truly no alternative. Despite being Garp's comrade, friend, and even a brother-in-arms, he was simultaneously the admiral of the Navy, responsible for all naval personnel and the people of the seas. This plan is quite remarkable. Crane nodded in approval, utilizing Ace's identity to showcase the Navy's authority while luring the Whitebeard pirates into a trap. Once the bloodline of the Pirate King Roger is publicly displayed and executed, The Navy's reputation will undoubtedly soar. Moreover, this move can lead to a decisive ambush to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. It is truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Well, since there are no objections from anyone, let us proceed according to my proposed plan. The furrowed brow of Sengoku gradually relaxed. Ever since the emergence of the Assassin Alliance, he had felt a heavy weight upon his heart, with the sudden appearance of the celestial serpent from the heavenly kingdom. His exhaustion had only deepened at last. There seemed to be a turning point. The annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates would undoubtedly represent a significant gain for him. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang incessantly. Sengoku frowned, thinking how he had just managed to breathe a sigh of relief, only to be interrupted again. He hoped it would be good news. However, upon answering the call, a voice filled with extreme panic echoed from the other end. Marshal Sengoku, something terrible has happened. The celestial serpent has stormed into Impel Down with his two subordinates. A profound silence ensued. The atmosphere in the Navy headquarters conference room grew exceedingly tense. Seated within were the three Marine admirals. Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru, all core figures of the Navy to at this moment. They were rendered speechless by the shocking news relayed by the warden of Impel Down. Especially Sengoku, whose previously blossoming smile was instantly frozen, as the fleeting sense of relief was abruptly shattered, just as he had uncovered a thread to restore the Navy's prestige through ace and potentially lure the Whitebeard pirates into a decisive strike against the remnants of this era. The live execution of the pirate king Joel D. Rogers' bloodline, coupled with the eradication of the old regime's remnants, would undoubtedly elevate the Navy's reputation to unprecedented heights. Yet at this critical juncture, news arrived of the Celestial Serpent's audacious attack on Impel Down. It seemed as though fate sought to deny this Marine Marshal even a moment's respite, or perhaps, emboldened by the Navy's previous lack of accountability regarding the incident with Rear Admiral Kina, the Serpent felt empowered to brazenly challenge Impel Down. Another individual had emerged, intent on trampling the dignity of the Navy. Although Sengoku held a deep-seated trepidation towards the Celestial Serpent, how could he stand idly by while they openly assaulted Impel Down? Admiral Akainu stepped forth, radiating intense heat and waves of scorching air. With a grim expression, he fixed his gaze upon Sengoku and declared, "Such audacious and reckless individuals must be brought to justice." In the office, the other two admirals also readied themselves, eager for action. Their opponent had become excessively arrogant, daring to attack a division of the Navy, although they had temporarily vanquished a Yonko's pirate crew. It did not grant them the liberty to act with impunity. Their chosen target was none other than Impel Down, a fortress as indomitable as iron and copper. The station forces there were formidable, and with the warden of Impel Down, their combat prowess was not inferior to that of a Marine admiral. Even if they could not withstand the assault of the Serpent's trio, they could at least buy some time. As long as they secured that time, once reinforcement from the Navy headquarters arrived, this so-called Celestial Serpent would surely meet their demise under the dual onslaught. Yet only Garp remained unmoved by the news. This was due to Sengoku's plan. The news of Ace's capture stirred no ripples within him. Though Ace was not his biological grandson, Garp had always regarded him as such over the years. Now, with his grandson facing execution at the hands of his old comrade, Garp's emotions were a tumultuous storm. He possessed tremendous strength, with iron fists and peak martial arts, capable of standing his ground even against Whitebeard. His physical power had hardly waned, and he was revered as a hero of the Navy, enjoying immense prestige. Yet, neither his strength nor his renown could erase the fact that he was an old man. In this world, what could be more cruel than witnessing one's grandson facing execution, yet being unable to act due to conflicting loyalties? Seated at the head of the table, Sengoku cast a glance at Akainu and the others, sensing a slight alleviation of the gloom on his face, since the adversary showed no signs of restraint. Let this Celestial Serpent and the monstrous serpent pay a heavy price. Let those eager to provoke the Navy in these waters understand that the Navy is not to be trifled with. Anyone wishing to confront them must be prepared for bloodshed and sacrifice. As he turned his gaze towards Garp, Sengoku could not help but sigh. For all these years, Garp had always appeared carefree. It was the first time he had seen him this troubled, his old friend. Sengoku could only utter an apology. For the sake of the Navy, for the tranquility of these seas, this decision had to be made. Sengoku's gaze sharpened as he solemnly addressed the Kinu, Kizuru, and Kuzan. Sakazuki, Kizuru, Kuzan, this matter concerns the reputation of our Navy. Thus we must strike with unyielding force and utterly obliterate this celestial serpent, regardless of the secrets they may harbor. We cannot afford any missteps at this moment. The three nodded in agreement. Ate tea that moment. Akiji raised his eyes to Sengoku, incredulous, and inquired, Marshal Sengoku, are you also joining us? He had noted that Sengoku spoke of we, rather than you. Sengoku nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this time, no errors could be permitted. Although he held the position of Marine Marshal, given the current situation facing the Navy, even with the three admirals deployed, victory was not guaranteed. For their opponent boasted three powerful figures, one capable of controlling the wind, whose strength was equivalent to that of an admiral, while the serpent possessed the might of the Yonko, and that rear Admiral Kina, who wielded lightning, was equally formidable. The Navy headquarters had only two Yonko-level combatants, himself and Garp. However, considering Garp's current condition, he, as the Marine Marshal, had to take the field personally to the Yonko-level force, combined with the three Marine admirals, along with the Admiral-level strength of Magellan at Impel Down, would be more than sufficient to vanquish any Yonko pirate crew. Akainu and the others understood that without Sengoku's direct involvement, their chances of victory remained uncertain. Thus, they were initially surprised by Sengoku's intention to join the fray, but soon regained their composure. They could see this moment. The distance between the Navy headquarters and Impel Down was not great. Should an unexpected event arise during the support of Impel Down, they could swiftly return to assist. Moreover, even as Sengoku joined the battle, a far more formidable presence, Garp, remained stationed at the Navy headquarters, ensuring its security to a degree that even surpassed Sengoku's direct oversight. Outside Impel Down, dark clouds loomed, and the sounds of thunder reverberated across the landscape. Before the formidable gates of Impel Down stood three figures. The great door before them, forged from sea prism stone, was unbreakable and served as the sole passageway to this underwater prison. Li Xian extended his right hand, slowly approaching the door. Then, energy ripples emanated from his fingertips, coalescing into a foreboding mass of black energy before him. With a resounding crash, the door, composed of impregnable sea prism stone, was effortlessly shattered by Li Xian's single hand. The guards in the monitoring room witnessed this scene once more, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Had the gates of Impel Down truly been so easily breached? Was this prison really on the verge of falling? As the thunderous sounds echoed, Li Xian, accompanied by the two others, stepped into Impel Down, a thick stench assaulting their senses. Beneath their feet lay a bed of sharp thorns, exuding an aura of peril. Countless weary pirates traversed this thorn-laden subterranean realm, their lives withering like dying flowers. I entered the first level of Impel Down, known as the Red Lotus Hell. Li Xian's golden pupils scanned everything below. This grand prison was indeed a crucial stronghold for the Navy, far more expansive and treacherous than depicted in the anime of his previous life. Merely the first level, the Red Lotus Hell, instilled a sense of despair in countless souls, extending until the end of their lives. However, this was merely a holding place for relatively weaker pirates. True powerhouses would retain their resolve even in captivity. For those with strength on the sixth level of Impel Down, the facilities here would not sway their unwavering spirits. As Li Xian surveyed the scene in the Red Lotus Hell, countless prisoners observed him in turn, especially when a massive sound of Li Xian shattering the gates of Impel Down echoed. It seemed to announce his arrival to all. Witnessing Li Xian's valiant feat, even these pirates could not help but cast him admiring glances. This man had audaciously breached their confines, shattering the door that had isolated them from the outside world with a single punch. What incredible strength that required. Yet while these individuals gazed at Li Xian with awe, he himself paid little heed to them. Merely glancing around the environment, he extended his right hand, dark energy particles swirling at his fingertips, gently tapping, seemingly on the verge of embarking on a new journey. An endless cascade of dark particles poured down like a torrential rain. These black particles were the fundamental technique unique to the serpent. Do not underestimate this simple skill, for its might was astonishingly formidable. Furthermore, these dark particles were renowned for breaching defenses. What in the world could withstand the onslaught of such particles? A thunderous sound reverberated through the air, fleeting in an instant. Dark particles crashed heavily into a corner of the Red Lotus Hell, immediately stirring up a wave of turbulent air that rapidly spread outward. Prisoners and guards who were slightly slow to react were struck down by that terrifying force before they could evade it. Accompanied by the immense gravitational pull of the pitch-black particles and the deafening roar, a colossal passageway, measuring 10 zhang in diameter, suddenly emerged, directly piercing through the second prison to the Beast Hell. The advanced city is divided into 6 levels, with heavy metallic layers separating each level. This super prison is situated deep beneath the ocean, its 6-layer structure delving hundreds of meters into the depths. Each level is vast, soaring several dozen meters high, and the metallic walls between levels exceed 10 meters in thickness. Yet, astonishingly, this 10-meter thick metallic barrier was shattered by a single strike from a man. Who could he be to breach the gates of Advanced City with such ease, and then proceed to obliterate the barrier between the Red Lotus Hell and the Beast Hell? Was this man truly intent on storming Advanced City? Within the confines of Red Lotus Hell, numerous pirates gazed in awe at the figure suspended in midair, as if he were a deity. They were merely prisoners of the first layer of Advanced City, their experiences and powers severely limited. Many were but small-time pirates from the 4 seas, possessing scant knowledge of devil fruits or hockey. When had they ever witnessed such terrifying power that could breach the barriers between the first and second layers in one fell swoop? Li Xian, with an air of indifference, surveyed his surroundings with his golden pupils before descending directly downwards with 2 companions, those pirates. He was no longer of concern. The second layer of Advanced City, known as Beast Hell, housed prisoners of even greater strength, guarded by numerous ferocious beasts. These creatures instilled dread, for even the most formidable of pirates escaping from their confines would meet their demise when faced with the onslaught they could summon. However, for Li Xian, this posed no challenge. With a deafening explosion, a section of the steel interlayer in Beast Hell erupted, flames gushing forth and capturing the attention of all prisoners below. They looked up to see a massive hole, resembling a fissure, appearing before them as countless pirates watched. 3 figures descended gracefully, akin to deities descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of majesty. All the pirates were rendered speechless in shock. This was the deep sea prison. Advanced City. How could anyone dare to force their way in? And yet here they were, having successfully infiltrated. After a brief moment of astonishment, in the second layer of Beast Hell, countless beasts began to roar. Launching an assault on the 3 figures, calm and composed, Gaineyes waved his hand gently, summoning an endless tempest that swept outward, instantly tearing apart the beasts charging at the forefront into mere fragments, leaving not even a remnant behind, only a torrential rain of blood. The witnessing pirates were once again struck with terror by Gaineyes' formidable storm power. These beasts, each fierce and brutal, had devoured countless comrades before their eyes. Yet now, these savage creatures were effortlessly slaughtered by the man wielding the wind, falling in droves as if reaped like wheat. That was a merciless massacre. In the distance, a colossal shadow swiftly emerged, leaping towards the trio in a matter of bounds. Sphinx. As the shadow grew clearer, the surrounding pirates gasped in astonishment. With a massive form and a hint of wicked fangs, it stood before Li Xian and his companions. Resembling a lion with a human face, its stark black and white eyes were fixed intently on Li Xian, brimming with wariness. Italian noodle soup, Sphinx uttered in an unintelligible tongue, causing the nearby pirates to stifle their laughter. Replaced instead by a sense of dread. Beast, do you dare to obstruct the path of a deity? Li Xian floated in midair, casting a dismissive glance at Sphinx, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. Soy sauce ramen. Sphinx's expression shifted to one of rage, its powerful limbs crashing down onto the ground, before it leapt into the air, baring its sharp teeth, exuding an aura of malevolence that made onlookers furrow their brows. Li Xian's eyes betrayed no hint of fear, only disdain, as he extended a hand, Gathering an ominous black energy, a sphinx rushed within 3 meters of Xuan. It was suddenly frozen in midair by that black energy, as if ensnared by an indestructible black shield. The stark contrast between the two created a powerful visual impact. Xian's haughty voice rang out. "Get lost!" The dark energy erupted violently. Boom! Fear-filled Sphinx's eyes as an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling it towards the ground of beast hell. The sight of Sphinx crashing down at breakneck speed was heart-stopping, and in that instant, it shattered several prison walls, transforming bound pirates into mere clouds of blood before they could even react. Yet, Sphinx did not halt. Propelled by immense force, it continued its descent, breaking through the 10-meter thick steel interlayer, creating a passageway to the third layer. The hunger held in the span of a mere minute. The passage from the first layer of Red Lotus Hell had just been opened. The three had descended. The rampaging beasts were systematically dispatched by the man controlling the tempest, and the leader of Beast Hell, Sphinx, was defeated in one fell swoop by the silver-haired man, creating a route leading to Hunger Hell. In that moment, all were left dumbfounded. This was Advanced City. Who on earth were these three? Did they truly intend to fight their way to the very depths of Advanced City? Li Xian's golden pupils had long since ceased to regard the pirates. Without hesitation, he plunged into the massive hole, racing towards the direction of Hunger held that moment. Within the office of the Warden of Advanced City, a peculiar commotion unfolded, accompanied by an unbearable stench emanating from a mobile restroom. Could it be that someone was brazenly attacking Advanced City? All naval vessels stationed outside Advanced City have been annihilated. The gates of Advanced City have been blasted open. Furthermore, a pathway had been forcibly carved from Red Lotus Hell straight through to Beast Hell. Magellan, the Warden of Advanced City, whose dual horns and wings marked him, was in a state of utter turmoil, his heart ablaze with rage. Moments ago, a guard had informed him of an incursion into Advanced City, yet he had not given it much heed. After all, thousands of Navy personnel and numerous heavy warships were stationed outside. To breach such defenses would require considerable effort. However, to his astonishment, mere moments after hanging up the phone, another call came in, informing him that the station Navy had been completely obliterated. Magellan was left agape, even questioning whether the guard was playing a cruel joke on him. How could several thousand Navy personnel, led by 3 admirals, be so easily defeated? After repeated confirmations, Magellan reluctantly accepted the grim reality. Then, another call relayed the catastrophic news that the gates of Advanced City had been destroyed. Following this, a massive breach had been blasted open in Red Lotus Hell, leading to Beast Hell. Magellan found this almost absurd, as if he were listening to a fantastical tale. Just as he prepared to investigate this audacious act personally, the phone rang urgently once more. "Warden, a grave situation has arisen. Beast Hell has been breached. The enemy has reached the third layer. Hunger Hell." Magellan, who had only just risen, felt the world spin around him. What was happening? He had only squatted for a few minutes. Yet the supposedly impregnable underwater fortress of Advanced City was being dismantled so effortlessly within such a short span of time. Since receiving the first call, it had scarcely been 10 minutes. In this brief interval, the intruders had achieved such devastation. How long would it take them to breach all 6 layers of Advanced City at this rate? Even the legendary escape of the Golden Lion could not compare. There was no time to waste. If this continued, the entire Advanced City would be overrun. Magellan's gaze darkened, his expression growing increasingly grim. He understood that this group of invaders was no ordinary rabble. They likely possessed the means to shatter the myth of Advanced City's invulnerability. Thus, he decisively seized the phone, his tone icy as he issued orders to the high-ranking officials of Advanced City. "Hello. This is Magellan Domino. Immediately take your men to the 5th layer, the extreme cold hell. Saldeus, ensure you bring your forces to defend the 5th layer with your lives. Indeed, the enemy has already breached the 3rd layer. It is too late to halt them at the 4th layer. Their speed is astonishing, almost otherworldly. The layered defenses within the City of Advancement were as insubstantial as air to them. They could only abandon the 3rd and 4th layers, focusing all their efforts on the 5th layer, the frigid hell, which absolutely must not fall. Should they allow the invaders to breach the infinite abyss, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic." A dangerous glint flickered in Magellan's eyes. No matter the cost, they must staunchly intercept them in the frigid hell. Even if it meant capturing these lunatics, the third layer of the city of advancement, the Hunger Inferno. This place lay above the scorching inferno and was even more brutal. In this level, the guards offered no sustenance to the prisoners. The inmates here suffered from an eternal and insatiable hunger, a state where their eyes turned crimson, desperate enough to gnaw on the very earth itself. A glance across the vast prison revealed countless bloodshot eyes scouring for anything edible. Some even lay upon the bodies of deceased inmates, blood-soaked and grim, a scene too harrowing to behold. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the entire prison. A massive hole had appeared in the seemingly indestructible ceiling above them, and a flash of golden light emerged from within. Through their hazy vision, they could barely discern a figure lightly tapping the void. Instantly, dark particles descended rapidly, accompanied by another earth-shattering boom. The ground beneath them began to tremble violently, in the distance. Amidst the swirling dust, the earth was blasted open, creating a gaping chasm. The very ground they stood upon shattered like the overhead deck. 3 figures plummeted from the sky, not sparing a glance at the starved inmates below. The scorching inferno was no different. All guards and guard beasts, even Li Xian, need not intervene. Ganese merely waved his arm lightly, and a series of hurricanes swept away their lives. Blood rained down, and no one could halt the advance of these 3 individuals. As Ganese was dispatching the guards, Li Xian too acted swiftly, his fingertip directing another layer of ground to transform into a pitch-black abyss. In the depths of the abyss, the 3 figures slowly descended. They had arrived at the final layer of the city of advancement. The polar hell. This was the penultimate prison level, housing pirates with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions. Yet at this moment, it was filled with countless guards, guard beasts, and all the high-ranking officials of the city. Each bearing a heavy heart, a man clad in black leather, adorned with demonic horns and wings, stood there, his visage fierce enough to instill dread merely by his stance. Yet this seemingly hellish figure wore a countenance shrouded in gloom. He had just received news via phone bug that the ones breaching the layered defenses of the city were not a multitude, but merely 3. "Director," came a voice from the phone bug. "Those 3 have already pierced through the 3rd layer's floor and reached the 4th layer." Upon hearing this news, Magellan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the 5th layer's frigid prison was unsuitable for combat. However, if the enemy were to appear in the 4th layer, there might still be a chance to prevent their advance. They had arrived just in time. A thunderous roar interrupted his thoughts, this time emanating from above them. The tremendous sound shattered the sky, sharp and piercing. The hearts of all present tightened as they struggled to look up. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, dust billowed from the deck above as 3 figures slowly descended. A sacred golden pillar of light surrounded them, intertwining with winds and thunder, producing a chilling howl. The 3 hovered in midair, their golden pupils sweeping across the scene, their overwhelming presence rendering everyone unable to lift their heads. A godlike authority, terrifying beyond measure. In the face of such divine majesty, even Magellan felt his heart sink, the pressure intensifying. This man was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Fixating on the short-haired, stern-faced man, Magellan's expression darkened further. He had consistently overestimated the strength of these 3 invaders. Yet now it became evident that even with his inflated assessments, he had still underestimated them, setting aside the other 2 for now. Just the silver-haired man alone surpassed Magellan's own power. How formidable! This was simply excessive. The guards below gazed at the enormous chasm before them, akin to a rift in the heavens, their astonishment palpable. "Halt them!" Magellan's eyes brimmed with vigilance as he decisively commanded. Despite the guards' terrified expressions, under Magellan's intimidating presence, they charged towards the 3 figures like a swarm of ants. Ganese stepped forward with disdain, cradling Kakuri, one hand extending. The winds began to converge into his palm, the surrounding air swirling with a sharp intensity. In an instant, 2 tornadoes surged forth, the concealed wind blades effortlessly slicing through the guards' bodies. Faced with these 2 tornadoes, even the numerous guards found themselves tightly ensnared. Witnessing this scene, Magellan's heart sank. He had come to a rough understanding of Gani's strength. It appeared that not only was the silver-haired man's power extraordinary, but the other two were also formidable foes. The City of Advancement was genuinely ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. Magellan stepped forward, purple poison roiling within him, and he shouted loudly, fully activating his devil fruit ability. Poison Dragon! 3 colossal dragons, formed from swirling purple toxin, soared into the air, their claws bared as they roared towards the 2 tornadoes. The hissing sound filled the air as the hundreds of meters between them vanished in an instant. The 3 poison dragons collided fiercely with the tornadoes, the toxins beginning to corrode the blades of wind. Soon, the noxious substance splattered outward, creating bottomless pits of poison upon impact. The 2 tornadoes dissipated, transforming into ethereal wind that vanished into the void. Poison pufferfish. After blocking Gani's attack, Magellan seized the opportunity to unleash a rapidly propelled purple poison orb, forming a barrage of purple projectiles aimed directly at the 3. Wherever this purple barrage struck, the air itself was poisoned, emitting a hissing sound. Gale. Gani's gaze turned frigid as the power of wind surged in his hands that a tempest imbued with countless wind blades howled forth, leaving no trace of life in its wake. The booming sound of their clash resonated as the 2 forces violently collided in midair. The venom and wind dispersed chaotically, should the guards inadvertently come into contact with such an intense assault. The consequences would be unimaginable. Mortal, do you dare to obstruct me before the divine? Gani's coldly questioned after using a tempest to deflect Magellan's poison pufferfish attack. The surrounding air swirled as the wind power surged, his previously indifferent expression gradually darkening. And no matter who it is, at this moment, Magellan was enveloped in purple toxins, preparing to confront a new challenge. The power of poison surged forth like a raging tide, cascading towards the ground, instantly creating a deep pit beneath his feet, showcasing its terrifying corrosive force. His eyes were a blend of shock and seriousness. However, he showed no sign of retreat, resolutely declaring, "Even within this city of advancement, you shall not act with impunity." Immediately, the surging poison within Magellan transformed into 3 massive columns of toxin, charging towards Li Xian and his 2 companions. Humph! Gani's let out a cold grunt, the winds whipping around him as he prepared to strike. Just then, a voice, tinged with the arrogance of a celestial being, echoed through the air. "An ignorant mortal, do you presume to waste my time?" This statement sent shivers down the spines of all present. This inviolable divine authority, along with the sensation of being inherently superior, was overwhelming. How could he claim to be a god? Wasn't such a notion always a mere fabrication? Many wished to refute him, deeming it utterly absurd. Yet at this moment, the air of haughty superiority radiating from Li Xian made them hesitate. Some even began to question whether deities truly existed in this world. Was that person truly a god? As Li Xian's words echoed, the 3 columns of poison were now less than 3 meters from the trio. The toxins writhed violently, as if alive. Magellan gritted his teeth, thinking, "God, let us see how you withstand my poison." In an instant, the sound of space fracturing rang out as a pitch-black energy materialized before Li Xian and his companions, forcefully blocking the potent toxins capable of corroding sea prism stone, preventing them from advancing even an inch further. Not only that, but when a fierce glint flashed in Li Xian's eyes, the 3 columns of poisonous energy rebounded. Magellan's eyes widened as he heard the hissing of corrosion ringing in his ears. The poison plummeted violently, crashing beside him and splattering outward for dozens of meters. In this area, anyone contaminated by the poison collapsed, emitting agonized wails. Some were even unfortunate enough to be engulfed by the toxin, becoming mere heaps of bleached bones. Above, lightning crackled as Li Xian crossed his arms over his chest, the ghostly blue thunder erupting in his hands. Thick bolts of lightning, akin to massive serpents, descended with a terrifying force, striking down ferociously. Beneath the thunderous wrath, the onlookers were struck with awe and trepidation. Could it be that they had encountered the god of thunder? A colossal warrior, forged from venomous might, emerged amidst Magellan's furious roar. The splattering purple toxins swiftly corroded a vast expanse of land. Enveloped in a shroud of purple poison, this gargantuan figure pulsated with a toxic energy that expanded and detonated with each passing moment. With Magellan's command, the toxic giant unleashed a barrage of venomous assaults, confronting the thunderous dragon that descended from the heavens with an overwhelming force, reverberating like a relentless storm as the lightning struck. It erupted with a thunderous roar. Serpentine bolts of electricity danced through the air. The azure dragon of thunder cascaded down, instantly enveloping the purple titan in its blinding glow. The electric serpents coiled around the toxic giant, whose very essence trembled beneath the terrifying onslaught of thunder. Contorting its visage in a grotesque display of agony that moment, the toxic giant seemed almost alive. Yet, as the giant endured this cataclysmic power, Magellan, its master, bore the brunt of the torment as well. The blue lightning surged from the giant towards Magellan, enveloping him in its radiance, as the horrific force incessantly gnawed at his nerves. Remarkably, the toxic giant had absorbed nearly all the thunder's fury, leaving only remnants to cascade upon Magellan. Should the giant fall, the consequences would be catastrophic. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the towering figure of the toxic giant, standing at 10 meters, was obliterated by the thunder. Its venomous form vaporized into the ether. The unimpeded torrents of lightning cascaded down upon Magellan with unrelenting ferocity. The brilliant blue light erupted, saturating the entire area, leaving the spectators with naught but azure visions. "Director, Magellan!" A multitude of voices cried out from behind him. Though they could not witness the scene before them, the dread of the impending thunder was palpable. Could it be that their invincible leader, Magellan, was on the verge of defeat? Were they truly to witness the fall of Impel Down before their very eyes? The explosive sounds echoed relentlessly, a furious force sweeping across the surroundings, affecting countless guards and beastly sentinels. Even the slightest trace of lightning was enough to annihilate them by the countless. Once the chaos subsided, Hannibal and his companions staggered to their feet, gazing at the faint outline of a gaping hole. Their hearts sank into despair. If they had not erred in their observation, it was the very ground beneath them that had been shattered by the thunder. And here they stood at the 5th level. Should it be shattered once more, they would be upon the deepest recesses of Impel Down, an abyss housing true horrors, each a tempestuous force upon the seas. It was over. This time, it was truly over. If the adversaries unleashed their full might, even the Navy's reinforcements might find it impossible to halt them. Considering the demolished floor, it was likely that even the formidable Magellan would struggle to survive such an offensive. Clatter of Hannibal's weapon clattered to the ground. If even Magellan could not withstand that man, how could they hope to endure? If their foes raised their blades against them, they would possess no capacity for resistance. One by one, the guards collapsed in fear, paralyzed by terror. Some even found themselves shedding liquid beneath their trembling legs. Yet it was evident that Li Xian held no interest in these insignificant insects. As long as they did not dare to provoke him, he could not even be bothered to cast a glance in their direction. Once assured of Magellan's demise, Li Xian led his 3 companions through the passageway created by the Thunder's onslaught. As they traversed through the depths of Impel Down, the terrifying entities confined within looked up at the overhead aperture, their shock unmasked. Despite being the turbulent currents of the sea, this spectacle had indeed shaken them. During their imprisonment in Impel Down, they had witnessed the ironclad defenses of this underwater prison. Even the mightiest of admirals could not breach its stronghold. Yet now, the ceiling of the infinite hell had been rent asunder. What could possibly have transpired? Were the guards engaged in some folly, or had someone truly breached the depths of the infinite hell? In the next moment, the truth would unveil itself. 3 figures descended slowly through the passageway. It was Katakuri. Recent arrivals among the pirates suddenly caught sight of a man cradling another, their pupils dilating in shock. They were not unfamiliar with the second-in-command of the Big Mom pirates. Having been imprisoned for a shorter duration, had the pirate crew come to their aid? Yet, where were their comrades? And who were those 3? The celestial beings they recognized were not of this ilk. Katakuri was injured, while they remained unscathed. Clearly, these 3 were formidable indeed. Perhaps they were new recruits to the crew as they beheld the quartet. Speculation ran rampant among the pirates. However, they could not fathom that Katakuri had not been harmed by the Navy. but rather by the very man now holding him. One brazen pirate, nearly certain of his assumptions, called out to Li Xian and his companions, "You brats! You must be from the pirate crew. Hurry and help me get this thing open. I have some connections." Jaina's expression darkened. How dare this fool address him with such insolence? With a swift motion, he unleashed a razor-sharp wind blade, its speed rendering hope futile, piercing through the pirate's chest with brutal precision. The pirate's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed a trembling finger at Jaina's, meeting his demise with a bitter resolve. Were it not for the sea-stone shackles binding him, Jaina's would not have dispatched him so easily. Yet, as a devil fruit user, he was powerless against Jaina's wind blade, rendered utterly incapable of resistance. With a single hand, Jaina's had instilled fear among the gathered pirates. The few who had contemplated speaking were left breathless. Thankful they had not lingered too long, for they might have shared the same fate. Throughout the ordeal, Li Xian had not even cast a glance at the imprisoned pirates. They were but pitiful remnants of failure, oblivious to the superiority they presumed to possess. Disregarding these insignificant beings, Li Xian guided his companions, following the system's direction to an area infused with the powers of the earth. Upon Li Xian's signal, Jaina's cast aside Katakuri's form. The latter landed steadily in a realm brimming with earthy energies. The yellow energy seemed to respond to a summoning, swirling around Katakuri with fervor, enveloping him entirely and surging into his being. Awakening the dormant bloodline of the ancient drought, flecks of golden light flickered as Li Xian's golden eyes reflected the dynamic energies. 7 days, perhaps, with the news of the Assassin Alliance's close ties to the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy would surely rethink their opposition against the Celestial Clan. Once the drought awakened, alongside the emergence of the 4 emperors, even the full might of the Navy may not suffice to thwart them. Awaken, drought! Join me in proclaiming the arrival of the Celestial Clan to the seas. This time, the Assassin Alliance and the Celestial Clan shall together instill tremors across the world. Lightning raged like a tempest, tearing through the heavens as bolts danced like serpents in the air. The immense blue thunder dragon cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly submerging the purple titan, engulfing it in a dense azure glow. The might of the thunder spread across the toxic giant's skin. Even as the creature succumbed to its venomous affliction and lost its sanity, it trembled uncontrollably beneath the overwhelming surge of thunder. Its face contorted in excruciating pain, if awakened to life in that very moment. The colossal being of venom struggled with great exertion. Yet this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The venomous giant valiantly resisted the onslaught of thunder. But remnants of the tempest surged forth like a raging tide towards Magellan, its controller. The azure brilliance of the thunder illuminated the surroundings, enveloping Magellan tightly, as that destructive force incessantly gnawed at his nerves. Despite the venomous giant having mitigated the majority of the thunder's wrath, the pressure bearing down upon Magellan had rendered him utterly tormented. Amidst the deafening explosions, the towering venomous giant, reaching 10 meters in height, shattered and crumbled under the relentless assault of thunder, even its lethal toxins evaporating into the ether and dispersing. The thunder struck mercilessly at Magellan, fierce as a tempest. In an instant, the entire expanse of the 5th District was suffused with the azure radiance of thunder, leaving only blinding blue light in the eyes of the onlookers. Director Magellan. The crowd behind him cried out in terror and disarray, though they could not perceive the scene before them. The terrifying might of the thunder suggested that even the invincible Magellan might struggle to endure. The roaring crescendo of explosions reverberated, the immense shock waves affecting countless jailers and their beasts. Even a trace of the thunder's residual might could prove fatal to an ordinary person. After the tumult subsided, Hannibal and his companions clambered awkwardly to their feet, their gazes fixated on the distant, gaping chasm. The realization struck them that the thunder had breached the floor, leading downwards into the abyss of infinite hell, where the most horrifying of terrorists, who had instigated countless bloodshed upon the seas, were imprisoned. They understood that today, the advanced city might truly be on the verge of being breached by these 3 formidable foes. Should those incarcerated fiends escape, even reinforcements dispatched from the Navy headquarters may prove inadequate to stem their rampage. Glancing once more at the ground shattered by thunder, it seemed Magellan too was in grave peril amidst such an onslaught. At that moment, with a soft thud, Hannibal's weapon slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. They comprehended that if even Magellan could not withstand that man, how could they possibly hope to do so? If their enemies chose to strike mercilessly, they would be utterly powerless to resist. Countless jailers collapsed onto the ground, fear etched upon their faces, some even so overwhelmed with panic that they soiled themselves. Yet, for these insignificant beings, Li Xian harbored no intention of concern. As long as they understood their place and refrained from crossing his boundaries, he couldn't be bothered to cast even a glance in their direction. After confirming Magellan's fall, Li Xian led the other three into the passage blasted open by the thunder, traversing through the 5th district and arriving at Infinite Hell. The prisoners here looked up in awe at the massive hole above. Their eyes filled with shock. They had already witnessed the unparalleled fortitude of this underwater prison. Even a general-level powerhouse could not breach the advanced city. Yet at this moment, a gaping hole had been smashed into the ceiling of Infinite Hell, leaving them utterly astonished. Shortly thereafter, the three descended slowly from the passage, and a few pirates, recently incarcerated, recognized the figure cradling Kakuri, their pupils constricting instantly. Were they members of a pirate crew? Why could they not see any of the other crew members? And who were these three? Why was Katakuri so grievously wounded while they remained unscathed? One pirate, nearly certain of the truth, shouted towards Li Xian and his companions. "Hey, you guys must be from the pirate crew, right? Come help me open this thing. I have some connections with him." However, Goni's expression turned icy at such a disdainful attitude. He swiftly unleashed a blade of wind, piercing through the heart of that pirate in an instant. The pirate's eyes widened in shock, unable to close, for had it not been for the shackles of sea prism stone, he would never have fallen to Goni's wind blade. Witnessing this, the other pirates fell silent, grateful for their timely retreat. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Hell, Xian disregarded the prisoners entirely, leading his two companions, according to the system's guidance, to an area imbued with the essence of the earth. Goni, following Li Xian's instructions, cast Katakuri's body into this realm suffused with yellow earth energy. The yellow energy seemed to respond to a call, immediately converging upon Katakuri, swiftly surrounding him and continuously infusing him with power. Invigorating his exhausted earth bloodline of the 7 wastes, the radiant yellow glow shimmered, as Li Xian, with golden eyes, observed the unfolding scene, murmuring to himself. In 7 days, once the news of the alliance between the Assassin League and the Whitebeard Pirate spreads, the Navy will surely cease their hardline approach against the Celestial God clan. Once the 7 wastes awakens, with 3 of the 4 heavenly kings stirring, even if the Navy headquarters deploys their entire force, victory will not be guaranteed. 7 wastes, awaken swiftly. Join me in proclaiming the return of the Celestial God clan to the seas, this time with the Assassin League and the Celestial God clan united. Let the entire world tremble in the advanced city, Infinite Hell. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely contemplated subjugating the pirate gangs within this place. After all, those confined in the 6th layer of hell were the fiercest of the ocean's elite. Capturing these individuals would undoubtedly bolster one's own strength. However, for Li Xian, these individuals held no value. Beneath his guise of QI, he commanded 3 elite shadow assassins along with over 6,000 elite members of the Assassin League. Beneath the guise of Orochi, he already had Goni, Charmy, and the soon-to-awaken 7 wastes of the parched earth. Each of them possessed extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of the prisoners in Infinite Hell. Moreover, in terms of loyalty, they eclipsed the prisoners entirely. Thus, when faced with the constant appeals of prisoners seeking to pledge allegiance, Li Xian never even cast a glance in their direction. The earthy energy coiled around Katakuri, its faint glow revealing profound earth power. Waves of energy radiated outward, a terrifying force gathering strength. Though it required just a moment longer, Xian lifted his gaze, his golden pupils directed beyond the confines of Advanced City. Though layers of decks obscured his view, he could still sense the situation outside. Are they here? In his perception, a grand fleet of over 50 large warships, accompanied by at least 20,000 soldiers, was approaching the perimeter of Advanced City. This indicated that the Navy's reinforcements comprised a formidable force of 20,000 elite troops and 50 large warships. More predictably, he sensed three powerful energies interwoven with brilliance: coldness and heat. Indeed, these were the three admirals of the Navy. Now, faced with his numerous disguises, the Navy dared not dispatch only one admiral to confront him, let alone act independently. He also detected a presence almost on par with his own. Kong, or perhaps Sengoku, or a hidden master from the world government. Sensing the power encircling Advanced City, a smile crept onto Li Xian's lips as he remained unperturbed. The combination of an emperor-level combatant with three admiral-level presences was precisely as he had anticipated, not significantly different in strength. Even if they couldn't be defeated outright, in the short term, the opposing forces would find it challenging to gain the upper hand. Now, the public execution of Ace was about to commence. And the news of the meeting between the Whitebeard pirates and the Assassin League had likely reached the Navy by now to that time. Without him needing to say a word, they would know precisely what to do. System, will the awakening of the Seven Wastes be interrupted? Li Xian shot a worried glance at Katakuri, enveloped in the yellow energy, inquiring within his mind. Though he had swept through Advanced City and personally dealt with Director Magellan, countless prisoners remained in Infinite Hell, along with numerous jailers and high-ranking officials in the upper levels of Advanced City. There was no guarantee that these individuals would not interfere with Infinite Hell, or that the prisoners could not break free from their confines, that if he withstood the Navy headquarters' fierce assault only to receive news of the Seven Wastes Awakening failure, it would indeed be a headache. During the Awakening period, each of the 8 heroes possessed their own protective forces. Even an Emperor-level combatant could not disrupt their awakening. In his mind, the system's response relieved Li Xian's concerns. Then, I have no further worries. Navy, my sincerest apologies. Having used the Assassin League to frustrate you and the world government last time, it seems I'll have to employ the Celestial God clan once more to give you another surprise. Moreover, your plan to assert dominance through Ace's execution is likely to fall flat. By then, if the Navy can manage to maintain its prestige without decline, it will be a feat in itself. Let alone seek to elevate it. Dream on. Li Xian's smile widened. Outside Advanced City, 50 large Navy warships lined up in formation, tightly surrounding the premises. Upon one heavily fortified ship stood Akiji, Kizuru, and Sengoku at the bow. The sea breeze rustled their banner of justice behind them. Haven't we established contact yet? Sengoku's expression darkened as he questioned the Navy officer beside him. Marshal Sengoku, the report from Advanced City indicates that Director Magellan led a number of jailers and officers in the 5th layer of extreme cold hell to intercept those 3 madmen. In the aftermath of the warring states, a naval officer wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reporting anxiously, "Since the arrival of this alarming news, we have been unable to establish contact with Advanced City." Upon hearing the officer's report, the expressions of the 4 generals grew increasingly grim. The enemy had shattered the layers of defense at Advanced City like a hot knife through butter, and Magellan was preparing to intercept with all his might. However, the intelligence ceased at this juncture. Why could they not reach Advanced City? Was it due to the ferocity of the battle, with all combatants engrossed in a life-and-death struggle, or had Advanced City been utterly annihilated? If it were the former, the situation would not be dire, as resistance still persisted. But if the latter were true, it would indeed spell catastrophe. Admiral Sengoku, we must storm in and punish these ignorant souls who scorn justice. Akainu, surrounded by swirling magma and waves of heat, suggested coldly while wearing his naval hat. Sengoku fixed his gaze on the smoking, ravaged gates of Advanced City, murmuring to himself, "What has transpired at Advanced City?" At this moment, even Akiji voiced his urgency. "Admiral, we can no longer afford to delay. The situation within Advanced City has been engaged in fierce combat with Li Xian and his companions for over an hour now. Prolonging this impasse would be exceedingly detrimental for those within Advanced City." Although Magellan was formidable, his strength rivaled that of the admirals at Navy headquarters. The opposing force was even more terrifying. Perhaps it was already remarkable that Magellan had managed to hold out until now. They had no more time to squander. With a deep breath, Sengoku clenched his fists, preparing to issue orders to the communications officer. All personnel, suddenly, a piercing hum interrupted his command, as a golden pillar of light shot skyward from the depths of Advanced City, capturing everyone's attention. Accompanied by a sacred aura, three figures leisurely emerged from the golden beam, striding through the air, with the radiant column behind them, resembling a colossal beam connecting heaven and earth, its brilliance dazzling. This spectacle was akin to deities descending from the heavens, yet the golden column did not originate from above. At this moment, Li Xian unreservedly revealed his divine might, exerting pressure upon the 20,000 Navy personnel before him. An invisible aura spread outward, its influence palpable as the air trembled, even causing ripples to form on the ocean's surface despite the absence of wind. The divine presence he emanated enveloped the entire contingent of 20,000 Navy troops. Although the scope diminished its potency, it nonetheless caused a heavy sense of despair to quietly take root in their hearts. This force was peculiar, reminiscent of Conqueror's haki, yet distinctly different. Sengoku furrowed his brow in contemplation that if such divine might were to focus solely upon him, it would undoubtedly yield a significant impact. However, now that it was dispersed among so many, it posed no tangible threat to him. Nevertheless, his curiosity regarding this strange power intensified, for its oppressive aura far surpassed that of Conqueror's haki. This group of celestial beings seemed to harbor numerous secrets. Akiji's eyes sparkled with insight, and Sengoku sensed that the other two shared his realization. Truly astonishing. Kizaru's voice was languid yet exaggerated. Why did these recently emerged individuals possess such extraordinary prowess? Kizaru's words resonated within Sengoku and the others. They had navigated these waters for decades. While not omniscient, they were well-versed in its intricacies, even possessing many secrets unknown to the outside world. In terms of knowledge of these seas, no one rivaled the Navy, aside from the world government. Yet, why did forces within these waters, such as the shadowy assassin Chi and the Assassin Alliance, manage to injure Logia users without relying on haki or sea stone? Moreover, how could individuals powerful enough to effortlessly obliterate the four Emperor's pirate crews remain concealed for years, eluding even the most exhaustive investigations by the world government? Their sudden emergence and thunderous assault caught both the Navy and the world government off guard. The similarities between the abilities of Orochi and Conqueror's haki, as well as the shared command of thunder by Major General Kina and Orochi, all of this seemed to swirl like a vortex, inviting contemplation. Yet to this day, Sengoku, the strategist, had been unable to unravel the threads. Nor had he even speculated closeness to the truth. An intangible feeling hinted that a connection or relationship undoubtedly existed between the Assassin Alliance and this so-called Celestial clan, having held the rank of admiral for several decades. Neither the former Roger nor the currently rampant Revolutionary Army had ever imposed such pressure upon him, especially considering that the adversary lacked any discernible foundation. He had no foothold to grasp. Moreover, the capabilities and strength of the foe bore substantial implications for the seas. What terrified him the most, however, was the striking resemblance to the Assassin Alliance's method of appearance. Both were similarly reticent, with the world government utterly unable to unearth any information, yet both made a thunderous entrance. Though the Celestial clan's strength was notably inferior to that of the Assassin Alliance, the current trio alone, once they gathered some followers, would be sufficient to become sovereigns of a new world. Such figures were rare indeed across the vast seas. A connection must exist between them. Otherwise, how could one explain these myriad similarities? Regardless of what they concealed, evil would ultimately face justice. Though astonished by Li Xian's terrifying aura, he could not suppress his indignation. With magma swirling and heat radiating in all directions, Akainu's fists began to flow with molten rock, poised to unleash a terrifying assault. Were it not for Sengoku's presence, should it have been merely Akiji and Kizaru, he might have already unleashed a devastating punch. Sengoku released his own aura, aiding the Navy personnel aboard the surrounding warships in dissipating the overwhelming pressure. He stepped forward, his aura erupting, gazing up at the godlike figure, and coldly declared, "Orochi, leader of the Celestial clan, will you comprehend the magnitude of the crime you have committed by attacking Advanced City?" A chilling atmosphere permeated the air, filled with the scent of gunpowder and an impending sense of slaughter. Every individual stood rigid, awaiting Sengoku's command. Emerging from the golden pillar, Li Xian gazed down upon Sengoku, his golden pupils brimming with disdain. I, a deity, stand above all. You are but a mere mortal, daring to question me. His arrogance was palpable. Within Orochi's heart, an overwhelming pride surged. How could he tolerate a mortal's audacity to challenge him? Crack! Sengoku's clenched fists turned pale, his countenance darkened to the utmost. This was truly the most arrogant individual he had ever encountered. Such haughty demeanor. Could it be that he truly regarded himself as a god from the heavens? Though he had heard of such arrogance before, he remained astounded by this encounter. Comparatively, even the self-proclaimed Dragonites paled in comparison, and the target of this bravado was none other than himself. Truly, this was the height of hubris. Sengoku's gaze gradually steadied, his tone calm, yet laced with an endless chill and killing intent. Only the small and ignorant would dare to proclaim themselves as gods. Rage ignited within Sengoku's chest. He would make Orochi regret his transgressions. This man named Orochi had no right to look down upon him, the admiral of the navy, with such an air of superiority, even if his origins were shrouded in mystery. Even if he concealed numerous secrets, Sengoku vowed to bring him crashing from his pedestal. He would demonstrate the absurdity of Orochi's self-proclaimed divinity. Insignificant as dust, how could mere mortals comprehend the might of the divine? In response to warring state sarcasm, Li Xian maintained a stoic expression, calmly stating, the deity known as the She has not self-proclaimed himself. She embodies the very will of Earth's inception, in a certain sense. He is the Earth itself, setting aside his formidable power. The mere level of his existence transcends that of humankind. Warring State's gaze grew increasingly grave as he recalled the recent news. Magellan had gathered all forces of Advanced City to confront the trio of the Celestial Clan in the Frigid Abyss, preparing for a decisive battle. However, since the communication was severed, they had been unable to re-establish contact with Advanced City. Meanwhile, the trespassing trio of the Celestial Clan appeared before him with unsettling ease, prompting a disquieting conjecture to surface in Warring State's mind. A weighty pressure descended upon him as he cast a deep glance at Li Xian and whispered to the three admirals behind him. To this moment, communications from Magellan have yet to resume, yet these three stand here unscathed. The situation in Advanced City likely bodes ill. The expressions of the three admirals darkened further. The only plausible explanation for this circumstance was that the trio had triumphed, overwhelming the defenders of Advanced City to the point that they dared not pursue. Yet, was such a victory not overly simplistic? These three bore no signs of damage, even if they were to emerge victorious. It could not be so effortlessly achieved. They were acutely aware of Magellan's prowess, which was certainly not inferior to their OWS. The plan against the Whitebeard pirates was about to unfold. Warring States clenched his fists and spoke with determination. We must swiftly subdue them. Grant no quarter. Understood, Admiral. The three admirals affirmed in unison. They had never entertained the notion of holding back, for the strength of their adversaries was indeed formidable. Having served as a Navy admiral for decades, facing formidable foes like Roger and the Revolutionary Army, he had never felt such immense pressure as he did today. Particularly daunting was the fact that this group seemed utterly unfounded, leaving him at a loss for how to counter them. Moreover, their influence over the seas was profoundly unsettling, especially given their striking resemblance in tactics to the Assassin Alliance. Stealthy and elusive, even the world government could not glean any information about them. When they struck, it was with cataclysmic force. Although the overall strength of the Celestial Clan may be slightly inferior to that of the Assassin Alliance, should these three recruit subordinates, they would undoubtedly reign supreme in the New World. Such individuals were rare throughout the vast oceans that it was evident to him that a connection must exist between them. Otherwise, how could one explain their numerous similarities? Regardless of what they concealed, evil would ultimately be punished by justice. Deep within, he was also shaken by Li Xian's terrifying aura, yet he resolutely proclaimed, magma bubbles and scorching waves surge forth. Within Akainu's fist, lava begins to flow, poised to unleash a lethal blow, were it not for Warring State's presence. He likely would have succumbed to the urge to strike at Li Xian. Warring States timely unleashed his own oppressive aura, aiding the soldiers aboard the nearby naval vessels in withstanding the overwhelming pressure. He stepped forward, his presence exploding forth, locking his gaze upon the godlike figure before him, and coldly declared, "Dashi, Lord of the Celestial Clan, do you comprehend the grievous sin you have committed by attacking Advanced City?" The air was thick with a chilling atmosphere and a palpable intent to kill, steeped in smoke and tension. All awaited with bated breath for Warring States' next command. That moment, Li Xian emerged from the radiance. Gazing down upon Warring States with disdainful golden eyes, the deity, transcend all existence. You are but a trivial mortal, daring to question me. Upon hearing such words, Dashi felt an overwhelming pride swell within him. How could he, with his nature, tolerate a mere mortal's audacity? Warring States clenched his fists, his countenance ashen. This individual was the most arrogant he had ever encountered. Such a haughty tone suggested he truly regarded himself as a god. Even having heard of his arrogance, he was still astounded by the audacity. In comparison, those self-proclaimed descendants of royalty, the celestial dragons, appeared utterly diminished, not to mention the direct confrontation directed at him. Warring States' expression gradually settled into composure. Yet his words dripped with chilling intent. Only the ignorant and insignificant would dare to proclaim themselves as gods. Fury ignited within Warring States' chest. He resolved to make Dashi regret his hubris. Why should this man, Dashi, look down upon him, the Admiral of the Navy, with such condescension? Even if his origins were shrouded in mystery and he harbored countless secrets, Warring States would ensure he tumbled from his pedestal. Witnessing firsthand the absurdity of his self-deification, in response to Warring States' scorn, Li Xian replied impassively, "Insignificant as dust, how could mere mortals grasp the greatness of the divine?" In truth, the so-called god, Dashi, was not a self-appointed title. He was the very will birthed by the earth. In a certain respect, he embodied the earth itself. Setting aside strength, merely in terms of the hierarchy of life, he had already transcended humanity. Warring States' gaze intensified as he recalled the recent report. Magellan had assembled all the forces of Advanced City to face the Celestial Clan's trio in the icy inferno. Yet since the communication was severed, they had been unable to re-establish contact. Now, the three invaders stood before him unscathed. A disconcerting hypothesis arose in Warring States' mind. A heavy burden pressed upon him as he scrutinized Li Xian. Whispering to the three admirals behind him, "To this day, communications from Magellan have not resumed, yet those three stand here unscathed." The expressions of the three admirals grew increasingly grim. The only conceivable explanation for the scenario was that the trio of the Celestial Clan had vanquished all defenders of Advanced City, leaving even the pursuit unattempted. However, such a victory seemed excessively neat. They were acutely aware of Magellan's strength, which was certainly not inferior to their OWS. The plan against the Whitebeard pirates was on the verge of execution. Warring States clenched his fists and resolutely commanded, "We must swiftly deal with them, leaving no room for mercy." "Understood, Admiral." The three admirals chorused. They had never considered the notion of holding back, for the adversary's strength was indeed formidable. Yet, the trio before them appeared entirely unscathed. Even if they had achieved victory, such ease was inconceivable. After all, they all understood that Magellan's strength was not significantly weaker than theirs. In the next moment, magma erupted like a fountain as Akainu took the initiative. The fury within him seemed poised to ignite the very heavens. He thrust his right fist forward, and amidst the surging lava, a colossal molten canine head took form. The searing heat caused the surrounding air to hiss, waves of warmth rising as the atmosphere transformed into white vapor. Canine fangs of the scarlet lotus. In midair, rivulets of scorching lava cascaded from Akainu's face. His visage twisted in rage as he wielded the immense molten canine head, intent on devouring the trio. Before him, approach my deity. You are woefully unqualified." Li Xian's front was met with a derisive laugh from Ganai's, who then summoned a tempest, a white whirlwind rapidly converging around him, with sharp wind blades swirling in a deadly dance. Hurricane! With a flick of his wrist, a white tempest surged forth, charging like a ferocious tiger towards the massive molten canine head. In an instant, the howling winds clashed violently, the two forces colliding with a resounding boom, causing the surrounding space to ripple with intensity. As the hurricane roared and the magma resisted fiercely, the two forces battled fiercely until the dust settled, their energies neutralizing one another and returning to tranquility. How terrifying! Accompanied by a flash of golden light, Kizaru suddenly materialized behind Ganai's, flamboyantly gesturing. This formidable young man must be the one who defeated Katakuri. Truly terrifying indeed. No sooner had he spoken than Kizaru transformed into a cascade of light particles, unleashing a kick at supersonic speed, powerful enough to obliterate a small island. River of Hades. Ganai's expression shifted slightly as he emitted a cold snort, his form darting through the tempest. Just as Kizaru's lightspeed kick was about to connect, Ganai's vanished from sight, reappearing dozens of meters away. An unending whirlwind enveloped him, leaving behind a series of fading afterimages. At this moment, Ganai's expression was particularly somber, as he had yet to regain his peak condition. While Kizaru possessed the powers of the glint fruit, his speed astonishingly swift. Just moments ago, had he not sensed the impending danger, he would have undoubtedly been caught off guard. Oh, with such speed and reflexes, it is no wonder that even a monster like Katakuri was vanquished by you. Kizaru rested his chin on one hand, while with the other, he gestured, unleashing countless golden beams of light that streaked across the sky like meteors, imbued with astonishing power, aimed directly at Gonez. Gonez let out a cold snort. Had he been at his peak, this monkey-like figure before him would have posed no threat whatsoever. A howling gale surged forth, and a protective barrier of wind stood resolutely before him. Boom, boom, boom! The golden beams detonated in rapid succession, the earth-shattering explosions echoing all around as they expanded outward. Hellhound! Akainu's voice reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by torrents of magma shooting skyward, the vivid crimson hue painting the sky into a breathtaking spectacle. Simultaneously, River of the Underworld, Gonez's countenance darkened, his form a blur as he swiftly retreated from the battlefield. Buzzing, the golden brilliance pursued relentlessly amidst the deafening roar of thunder. The tempest raged, a whirlwind howling as Gonez manipulated the winds. Intertwining with the fierce battle between Akainu and Kizaru on another front, a frigid aura suddenly descended. Vortex of Wrath. Akiji leapt into the air, summoning a ferocious beak-like formation that lunged toward Xuan. Dark Thunder Fist. Charmy wore a solemn expression, her fists clenched tightly, dark lightning coiling around them as she unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The icy beak shattered under the impact of her fist, infused with the energy of dark thunder, scattering into chunks of ice that plummeted downward. Oh! Akiji raised an eyebrow as he noticed his ultimate move being countered. If he was not mistaken, this woman who wielded lightning had grown significantly stronger, and not by a trivial margin. Reaching their level, every enhancement is exceedingly challenging. Yet in merely 2 months, she had ascended from the mid-level of a quasi-admiral to the pinnacle of that rank. What kind of growth rate is this? Or perhaps, during their last encounter, she had been holding back her strength. Otherwise, how could she have progressed so swiftly from the mid-level of a quasi-admiral to the peak? Ice Age. A flicker of anger ignited within him as Akiji spread his arms wide. An overwhelming chill enveloping the area in an instant, waves of frigid air spreading like wildfire, sending shivers down one's spine. This woman, standing before him as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, had actually held back. It was an utter disregard for his existence. Today, he must make her understand what true naval authority entails. The bone-chilling aura approached Charmy with lightning speed, causing her to shudder involuntarily. This is the might of an admiral. Even in comparison to her peak, it was no less formidable. It seems that in this world, the number of powerful beings far exceeds that of the fighting king realm. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled, dark lightning danced wildly. Charmy floated in midair, the thunder acting as her servants, rampaging around her, emanating an aura of terrifying power that sent chills through the air. Staff of the Thunder God, she exclaimed, and in an instant, countless bolts of lightning erupted as if summoned, converging to form a tempestuous sea of thunder that pierced the heavens, sweeping away the cold. The chilling air continuously froze the surrounding space, as if even the lightning would be ensnared within. Thunder continued to roar, desperately attempting to shatter this frigid atmosphere. When these two forces clashed, Akiji's astonishment became even more pronounced. This woman's strength had not only reached the pinnacle of a quasi-admiral, but she could even withstand his Ice Age technique. Could it be that she was concealing her true abilities, or was her actual strength not inferior to his, merely unable to be fully displayed for some reason? If that were the case, then the strength she exhibited as a mid-level quasi-admiral during their last encounter might have been limited due to injury. Her true capabilities were likely on par with his. This realization sent a chill down Akiji's spine. She too was a powerhouse of admiral caliber. Dark Thunder Fist. Amidst the swirling mist, thunder roared as a striking figure rushed forth. In an instant, Charmy, wielding the might of thunder, descended upon Akiji. Surrounded by lightning, Charmy resembled a goddess of thunder emerging from the tempest, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Boom! In a moment of clarity, Akiji transformed into ice, swiftly melting away from his original position. The thunderous energy orb that Charmy swung collided in mid-air, causing a violent tremor. It plummeted toward the ocean, igniting a rapid spread of lightning within the water, creating fearsome rings of energy that instilled dread. You re-injured. Akiji appeared behind Charmy, his face etched with frost, his tone unwavering as he questioned her. Charmy raised her wrist, a dark lightning bolt erupting in response, hurtling towards Akiji. Akiji elementalized to evade the strike. His gaze fixed intently on Charmy. What kind of terrifying entity could inflict such grievous harm upon a being of admiral caliber? Clearly, Charmy's actions and reactions confirmed Akiji's suspicions. Previously, he believed Charmy's rapid ascent from mid-level quasi-admiral to peak in merely 2 months was remarkably swift. However, now he felt a deeper reverence for the individual who had severely injured her. After all, for someone with an admiral's combat power to remain unhealed after such a short span was reminiscent of his own experience following a fierce battle with a Kainu against a formidable foe of the Four Emperors. At that time, he had faced another Four Emperors-level adversary, resulting in severe injuries. The opponent was already of admiral caliber, coupled with that wind-manipulating individual who also possessed admiral-level strength, alongside the figure renowned as a god among the Four Emperors. Who could possibly have dealt such a blow to Charmy in this maritime expanse? Aside from the world government and the navy, who else possessed such strength? And when excluding these two possibilities, only one hypothesis remained. Could it be that the one who harmed Charmy belonged to the Assassin Alliance? Had they crossed paths with the Assassin Alliance and uncovered something? Akiji's eyes flickered with speculation, igniting his fighting spirit. Ice block. Vortex of wrath. With all his might, Akiji cast aside his usual lethargy, a surge of icy air erupting forth as he flung his hand, summoning a colossal ice bird that seemed to possess sentience. Charging towards Charmy. Boom! Lightning intertwined as a beam shot skyward, piercing through the icy giant. The ice shattered and scattered into the air. Ice blade. Cold air expelled from him as Akiji grasped the formed ice blade. Launching it directly at Charmy, Charmy's face turned slightly awkward, yet she showed no sign of fear nor retreat. Instead, she gripped her lightning firmly, resolutely advancing. As a member of the Celestial Tribe, and one of the 4 kings among the 8 greats, how could she flinch before someone slightly weaker than her at her peak? Thunder erupted. Icy winds surged as the two figures clashed rapidly, energy swirling chaotically around them. The ocean outside impelled down froze over, forming a thick layer of ice due to Akiji's power. The biting cold swept over the frozen sea surface, chilling to the bone. Meanwhile, Akainu and Kizuru were fully engaged with Gonez. Magma spewed forth. Photon explosions erupted. Every attack they launched was of utmost significance. They held nothing back, even Kizuru, whose every strike unleashed astonishing might. Kizaru exclaimed, "Well done. This time, you've done a great job. Double the pay." Boom! 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 With each gesture, Kizuru released countless photon energies, converging into beams racing toward Gonez. Kizuru's attack speed was astonishing, and time and again, Gonez barely managed to evade. Were it not for the speed boost granted by the river of the underworld, he would have been utterly unable to dodge Kizuru's terrifying assault. The beams detonated, their explosive power immense. Even Gonez could not withstand them. Concurrently, Akainu relentlessly swung his magma-infused fists, the scorching temperatures causing the surrounding air to rise sharply. Akainu elementalized, pursuing Gonez with unwavering determination, his magma fists never ceasing their onslaught, growing increasingly formidable as the battle progressed. Observing the five figures entwined in midair, Sengoku's expression darkened further. That woman, was she not supposed to possess only mid-level quasi-admiral strength? There exists a man who commands the winds, yet does he not possess the strength befitting a grand admiral? Why, then, have all three admirals emerged, only to be so thoroughly restrained by those three adversaries? What on earth is transpiring? Is it not said that the mightiest forces of the Navy headquarters can traverse the seas with but a single individual in this vast ocean, aside from the four emperors? Even the vice-emperors have not attained the level of an admiral. It is no exaggeration to claim that a single admiral patrolling the waters could send countless pirates fleeing in terror. Yet now, how is it that three admirals united in their efforts are thwarted by two individuals who are not even four emperors? They are merely representatives of an unfamiliar force known as the Celestial God Clan, of which I had never heard before. Sengoku's mind roared with indignation. When did the admirals of the Navy become so trivial? How could two mere individuals stand against three admirals? This left him questioning whether the ocean he once knew remained the same. As the fleet admiral, why is there still so much about the sea that eludes his understanding? Had he been misinterpreting this world all along? Or is it possible that the so-called might of the Navy admirals, their invincibility upon the seas, is merely an illusion? No, it cannot be. The admirals of Navy headquarters are undeniably the most formidable fighting force on the ocean, second only to the four emperors. One admiral stepping forth can still instill fear in all directions. And this so-called Celestial God Clan must surely be an anomaly, akin to that peculiar assassin alliance. Such a formidable and unruly organization must be eradicated swiftly, now that they dare to brazenly invade Impel Down. Who knows if they will become reckless enough to challenge the Navy headquarters in the future? Gomu no Buddha. Without a moment's hesitation, Sengoku's countenance darkened, and he barked commandingly as radiant light cascaded down. His form expanded dramatically. Enveloped in golden brilliance, the divine aura evoked a sense of reverence. He extended a hand, gathering energy within his palm, and a shockwave rapidly formed, aimed directly at Li Xian, the instigator of all this turmoil. This man who called himself Orochi. At this moment, Li Xian seemed to sense something as he turned to face the oncoming shockwave, sneering, "The Navy Fleet Admiral does not appear to be all that impressive after all." In the next instant, the shock wave surged forth, its energy wreaking havoc, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. However, just 30 centimeters from Li Xian, the shock wave, capable of obliterating a small mountain, was held at bay by an invisible force. Unable to advance, the shock wave desperately attempted to break through this barrier, yet all efforts proved futile. Though it shone brilliantly, it could never penetrate that intangible power. But I cannot fault you. After all, you are but a mere mortal, Li Xian remarked calmly, as the unseen force suddenly reversed. The once ferocious energy was repelled and redirected, hurtling back towards Sengoku with even greater speed. What? Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly looked up and unleashed two more shockwaves. In midair, the newly generated shockwaves collided with the rebounding force, ultimately resulting in three powerful energies collapsing simultaneously, golden energy cascading down like a spectacular waterfall, a counterattack. Sengoku's eyes nearly popped out of his head. That previous strike had been considerable, yet it was effortlessly returned with interest. Just how many abilities does that silver-haired man possess? Controlling thunder, manipulating dark particles, and now this rebound attack. These three powers seem entirely unrelated, making it impossible for them to stem from a single devil fruit. If he has not consumed three devil fruits, it implies that his abilities must originate from elsewhere, and if they are not derived from a devil fruit, then from whence do these powers come? Sengoku's mind was filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, astonishment intensified in his gaze, his mouth slightly agape as he beheld Li Xian's power. This was not a force granted by a devil fruit, yet it was eerily strange and immensely powerful. This scenario reminded him of the Assassin Alliance, whose shadowy assassins similarly wielded abilities that defied conventional logic, powers not attributed to any devil fruit. Everything about the leader of the Celestial God clan, Orochi, echoed this resemblance. Sengoku suddenly had an epiphany. There must be some connection between the Assassin Alliance and the Celestial God clan. Otherwise, how could each of these individuals possess such peculiar abilities, which do not belong to any devil fruit? Thunder rumbled ominously in his ears. I could see this moment. The sky was filled with brilliant blue lightning, dark clouds looming heavily, silently shrouding the entire land that I immeasurable. A silver-haired Orochi appeared in view, his golden eyes radiating pressure, surrounded by crackling thunder, lightning dragons roaring, as if the very heavens were submerged in an ocean of blue electricity. Below, countless Navy soldiers gazed up in terror, trembling at the sight of this figure who seemed to have emerged from ancient myth, like a god of thunder. Under the protection of divine might, the figure amidst the lightning evoked awe. Sengoku's expression grew grave, illuminated by golden radiance, as he inquired of the spectacle above, "Is this the thunder you command?" He focused intently, quickly discerning the distinct differences between the two types of lightning. The dark lightning exuded an ominous aura and clearly lacked the power of the blue lightning before him. However, the current situation left no room for further contemplation. "I immeasurable," Li Xian murmured softly. The blue sea of lightning surging forth like a wild beast unleashed the Buddha's impact. Sengoku spread his palms, golden lights swirling around him, resembling an unmatched Buddha, sacred and inviolable. Golden energy erupted from his hands. In that moment, divine power bore an overwhelming aura of destruction. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku stood firmly at the apex of the Four Emperors' might. The golden energy shot into the sky, colliding instantaneously with the torrent of blue lightning cascading down. The sound of thunder roared in succession, rapidly expanding as if it were a tangible force. Waves of residual energy rippled outward, causing the air around to quiver incessantly, while the ice atop the ocean was pierced, transforming into colossal water columns shooting skyward. The massive Navy vessels swayed perilously amidst the explosive aftermath. Countless Navy soldiers displayed expressions of dread as Sengoku remained undeterred amidst the chaos, rising higher, bathed in boundless golden light, charging fiercely towards Li Xian. For this man, even inflicting but a slight injury was enough to demand Sengoku's utmost focus. As golden light flickered and intertwined, Sengoku unleashed a barrage of golden energy waves. The vast and endless blue sea of lightning suffered relentless assaults. Ultimately unable to withstand the onslaught, the thunder began to falter. In his Buddha form, Sengoku did not relent. He navigated through the electrically charged space. Instantly materializing before Li Xian, he fixed his gaze intently upon Li Xian as energy coalesced within his palm, the atmosphere shifting. The golden brilliance coalesced into a colossal hand, spanning 100 meters, resplendent in its divine golden hue. With even the palm lines distinctly visible, Li Xian regarded the enormous hand with a rather peculiar expression. This was akin to a pirate's version of the Buddha's palm. Yet, despite the jest, he could still sense the terrifying destructive power contained within Sengoku's strike. Though he may be slightly stronger than Sengoku, the margin was exceedingly narrow, rendering it impossible to discern who held the upper hand. It was merely that Orochi's methods of attack were more pure and unpredictable. He crossed his arms before his chest, facing Sengoku's colossal hand, his golden pupils gradually closing. Despite its massive size, the golden hand moved swiftly, conjuring a fierce wind that tousled Li Xian's silver hair. Suddenly, Li Xian opened his eyes wide, radiating brilliance. His voice was frigid, reminiscent of a solitary deity, as he proclaimed, "Mortal, feel the wrath of the divine." His hands slowly ascended, and once more, a searing energy erupted from within him. This terrifying power had yet to be unleashed, yet it already sent shivers down the spines of all present. In the distance, Akiji, launching an onslaught of relentless cold against Charmy, was startled by this overwhelming heat. His gaze fell upon the intense warmth emanating from between Li Xian's hands. It was exponentially more terrifying than Akainu's magma. Meanwhile, on another front, Akainu and Kizu, besieging Goni, were momentarily taken aback, though they quickly resumed their battle. Akainu's expression darkened as he unleashed a magma-encased punch, fiercely striking towards Goni, who was enveloped in a storm. Great eruption! Yet once more, the magma fist struck air, the fierce winds dispersing Goni's figure. This individual, though merely of admiral caliber, maneuvered with such uncanny perception and speed that he evaded their attacks time and again, dragging them along and preventing them from aiding other battlefields. Akainu sensed the intense heat not far away, his heart racing involuntarily. Yet he was acutely aware that he could not afford to be distracted at this moment. He believed that the man moving with such speed could not possibly have limitless stamina. Judging by his continual evasion and lack of counterattacks, it was evident that such rapid movement must consume a significant amount of energy, as long as he and Kizaru maintained their relentless assault. That man's stamina would ultimately wane. At that time, he would have no choice but to face defeat, transforming into the Buddha, surrounded by golden radiance. Sengoku unleashed his palm, only to be struck by a sudden wave of profound unease. Subsequently, he beheld the man known as the Shi lift his head, waving his arms, as an invisible, boundless, yet invincible energy seemed to surge forth from the void, the searing power cascading down with Li Xian's every movement. The intense energy appeared as if it sought to evaporate the very world itself, the temperature of the air rising sharply in an instant. The once frozen ice covering the sea began to melt gradually under this soaring heat, returning to a surface roiling with waves of warmth. Yet, this maritime expanse was not merely boiling. The vapor was dispersing in all directions. Even the seawater was scorched to an unbearable heat aboard the warships. Numerous naval officers felt as though they were ensconced in a hell of raging flames, enduring the suffocating intensity of the heat. All of this transpired before the true onslaught of that terrifying attack had even been unleashed. Amidst the buzzing, a peculiar and intangible solar energy suddenly manifested before the enormous golden hand. This formless and inexhaustible power was mercilessly incinerating that golden giant hand, and even though Sengoku had infused it with formidable strength, he could not withstand the omnipresent and inexhaustible solar energy. Although the brilliance of Li Xian's radiance of the sun was not as exaggerated as that of the sun itself, it was still far from negligible. At the very least, Sengoku's colossal hand could only endure for 3 seconds before being eroded by the solar energy, its shining golden surface disintegrating inch by inch as the solar energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Its brilliance so blinding that it was impossible to behold. This cataclysmic solar energy was omnipresent. Once it fell in earnest, the consequences for the force of 20,000 elite naval officers would be unimaginable. Faced with such a terrifying assault, survival seemed nearly impossible. Bastard, stop it at once. Sengoku felt the impending deluge of solar energy, his eyes nearly bursting. Was half of the pirate crew's upper echelon about to be obliterated by this strike? What catastrophic losses would such a terrifying force inflict upon the Navy? At this moment, he could no longer consider the cost. He summoned every ounce of his power with reckless abandon. Behind Sengoku, a towering figure rose to a height of 10 zhong, strikingly similar to him, yet imbued with a more pronounced aura of Buddhahood. The wrathful Buddha of Dawn, Sengoku roared. His visage fierce, a resplendent golden radiance erupted continuously from the silhouette behind him, making him resemble a resplendent sun. Yet even so, he still felt that his strength was insufficient to counter that intangible solar energy. Boom! 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 The air seemed to tremble with explosive sounds as the intangible solar energy finally cascaded down like a torrent. The atmosphere was scorched black by the terrifying heat, and the very space quaked uneasily. Sengoku's eyes widened in fury. Faced with this horrific attack, he showed no sign of retreat. He forcefully stepped into the air, his form shooting forth like a cannonball, trailing a golden Buddhist light behind him, rising against the tide. Simultaneously, a burst of golden Buddhist light erupted fiercely from behind him. The intangible energy collided violently with the golden Buddhist light in the void, causing the entire ocean to tremble in response. The surrounding warships were rocked by the impact, some nearly capsizing. The space gradually fractured under the clash of these two terrifying forces, the atmosphere even seeming to be cleaved apart. The residual waves of energy formed a colossal shockwave, sweeping through and shattering everything in its path. The sea surged tumultuously, and the space shattered as if it were fragile glass, the epicenter of the collision. Deep black fissures marred the area, in the sky. The heavy clouds were blown apart, creating a massive gaping hole through which sunlight poured down anew upon the ocean. The scorching atmosphere permeated the breaths of all present. The so-called impregnable impel down reverberated with deafening tremors amidst this clash. Structures standing above the ocean's surface were utterly destroyed in the wake of the collision. This moment, the sea's surface, once frozen by Akiji's cold aura, began to slowly thaw, dark smoke rising from the waters. The terrifying solar energy poured down, and even with Sengoku's utmost effort to resist, he could not fully counter it. The ocean roiled violently, and the two warships beneath Li Xian, despite the fierce resistance from the vice admirals of the naval headquarters, bore severe damage. The two vice admirals stood at the bow, panting as they gazed at the scene in the sky, their hearts filled with immense dread. When the attack descended, even Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru paused in their offensive, momentarily stunned, in midair. Sengoku, manifesting as a Tenjong golden Buddha, donned the admiral's uniform, yet it was speckled with charred marks, making him appear forlorn. The terrifying heat had torn his admiral's uniform, and the justice cloak behind him had disintegrated in the intense heat, leaving no fragments behind. His skin turned a deep crimson, and even with the protective presence of the golden Buddha, he still suffered minor injuries from the dreadful assault. How long had it been since he ascended to the rank of admiral? How long had it been since he last sustained an injury? As Sengoku felt the searing heat coursing through him, his expression became exceedingly complex. This individual, Li Xian, possessed strength that aligned perfectly with the intelligence he had received, without a hint of exaggeration. Was it this very power that had enabled him to vanquish the four emperors? Indeed, his might was terrifyingly formidable. As a strategist, Sengoku discerned from Li Xian's strike its immense potential for warfare. This move was not only astonishingly powerful, but also possessed an extraordinarily vast range of attack. Should it descend upon ordinary naval soldiers or fleets, it would undoubtedly result in mass casualties. Furthermore, this peculiar energy was exceedingly difficult to withstand. Even with his full efforts, he could not entirely block this horrific strike. It was in essence a collective killing blow. Sengoku cast his gaze downward. Despite his defenses and the efforts of the two vice admirals, two large warships suffered severe damage, impacting 5 vessels in total. His expression grew increasingly grave, and he silently vowed, no matter the cost, he must thwart the enemy's attack. Otherwise, should the enemy unleash a few more strikes like the previous one, how many of his 20,000 elite troops would remain? Meanwhile, Li Xian, witnessing that his Radiance of the Sun had not completely sunk the two warships, felt an urgent need to escalate his performance. Radiance of the Sun was the Shi's ultimate skill. Yet Sengoku had nearly mitigated all its potency. Was this the power of an admiral? Astounding! Even the heavens and the seas were affected by this force. The mightiest combatants of the naval headquarters were truly terrifying. A cadre of elite naval officers gathered from various divisions could not help but cover their mouths in astonished disbelief, their throats dry with awe, though they were considered elite within their respective divisions. The most formidable among them were merely vice admirals from the headquarters, a rarity confined to critically important divisions. In contrast, the combat prowess of the admirals from the naval headquarters was exceedingly scarce across the vast ocean. It was already a rare experience for them to witness a few billion bounty pirates clashing, let alone the astonishing battle scenes unfolding before them, involving admirals and even those surpassing the admiral level. With the tumultuous sea and sky and the dispersing waves of battle rendering them speechless, they felt as though they were gaining a renewed understanding of the titans upon this ocean. The previously revered figures before these 7 combatants would likely falter under a single blow. Ice, magma, photons, thunder, and the fierce winds, within the regions occupied by Akainu and the others, The energies clashed, continually converging and collapsing, surging forth like spilled riches, sweeping across vast distances yet dissipating without a trace amidst heaven and earth. Should a rear admiral from the naval headquarters inadvertently intrude, they would likely be obliterated by the omnipresent waves of battle. That area had become a forbidden zone. On the other front, the battlefield of Sengoku and Lixian was equally formidable, rivaling the arenas of Akainu and the others, although they were slightly outnumbered. The strength of either of them was on par with any of the five that Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha, unleashing shockwaves with each mighty strike, generating ripples that expanded wildly and disrupted the very fabric of space. The air was compelled to yield before this terrifying assault. Yet Lixian's power was equally impressive: spirit energy, energy columns, violent thunder, dark particles, and that intangible energy capable of rebounding the Buddha's impact. Each of his attacks compelled Sengoku to remain vigilant. The two exchanged blows in the void, neither yielding an inch. In this moment, Lixian's strength barely surpassed Sengoku's. Even after Sengoku had withstood the attack of radiance of the sun, he still could not impose dominance over Sengoku. Thunder roared, reverberating like divine lightning cascading from the heavens, exploding with a thunderous crash, the dancing lightning seemingly intent on obliterating the world. The wrathful Buddha's fierce palm, Sengoku called out in a deep voice, exerting himself to deliver a powerful strike. Amidst the swirling golden radiance, 100-jong Buddha's palm slowly emerged, intertwining gold and blue light, each equally matched. Their attacks collided, generating layers of shockwaves that erupted forth, energy rippling outward, akin to tangible sound waves penetrating heaven and earth. Observing his thunderous assault being thwarted once more by Sengoku, Lixian could not help but furrow his brow slightly. The might of the Warring States period was indeed formidable. To conquer it would likely necessitate a fierce 10-day battle akin to the clashes between Akainu and Aokiji in the original narrative. However, such a feat is evidently beyond reach. Lixian may endure a stalemate with Warring States for several days. Yet on the other hand, Charmy and Ganai's were unable to withstand the pressure. Under Aokiji's relentless pursuit, Charmy's momentum exhibited a subtle shift, and concurrently, her attack speed began to wane, although the issue was not yet glaringly apparent. Should this persist for another hour, she would undoubtedly succumb to Aokiji. The chasm between a vice admiral and an admiral, though merely a single character apart, is vast and immeasurable. Charmy's endurance thus far has been bolstered by her enigmatic power, extensive combat experience, and an admiral-level strength that even surpassed Aokiji's at her peak. Meanwhile, Ganai's faced an even graver predicament. Meteoric fire rain, Yada no Kagami. The magma stained the sky crimson, and colossal magma fists relentlessly surged toward Ganai's. Photon explosions erupted as countless beams of light energy converged from all directions, launching lethal assaults upon him. Ganai's possessed remarkable speed and perception, particularly in his underworld state, allowing him to deftly evade even Kizaru's strikes. Yet, the combined onslaught of Akainu and Kizaru's meteoric fire rain and Yada no Kagami, with their extensive coverage, seamlessly enveloped every gap within a 3,000-meter radius. Within this expanse, Ganai's found no foothold, even with his swiftness. Could he traverse such a distance instantaneously, suspended in mid-air, encircled by a tempest? Ganai's expression darkened profoundly. Although he was slightly stronger than Akainu and Kizaru, facing them both for an extended period had already drained his stamina to its limits. Now, confronted with this inescapable dual assault, the weight pressing upon him intensified. Damn it! If I were in my prime, they are utterly unqualified to force me into such a predicament. Indeed, during his zenith, Ganai's confidently believed that in a one-on-one duel, he would never find himself in such a dire state. Even if he could not vanquish them together, he could at least hold them at bay for a time. Yet now, it was clear he could no longer achieve that. In fact, merely staving off their combined efforts for an hour had already revealed the signs of his impending defeat. Should he sustain injuries during this excessive barrage, he would crumble like a landslide, ultimately falling to Akainu and Kizaru. He would not allow himself to concede. I am Ganai's, the tempest of the breath of winds. You two mere mortals are nothing but insignificant beings for the sake of my God. I shall never accept defeat. The howling winds intensified. Ganai's eyes gradually became suffused with a blood-red hue. The once stark contrast of black and white irises swiftly replaced by deep crimson. Simultaneously, the fierce wind surrounding him escalated, culminating in a terrifying storm with a diameter of 10 zhong. Standing prominently in the sight of all at this moment, the invisible winds carried with them a hint of the foul stench of blood. Facing such a dire predicament, Ganai's held nothing back, determined to wager everything. As a member of the Divine Serpent Clan, the blood of the serpent coursing through his veins ignited with wild fervor, causing his aura to surge dramatically in a mere instant. The raging storm grew ever more ferocious, as if intent on engulfing all creation. The sky churned tumultuously, and the sea was swept into the maelstrom. He stood like a tempestuous god amidst the confluence of heaven and sea. It seems this comes at a cost, granting a brief enhancement of power. Kizaru, continuously releasing photons, could not help but exclaim softly, though he did not dwell on it. Even if a price were paid for a fleeting surge of strength, it remained inherently limited. The opponent was merely an admiral-level warrior. Could he truly contend with 2 admirals in this manner? If such a skill truly existed, it would indeed be considered divine. At this juncture, Ganai stood at the storm's epicenter, his eyes blood-red, the tempest occasionally swirling with crimson blood energy sweeping before him. If the previous Ganai resembled an elegant and noble priest, now he embodied a priest both sophisticated and ruthless, steeped in the scent of blood. The power of the gale surged unabated, the latent wind blades sharpening to a deadly edge. Ganai's cracked lips parted slightly, his cold voice resonating across the seas. "Wind god, Ibuki!" As these chilling words fell, the tempest encircling him seemed to heed the commands of Sovereign, spiraling into chaos. A fierce tornado, infused with unyielding strength, erupted forth, cleaving through the heavens and earth, annihilating all in its path. Simultaneously, Ganai's fingers deftly maneuvered, summoning a series of tornadoes in quick succession. In mere seconds, over 5 tornadoes connected to the heavens charged toward the meteor of fire rain and Yada no Kagami. Golden photons intertwined with searing magma, forming an onslaught of catastrophic proportions that instilled fear and rendered resistance futile. Yet those colossal tornadoes, akin to the might of the heavens, surged forth unflinchingly against the densely packed photon magma above. First, the photon energy initiated the assault, seemingly inconspicuous clusters of light containing the power to obliterate the world under Kizaru's energy infusion. At this moment, countless photons detonated simultaneously, creating a staggering visual impact. Initially, the golden photon energy collided with the tornado, unleashing a terrifying explosion of energy that sent shockwaves rippling outward. Following this, as if a chain reaction was set in motion, innumerable golden photon energies exploded in succession, culminating in a colossal detonation of unparalleled magnitude. Smoke obscured the sky, and amidst the billowing clouds from the explosions, a thick blanket of black smoke enveloped the heavens. Waves of pressure rapidly radiated outward. Before the spectators could recover from the shock, the seemingly endless meteoric fire rain finally descended. Each molten fist constituting the rain extended 10 meters in length, now densely converging, their might surpassing that of a small volcanic eruption. The searing heat descended abruptly, warping the surrounding air due to the intense temperature. The relentless magma fists crashed into the smoke-laden sky, followed by a cacophony of continuous explosions that resonated deafeningly. The flames flickered in and out of visibility amid the thick smoke as magma splattered, photons erupted, and the 3 formidable energies collided violently, each possessing the force of a natural disaster. Astonishingly, these 3 calamity-like energies intertwined, converging in this singular moment to create an astonishing synergy. The might generated by the collision of these 3 disaster-level energies was sufficient to flatten multiple islands. Fortunately, Akainu and Kizaru had already distanced the naval vessels from the battlefield, or else the mere aftermath of this horrific clash would have severely impacted the naval fleet. Even so, a portion of those disaster-like assaults still encroached upon the vicinity of the naval forces. At this juncture, The value of the rear admiral officers, unable to partake in the frontal combat, became evident, though they were not elite figures akin to the Ghost Spider, under the leadership of the Naval Headquarters Rear Admirals. These officers of the rank of Brigadier General and above utilized their devil fruit powers, Navy Six techniques, and Conqueror's Haki to collectively defend the warships. Alas, Kizuru, transformed entirely into photons, gazed upon the tumultuous energies, which were so violent that even observation Haki could not penetrate, and could not help but click his tongue, pondering the mystery surrounding this youth, who concealed so many secrets. Should he inadvertently perish, it would indeed be catastrophic. Magma surged. Akainu too elementalized, revealing only his head as he spoke. The enemy comprises 3 individuals. Even should one perish, it is of little consequence, for they shall ultimately face the judgment of justice. With that, Akainu resolved to assist warring states, that he understood that the short-haired youth was evidently the leader of this group, and the information he possessed was likely the most substantial among the trio. The air was filled with the sharp sounds of howling winds, resonating in the ears of Akainu and Kizu. The two immediately became alert, their observation Haki swiftly extending toward the explosion zone. Within their perception, a figure surged forth from the depths of the explosion zone at a despairing speed, fast enough to ignite sparks as air was torn asunder. Ibuki, Ian, accompanied by a low, resonant call. Ganai's surged upward, propelled by an inexhaustible tempest. The smoke was dispersed by the gale, which roared with the ferocity of a force intent on devouring the world. An aura of finality emanated continuously from Ganai's, instilling a sense of dread even in the hearts of the 2 admirals, Akainu and Kizuru, who fought side by side. Meteoric fire rain. Yada no Kagami. The 2 dared not exhibit any complacency, resolutely unleashing their most formidable attacks. In the face of the imminent terror attack, Ganez exhibited not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he radiated unwavering determination and boundless resolve. He is Ganez, the harbinger of storms, the foremost among the 4 kings of the celestial divine clan. Even if defeat is inevitable, he vows to fall with dignity, confronted by the dual onslaught of terror, his hands transformed into talons, striking with fervent swiftness. Gale after gale surged forth under his command. Behind him, the endless tempest seemed to heed his call, spiraling wildly. Ganez, in this manner, prepared to resist the annihilating assault. The once intangible winds coalesced around him, forming a formidable domain of air, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Ganez single-handedly crushed a molten fist, the explosive shards of light scattered by the furious winds. With an indomitable spirit, he was determined to extinguish the very world itself. "You vile sinner!" Akainu bellowed, witnessing Ganez's ability to obliterate all attacks that dared to stand in his way. Lava gathered upon his right hand, solidifying into form. Canine red lotus. The magma rapidly expanded, morphing into a colossal head of molten rock, towering over his arm. Ganez's gaze turned frigid, his speed surging exponentially. In an instant, he collided with the magma head, shattering it with the force of the tempest, propelling himself forward with astonishing velocity. Even the keenest observation could not trace his movements. Netherhound. Akainu's expression darkened as a stream of lava erupted forth, targeting Ganez with lethal precision. Yet Ganez did not engage. He dissipated into the winds, and a profound sense of crisis engulfed Akainu's heart. Suddenly, Ganez reappeared before him, a cunning yet elegant smile gracing his lips. As he lashed out with his wind-imbued claws without hesitation, boom, boom, boom. Ganez's assault rained down upon Akainu like a tempest, and despite the assistance of the gale, evasion proved futile, even with his haki fully engaged. Akainu felt the excruciating pain. "Get away!" Akainu roared, his blood surging, as if his very body were being torn asunder. He unleashed a torrent of magma from his arm, striking fiercely at the rushing Ganez. Simultaneously, a flash of golden light heralded Kizuru's approach from behind. Ganez's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he retreated, his form exploding backwards several hundred meters, his breath quickening, a flush rising upon his face. The air around him was enveloped by the swirling winds, transforming the sky into his battleground. significantly enhancing his power, perception, and speed. Without such enhancement, he could not have delivered that flurry of strikes against Akainu. However, the cost of such power was equally daunting, especially after having landed a critical blow while catching Akainu off guard. He now faced two highly alert admirals, and the prospect of finding another opportunity for a decisive strike seemed bleak. Failing to eliminate Akainu at this crucial moment left Ganez acutely aware of the dwindling chances of victory. The extraordinary opportunity had slipped away, and his stamina was nearly depleted. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would likely fall to these two formidable foes. With their hands freed, they could swiftly force Charmy into retreat, leaving Li Xian ensnared in a perilous predicament, potentially even uniting to defeat him to that point. The Celestial Divine Clan would face annihilation at the hands of the Navy, rendering all their efforts futile. Lava dripped steadily, Akainu clutching his chest, where magma and blood intermingled, indistinguishable. Yet, as a strong man, Kizaru easily discerned that Akainu had sustained injuries. Just moments ago, Ganez's relentless assault had indeed harmed Akainu. Surprise flickered in Kizaru's eyes. Facing two admirals, Ganez had managed to counterattack and injure one, his prowess exceeding Kizaru's expectations. Akainu exhaled slowly, his eyes burning with fury and shock. The sudden escalation in Ganez's speed, perception, and attack power had caught him off guard. Proving terrifyingly formidable, the top admiral could temporarily amplify their combat prowess in such a manner. If the Navy were to master such a technique, their overall strength would undoubtedly surge, threatening to upend the balance of power against the four emperors. Borsellino, Akainu, gritted his teeth, suppressing the gunshot-like pain in his chest, calling to Kizaru not far away. Kizaru nodded, the golden radiance intensifying. Akainu's intentions were clear to Kizaru. Yada no Kagami. Particles of light converged into a mirror. A beam shooting forth, Kizaru accelerated along the beam, reaching his maximum speed. Great fire! Akainu followed closely, a torrent of magma soaring skyward, its searing heat sweeping the surroundings. Ganez's expression shifted slightly, his claws gripping tight as he stood resolute. The surrounding winds spun violently, and while he wielded the tempest, he chose not to engage head-on. Against two admirals, a direct confrontation would only hasten his downfall. Unless he could find another chance to inflict substantial damage upon Akainu, he could only strive to buy time with all his might. Dark Thunder Fist! Charmy cried out, unleashing a surge of lightning from her hand. A dark energy projectile spiraled forth. Icebird! Akiji replied nonchalantly, extending a hand, summoning a massive icy bird that soared toward Charmy at great speed. Boom! The lightning energy sphere collided with the icy bird, and after a brief stalemate, the icy bird consumed the lightning sphere entirely. The lightning struggled desperately, but ultimately failed to breach the icy bird's blockade. 0.5 seconds later, the lightning energy dissipated completely, and the icy bird continued its dive. Damn it! Charmy cursed, her complexion ashen. As time wore on, her stamina waned, her attacks noticeably weakening, while her opponent remained in peak condition. Thunder God Scepter! She poured every ounce of her strength into the lightning, weaving countless bolts into a towering pillar of thunder aimed directly at the icy bird. Having just endured the Dark Thunder Fist, the icy bird did not shatter at first contact with a thunderous onslaught. It exuded an aura of coldness, attempting to freeze the raging lightning. After a moment's stalemate, the surging lightning finally paid the price for its energy, shattering the icy bird. As the ice fragmented and the lightning dissipated, it ultimately vanished into the ether. Indeed, a chilling aura silently crept up Charmy's back, laden with a palpable sense of danger. Her fists clenched tightly, dark brown lightning crackling fiercely, launching toward the rear. In an instant, a thick crystalline ice shield formed before Akiji, absorbing her assault. Snowflakes danced in the air as Akiji peeked out. Addressing Charmy, it seems your injuries are beginning to affect your combat effectiveness, isn't it? Fortunately, we can hold you here. If you recover, matters will become far more troublesome. Since their skirmish began, Akiji had surmised that Charmy had been injured. He firmly believed that if she continued to unleash her power, her injuries would surely worsen. Seeing Charmy's strength waning, he recognized the opportunity had arrived. You might as well surrender. Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, gripping his sword tightly as he charged toward Charmy with all his might. Simultaneously, lightning crackled around them, a thunderous roar echoing. Even as her strength dwindled, Charmy had no choice but to confront him head-on. In mid-air, Li Xian remained poised, undeterred by his recent struggle with Sengoku. However, his brow furrowed. The tide of battle evidently favored the Celestial Divine Clan, a trend that seemed irreversible. It would not be long before either Akiji or Akainu, along with Kazuru, would resolve the situation with Charmy and Ganes. Once that occurred, adding Sengoku and the other 3 admirals to the fray would make escape nearly impossible, unless he abandoned all caution and transformed into the Shadow Assassin Shi. Leveraging power that surpassed even the 4 emperors to flee, perhaps even taking one of the admirals with him. Yet, doing so would unravel his entire plan and expose his trump card to the world. As for silencing witnesses against 3 admirals, Sengoku, and 20,000 elite Navy soldiers, he could not hope to prevent it entirely. Sengoku, suffused with golden light, regarded Li Xian solemnly, though within, a flicker of delight began to blossom. At this very moment, capturing the enchantress and the man who commands the winds, the master of the Celestial Divine Clan, shall not escape from my grasp. He secretly rejoiced at the decisive deployment of the 3 great generals to personally oversee the situation. Otherwise, should such a force manage to flee into the vast ocean, it would likely give rise to an even more formidable sovereign upon the seas. Orochi, your defeat is inevitable. If you surrender now and divulge your origins along with all that you know, I can guarantee you your lives. Sengoku attempted to coax Li Xian into capitulation. Regardless of how powerful the trio before him might be, continuing the battle would certainly lead to victory for them. But he and Akainu would undoubtedly pay a price. Furthermore, with 20,000 elite naval forces below, any collateral damage from the conflict would surely result in significant losses. Thus, capturing the adversaries outright will be far more advantageous than merely tallying victory or defeat. As for sparing their lives, stripping them of their powers, and consigning them to the endless hell of impelled down would, in essence, preserve their existence. Li Xian's countenance remained serene, with a mere wave of his hand. Thunder rumbled, and spiritual energy surged forth. Fool, he muttered under his breath. Once Sakazuki and the others emerge victorious, you shall understand how foolish it is to proclaim oneself a deity. Sengoku's face turned ashen, the veins on his neck bulging as he bellowed. You will soon witness the consequences. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy and thunder, golden brilliance sweeping across the battlefield, as Sengoku launched another wave of ferocious attacks. Meanwhile, in the Navy headquarters office, the frantic voice of a Den Mushi echoed in the empty room. At this moment, Crane was stationed at the headquarters, managing daily affairs. Upon learning of Sengoku's covert operation against the Celestial Divine Clan with the 3 great generals, she recognized the gravity of the situation. The voice on the other end of the Den Mushi made her furrow her brows. This is the 5th Division of the Navy. I have extremely important intelligence to report. Crane immediately grasped that, at this pivotal moment when a significant operation was about to commence, any unfavorable news could trigger a butterfly effect, especially amidst Sengoku's clandestine maneuvers with the 3 great generals. She hastily made her way to Sengoku's desk and answered the Den Mushi. Hello, this is the 5th Division of the Navy. Important intelligence to report. The voice on the other end heightened her tension. She inquired, what is it? The response was grave. The Whitebeard pirates have fully mobilized, with various pirate crews converging towards the Moby Dick. That Crane's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates had learned of Ace's capture and were rallying forces for a rescue? Although this was bad news, it remained within a controllable range. However, the subsequent revelation from the other party sent chills down her spine. The Assassin Alliance has also appeared within Whitebeard's territory. According to our intel, 3 shadow assassins and over 1,000 elite assassins have stationed themselves near the Whitebeard pirates. Crane's body bristled with alarm, as if struck by a heavy blow. If it were only the Whitebeard pirates who had learned of Ace's detention by the Navy, and perhaps a portion of the Navy's plans, the situation might still be manageable. Yet, should the Assassin Alliance become involved, the stakes would escalate dramatically. It is well known that the Assassin Alliance is a profit-driven organization, willing to collaborate with the Whitebeard pirates for gain, or perhaps Whitebeard himself had dispatched them on a mission through the power of his devil fruit. Previously, the Assassin Alliance had openly ventured into Whitebeard's domain, and no conflict had ensued. Crane had found this perplexing. But now, it seemed that an agreement had been forged long before that moment. The Navy had plunged into an unprecedented crisis. The once viable plan to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates now faced the unpredictable variable of the Assassin Alliance, which could ultimately leave the Navy severely wounded. The might of the Assassin Alliance instilled deep trepidation within the Navy. Even excluding the formidable Q, the other three shadow assassins were monstrous in their terror. The Navy headquarters could muster all its strength and still find it impossible to stave off the onslaught of the Assassin Alliance. "Is it confirmed?" Crane's voice trembled as she inquired. Many in the New World had witnessed the cordial relations between the Assassin Alliance and the Whitebeard pirates. The division commander on the other end of the Den Mushi replied with unwavering conviction that to verify the authenticity of the information, he had dispatched numerous subordinates to investigate, whether it be the Assassin Alliance or the Whitebeard pirates. Both were preparing for an imminent clash that would undoubtedly shake the seas. After hanging up, Crane was left in silence for an indeterminate time before finally exhaling deeply, the shock within her overwhelming. This news was explosive, almost too much for her to bear. The Assassin Alliance had allied with the Whitebeard pirates. If the Navy proceeded with its original plan, would success still be attainable? She pondered that even if the Navy could rally the seven warlords, they might still not withstand such a formidable coalition. Moreover, those so-called warlords often displayed one demeanor in public while harboring another in private. Once on the battlefield, how much could they truly be relied upon? With a worried glance towards the direction of Impelled Down, she hesitated momentarily before resolutely seizing the Den Mushi once more. Beep, beep, beep. The Den Mushi emitted urgent rings, vibrating within Sengoku's pocket. Yet at that moment, Sengoku was fully engaged in combat against Li Xian, not daring to divert even a fraction of his focus, lest his adversary seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal strike. Attempting to reach Sengoku, Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji, Crane found they were all unavailable, furrowing her brows in concern. Could it be that the situation at Impelled Down was not unfolding as they had anticipated? Initially, they had estimated that the trio of the Celestial Divine Clan would be captured or eliminated under the immense pressure exerted by the three great generals and Sengoku. However, the inability to connect through the Den Mushi clearly indicated that the four were preoccupied with an exceedingly troublesome predicament. The Celestial Divine Clan was proving to be more formidable than expected. And now, with the revelation of the Assassin Alliance's alliance with the Whitebeard pirates, the gravity of the situation could not be overlooked. Although she was acutely aware that Impelled Down had likely plunged into intense combat, she still resolved to dial the Den Mushi aboard the battleship. Beep, beep, beep. On board the flagship, Vice Admiral Garp and several Navy admirals and rear admirals stared wide-eyed at the battlefield above. Resembling an apocalyptic scene, they rarely had the chance to witness the Navy admirals in action, let alone the convergence of all three great admirals alongside two emperors of the sea. Such a sight was undeniably unprecedented in its visual impact. Suddenly, Garp's Den Mushi rang out. Instinctively alert, he hurriedly answered the call. "Hello, this is Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, what is the current status of the battle at Impelled Down?" Crane inquired. Vice Admiral Crane. Admiral Sengoku is presently leading Admiral Sakazuki and the other two in besieging the three enemies at the moment. It appears we still hold the advantage, Garp replied without hesitation. Crane breathed a sigh of relief. She had known that with the three great admirals and the fleet admiral launching an assault together, it was improbable they would be unable to triumph over the trio from the Celestial Divine Clan. However, Garp paused, a swift resolution. Surely you jest, in truth, as a vice admiral with keen insight, he could discern that the situation was far from simple. The individual known as Orochi possessed strength nearly on par with that of Admiral Sengoku, instilling profound feared as for the other man and woman. While they seemed to be at a disadvantage against the three admirals, they could not be expected to falter in the short term. What's wrong? Crane pressed. Those three possess formidable strength, It will likely take time to determine a victor, and Admiral Sakazuki has sustained some injuries. Garp spoke hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Crane felt lightheaded, the world around her fading to darkness. The combined assault of the three great admirals and the fleet admiral had resulted in Akainu sustaining injuries. Moreover, defeating the adversaries within a short time frame now appeared impossible. Just how powerful were these three individuals? They were not merely three emperors of the sea. However, the woman and the man who commanded the winds were beginning to show signs of strain. She believed their defeat was merely a matter of time. Once they fell, Admiral Sakazuki and the others would be free to intervene. Even if the master of the Celestial Divine Clan was as arrogant as he appeared, he would ultimately find it impossible to evade death. Yet upon receiving news of Akainu's injuries, Crane's heart tightened further. If the three were to retaliate in their dying moments, it was likely that one of Sengoku's group would sustain severe injuries, potentially resulting in significant casualties among the Navy and even among certain admirals. Even if they eventually emerged victorious, the cost would be steep, not only in terms of immense physical exertion, but also in substantial losses. Furthermore, should the master of the Celestial Divine Clan seize the opportunity to flee? With the three great admirals now preoccupied, Sengoku alone would be incapable of stopping him. Should he escape, the Navy's future would become exceedingly arduous. Moreover, the plan against the Whitebeard pirates, set to unfold in 7 days, will undoubtedly be disrupted by their interference at that time. The Assassin Alliance, comprising 3 emperors and 4 of the Whitebeard pirates, alongside several captains of nearly admiral caliber, and the emperor of the Celestial God Clan, will create a formidable lineup that is enough to send shivers down Crane's spine. There could be no further delay. She must immediately inform Sengoku of this alliance between the Assassin Alliance and the Whitebeard pirates, urging him to lead the Marines in a retreat before losses escalate. The primary task at hand is to deal with the Whitebeard pirates first, and then confront the Assassin Alliance, AS for the issue concerning the Celestial God Clan. It can be set aside for now and addressed once the immediate threats are neutralized. With these thoughts in mind, Crane furrowed her brows in distress and urgently shouted into the transponder snail. Vice Admiral Garp, immediately notify Admiral Sengoku. The Whitebeard pirates have likely assigned a mission to the Assassin Alliance, and they may pose the greatest variable in this operation. Crane, the Admiral is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Emperor of the Celestial God Clan. What Assassin Alliance? Garp initially replied nonchalantly, but suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, his pupils contracting in shock, as he incredulously asked, the Assassin Alliance. They've allied with the Whitebeard pirates? Indeed, Vice Admiral Garp. This is urgent. You must inform Admiral Sengoku at once. He needs to make a swift decision. Crane's voice was solemn and heavy, emphasizing every word. Understood, Crane. Garp, sensing the seriousness of the situation, immediately hung up the transponder snail. Without uttering another word, he propelled himself with all his might, the air beneath his feet crackling with energy as he moved with the grace of a cannonball. Garp, several Marine vice admirals, witnessing his actions, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. That battlefield was one of Emperor-level intensity, and they, as second-tier vice admirals, had no qualification to intervene. Even a battle at the admiral level was beyond their capability. Let alone this war. Boom! 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 In midair, golden Buddhist figures, blue electric bolts, and energy pillars clashed violently, the explosions ringing out incessantly. Layers of energy ripples erupted, each collision in the sky sending tremors through the heart. Garp neared the battlefield's edge, his observation haki honing in on Sengoku's presence, allowing him to concentrate his voice. He cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted with all his strength, Admiral Sengoku. The Assassin Alliance has united with the Whitebeard pirates. This is the battlefield. His urgent message echoed loudly, reaching Sengoku and the colossal serpent before him. However, this was not the time for such trivialities. Sengoku was locked in a fierce struggle, unable to approach within a 500-meter radius of the two combatants, but he had to tread carefully, lest a stray shockwave from the battle take him out. Simultaneously, Sengoku had no time to exchange information with Garp, as he was entirely focused on the battle at hand. Buzzing, on the battlefield, Sengoku erupted with dazzling golden light, momentarily faltering upon hearing Garp's words. The angry Buddha palm he had been preparing to unleash vanished in an instant. Across from him, Li Xian smirked coldly. The message had finally arrived, and it was not too late. The reason he had stationed the Assassin Alliance's forces near the Whitebeard pirates was to directly declare that the Assassin Alliance had accepted their employment. Otherwise, based on the previous situation where the Assassin Alliance had sent many to the Whitebeard pirates without taking action, it would have been difficult for the outside world to ascertain their collaborative relationship. Though slightly relieved, Li Xian's offensive remained merciless. Boom, boom, boom. Torrential columns of spiritual energy surged from all directions, surrounding Sengoku. The spiritual energy splattered, the eerie blue light captivating. The golden Buddha, Sengoku, momentarily stunned by the sudden columns of energy, was jolted back to reality, letting out a furious roar. Boundless radiant golden light rapidly expanded from his figure, sweeping away the oncoming blue energy pillars one by one. In an instant, Sengoku flashed to 500 meters away. Seizing Vice Admiral Garp firmly, fixating his gaze on Garp, Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief as he demanded, "What did you just say? Do you realize the implications of your words?" As a tactical genius, Sengoku always reminded himself to remain composed, yet now he was undeniably losing control. This revelation struck him profoundly. The plan was crucial for the Marines' reputation, should they successfully eliminate the Whitebeard pirates and publicly execute the villain Ace. The Marines' prestige would surely soar, perhaps even surpassing past glories. Even Sengoku himself might be severely impacted in this conflict, jeopardizing the critical battle scheduled in 7 days. Such a cost was unfathomable during ordinary times, especially when the Marines had only 3 admirals, their pillars and face, which could not be easily lost. Moreover, they were currently in an exceedingly sensitive period. Sengoku appeared hesitant, yet ultimately resolved. His gaze swept across Li Xian, Xia Ermi, and Goni, and he coldly instructed Sakazuki, Kazan, Paulsolino, withdraw immediately. Each admiral-level combatant possessed extraordinary physical capabilities and terrifying perception. Garp's earlier declaration had been clearly heard by all. Witnessing Sengoku's demeanor, it was evident that Garp's words were undeniably true. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Even Akainu, who held a distorted sense of justice, decisively retreated from the battlefield. Thunder roared, and the wind howled as the 3 attempted to escape. However, Goni and Xia Ermi intervened. Blocking their path, Li Xian calmly commanded. Returned as his voice faded, the thunder dissipated, and the wind stilled. Goni and Xia Ermi's loyalty to Li Xian was unwavering, even as their attacks were poised to strike. They chose to withdraw their energy, standing resolutely by his side, vigilantly guarding him. Despite their considerable fatigue and numerous injuries, their sharp gazes remained fixed on the 5 distant figures. Admiral Sengoku, Akainu, and the others approached Sengoku. Hesitating to speak, Sengoku quickly grasped their thoughts and decisively stated, "This operation is to be paused. The Assassin Alliance and the Whitebeard pirates are our primary targets. We cannot afford to expend unnecessary energy here. If not for the alliance between the Assassin Alliance and the Whitebeard pirates, even if the latter suffered substantial losses under siege, the Marines could still dispatch reinforcements to eradicate them. However, facing the established alliance with the Assassin Alliance, the Marines must conserve all their strength. Otherwise, this plan could lead to our annihilation. This is no exaggeration. The combined might of 4 Emperor-level fighters, along with numerous captains of the Whitebeard pirates and a host of pirate minions, is more than sufficient to obliterate Marine headquarters." Akainu glared at Goni with clenched teeth, but he knew that if they continued fighting, victory would be assured. Why had the Assassin Alliance, which had remained silent for months, suddenly re-emerged to attack the world government and now targeted the Marines? What should they do about the 3 of them? Akiji glanced at Li Xian and the others and quietly inquired. These 3 possessed unfathomable strength and appeared likely to have already broken through Impel Down, that if left unchecked, they might gather even more formidable subordinates within Impel Down, ultimately becoming a new emperor stronger than any existing one. Sengoku chuckled bitterly in response. "For now, we must first address the matters concerning the Assassin Alliance and the Whitebeard pirates." If the news of Ace's capture by the Marines had not yet spread, Perhaps we could buy some time to deal with the three serpents and then focus all our efforts on executing our plan. However, now that news of Ace's capture and impending execution has been drafted and disseminated widely, even if the Marines wish to delay, they cannot do so. Whitebeard will undoubtedly ally with the Assassin Alliance and rush to Marine headquarters to rescue him. Damn it! Akainu growled in frustration, casting a fierce glare at Goni, imprinting his image deep within his mind. Criminal, one day I shall enact justice upon you. Highness Goni, sensing Akainu's gaze, disdainfully turned away. In just 7 days, his strength would surely grow. After the complete awakening of the four heavenly kings, he shall fully unleash the entirety of his power. That moment, he would have an unassailable advantage over Akainu. Even against the four emperors, he could entangle them within a short span of time. The number of monsters on this vast ocean is indeed increasing. Huang Yuan sighed softly, his words devoid of mockery. Having personally experienced the clash with Ganesha, he was deeply impressed by the latter's rapidly growing strength and mastery over the winds, which undeniably broadened his horizons. That, of course, Ganesha's prowess was beyond question. Sengoku of the Navy lamented, then quickly regained his composure, leading his four companions back to the warship on the decks of more than a dozen large naval vessels. The soldiers gazed with both confusion and awe at the trio standing before the gates of Impel Down, the hundreds of meters separating them, coupled with the echoes of the battle's aftermath, left them unaware of the true events unfolding. When they observed that Li Xian and his companions remained steadfast, while Sengoku and his crew retreated to the ship, their hearts brimmed with bewilderment, mingled with reverence and astonishment. Sengoku cast a lingering glance at Li Xian before commanding the mobilization of over a dozen large naval ships, with the three admirals on guard, as they slowly departed from Impel Down. Li Xian watched the retreating fleet, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just as he had anticipated, under the immense pressure exerted by the Assassin Alliance, the Navy would undoubtedly avoid a mutual annihilation. However, as he gazed at the departing Navy, an inexplicable discontent stirred within him. As the proud ruler of the Celestial God clan, the Great Snake found it disheartening to rely on pressure to compel the enemy to retreat. Although the one applying this pressure was another identity he controlled, he still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction that in the end, it was a matter of strength. The slow progression of his role as the Great Snake was the root of his frustration. Li Xian stared at his hands, where thunder and spiritual energy intertwined, and he murmured to himself, "If I were to elevate this role's progression now, achieving a score of 100, then the 8 heroes would be at my fingertips. Not to mention Sengoku and his 3 companions. Even if they fled to the holy land of Mariewa, I could easily trample them underfoot. The higher the role progression, the closer the Great Snake State would be to its pinnacle, with power surpassing that of the 4 emperors, nearly rivaling Chiji. However, regrettably, as the role progression approached its later stages, the difficulty of advancement increased exponentially. Elevating it to the maximum seemed a task more daunting than climbing to the heavens. He glanced at Ganesha and Charmy, who stood before him, bearing the tremendous pressure while battling Akainu and his men. Both were engaged in an overexerted struggle, adorned with wounds and having exhausted more than half of their stamina. Let us withdraw. From here on, we shall simply await the awakening of Chiji. Xian turned away, his tall figure silhouetted against the heavens, his tone indifferent and devoid of emotional fluctuation, prepared to teach a lesson to those ignorant souls who dared to provoke the divine. Let them witness. Despite Akainu bearing injuries and Sengoku and the others having retreated early, Li Xian could not swallow the humiliation of being challenged at his doorstep, since the Assassin Alliance was ready to engage. He had no qualms about delivering a profound lesson to the Navy once Chiji awoke and his powers advanced further, using this opportunity to proclaim the arrival of the Celestial God clan to the entire ocean. After all, the influence of the Celestial God clan was not inferior to that of the Assassin Alliance. At this moment, in the highest conference room of the world government, the 5 elders, clad in formal attire, took their seats in succession. These venerable figures, who nearly controlled the entirety of the ocean, wore expressions of grave concern, their faces shadowed, as if by a storm. Should we consider abandoning this plan? One of the 5 elders, Okada Kenichi, spoke after a long silence, his gaze flickering as his thoughts seemed to drift back to the scene several months prior when the Assassin Alliance had publicly executed a celestial dragon in Mariawa. The power displayed by the opposition had instilled a sense of fear within him. Even as one of the five elders, no, we absolutely cannot abandon this. Just as Okada Kenichi finished speaking, Yambu Kiichi immediately interrupted him. Yambu Kiichi had personally experienced the might of the Assassin Alliance, yet he did not shy away. The news about Ace is already leaked to some extent. If we release him now, how will others perceive the Navy? They will think the Navy fears the Whitebeard pirates or the Assassin Alliance, too frightened to confront them. If anyone further disseminates Ace's true identity, how can the Navy and the world government maintain their dignity upon the seas? It is well known that Ace is the son of Roger. Although this information is not widespread, a portion of people are aware. Should Ace be released and subsequently exploited, the Navy and world government's prestige would undoubtedly plummet. That being said, you are all aware of the terror posed by the Assassin Alliance, Okada Kenichi retorted, understanding this simple truth. But what good does that understanding do? The Assassin Alliance had indeed left a profound shadow upon him. Faced with the alliance of the Assassin Alliance and the Whitebeard pirates, he held little hope for their chances of victory. This situation is different, Yambu Kiichi responded coldly. According to intelligence, the Shadow Assassin Chiji did not participate in this operation. Only Akinu, Aohoshi, and Jia, 3 Shadow Assassins, along with Whitebeard, amounted to a total of 4 individuals with the strength of the 4 emperors. The objective of this mission is not their complete annihilation, but rather to publicly execute Ace under the very noses of the Assassin Alliance and the Whitebeard pirates while attempting to restrain Whitebeard as much as possible. As long as we achieve these 2 objectives, our mission will be deemed a success. Since learning of the alliance between the Assassin Alliance and the Whitebeard pirates, no one has been naive enough to think they could eliminate all of them in one fell swoop. The existence of 4 individuals at the level of the 4 emperors makes it nearly impossible to completely defeat or even kill them. After all, when at a disadvantage, they would not simply resign themselves to defeat. Thus, Yambu Kiichi's main objective shifted to publicly executing Ace and attempting to kill Whitebeard in full view of the Assassin Alliance and the Whitebeard pirates. This move would not only allow them to regain some dignity after their previous defeat to the Assassin Alliance, but would also compel the various factions still adrift upon the ocean to re-evaluate and respect the Navy and the world government. However, the other side possesses 4 individuals at the level of the 4 emperors. Okada Kenichi felt a tightening in his chest, his concern lingering. The abilities of those 3 Shadow Assassins are exceptionally peculiar. Despite the Navy investing substantial manpower and resources in their investigation, they have yet to ascertain their specific capabilities. Enough, Hirano Masato spoke with a serious expression, softly stating, while 4 individuals of the 4 Emperors' caliber are indeed daunting. Should the Navy and the world government join forces and devote themselves fully to restraining 3 of them, killing one is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. What we're truly worried about is whether the Assassin Alliance truly only has these 3 Shadow Assassins involved. Will Chiji, the leader of the 7 Shadow Assassins, or other masters from the Assassin Alliance truly refrain from intervening in this matter? Upon hearing this, the conference room fell into a prolonged silence. The last time the Shadow Assassin Chiji appeared on the live broadcast, they had been filled with confidence, believing victory was assured. However, first, the Shadow Assassin Aohoshi made his entrance, followed by the Shadow Assassin Jia. The world government retreated in defeat. Were it not for the previous fleet Admiral Steelbone intervening, they would still be unaware of the hidden presence of a 4 Emperors-level powerhouse named Jia. The Assassin Alliance's hidden talents were indeed formidable. This time, with all 3 Shadow Assassins present in plain sight, could they still have other hidden cards up their sleeves? No one could provide a definitive answer to this question. The risks are too great. Okada Kenichi voiced his concerns, having initially opposed confronting the Assassin Alliance head-on. Now, the myriad signs only solidified his resolve to withdraw from the plan. The risks are indeed high. But the rewards are equally substantial, are they not? Yambu Kiichi remarked nonchalantly. His character was resolute, even more so than Okada Kenichi. What do you understand? If we suffer another defeat this time, and Ace is successfully rescued, how will the Navy maintain its standing in the world after losing face? Okada Kenichi's forehead throbbed with veins as he questioned loudly, "Do not dwell on those low-probability events, even if such a situation arises. We can immediately cut the live broadcast to mitigate losses." Yambu Kiaichi responded fearlessly. "Besides, if we simply concede this time and release him, wouldn't we suffer an even greater loss of face? I do not wish to continue this argument with you. This action plan must not be executed any further." Okada Kenichi turned away, coldly stating, "This is a prime opportunity to re-establish the Navy's and the world government's authority." Yamabu Kiaichi rose from his chair, his tone resolutely unwavering. "Enough." Hirano Masato observed the escalating argument between the two and, striking the desk, announced to everyone regarding the question of whether to proceed with this plan. "We shall conduct a vote. Those in favor of continuing the execution of the plan, please raise your hands." As he spoke, Hirano Masato was the first to raise his hand, followed closely by Yamabu Kiaichi and another member of the Gorosei. Hirano Masato cast a glance at them and, with deliberation, stated, "The plan to continue has garnered 3 votes. It is approved." "You people," Shuga Kenichi turned to Hirano Masato and the other supporting Gorosei, his complexion ashen. "If we let Ace go this time, the Navy and the world government will suffer a significant blow to their dignity. It would be better to take a risk." The Gorosei, under Shuga Kenichi's scrutiny, met his gaze and spoke. "We are merely betting that the Assassin Alliance has only dispatched 3 shadow assassins. Should we prevail, the prestige of the Navy and the world government will surely be restored to its former glory." Shuga Kenichi's expression shifted, his eyes flickering, before he finally lowered his head, his lips pale. Very well. Despite his profound dissatisfaction with the plan, he realized that, having undergone a vote, his opposition could no longer affect the outcome. As this world-class high-level meeting concluded, governments and navies worldwide sprang into action. They understood the gravity of the situation and were acutely aware of the formidable enemy they were about to face. Numerous powerful figures concealed in the shadows or operating behind the scenes were urgently summoned to Navy headquarters. Simultaneously, all spies of the world government, except for a select few on particularly crucial missions, were dispatched to the New World to monitor the movements of the 4 emperors. Aside from the Whitebeard pirates and the Assassin Alliance, the other 3 emperors also possessed the capability to alter the course of battle, thus falling under their scrutiny. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the seas. Some astute individuals already sensed that an unprecedented war was on the horizon. Following the directives of the Gorosei, Navy headquarters convened a meeting, formally announcing that, in 7 days, Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, would be publicly executed at Marineford AS for Ace's true identity. Sengoku planned to reveal it on the day of the public execution. Various factions began to converge on Navy headquarters. Even the 7 warlords received a mandatory summons. In the face of the formidable coalition of the 4 emperors, neither the Navy headquarters nor the world government dared to exhibit any complacency. The news of Ace's impending public execution at Navy headquarters in 7 days spread like wildfire across the seas. Numerous factions caught wind of this information and sensed the looming atmosphere of war. Ace, as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, was undoubtedly the target of the Navy's challenge. Would the Whitebeard pirates swallow their pride? Or would they charge directly towards Navy headquarters for a confrontation? If the former, although it would inflict a certain blow to the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates, it would be a natural response. After all, a pirate crew of emperor-level stature would find it difficult to withstand the might of the Navy. However, should the latter transpire, it would undoubtedly trigger a monumental event. The Sabeti archipelago, still haunted by the previous incident where the celestial dragons were intimidated into seclusion by Li Xian, found its residents still trembling in fear, even months later. Consequently, Luffy and his crew refrained from attacking the celestial dragons as depicted in the original narrative, thereby avoiding the attention of Kuma and Kizu. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates remained spirited and resolutely set their sights on the New World. Suddenly, a newspaper fluttered down onto Luffy's face. He picked it up, intending to discard it casually, but upon glancing at the contents, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Ace." Upon seeing the news of Ace's impending public execution, Luffy became lost in memories of their past together, disregarding Nami's and Zoro's inquiries. "Ace. They want to kill Ace." Hearing Luffy's murmurs, the surrounding crew members displayed expressions of astonishment. It wasn't until they saw the contents of the newspaper that they comprehended the gravity of the situation. This is Luffy's older brother. In 7 days, he will be executed publicly at Marineford. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates exchanged glances, their expressions grave. They were well aware of how frequently Luffy mentioned Ace and Sabo. In this moment, how could Luffy maintain his composure upon learning of Ace's impending fate? For days later, at the Sabiti Archipelago, in an unremarkable tavern, the captain of the 5th Division of the White-Beard Pirates, Bista, anxiously regarded the silver-haired man seated across from him, who appeared remarkably spry. His eyes brimmed with eager anticipation for the unknown. Had it not been for Whitebeard's personal revelation, he would have never guessed that the infamous first mate of the pirate King Roger, Silvers Rayleigh, was residing in this humble tavern. "Whitebeard want me to go to Navy headquarters?" Rayleigh inquired, removing his glasses and wiping them with a calm demeanor. Bista hastily responded, "Lord Rayleigh, Ace is your captain." Roger's son, Rayleigh sighed that he had been unaware of Ace's true lineage until this moment. Now, upon learning that Ace was the son of his former captain, a tumult of emotions surged within him. How could he remain indifferent while the child of his captain faced public execution? "It seems that my old bones need to be put to use after all," he remarked slowly. Upon hearing this, Bista's eyes lit up with excitement. This was the legendary Silvers Rayleigh with his assistants. The chances of rescuing Ace had undoubtedly increased significantly. "Lord Rayleigh, however," Rayleigh cast a sidelong glance at him, responding with indifference. "The Pirate King is long gone. What stands before you now is merely an old man." 5 days later, in the New World, within the rebuilt palace of Cake Island, a woman rested her chin on her hand, gazing absently at a scorched patch of earth not far from the Great Hall. This was the mark left by Li Xian's previous attack, Sunlight Radiance, which had not only decimated a portion of her crew's combat power, but had also taken her children away. She had reconstructed the palace, but deliberately left that charred area untouched, as a constant reminder of her humiliation. "The celestial dragon kin shall fall. One day, I will trample you underfoot and crush you." Her gaze was filled with fierce determination as she muttered curses under her breath. At that moment, a minister from her crew rushed in from outside, his face flushed from running, appearing quite anxious. She cast a glance at him, her weariness evident, signaling him to report promptly, since the last incident with the celestial dragons, during which they had casually abducted Katakuri. She had been too preoccupied to attend to such trivial matters, unable even to savor the taste of desserts. "Mother, we have news about the celestial dragons." The minister excitedly reported. "I see. You may leave." She waved her hand, dismissing it as inconsequential. However, she suddenly trembled, her eyes bloodshot as she fixed her gaze on the minister, coldly demanding, "What did you say?" "News about the celestial dragons." A palpable aura of menace filled the great hall, causing the minister to tremble uncontrollably. "Why, yes, Mother. A spy we placed within the Navy witnessed everything firsthand. 3 members of the Celestial Dragons broke into Impel Down, provoking an encirclement from Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the 3 admirals. However, they were simply too powerful. Even with the full might of the 3 admirals and the Fleet Admiral, they had no choice but to retreat due to unforeseen circumstances. After the Navy's withdrawal, our spy took note that the 3 members of the Celestial Dragons remained in Impel Down, showing no signs of leaving. They are likely pursuing some plan." Her eyes narrowed, an aura of deadly intent radiating from her as a cold smile crept across her lips. "Ha! Celestial Dragons. Orochi, what are you scheming? Regardless of your plans this time, I will ensure that all your efforts come to naught. Immediately gather all combat personnel of the pirate crew. Our target is Impel Down. This time, I shall see them shattered into 1,000 pieces to demonstrate the might of our pirate crew." As she spoke, she rose with palpable excitement, her eyes shimmering with barely contained enthusiasm, as if her very blood were igniting with fervor. The minister of the pirate crew deliberated internally for a considerable duration, ultimately summoning his courage to close his eyes, a resolute expression of impending doom etched upon his face. "Mother, the reason those 3 individuals compelled the Marine Admiral and the 3 admirals to retreat is due to their formidable strength. If we venture forth alone, we may very well repeat the disastrous events that transpired on Cake Island. She regarded the minister with a frosty gaze, her tone laced with chill. The minister dared not open his eyes, nor could he muster a response. He understood all too well that he had struck a nerve, and retribution would likely be severe. Yet, he was acutely aware of the necessity to issue a warning. Otherwise, if the pirate crew charged forth recklessly for retribution and suffered a crushing defeat, their standing on the seas would be irrevocably shattered. Humph. I have long since devised a plan for this, she retorted coldly. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she recognized that a direct confrontation could very well lead to her crew being repelled by those three adversaries. While she was confident in her ability to contend with the individual known as Orochi, none of her offspring possessed the strength to withstand or conquer that formidable pair. The combat prowess of an admiral might seem trivial in the face of Orochi and the Assassin's Alliance. But to many, it represented the pinnacle of power. Even among the ranks of the Emperors of the Sea, no crew had yet attained such heights, merely falling short by a hair's breadth. After a moment of contemplation, she produced a specially crafted transponder snail from her pocket in the territory of Kaido within the New World. The sound of the transponder snail echoed, blaring its urgent ring. Submerged in venom, Kaido abruptly awoke at the sound of the clamorous call. His body involuntarily shuddering upon sighting the unique transponder snail, his previously hardened and frenzied visage shifted in an instant. "What is it?" Kaido queried with confusion as he answered the call. A deep voice resonated on the other end. "Kaido, I require your assistance." Her dissatisfaction was unmasked as she bluntly articulated her intent. "What has compelled you to seek my aid?" Kaido's expression darkened. The strength of her adversaries was not to be underestimated, and her own power was indeed at the level of an emperor, marking her as one of the top 4 forces in the New World. What calamity had unfolded that necessitated her seeking his help? "The Celestial God Clan," she spat through gritted teeth, her voice brimming with loathing. The Celestial God Clan? Kaido instantly comprehended. He had previously heard of the pirate crew being vanquished by the 3 members of the Celestial God Clan. Even witnessing the capture of Katakuri, this event had already become the talk of the seas, spreading like wildfire among the dark powers. Given the involvement of the Celestial God Clan, it was no surprise that she would seek his assistance. After all, it seemed that among those 3, one possessed the strength of an emperor, another was at the admiral level, and the last was nearing that rank. And no single pirate crew could hope to confront them alone, especially now that they had lost Katakuri, a powerhouse on the brink of admiral status. "Very well. Although this is not an agreeable matter, I shall not hesitate to comply," Kaido affirmed, for he indeed shared a connection with her. "They are at Impel Down. I shall head there immediately. Make haste to join me." Her tone was resolute, driven by an insatiable urge for vengeance that left her unwilling to delay for even a moment. Impel Down? Kaido raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was she truly intent on storming Impel Down to personally confront those 3? The mere thought ignited a flicker of joy upon Kaido's countenance. He relished adventure, and the prospect of breaching Impel Down was exhilarating. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates and numerous allied crews began to assemble, their vessels densely dotting the vast expanse of ocean, nearly obscuring the azure waves. Among these crews, several notorious pirates boasted bounties in the hundreds of millions. Once united, they formed a formidable force. Beside the Moby Dick lay 3 warships belonging to the Assassin's Alliance, although modest in size. The emblem of the Assassin's Alliance emblazoned upon their sails was ever prominent. A.S. Whitebeard emerged from his cabin to announce the impending assault on Marine headquarters while introducing the Assassin's Alliance. All the pirate ships simultaneously altered course towards the Marine HQ. The Marine headquarters, once a place that instilled dread in countless pirates, now saw these marauders not only unafraid, but exhibiting signs of exhilaration as they sailed alongside the Assassin's Alliance, with such a terrifying ally by their side. What could the Marine headquarters possibly do? Even the holy land of Mariawa was not beyond their reach, emboldening them to press forward fearlessly, with the legendary Whitebeard hailed as the strongest man in the world. At the forefront, they could scarcely fathom how the Marines could withstand such a combined force. 7 days later, at Marine headquarters Marineford, the crescent-shaped Marine HQ was lined with ranks of elite Marines clad in white. Hundreds of thousands of elite Marines stood ready, each brimming with vigor, their morale at its zenith. Yet, deep within their eyes lay an undercurrent of barely perceptible tension and fear. A clash with the Assassins' alliance was now inevitable. Hence, prior to the outbreak of war, Sengoku had summoned these elite Marines, informing them that they would soon confront the fearsome Assassins' alliance. While this news initially sparked some confusion and instilled trepidation within certain Marines, the reality of the Assassins' alliance threat was unavoidable. Rather than allowing them to face the Assassins unprepared and succumb to panic, it was wiser to forewarn them and prepare them mentally. Thus, even if some initial fear arose, Sengoku's prior guidance and reassurance would mitigate their terror when they ultimately confronted the Assassins. Otherwise, if the battle commenced and the elite Marines faltered at the sight of the Assassins, it would surely become a source of great ridicule. Within a Marine HQ office, Marine Admiral Sakazuki, the three admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marine Hero Vice Admiral Garp, one of the five elders, and former Marine Admiral Zephyr, alongside three other enigmatic figures, gathered in council. Among them, one was clad in the military garb of the world government, exuding arrogance. The other two radiated a chilling aura, their expressions devoid of emotion, resembling heartless killing machines. In the conference room, one of the five elders, Sakazuki, took the lead. His piercing gaze swept across all present, brimming with intensity and menace. Our fundamental objective is to successfully execute Ace publicly and eradicate the remnants of Whitebeard's era, Sakazuki declared, his words sharp as a blade, exuding an undeniable pressure. Yet this was merely the foundational task. The Assassins' alliance had been relatively quiet since the last battle at the Holy Land, but now they dared to interfere with our plans, should the opportunity arise. We could attempt to capture one or two of the Shadow Assassins, or severely weaken the Assassins' alliance to drive them back. If we succeed in eliminating a Shadow Assassin and repelling the Assassins' alliance while fulfilling these two primary objectives, the prestige of the world government and the Marines, upon which the Assassins depended, would suffer a devastating blow. The Marines and the world government would once again stand supreme above all. The five elders ultimately resolved to proceed as planned, dispatching a portion of their forces to restrain the Assassins' alliance, just enough to hold them at bay, while fully focusing on Whitebeard to ensure Ace's execution proceeded without a hitch. However, Sakazuki appeared unsatisfied with this outcome. He had not forgotten the profound impression left by the Shadow Assassin Chi. Although the Assassins' alliance might only deploy 3 Shadow Assassins this time, and she was not among them, perhaps due to the Assassins' underestimation of the Marines and world government, or Chi being otherwise occupied. But if the Assassins' alliance were to send only 3 Shadow Assassins, it would undoubtedly present a prime opportunity for a counterattack at this pivotal moment when the Marines and world government were gathering their forces. At the moment when the eyes of the world turned towards the ocean, they would decisively obliterate the Assassins' alliance through a live broadcast, using the blood of the Shadow Assassins to proclaim the authority of the world government across the seas. The killing of the Shadow Assassins. Upon uttering these words, the gathered individuals were taken aback, save for the 2 figures resembling unfeeling killing machines who remained utterly unresponsive. They are the elite assassins meticulously trained by the world government, solely responsible for executing orders, devoid of any superfluous personal emotions. This time, ensuring that Ace can be executed smoothly and eliminating Whitebeard has proven to be exceedingly arduous. After all, the prowess of the Shadow Assassin from the Assassin Alliance is evident to all. Sengoku shook his head, expressing his viewpoint. Although he harbored a profound hatred for the Assassin Alliance, he recognized the necessity to proceed with caution given the current situation. First, they must eliminate Whitebeard, a remnant of the bygone era, followed by executing the wicked Sun Ace, and subsequently build their prestige to formulate a strategic plan against the Assassin Alliance. Sengoku was apprehensive about the direct approach proposed by Kizuru, fearing that taking too large a step could lead to complications. Evil must receive its due punishment, Akainu asserted coldly, his voice resolute. As a representative of the radicals, he felt elated after a brief moment of surprise. The humiliating memories of the last encounter with Akainu and Kizuru were still fresh in his mind, and Kizuru's proposed battle plan resonated perfectly with his desires. Sengoku, This battle plan will only be executed under the condition that the two fundamental tasks are assured. Should things go awry, this plan would naturally be discarded. Kizaru reminded, setting aside the combat prowess of the four emperors, Sengoku, having served as admiral for many years with numerous accomplishments, would not easily disregard his counsel. Of course, Sengoku would not alter Kizaru's intention, perhaps merely offering a few explanatory remarks. After all, Kizaru is one of the five elders, among the most powerful figures in the world. How could Sengoku continue to oppose him? Moreover, if they could ensure the completion of the two fundamental tasks, it seemed there was no reason not to proceed with the plan. Initially intending to enhance their prestige through actions at the Navy headquarters to combat pirates, the intervention of the Assassin Alliance compelled the world government to engage fully. Guided by Kizaru to confront the threat, he seemed oblivious to the internal affairs of the Navy and was unaware that Impel Down had already been occupied by 3 members of the Celestial Tribe. That fellow Teach, driven by his ambitions, headed straight for Impel Down. Were it not for the Navy's relentless pressure, she would never set foot in this den of foul men. Sengoku and Garp ascended the guillotine. Garp gazed at Ace, kneeling on the ground, his eyes glistening with tears. Although Ace was not his biological grandson, he had always regarded him as such. Now, as Ace's grandfather, he was to witness his grandson's execution under such circumstances. Not to mention the impending confrontation with those who sought to rescue Ace. Garp felt as though 1,000 knives were twisting in his heart. Kizaru and others lurked in the shadows, waiting for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates and the Assassin Alliance. As the Den Mushi was activated, the image of Sengoku and Ace on the guillotine instantly traversed vast distances, appearing on the prepared large screens. Ace, tell them your true identity. No, you are lying. You're not Porghast.Ace. You are Gold.Ace. You're the sole bloodline of the pirate king Gold.Roger, the most wicked existence in this world. Upon Sengoku revealing Ace's identity, the seas erupted in tumultuous waves. Many were struck with terror. The one who single-handedly ushered in the great pirate era, Gold.Roger, still had descendants alive. Initially puzzled by Ace's impending public execution, many suddenly comprehended the reason upon hearing his true identity that a captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates being captured was not a covert assassination. Rather, it was a brazen public execution. Moreover, he concealed another identity, that of Roger's son. Suddenly, everything made sense that on the guillotine, after revealing Ace's lineage, Sengoku intended to immediately order the execution. However, soon after, in the crescent-shaped harbor, the sea began to bubble violently, as if something dreadful was about to surface. Sengoku widened his eyes, sensing an impending occurrence. Following that, the waters churned, and a colossal pirate ship emerged from the depths, sending waves crashing. At the bow of the pirate ship stood a young giant wielding a dagger. He gazed at Ace, a triumphant smile illuminating his face, declaring loudly, "Wah! What do you Navy scoundrels intend to do to my beloved son?" Simultaneously, countless pirate ships surged forth from the depths, nearly filling the entire harbor. Numerous captains and pirate crew leaders who had befriended Ace waved enthusiastically. "Ace, we are here to rescue you! Ace, we are waiting for you!" On the guillotine, Ace looked at Whitebeard, then at his familiar comrades, unable to hold back his tears. Everyone. Across the sea, countless spectators stared in astonishment at the harbor filled with pirate ships, particularly at the small giant in front of the Moby Dick, whose face beamed with ambition. "Whitebeard, it's Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates are taking action. Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. How could the Navy execute Ace publicly without the Whitebeard pirates intervening? Are the Whitebeard pirates going to directly assault the Navy headquarters?" All who witnessed Whitebeard and the multitude of pirate ships felt as though their minds had exploded. The Pirate King, standing atop the New World, was truly prepared to confront the maritime overlord, the Navy, head-on. Over the years, few pirates dared to attack the Navy headquarters directly. Apart from the immortal Kaido, the last to do so was the legendary pirate Silver Lion, who paid a heavy price for it, being captured by the Navy and sent to Impel Down. Now, the man hailed as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, was leading a powerful assault on the Navy headquarters. What would the outcome be? Since the establishment of the Navy, the headquarters had never been breached. Now, could the world's mightiest man be contained? On the guillotine, the eyes of the 7 warlords, the 3 admirals, and Sengoku were all fixated on the giant figure. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, staring intently at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, many years have passed. I wonder if your strength remains as terrifying as before. This battle was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. It even surpassed all previous wars Sengoku had commanded. Although the combat power of the 4 emperors was top tier in this conflict, the combined strength of the 4 emperors on both sides amounted to an astonishing 9. Such a scale of warfare could not even be compared to the several campaigns against Roger in the past. In truth, individuals of Sengoku's caliber had never heard of 9 4 emperors gathering to engage in battle. Even a confrontation between 2 admirals could alter the climate of an island. This time, with 9 4 emperors on stage, even if victorious, the Navy might have to seek a new headquarters. However, as long as the plan could be realized. What did relocating a headquarters matter? Compared to the tangible benefits foreseeably at stake, a mere relocation of headquarters was insignificant. Sengoku's gaze lingered on Whitebeard's long beard for a moment before he began searching for those who truly instilled fear in the world government and the Navy. However, to his astonishment, despite his keen eyesight and thorough observation of Whitebeard's camp, he found no trace of the Assassin Alliance. How strange. Could it be that the Assassin Alliance had not reached any accord with the Whitebeard pirates? Perhaps all the previous speculations of the 5 elders were entirely mistaken. Not only Sengoku, but all the admirals present, both overtly and covertly, felt a sense of surprise. The mobilization of such formidable forces this time was precisely due to the involvement of the Assassin Alliance. Without the Assassin Alliance, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Whitebeard would not warrant such a powerful response from the world government. These nefarious individuals, are they ultimately fearful? At the execution platform, Akainu, seated in the central position, slightly lowered his gaze, spitting disdainfully. He had anticipated redeeming his honor in this operation, but had not expected the opponent to be such a coward, daring not to show up. Sengoku did not feel anxious due to the absence of the Assassin Alliance. Instead, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the formidable array of the world government and the Navy did not include the Assassin Alliance, then the subsequent 2 tasks seemed almost assured. Though he felt a twinge of regret at not being able to seize this opportunity to defeat the Assassin Alliance and restore the Navy's prestige. Yet at the very least, this outcome significantly enhances our odds, leaving little room for doubt. Nearby, the lurking figure of Garden Chief Chi clenched his fist in frustration against the wall. These scoundrels. The world government and the Navy mobilize such a grand display, and yet the Assassin Alliance dares to stand us up? Do they truly regard the world government as nothing more than a jest? At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard gripped his dagger tightly in his right hand, his left fist raised, radiating a brilliant white light. My children, you cannot allow them to bully us like this. His boisterous voice echoed, and in an instant, his fist, shimmering with white light, swung forth with tremendous force. A peculiar shockwave rapidly surged outward. The ocean before him appeared to be struck by colossal impact. Churning into towering waves, enormous swells, exceeding 100 meters, surged toward the Navy headquarters like a deluge, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire base. Such terrifying power. Is this truly the might of the strongest man in the world? This destructive force, can we truly withstand such a being? The shadow of the waves loomed ominously over the Navy personnel, elite soldiers gathered from various divisions, who, confronted by this apocalyptic torrent, could not help but swallow hard. Their hands trembled around their weapons, and their legs quaked uncontrollably. Even though they had steeled themselves psychologically, witnessing the horrifying waves left them utterly dazed. Suddenly, a figure shot forth like an arrow, the cape of justice billowing in the wind. Exuding an air of authority. Ice Age. The figure landed at the forefront of the waves as Kazan spread his arms wide, unleashing an endless torrent of icy chill from his hands in an instant. The fearsome cold froze the surrounding seawater, and the chill continued to spread relentlessly. Crackle, crackle. The once menacing waves, poised to devour the Navy headquarters, were instantaneously encased in Kazan's frigid grasp. This area, spanning 10 miles, transformed into a realm of ice. A biting cold wind swept across the frozen expanse, causing involuntary shivers. Across the oceans, countless souls were left in awe. This was the sheer power of the strongest man's punch. Utterly terrifying. Is this not excessively exaggerated? A tsunami formed in such a manner. The Admiral Kazan of the Navy headquarters is indeed formidable, capable of freezing such towering waves in an instant. This, then, is the pinnacle of combat power upon the seas? It seems I have long held a narrow perspective. Kazan effortlessly froze the tsunami invoked by Whitebeard with a single move, and Whitebeard showed little reaction, as his true intent was merely to demonstrate strength, not to genuinely inundate the Navy headquarters or inflict significant harm. This shall not allow your waves to submerge us. Kazan stood upon the icy surface, gazing up at Whitebeard, his tone calm and resolute. Just then, a thunderous call erupted. "Ace! Ace!" A modest pirate ship slid down from the towering glacier, coming to a halt near the Moby Dick at the ship's bow. The straw-hatted Luffy called out loudly to Ace, who stood on the execution platform. "Ace, wait for me. I will save you." Behind him, Zoro, Usopp, and others gazed at the densely packed Navy forces and the ice enveloping Kazan, unable to suppress their gasps of horror as their scalps prickled with fear. Could they truly participate in such a high-caliber battle? Fool! On the execution platform, Carp lifted his head upon hearing the voice, spotting Luffy and muttering a curse under his breath. His grandson, with his current strength, has come to partake in this Imperial-level conflict. It is nothing short of a death wish. That is, Ace's brother. Among the Whitebeard pirates, several captains who shared a close bond with Ace recognized Luffy's identity. But that was not the end of it. Just as everyone's attention was captivated by Luffy's appearance, a peculiar mass of black energy floated through the sky, emanating an unsettling aura that sent shivers down spines. Sengoku and others were profoundly shaken by the overwhelming and terrifying dark energy. What formidable entity had the Assassin Alliance invited? Which powerful force from the seas could this be? The shadowy energy, as deep as night, drifted gracefully from the sky, heading straight for the Moby Dick's bow. Indeed, the Assassin Alliance is truly extraordinary. Whitebeard caught sight of the shadowy energy and could not help but express his admiration. He had previously suggested that the Assassin Alliance infiltrate the seas by coating themselves in a special layer. Yet they chose to descend directly from the skies. This was not a mere handful of individuals, nor even dozens, but 3 entire warships, brimming with thousands of members. One could not deny that this Assassin Alliance was shrouded in mystery and exuded terror. The 3 warships landed steadily upon the thick ice before the Moby Dick. Their cold aura swiftly dissipated by the shadowy energy. The exterior of the ships appeared unremarkable, akin to countless pirate vessels, yet the emblem emblazoned upon their sails sent chills down the spines of many. Anyone with even a slight understanding of the Grand Line and the New World could discern the power that emblem represented as the gazes of the onlookers swept across the 3 warships. The 3 solitary figures standing proudly at the bow of the central ship immediately drew everyone's attention. Clad in dark golden armor, their azure eyes shimmered with a mysterious glow. One had short green hair, a menacing grin revealing sharp crimson teeth, with blood-red aura swirling around his elongated fingernails. Another had long hair obscuring one eye, while the remaining eye bore faint crimson markings, 2 long blades hanging at his waist. The trio stood silently at the ship's bow, not deliberately exuding power, yet their extraordinary presence was impossible to ignore. Even after several months, their distinctive attire was instantly recognizable to countless individuals. The Assassin Alliance. The emblem of the Assassin Alliance, the shadowy assassins, Qingfeng, Chia, and Jia, were the 3 shadowy assassins challenging the Navy headquarters or intending to confront both the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates simultaneously. Indeed, it is the Assassin Alliance. It is truly the shadowy assassins Qingfeng, Chia, and Jia. Would we be fortunate enough to witness the might of the 3 shadowy assassins once more? Though the shadowy assassins have been silent for a time, their invincible presence from years past remained deeply etched in the hearts of many to this moment. All present gasped in astonishment. The 3 shadowy assassins, during the last Holy Land battle, it seemed only one shadowy assassin, Chi, had participated. Now, with the three shadowy assassins re-emerging, what tempest would the Assassin Alliance unleash upon the seas? Were they indeed planning to leverage their alliance's strength to directly challenge both the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates? At this moment, below the execution platform, among the seats of the seven warlords, Hancock's gaze sharpened upon the appearance of the three shadowy assassins, her previously languid demeanor vanishing. These three individuals were all benefactors to her. Not to mention, she had once commissioned the Assassin Alliance to assassinate a celestial dragon, and they not only succeeded, but also inadvertently harmed several celestial dragons during their confrontation with the world government and navy. That live broadcast had been utterly satisfying for her. Thus, she held an immense goodwill toward the three before her. However, whom had they accepted a commission from this time, and what were their intentions in coming here? And what of that individual, Chi? Has he not come? Are only these three acting? Since the conclusion of the Holy Land battle, Hancock had been attempting to locate Chi and the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance. Yet she had received no news for inquiring about Chi's whereabouts at the branches. The Assassin Alliance would never easily divulge such information to others. It appeared this time would not be so monotonous. A faint smile curled at the corner of Hancock's lips as she murmured to herself. Fortunately, at this moment, everyone's attention was captivated by those three figures. Otherwise, her stunning smile would have undoubtedly captivated many more. Not far from her, Doflamingo, clad in a feathered coat, was unsurprised by the sudden appearance of the Assassin Alliance. After all, as a neighbor to the Assassin Alliance's headquarters, he had learned of their collaboration with the Whitebeard pirates long before the Navy. Gazing at the three figures, Doflamingo wore a broad smile. With the involvement of the Assassin Alliance, his initial intention to merely spectate might even lead him to secretly lend a hand to the Assassin Alliance. After all, he had long since resolved to cling tightly to the leg of the Assassin Alliance. Such an opportunity, if not seized, would be utterly foolish. In the midst of the execution platform, Xuanwu stood, his countenance shifting between shadows and light, his hands clenched tightly only to loosen again as the tumult within him surged unceasingly. Ultimately, there was no escaping this ordeal. The Assassin Alliance, the Shadow Assassins, Qingfeng, Jia. The appearance of the Assassin Alliance was entirely in line with expectations. Even the Shadow Assassin Jia was among them. This could be seen as a form of solace, yet did not completely eliminate the possibility of other hidden threats lurking in the shadows. However, thus far, the Navy's intelligence had remained impeccable. The very emergence of the Assassin Alliance had significantly dampened his confidence regarding the successful completion of the previous two foundational missions, given that the Assassin Alliance had been summoned by the Whitebeard pirates. Their motives were undoubtedly to rescue Ace or pursue some other agenda. Consequently, whether it be the public execution of Ace or confronting Whitebeard, they would face daunting challenges that, of course, the presence of the Assassin Alliance also presented an opportunity for revenge. Overall, this was a colossal gamble that present. It appeared that the Navy and the world government had amassed the formidable powers of 5 Yonka-level entities and 6 Admiral-level forces, in stark contrast to the opponent's 4 Yonka-level forces and a contingent of assassins whose might barely reached the Vice Admiral tier, clearly placing them at a disadvantage. Alas, it seems I have underestimated these so-called evil individuals. Akainu sat with his leg crossed, his expression grave. Despite his words, the image of Jia inflicting a grievous wound upon him lingered incessantly in his mind. A haunting nightmare as for the elusive power of Jia. It too rendered one defenseless. In truth, he was not as composed as he appeared, his vigilance surpassing that of anyone else. The feeling of being caught off guard still left him uncertain if he could withstand another attack. Clang, in the shadows, Yuanbu Chi, upon spotting Jia and the others, involuntarily let his sword, the original Guitai, emit a soft chime. Simultaneously, a powerful aura of murderous intent surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings. Though he quickly reined it in, clearly, the moment was not ripe for action. It is them three. Behind him, a man clad in a black suit, his expression cold and detached, scrutinized the trio before him. As the highest-ranking officer of a clandestine organization under the world government, he could be deemed the actual master of its dark side. wielding immense power, loyal solely to the five elders, and possessing strength that reached the Yonko level. This time, the world government had spared no expense, dispatching him directly to execute this mission, accompanied by the Admiral Long, the one who had survived the last battle. It could be said that this operation nearly drained the world government's entire treasury. Nonetheless, every sacrifice made was deemed worthwhile to accomplish this mission. The swordsmanship of that individual. Hawkeye's gaze had never strayed from Qing Feng, particularly fixated on the two long knives hanging at his waist. His instinct told him that although these blades did not belong to the top tier of renowned swords, their power was not to be underestimated. Hawkeye had not witnessed Qing Feng's performance during the battle at the Holy Land, but he had personally observed this man deliver a devastating blow to Admiral Akiji. Without a doubt, this was a swordsman whose prowess surpassed his own. Besides Hawkeye, another contender, claiming to be among the top 10 who could penetrate the Assassin Alliance, had also set his sights on Qing Feng. Meanwhile, Zoro, standing behind Luffy, found his initial trepidation instantly captivated by the figure of Qing Feng upon the appearance of the Assassin Alliance. He caressed his three swords, murmuring to himself, "I still have a long way to go before reaching the realm of the world's greatest swordsman." In the original narrative, Zoro only realized the vast distance separating him from the world's greatest swordsman after clashing with Hawkeye. However, even now, absent of Hawkeye's mentorship, having witnessed the prowess of Qima Jia and Qing Feng during the live broadcast, Zoro found himself yearning for their formidable strikes. Regrettably, as Li Xian had not initiated a live broadcast while confronting Hawkeye, Zoro believed the two remained beneath the threshold of the world's greatest swordsman, that he felt the chasm between them akin to an insurmountable divide, let alone the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Wow, the Shadow Assassins. Indeed, they're the Shadow Assassins. Chopper and Usopp, the peculiar duo, clutched each other tightly, utterly astonished. Chia's teeth were truly as crimson as blood, just as depicted in the videos. Look at Jia, clad entirely in battle armor, with only his eyes visible. And that Qing Feng, what an overwhelming aura. The three Shadow Assassins, truly terrifying. At the bow of the ship, Qing Feng caught wind of their astonishment and slightly furrowed his brow. His scarlet-ringed eyes sweeping over Chopper and Usopp, that fleeting glance. A fearsome presence akin to a primordial beast sent shivers down their spines, rendering them frozen in place on the execution platform. Xuanwu took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Qing Feng and his companions, and spoke solemnly. "Qing Feng, Jia, it seems that the Navy has not formally invited you to the public execution of Ace this time. Has it?" His words resonated softly, echoing across the skies of Marineford, subsequently transmitted through the den mushy, clear for all to hear today. As Xuanwu's words fell, an atmosphere of chilling hostility enveloped every inch of the air. The nerves of all Navy personnel taut, their eyes riveted in a state of extreme tension. Xuanwu's words, laced with a sense of gunpowder, seemed to foretell that the next moment would transform this place into a battlefield of carnage. Not only did the numerous Navy and pirates on the square of Marineford cast their gazes toward Qing Feng and his companions, but countless others across the vast sea also widened their eyes, fixated intently on the trio on the screen. The atmosphere of the scene was so charged that even a fool could sense the imminent clash. One ill-timed remark could ignite a fierce battle that would reverberate throughout the sea. Hence, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, what purpose did Qing Feng and his companions serve? In this critical moment, Qing Feng, positioned centrally among the trio, grasped the hilt of his sword firmly, a hint of pride flickering across his stern visage. The aura emanating from him rapidly expanded, causing the surrounding air to grow tumultuous. If one wishes to go, then one shall go. Moreover, what realm is beyond the reach of the Assassin Alliance? The words, seemingly plain, rang in every ear, the arrogance in their tone unmistakably clear. A gentle breeze tousled Qing Feng's long hair, his extraordinary demeanor evoking a sense of awe in countless onlookers, since the desire to come exists. Then come they shall, the Assassin Alliance. What corner have they not ventured into? As Qing Feng's words settled in, all Navy and pirate forces present tightened their nerves, some barely restraining the urge to engage in immediate combat. The atmosphere, rife with tension and hostility, permeated the battlefield, inducing heart palpitations. Xuanwu's expression darkened, shadows flitting across his eyes. The assassin alliance remains as brazen as ever. However, whether they could maintain such arrogance in the moments to come remained uncertain. At this juncture, the combat prowess of the Navy and the World Government Coalition did not fear the Assassin Alliance. Thus Xuanwu met Qing Feng's audacious remarks with an unyielding retort. Even infused with a hint of aggression, the Assassin Alliance, far from being arrogant, simply bore no need for arrogance. Qing Feng calmly countered Xuanwu, standing resolute, his body motionless, his voice devoid of any tremor. He remained as indifferent and aloof as ever, pushing the atmosphere at the scene to a new climax. The tension between the two sent beads of sweat cascading down the faces of the multitude. Both Navy and pirates alike felt an unprecedented strain. Some Navy commanders fixated intensely on the three shadow assassins, as if perpetually prepared to defend against their assault. Yet, they were clearly overly concerned. The likes of the shadow assassins, if they truly intended to strike, would not target such individuals, but rather Xuanwu himself. Even a figure like Akainu would require the joint effort of two to contend against them. Qing Feng's demeanor remained tranquil, his stature proud, standing tall and unyielding, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any from gazing upward. People marveled. Even months later, the image of the shadow assassins still loomed large, their intimidation factor as chilling as ever. With figures of the Assassin Alliance at their side, a sense of reassurance indeed washed over Whitebeard as he regarded Qing Feng's undeniable presence, filled with profound reflections. Had the tables been turned, and they stood on opposing sides, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the other party took the initiative to approach them, requesting to undertake the mission of rescuing Ace. Yet he could not comprehend the audacity of the Navy, daring to stand firm in the face of both the Assassin Alliance and Whitebeard. Whitebeard turned to Sengoku, slightly furrowing his brow, attempting to glean some insight from Sengoku's expression, but found nothing of substance. A cold wind swept across the ice-locked sea, chilling the justice cloak draped over Sengoku's shoulders. He fixated intently on Qing Feng. During the last encounter with Qi present, he had failed to notice how brazen this shadow assassin was. With an insidious and indifferent arrogance, uttering words capable of inciting fury in the most casual tone. May you continue to be insufferably arrogant forever. Sengoku cast a profound glance at Qing Feng, striving to suppress his emotions. Regardless, even if they could not utterly vanquish the Assassin Alliance this time, there was a significant probability of dampening their spirit. This operation aimed not only to eliminate Whitebeard, a remnant of the bygone era, but also to publicly execute Ace, the son of the Pirate King, thereby enhancing the Navy's prestige and bolstering its strength. Next, it would be time to settle accounts with the Assassin Alliance. Dressrosa was already identified as their headquarters by the world government. At that moment, it would be a declaration to the world, revealing who truly reigns as the master of the seas. In response, Qing Feng remained silent. However, Chia's lips curled into a cruel smile, exposing his crimson fangs. A surge of malevolent energy emanating from him, akin to a ravenous wolf lunging towards Sengoku. Chia! Sengoku's expression darkened to the extreme as he witnessed the approaching malevolent energy, coldly issuing a warning. Before the battle commenced, the adversary disregarded the presence of numerous Navy soldiers, senior officers, and admirals, directly provoking him, the fleet admiral of the Navy. This was a provocation against the Navy. Life returned, in a fit of rage. Vice Admiral Geiju of the Navy headquarters let out a roar, his 8 arms wielding long swords, his gaze fixed intently on the encroaching malevolent energy. The malevolent energy was about to make contact. His 8 arms began to swing, the sharp blades slicing through the air. Boom! In the skies above Marineford, the clash of blade light and malevolent energy generated a resounding explosion, rapidly radiating outward. The deafening sound reverberated over the heads of the elite Navy personnel, causing their eardrums to ring. Seeing Chiya's malevolent energy blocked by Geiju, Sengoku's expression slightly lightened. Although Chiya's power was formidable, that previous attack was merely a casual display, as an elite vice admiral nearing the rank of rear admiral. Goeju was certainly capable of withstanding it. Moreover, Chia's strike could hardly be considered a true display of momentum. This the shadow assassin of the Assassin Alliance. Goeju retracted his six-armed form. Feeling the tremors in his limbs, his pupils narrowing slightly. Especially at that moment, when he collided with Chia's malevolent energy, the intense heart-pounding and sense of crisis made him realize that the individual before him was the one who had once single-handedly held off two admirals of the Navy headquarters. Akainu and Akiji. Indeed, terrifyingly so. Meanwhile, in a swift motion, Mihawk's figure vanished from his seat, appearing in an instant before the Assassin Alliance's battleship. Gripping his black blade named Night, he gathered a swirling vortex of dark energy. His piercing gaze locked onto Qingfeng. The battle intent surged within him like a tidal wave. Shadow Assassin Qingfeng. Today, I shall witness the disparity in strength between us. In the original narrative, during the climactic confrontation, Mihawk aimed at Whitebeard, eager to measure the distance between himself and the world's strongest man. Now, Qingfeng's power was not inferior to that of the aging Whitebeard. As a top-tier swordsman, how could such an opponent not ignite his fighting spirit? The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Zoro had always aspired to become the world's greatest swordsman. Thus he immediately recognized Mihawk's true identity. The Assassin Alliance's Qingfeng possessed unfathomable strength. He wondered how he compared to this world-renowned swordsman. Clearly, Zoro was mistaken that he consistently believed that neither Qi nor Qingfeng could surpass Mihawk. At least in terms of swordsmanship, they were no match for Mihawk. At this moment, he was filled with anticipation, eager to witness the might of this individual who could contend with the Yonko-level Qingfeng. Celebrated as the world's greatest swordsman, across the sea, witnessing Mihawk make the first move, numerous swordsmen set aside their tasks, their eyes glued to the live broadcast. For these swordsmen, the title of the world's greatest swordsman was not merely Zoro's dream, but a shared aspiration. This battle, before it even began, already showcased a clash of world-class swordsmen, truly exhilarating. In mid-air, Mihawk gazed down at the warship, his focus solely on Qingfeng, even choosing to ignore the presence of Chia and Jia on the battlefield. He tightly gripped the Black Blade Knight, dark energy swirling around him, the surrounding air seemingly stagnant. Within the atmosphere, dark thunder erupted continuously, with bolts of lightning dancing within a kilometer radius. Before him stood Qingfeng. Not an ordinary foe. Based on their previous encounter, he concluded that Qingfeng's strength surpassed his own. Thus, Mihawk resolved to unleash his most powerful strike without reservation, seeking to measure the gap between himself and the shadow assassin Qingfeng of the Assassin Alliance. With a glint of sharpness in his eyes, a surge of battle intent erupted forth, the menacing energy causing everything around to twist and distort. The razor-sharp aura even cleaved through the ice below. Fragments floating in mid-air under his influence point one sword style, God of Death. As his words fell, the black blade slashed down, 1,000-meter-long dark energy cascading from the sky like thunder in the face of this terrifying strike. Countless pirates felt the approach of death, the black lightning coursing down the energy trail, spreading in eerie power. Amidst the roaring sound, Qingfeng slowly drew his dual blades, calmly and coolly observing Mihawk above, as well as the impending lethal strike carrying an unassailable aura. Since his last defeat to Li Xian, Mihawk had indeed improved. He had already glimpsed the path leading to a higher realm as the world's greatest swordsman. Though this strike still belonged to the admiral level, it was nearing its pinnacle. Such a fierce slash was sufficient for Qingfeng to draw his blade in response. Qingfeng unsheathed his dual blades, the azure energy erupting instantly, as if a blue phoenix manifested behind him, the sound of its cry echoing, a wave of terrifying pressure sweeping outward like a tide. The intense azure energy gradually converged into his dual blades under his command. As he wielded his blades, a torrential barrage of strikes fell like a rain of blades, relentless and continuous, akin to a surging flood. Dual blade style, twin phoenix dance. Qingfeng's indifferent yet proud voice resounded in the air. The unending flurry of strikes resembling a tempestuous sea, transforming into an incessant offensive, soaring towards the heavens. Unstoppable, that Mihawk's pupils dilated as he beheld the azure energy torrent surging upward, tearing through the heavens. Sweeping through the space, distorting it under the influence of the blade energy. Boom! 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 The 1,000-meter-long black energy collided violently with the azure torrent, the formidable brilliance released from both sides rampaging outward like waves. In the blink of an eye, the once tranquil sea surface shattered, ice fragments soaring into the sky. The black thunder continued to crackle, and the silhouette of the azure phoenix echoed incessantly within. The two extreme and terrifying slashes clashed, the mere aftermath of their collision instilling a sense of despair in countless onlookers. Fortunately, the pirate ships were protected by their captains and vice-captains, and the Navy commanders promptly stepped forward. Thus, this earth-shattering duel did not inflict substantial harm on the surrounding Navy and pirates. However, it left an immense psychological impact. The air rippled, fierce winds howled, and lightning intertwined. The azure and black radiance seemed to tear the sky asunder. Yet, Mihawk's strength ultimately remained at the admiral level. Even after experiencing some breakthroughs since his defeat to Chi, he still felt overwhelmed when facing a powerhouse like Qingfeng, who held Yonko-level strength. The azure energy torrent clashed with the 1,000-meter-long black energy, swiftly engulfing everything that in just 5 seconds. An astonishing sight emerged. The 1,000-meter-long black energy was riddled with menacing fissures, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering, leaving all swordsmen in utter astonishment. Soon, those fissures rapidly spread until the entire 1,000-meter-long black energy collapsed entirely. The pitch-black energy dissipating in all directions, the black thunder dancing wildly. The azure torrent shattered the 1,000-meter black blade aura, surging forward with unyielding determination. In the next moment, it engulfed Hawkeye, propelling him into the sky. The very fabric of space twisted and the atmosphere was torn asunder. The terrifying azure deluge appeared unstoppable, with energy rampaging wildly, fierce winds swirling, waves crashing. The various pirate captains and naval commanders began to busily strategize in response. This exemplifies the chasm of power that exists. The display of Yonko-level strength was such that even the residual force of the attack could throw these seasoned warriors into disarray. Why goodness, how is this even possible behind Luffy? Zoro was left speechless, witnessing Hawkeye being swept away by the azure torrent, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before him. This must be a joke. Team Mihawk Hawkeye, universally acknowledged as the greatest swordsman in the world. Why is this happening? How could he so easily succumb to Qingfeng? To Zoro, Hawkeye's defeat was nothing short of catastrophic, barely lasting even 10 seconds. Was this truly the legendary swordsman he had long admired, who towered above all others? Even if he did not claim the top spot, surely he could at least contend with Qingfeng. Yet now he had fallen so effortlessly. Not only Zoro, but many swordsmen across the seas were equally astonished. To them, the world's greatest swordsman was almost a figure of faith. Yet at this moment, it seemed absurd. In the Marine headquarters, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider gazed at the rending azure torrent that echoed through the skies. Unable to suppress his astonishment, this the power of the Shadow Assassin. Months passed, and once more, people found themselves awestruck by the might of the Shadow Assassin. The enigma remained unsolved, still powerful enough to instill despair. Even after several months of silence, the Assassin Alliance maintained an invincible posture. Accompanied by a low growl, Hawkeye's voice emerged from the azure torrent, consumed by this terrifying blade aura and propelled 1,000 meters away. He managed to carve a path through the dissipating energy, struggling to emerge. The azure torrent slashed upwards, dominating the sky, tearing the air as space continued to collapse, shattering the dark clouds. Once the azure torrent dissipated, it left a colossal void in the sky. Huff, huff. Hawkeye landed upon the soil of Marineford, gripping Black Blade Yoru tightly, breathing heavily. His coat was shredded into tatters, his body battered and bruised, blood dripping from his wounds. The arm holding the sword trembling incessantly. Even his hat had been shredded by the azure torrent. This truly the genuine disparity between us. Despite his defeat, Hawkeye's gaze remained remarkably calm, stirring little commotion. Long before, he had sensed the outcome of the battle. Moreover, he was not a man who could not bear to lose. Though often hailed as the world's strongest, he did not relish the title. He preferred to see more swordsmen surpass him, becoming the goals he aspired to achieve. Now that the contest was concluded, this battle bore no relevance to him. Hawkeye cast a deep glance at Qingfeng, sheathed black blade Yoru at his waist, returned to his position, and closed his eyes. As a warlord of the sea, he had engaged an enemy of the sea and witnessed a more formidable swordsman. In this encounter, he had gained much. Furthermore, even so, the Navy could find no leverage against him. After all, he had indeed fought and had been injured. Following the brief clash, Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, clenching his fist and delivering a heavy blow. Crack, crack, the space ahead instantaneously fractured, the collapsing dimensions voraciously consuming all in their vicinity. Most terrifyingly, the shattered icy surface of the sea began to churn. The Ice Age. Akiji dared not delay. Leaping onto the waves, releasing frigid air with every limb, the cold spread rapidly, freezing the ocean's waves to a staggering thickness of 100 meters. This was the sheer power of a Logia-type ability, capable of altering the very world and influencing the climate of an island. Tap the blade was held at an angle, Whitebeard's expression grave, as he spoke slowly towards Marineford. Ace, with me here. No one can harm you. All members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Let us together rescue our beloved brother Ace. No sooner had he spoken than Whitebeard swung his sword, the blade's glimmer slicing through space, causing it to collapse inch by inch. The frozen moment. Shaku KG. The icy aura surrounded him, golden light flickering. Despite his age, Whitebeard remained a Yonko-level powerhouse, particularly with the devastating force of the Tremor fruit, which was truly fearsome. Thus, faced with this lethal strike, Kizura rose, leaving his seat to join Akiji in countering this unstoppable blow. The fractured space was halted by the cold, colliding with the golden energy to unleash a violent roar. Three overwhelming energies clashed fiercely in mid-air, generating rippling shockwaves that swept through everything around them. The howling winds rendered the eyes of countless marines and pirates unable to open. The fierce confrontation between the two admirals and Whitebeard officially marked the commencement of this grand-scale war. Ace, we are coming to rescue you! Ace! The captains of the Whitebeard pirates shouted in unison, courageously charging forward, trampling across the thick ice. Luffy, are you really going to do this? Luffy, these people are monsters. The enemies we faced before pale in comparison to them. Indeed, Luffy, we lack the strength to partake in this battle. Within the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp tightly grasped Luffy, earnestly trying to dissuade him. Ever since they resolved to head to Marine headquarters, they've been plagued by doubts. After all, they were pirates. Pirates venturing into the Marine headquarters, was it not akin to presenting themselves as targets? Unsurprisingly, upon arriving at Marine headquarters, witnessing the overwhelming naval forces, they felt their scalps tingle. Especially alarming was the sight of 5 individuals sitting alongside the world's greatest swordsman. The previous heart-stopping clash of blades had left them utterly speechless. Coupled with Whitebeard's punch that had frozen the vast ocean, the might displayed was so far beyond anything they had encountered that it rendered their past struggles trivial by comparison. T.O. surpassed the realm of the world's greatest swordsman. One day, I shall achieve it. Before Luffy could utter a word, Zoro roared, a long sword clenched in his mouth and a sword in each hand, leaping into the naval formation. Blade flashes intertwined as Zoro charged into the throngs of Marines like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Zoro, witnessing this, Chopper and the other two were momentarily stunned. Gomu no rocket. Luffy broke free from the trio's grasp, his body stretching instantaneously, arms swinging like springs as he unleashed a barrage of punches. The rapid strikes landed on numerous Marine soldiers. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, and Nami's composure shattered completely. Are we truly going to partake in such a terrifying battle? Nami tightly shut her eyes, her voice hoarse as she inquired. At Sabaody Archipelago, massive warships emerged from the depths of the sea. These vessels covered a vast expanse of ocean, and the most daunting aspect was the flag they flew, unmistakably representing one of the Yonko ruling the New World. The Beast Pirates. At the Marine branch of Sabeti Archipelago, due to the impending battle at Marine headquarters, only 3 junior officers remained stationed in that moment. The 3 junior officers were horrified, their eyes nearly popping out as they witnessed the Beast Pirates surfacing. It is the Beast Pirates. They have actually left the New World? Could their target also be Marine headquarters? This time, the Marines had nearly emptied their ranks to fully confront the Whitebeard pirates. If the Beast Pirates intervened, the Navy's plans could be utterly thwarted. Moreover, should 2 Yonka-level pirate crews join forces, they could very well overrun Marine headquarters. Realizing this, one junior officer hastily seized the Den Mushi on his desk. Urgently dialing the Marine headquarters AKT that moment, another massive vessel broke through the waves, positioning itself before the Beast Pirates. Initially, the 3 junior officers did not pay heed, assuming it was merely one of the Beast Pirates' ships. However, when their gaze fell upon the flag of this ship, it is the red-haired pirates. A junior officer nearly screamed in hysteria. If it were just the Beast Pirates, perhaps it would only result in a setback for the Navy's plans. However, the simultaneous emergence of 2 formidable 4 Emperor's-level pirate crews undoubtedly signals a potential counteroffensive against the Navy. It even leads one to speculate whether the 4 Emperors of the New World have conspired to jointly eliminate the Navy. As the red-haired pirates and the Beast Pirates reveal themselves, the other pirate crews either hide in the shadows or have already aligned with the Whitebeard pirates, arriving at the Navy's headquarters in Marineford. At this thought, the 3 rear admirals of the Navy headquarters felt an icy chill enveloping them, their pores bristling with dread. The ships of the Beast Pirates sailed through the waters with brazen arrogance, prompting both Navy personnel and merchant pirates to hastily steer clear of their path. After all, they are one of the 4 emperors, and few dare to grasp the tiger's whiskers across the vast seas. When the onlookers finally discerned that the red-haired pirates were closely following the Beast Pirates, they stood frozen in shock, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. It was only when the silhouettes of the 2 pirate crews vanished from sight that the crowd regained their senses. Did I not see correctly? The Beast Pirates and the red-haired pirates have appeared together. What monumental event could compel both of these 4 Emperor's-level pirate crews to mobilize in such a manner? It seems they are heading towards the direction of the Gate of Justice. Suddenly, someone, as if awakening from a dream, pointed towards the departing pirate crews and shouted in alarm. The crowd fixed their gaze in that direction, their hearts racing with terror. The Navy is publicly executing Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Whitebeard will undoubtedly not remain idle. Coupled with the red-haired pirates and the Beast Pirates, my heavens! 3 of the 4 Emperors of the New World are mobilizing at once. Rumor has it that other pirate crews are also converging towards the Gate of Justice. What grand scheme are these pirate crews concocting? Could it be that the 4 Emperors of the New World truly intend to join forces to obliterate the Navy? If so, the entire ocean is likely to be engulfed in tumultuous waves. The 4 Emperors, the sovereigns of the sea, every action they take reverberates through the nerves of countless individuals. Now, with the convergence of the 4 Emperors, do they seek to upend the entire ocean? If the 4 Emperors unite, the Navy might stand no chance. Thus, was the Navy's public execution of Ace truly a catastrophic miscalculation? After enduring a moment of intense shock, many pirates felt a profound thrill deep within. If the 4 Emperors genuinely ally to vanquish the Navy, wouldn't they be able to thrive in the seas even more freely? At this moment, in the depths of Impel Down's 6th level, an overwhelming earthen energy permeated the air, and those formidable beings, stripped of their abilities by Sea Prism Stone, sensed an exceedingly terrifying force, as if a dreadful entity was poised to strike. With a resounding boom, the earth-toned energy sphere enveloping Katakuri shattered before the trio of Snake, Xiaomi, and Ganes, unleashing a colossal shockwave that swept across the land, claiming the lives of countless once mighty pirates who roamed the oceans. Trapped within the Sea Prism Stone, they were powerless to unleash their might, rendered as helpless as ordinary individuals in the face of the exploding energy and collapsing walls, succumbing to the onslaught, in the heart of this terrestrial force. A figure emerged, unrecognizable as Katakuri, slowly rising from the ground. The earth-toned energy hovering beside him seemed to worship this new sovereign. Stepping forward with a steady gait, Katakuri knelt before Snake and reverently declared, "Katakuri pays homage to our god." Simultaneously, the trio of Snake, Xiaomi, and Ganas exuded an aura that surged forth naturally. The terrifying energy roared and flowed freely, sweeping away everything in its path. Thunder crackled, fierce winds howled, and a divine power radiated with a force capable of annihilating all. As Li Xian, Ganas, and Xiaomi exerted their control, this energy gradually returned to their bodies. Once the tempest subsided, Snake addressed the kneeling Katakuri. "Rise, to your command, our god." Katakuri responded with utmost respect before standing, maintaining an unwavering reverence towards Snake. Although Snake's tone remained calm, his inner joy was palpable. The strongest role-playing system host, Li Xian, currently embodying the role of the deity of the Celestial Kingdom. Snake, the progress of the roleplay has reached 6, with characters including the Shadow Assassin Qi and the deity of the Celestial Kingdom, Snake. His followers include Chia, Qinfeng, Jia, Ganas, Katakuri, and Xiaomi. Currently, there are 0 subordinate extraction opportunities and 1 character extraction opportunity. With Katakuri's successful awakening, Li Xian's roleplay progress surged by 5, leaving him just 5 points away from mastering Snake's peak power. Meanwhile, new role-playing tasks will also unlock. At this moment, Li Xian distinctly felt a surge of power within him. A strength formidable enough to instill confidence in facing off against 2 4 Emperor's-level adversaries without fear of defeat. His capable aides, Ganas and Xiaomi, also experienced an enhancement in their power due to Katakuri's awakening. Xiaomi was directly promoted to a general level. Though she may still struggle against admirals like Akiji, she would certainly not be easily defeated. Ganas' strength has surpassed that of a general, and he is confident he could triumph against any of the Navy's 3 admirals. Though it would require at least half a day or even a full day, as he has yet to reach the 4 Emperors level, with each admiral being an exceptionally formidable force. The newly awakened Katakuri also possesses strength at the general level, and in a one-on-one confrontation with any of the Navy's 3 admirals, he would not be easily vanquished. Now is the opportune moment for vengeance against the Navy. Li Xian intends to make the world aware that the Assassin Alliance is not to be underestimated, and the Celestial Kingdom is equally inviolable. In his mind, the long-awaited system prompt resounded. Ding. The new Celestial King bloodline, Flame of Destiny, Chris, has been infused in a Fire Fist, Ace's being that if the host can incapacitate Ace and infuse him with the powers of 3 devil fruits, immediate awakening will be possible. Upon hearing this, Snake couldn't help but smirk slightly. It seems Fire Fist Ace is being guided by the system to intervene in the Navy headquarters. How intriguing. 3 devil fruits could allow Ace to awaken instantly. And once he does, my roleplay progress will reach 70. How formidable will my power become then? At that point, with all 4 Celestial Kings awakened and their powers at their zenith, establishing the authority of the Celestial Kingdom would be a trivial matter. Even without the infusion of the Flame of Destiny, Chris's bloodline into Ace, Li Xian intended to participate in the impending conflict at the Navy headquarters. After all, the previous military campaigns led by Sengoku and others had sparked his pride as Snake. How could he simply let it go? Now, with Ace bearing the Chris bloodline, he felt even more emboldened to head to the Navy headquarters. Let us embark to the Navy headquarters and let the world know of the Celestial Kingdom's existence. Li Xian's eyes sparkled with determination as he turned to lead Ganas, Xiaomi, and the other 3 subordinates, departing from Impel Down without hesitation. This journey was not only to teach the Navy a lesson, but also to put into motion a grand plan to leak a hint to the world. He believed that once a glimpse of the iceberg was revealed, the entire world would descend into madness. At that moment, everyone would instinctively feel a sense of fear and might even come to accept his 3rd role as a matter of course. Shortly after Li Xian's departure, a colossal fleet of pirate ships approached with great momentum. Should anyone behold the scale and flag of this fleet, they would likely be rendered speechless with terror. For within this armada were 3 emperors. The 4 emperors of the New World, aside from Whitebeard already at the Navy headquarters, were gathered together, an astonishing coalition of power capable of sending ripples of fear throughout the ocean. Impel Down, Red-Haired glanced at the heavily ravaged perimeter of Impel Down, frowning slightly. Could it be that Kaido and his crew's objective is Impel Down? Have they perhaps captured an important member and imprisoned him here? However, As Red-Haired surveyed the surroundings, he found no core members of their respective factions missing, except for Katakuri, who was reportedly seized by a man named Snake. Could it be that Snake has handed him over to the Navy? Upon contemplating this, Red-Haired had already arrived at a conclusion. Impel Down has been breached. For the Celestial Kingdom, breaching Impel Down is no trivial feat, yet he remained uncertain of their purpose in reaching Impel Down. Nor did he know if the Celestial Kingdom was still present. 20 minutes later, the jailer revealed all the information, and the news left Red-Haired's expression so grim it seemed he could wring water from it. This Celestial Kingdom had stayed in Impel Down for a full 7 days, departing just 5 minutes before her arrival. Could it be that they had already sensed her approach and vacated beforehand? Ha ha ha! A hearty laugh echoed, further darkening Red-Haired's countenance. This moment. Who was it that laughed inappropriately, clearly provoking her? She widened her eyes, and with her extraordinary vision, she vaguely discerned a pirate ship slowly approaching. Her mood was utterly abysmal. It was evident that this was not the time for mockery. However, the owner of that laughter seemed oblivious to this fact, continuing to guffaw heartily. At the bow of the ship stood a middle-aged man, missing several teeth, exuding a rugged and uninhibited aura, his robust frame covered in a dense layer of hair. His skin bore a ruddy hue, and his thick black hair was tightly wrapped in a bandana. Around his neck hung 2 necklaces, his wrists adorned with bracelets, and each finger bore rings set with various extravagant gemstones, rendering his appearance grotesquely unappealing. "You ugly brute, are you mocking me?" he demanded. His countenance dark and his tone frigid, an intimidating pressure spreading in all directions, causing the surrounding members of the pirate crew to tremble in fear as the waves roiled and the wind howled. What on earth is happening? Marshall, from afar on the pirate ship, stared wide-eyed in horror. Where did this terrifying power come from? How could the guards of Impel Down possess such strength? Xuan was already the strongest guard of Impel Down, and at this moment he was one of the 7 warlords. Logically, the inhabitants of Impel Down should not harbor such intense hostility towards him. In an instant, an invisible force yanked the pirate ship where Teach stood, propelling it forward until it came to a steady halt before another pirate vessel. The oppressive force descended like a torrential downpour, causing Teach and his 3 crew members to break out in cold sweat. The immense pressure rendering them nearly unable to stand upright. An enraged opponent would show no mercy. Teach, freshly detached from the Whitebeard pirates, had barely reached the level of a vice admiral, still lacking in comparison to the seasoned admirals of the Navy. Faced with the unrestrained, terrifying pressure of this emperor, they felt an overwhelming burden to at you. The man's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on Teach, his voice sharp with inquiry. Teach struggled against the dreadful pressure and lifted his head. Upon seeing the towering figure before him, his eyes widened in shock, his mouth slightly agape, overwhelmed by disbelief. What is going on? Am I not in the new world with the 4 emperors? Why is she here and Impel Down instead of remaining in her territory? However, before Teach's astonishment could fade, he heard the coarse voice again. "Kid, you've got guts," daring to stand firm even in anger. Following the sound, he beheld a massive, fearsome pirate ship, upon which stood a figure resembling a demonic deity. This individual was tall and burly, with shoulder-length black hair, a pair of horns, and a long beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers, adorned with dragon scale tattoos on his left arm. His upper body was bare, displaying a prominent cross-shaped scar on his right abdomen, and a purple cloak hung from his waist, 2 golden chains trailing down. His lower half was clad in crimson battle garb and loose green trousers, secured with a ceremonial cord. His mere presence exuded an endless pressure. "Kaido." Teach's throat went dry, his words faltering. What was the meaning of 2 emperors converging on Impel Down? What could possibly draw the 4 emperors here? Teach felt that the most foolish decision of his life was to arrive at Impel Down at this critical juncture, although the Navy was currently occupied and could not attend to him. The strength of these 2 emperors was not to be underestimated, rivaling even the mightiest admirals. Confronted with the 2 formidable pirate crews, Teach unhesitatingly chose to lower his head in submission, that he was an ambitious man. And when it came to survival, pride was inconsequential. So you're not trying to provoke me? Zeus, surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity, inquired. Teach's heart raced. He was still far from the level of an emperor, let alone facing two of them. It is truly a misunderstanding. Suddenly, a tempest of lightning rained down upon him, each bolt striking him with violent fury. The ferocious electricity forced him to endure excruciating pain. While his dark fruit ability might allow him to absorb this lightning, he dared not do so, for that would surely insult his opponent. In this precarious situation, should he provoke them further, he feared he would meet a gruesome end. The dual agony inflicted by the dark fruit made Teach suffer unimaginable torment, yet he did not dare to scream. As the thunder subsided, his opponent regarded Teach with keen interest. Admiral, while Teach power has only just entered the realm of admirals. Significantly lacking compared to Akainu, it is still quite impressive. After all, under the four emperors, there isn't even a single admiral. Would you be willing to join us? Katakuri had been captured for quite some time, and his situation was likely dire. Thus, facing such an unfamiliar admiral, she decided to make an overture. For emperor, subduing someone who had yet to truly become an admiral was naturally within her grasp. Hence, she asked, "Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me in the face of life and death?" Teach hesitated not a moment, immediately dropping to one knee, respectfully stating, "Teach pays his respects to you, my lady." Pleased by his submission, she gave a slight and rise as for Teach. She remained unaware of his past. Kaido cast a glance at Teach, but chose not to elaborate further. The glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of the red-haired man. He had learned from the Whitebeard pirates about Ace's identity, making Teach his enemy. However, it was evident that Kaido was currently engaged in battle with the figure opposite him, facing two emperors without any hope of victory. A shiver ran through Teach as he turned to see the red-haired man intently staring at him. He gasped in realization. Had he forgotten to consult the calendar before venturing out today? He had intended to recruit new crew members, only to find himself amidst three titans of the four emperors. And judging by the current atmosphere, it appeared they aimed to unleash chaos upon the entire sea. "What should we do now, Lingling?" he inquired, noting that Kaido's fury had somewhat abated. Directly head for Marine headquarters. Lingling's eyes glimmered with a cold light, her tone chilling. Even if the celestial dragons have already gone to Marine headquarters. So what? Regardless of their intentions, they must pay the price. Moreover, with Kaido by my side, I fear nothing, even against Marine headquarters. At her words, Teach couldn't help but shrink back. His original plan had indeed been to recruit followers before heading to Marine headquarters. But the current circumstances left him in a bind that, if he followed them now, would he be torn to shreds by the captain of the Whitebeard pirates? Yet if he refrained, these three emperors could easily dispose of him. A chill ran down Teach's spine as he began to deeply question the course of his life. At the Team Marine headquarters, Marineford, a grand melee between the Navy and the pirates was unfolding. The sea, frozen by Akiji, resembled a colossal meat grinder, mercilessly consuming every soul who dared to tread upon its waters, be either Navy or pirate. Their fates hung in the balance with each passing second. Amidst this vast battlefield, even the officers of Marine headquarters could not guarantee their own safety, as many pirates with bounties in the tens of millions had already joined the fray, creating a scene of bloodshed and carnage. With a resounding crack of golden light, Kizaru unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks against Whitebeard. The golden radiance, dense as a hail of bullets, wove an intricate net, leaving no escape. That Whitebeard's eyes narrowed at the sight. He clenched his left fist, instantly activating the Tremor Fruit's power. The golden net and the nearby space crumbled under the force, shattering like broken glass. The area surrounding Whitebeard began to fracture, fissures spreading as if to devour all in their path. Kizaru, half-elemental, floated in mid-air, smirking exaggeratedly. Yar, you're truly as strong as a monster." The sound of cracking space echoed around them. Even the intact space near Kizaru began to show signs of fracture, a terrifying sight. Indeed, the strongest man in the world, Kizaru's pupils constricted, brilliant golden light radiating from him without hesitation. Just as he left that spot, the shattered, pitch-black space consumed him. The fragmented space and violent forces were an alarming sight to behold. Ama no Murakumo. As the golden light flickered, Kizaru positioned himself above Whitebeard. A sword of light materialized in his palm, armed with the rapid encirclement of haki. He swung it down, reversing the flow of air and separating the very fabric of space. When Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, holding his sword in one hand, he braced the blade against his chest to block. As the blades clashed, the reverberations of energy radiated outward. Simultaneously, Karakura, utilizing the powers of the Whitebeard fruit, conjured terrifying rifts of shattered space that extended from the blade's edge. The yellow ape swiftly transformed into an elemental form, retreating while hurling forth a radiant sword of light, which shimmered with a blinding golden glow. As if on the verge of detonating, that Whitebeard's pupils constricted. While such an assault posed no threat to him, its proximity could jeopardize his flagship, the Moby Dick, gripping his sword with his right hand. Whitebeard forcefully swung, causing the air to tremble and the very fabric of space to collapse. The fragmented space seemed to gain sentience, enveloping the luminous sword. Dark fissures expanded relentlessly, devouring the sword just as it was about to explode. A chilling wind surged through the sky, enveloping everything in a terrifying chill that a colossal bird, sculpted from solid ice, unfurled its expansive wings, the blue ice crystals striking awe in all who beheld it. With a mighty thrust, Whitebeard raised his left fist and unleashed a powerful shockwave. The invisible force of vibration rapidly disseminated, obliterating everything in its path. The crackling sounds of space fracturing incessantly eroded the icy giant, rendering even the haki that clung to it ineffective, causing the ice bird to gradually disintegrate. A gust of frigid wind swept over Whitebeard's head, heralding the emergence of Akiji amidst the icy tempest. Whitebeard, your defeat will bring an end to this strife. With a casual flick of his sword, Whitebeard struck the deck of the Moby Dick, his gaze resolute upon Akiji and the yellow ape soaring in the heavens. You ice-wielding brat, if you possess the courage, come and give it a try. In his advancing years, still restless, he had come to disturb the Navy headquarters. Akiji scoffed, the cold energy surging forth as he spread his arms wide. Ice Age. The temperature plummeted dramatically, the air thickening with an oppressive chill. Beside him, the yellow ape stood undeterred, golden photons coalescing in his hands, erupting with a piercing sound. Hakishaku KG. The brilliance erupted, an endless cascade of photons pouring forth from his outstretched hands like an unending spring.